Volume 6, Chapter 254, Intimidation Part 1. Damien followed the Holy Empress to a place that was none other than the underground of the church. In the underground there was a massive door made of thick iron. The Holy Empress placed her palm on the door. As she injected a bit of divine power, the door slowly began to open. "Let's go in." Damien followed the Holy Empress inside the door. A wide space appeared before him. It was a barren room with no decorations. Instead, various murals were painted on the walls. What was most peculiar was that the entire room was filled with light, even though there was no source of light. "This is the sanctuary you requested." Damien looked around the room with a curious expression. According to legend, the first Holy Emperor was the first to awaken divine power in a cave. The headquarters of the church was built on top of that cave, and this room was the one that was endlessly expanded and renovated from that cave. "I didn't know you would ask to use the sanctuary." The sanctuary was not just a symbolic place. For some reason, divine power was constantly pouring out of the sanctuary. That is why it was also a popular training ground for high-ranking paladins. This was because the divine power pouring out of the sanctuary not only allowed their bodies to recover more quickly, but also increased the effectiveness of their training. "It's because I was badly injured in the battle against SLA." In fact, there was another reason why Damien had borrowed the sanctuary. He was thinking of trying to metamorphism in the sanctuary. No matter how much Damien knew, there was not much he knew about metamorphism. That's how mysterious and secretive metamorphism was. The fortunate thing was that he had a general idea of what to do. Divine power has the effect of healing the human body. If I take the elixir and then use the divine power of the sanctuary, Damien might succeed in metamorphism as he wished. That's why Damien asked to use the sanctuary. "I don't know if I'm asking too much." "It's okay. The sanctuary is an important place, but it's not something you can steal outright. There won't be anyone in the church who will object right now." After thanking the Holy Empress, Damien carefully examined the murals painted on the walls of the sanctuary. The murals depicted 7 men and women fighting all sorts of monsters. Damien soon realized the identities of the 7 men and women. "These murals are all about the Salvation Squad, aren't they?" "That's right. You've got a good eye." Before the Empire and the Church were founded, the continent was a land teeming with monsters and demons. At that time, humans were such insignificant beings that they were barely able to survive by hiding in caves and forests, hunted by monsters. There were 7 heroes who united these humans and fought the monsters, the Salvation Squad. They killed the monsters and demons and reclaimed the continent. Only then did the history of mankind begin. The leader of the Salvation Squad at that time was none other than the first emperor of the Empire. "I understand that these murals were painted when the church was built. Then they must be very old murals." The church was built around the same time as the Empire. These paintings were artifacts of immense value. Then suddenly Damien noticed something strange. There were scratches on the wall under the mural of the Salvation Squad, as if someone had scratched them with a knife. Damien bent down and examined the scratches. Surprisingly, this was not just graffiti, it was a picture of 2 men and women. "Who carved this graffiti?" "Oh, you mean that?" "Nobody knows." "You don't know," the Holy Empress said with a wry smile. "It's graffiti that's been around for ages, so no one knows who drew it." Damien couldn't take his eyes off the graffiti. "Then I'll go ahead and take a look. I'll come back to see you tomorrow morning." The Holy Empress said so and left the sanctuary. The door closed again. Left alone, Damien looked at the graffiti again. To be precise, he looked at the greatsword that the man among the 2 men and women was holding. Erebos. Damien extended his hand into the air. The tattoo on his wrist disappeared and Erebos appeared. Thanks to absorbing the fragment given by the Imperial Supreme Sword, Erebos was much longer than before. Damien looked back and forth between Erebos and the mural. Somehow it looks like Erebos. The workmanship was rough, so it was hard to tell, but the characteristics of Erebos were evident here and there. Damien raised his head and looked at the mural of the Salvation Squad. There were 7 people in the picture. The 2 men and women were carved below. Somehow I feel like there are 2 more. Damien turned back Erebos into a tattoo. It was interesting, but it was just graffiti. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Damien took out a fragment of Dragon Heart and Elysian Elixir from the subspace. Damien first took the Elysian Elixir. The Elysian Elixir flowed down his throat sticky. When it was in the bottle, it felt cold, but when he drank it directly, it was hot like a fireball. It's like drinking molten gold. As soon as the Elysian Elixir touched his stomach, it was converted into vitality. In that moment, Damien felt like his body was expanding and about to explode. What an incredible amount of vitality. Damien calmly suppressed the energy of the Elysian Elixir, and he put a fragment of Dragonheart in his mouth. Just a 1/20th piece. But as soon as he consumed Dragonheart, a vast amount of mana burst out. It was as if he had fallen into an ocean of mana. the vitality of the Elysian elixir and the mana of Dragonheart. The two were rampaging inside him. It was like putting a whole living beast inside his body. Damien desperately held onto his sanity. This was the real deal from now on. Damien started absorbing the divine power around him. As Damien suppressed the two energies, he absorbed the divine power that filled the sanctuary. The two energies had now increased to 3. The burden Damien felt also grew heavier. He opened all the mana channels with cotton-lined forbidden needle, and completely pushed his body to its limits with the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation. The reason Damien could attempt metamorphism was thanks to the 2 mana cultivation techniques. Cotton-lined forbidden needle could manipulate the mana channels, and the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation had the function of increasing the limits of the body. Damien constantly used the 2 mana cultivation techniques. Whoosh! A strange sound came from Damien's body. At the same time, several huge blasts of energy erupted. A long time had passed like that. Damien slowly opened his eyes. Phew, Damien got up. Then something fell off from all over his body, as if eggshells were piled up neatly on the floor. Damien looked down at them and smiled with satisfaction. It was easier than I thought. Damien remained in the church for some time afterward. This was because it took time for the dawn to be completed. Sir Damien, he's going there. Sir Damien, I've admired you for a long time. Please give me just one thing to commemorate you. Sir Damien, please give us just one word at today's prayer meeting. Oh, hero, our hero, staying at the church was much more difficult than he thought. This was because he was pestered by countless paladins and priests, so Damien had to hide all day while staying at the church. Even on the day he left the church, he came out before dawn to avoid people's eyes. You don't have to come out and see me off. Damien looked at the Holy Empress. The Holy Empress smiled and said, "To see off an honored guest, how can I not see you off as the host? Thank you." Other people wanted to come out too, but the circumstances worked out in a way. Radiant Light and Black Snow were not at the church because they had taken on a new mission. Green Wind remained, but she did not come out to this place because she disliked Damien. Sir Damien, Agnes stood beside the Holy Empress with a regretful expression. Where do you plan to go when you leave the church? There are places I want to look around for a while. I may not be able to hear from me for a long time. Are you going to a dangerous place? Isn't everywhere in the world dangerous? Damien prevaricated because he couldn't say he was going to catch the weapon master. Sir Damien, may I ask you a favor? Please speak. If you happen to get information about Victor the Woodcutter during your travels, please contact the church. I would be grateful. Victor the Woodcutter? Yes, he is a dark mage that the church has been paying attention to recently. We are having difficulty tracking him because we have no information at all. Damien had a strange expression on his face. No wonder, since the real identity of Victor the Woodcutter was Damien. When he sometimes had to use dark magic in front of people, Damien used the name Victor to hide his identity. I didn't realize the church is after my hidden identity all this time. It was the first time he had been asked to investigate on his own. Damien couldn't help but feel a strange sense of irony. It's not a difficult request. Thank you. If you get the information, you can just go to a local branch of the church. All local branches have a way to contact the headquarters. Damien nodded to indicate that he understood. In return, may I ask you a favor as well? Of course. I would be grateful if you could let my family in the Apple Kingdom know that I am safe. To protect his family, he had to kill the weapon master as soon as possible. He didn't have time to stop by the Apple Kingdom. However, he hadn't been in contact with his family for a long time, so he wanted to send them a message in this way. Trust me, Agnes said with a confident face. Damien gave a brief thank you. Sir Malta. Damien turned his gaze to the side. Malta was standing there with a sullen expression. Let's give it to me since I need to leave soon. Damien held out his hand to Malta. Malta grumbled with a displeased expression. Damn it, I have to send Dawn off like this again. Hurry up. Malta closed his eyes tightly, and he handed Dawn over to Damien. Dawn was different from before in every way, even the hilt and scabbard. Draw it out. Damien took the hilt and slowly drew it. The moment the blade emerged, a dazzling light burst forth. When Damien pulled out Dawn, it completely lit up the surroundings. Damien looked at Dawn with a surprised expression. Originally, Dawn was a sword made of meteorite iron. Because of that, it didn't melt properly before, so the surface was rough. But now Dawn was different. The surface was smooth as if looking at a mirror. Wave-like patterns filled the entire blade. Isn't it beautiful? Malta said with an excited face. I mixed Dawn with an alloy made of divine metal and rare metals. Cutting power, strength, elasticity, all aspects have been greatly enhanced compared to before. Malta enthusiastically explained about Dawn. Without exception, all holy swords that contain divine metal have left their names in history. I guarantee that Dawn will be the same. No, it won't just leave its name. It will be recorded as the most outstanding holy sword. Malta explained diligently, but it didn't reach Damien's ears properly. It was because all his senses were focused on Dawn. You're really amazing. Right, I thought you were just weird, but you're also very skilled. Who am I, of course? What did you just say? Damien put Dawn back in the scabbard. After saying goodbye to the three of them, he left the church. After leaving the church, Damien headed west. I don't know exactly where the city of Hammerfell was, but he knew what region it was in. He heard it was in the Huckmack Mountain range. The Huckmack Mountains were known for their rugged terrain. A vast land the size of a small kingdom was made up entirely of mountains. On top of that, there were many dangerous monsters that inhabited the area, so few people approached it. Damien headed towards the Huckmack Mountains. Before he knew it, the sun was high in the sky. The bluish air of dawn had completely disappeared. The church was out of sight. Suddenly, Damien stopped walking and he shouted into the air. "Come out now," Damien said into the air, but there was no answer. "I told you to come out." Only then did a man walk out of the bushes nearby. "What is it? Have you already noticed me? It's not fun this way," the man grumbled briefly. Damien stared at the man with an expressionless face and asked, "What does the weapon master's disciple want with me?" The man tilted his head. "What? How did you know that? That's amazing. You can't help but know when you're carrying a demonic sword like that." Damien looked at the greatsword the man was carrying on his back. "Heh, you can tell a sleeping demonic sword. You're a real deal. No wonder you're the one who killed SLA." The man stuck out his tongue and exclaimed in admiration. "Since I've been caught, I'll introduce myself formally. My name is Jeremy Demag. I studied swordsmanship under the weapon master. I'm recognized as one of his disciples. Who asked you who you were? Answer me why you were following me." Damien cut him off sharply. At that, Jeremy's facial muscles twitched slightly. "You're a bit quick-tempered. I came to find you to deliver a message from my master. It wasn't hard to track you down since you're such a famous person." "Answer." Jeremy's expression twitched even more. "My master wants to see you. Come with me." At that, Damien fell into thought for a moment. Offers from giant evils in Pandemonium were usually high chances of being traps. Even if it was a trap, it was an advantage if he could meet the weapon master. "I'll take that offer." "Well, it's good that you're not refusing," Jeremy said bluntly. "You're from the Apple Kingdom, right?" "Your family is there too," Damien's expression hardened. On the contrary, a smile appeared on Jeremy's face. "Don't misunderstand, I haven't sent anyone to your family yet. But if you don't come with me, I don't know what will happen then." At that moment, a wave erupted from Damien's entire body. An immense amount of killing intent poured out towards Jeremy. At that sight, Jeremy's expression hardened. Then Jeremy twisted his lips into a smile. "It seems like this is your reverse scale. If you want your family to be safe, you'd better come with me." At that moment, Damien stomped on the ground. His body shot forward. And without hesitation, he kicked Jeremy in the stomach. Jeremy's body flew backward. He crashed into the ground, smashing trees one after another. "Sorry, I lost my temper for a moment and didn't hear what you were saying." Damien stared in the direction Jeremy had flown off. "So what were you babbling about just now? Can you say it again?" Killing intent overflowed from his eyes. Chapter 255, Intimidation Part 2. Jeremy held onto his stomach and spat out blood. Wow, no, it was more than just spitting. His insides had all been ruptured by a single blow just moments before. "Damien Haksen, you bastard." He couldn't see him. Damien's movements were completely invisible. There wasn't a slightest hint of him closing the distance, extending his leg, or even landing a blow to the abdomen. All Jeremy could perceive was the impact on his stomach. "I'll kill him. I'll kill him." Jeremy tried to stand up, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. He staggered. Jeremy's eyes darted around wildly. He was a disciple of the weapon master, a powerful swordsman who could rival any other giant evil. So how could he be rendered incapable of fighting with a single blow, even if Damien had killed SLA? This much of a difference. "You can't even stand up." Damien's voice reached Jeremy's ears. "So you dared to speak of my family in such a way with such insignificant skills. It's so ridiculous that it makes me angry." Jeremy gritted his teeth at Damien's mockery. "Insignificant me. I was personally taught swordsmanship by the weapon master and even given a demonic sword. Mocking me is mocking my master, no matter how much you were invited by my master. There is a limit to how much I can tolerate." Jeremy gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up, but his legs were still trembling, and he grabbed the greatsword that was strapped to his back. As soon as he grabbed the greatsword, a voice spoke up. It was a neutral voice, half male and half female. "I was sleeping well, why did you wake me up? Shut up and get up. We have to fight now." "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" "Oh, that's Damien Haksen. Didn't the weapon master tell you to bring him?" The demonic sword spoke worriedly. Jeremy then exploded in anger. "Shut up and heal my body. I need to kill that bastard right here." "Oh, why are you getting so angry?" Dark mana emitted by the demonic sword flowed into Jeremy's forearm. Jeremy's complexion instantly recovered. "Phew, now I can live," Jeremy said as he stretched his neck from side to side. As he said, his pale face had regained its original color. "That bastard, I'll make him regret what he just said. You're really going to fight Damien Haksen?" What about the weapon master's orders? The demonic sword asked him. And Damien Haksen killed SLA, how can you possibly beat that monster? Can't you shut up? The vast difference in power between Damien Haksen and himself had been painfully etched into his bones by the previous blow. But that didn't mean he could just meekly roll over and play dead. That bastard had dared to insult his master. Just listen to me quietly. I think I'll feel better if I just tear off one of that bastard's arms. Oh dear. Jeremy raised his greatsword with both hands. And then a tremendous amount of dark mana surged out from the demonic sword. As the dark mana touched the surrounding bushes and trees, they started to wither and twist. This was a testament to the concentration of the dark mana. At the same time, a change occurred in Jeremy's body. Part of the demonic sword melted and flowed into Jeremy. His skin turned gray. At the same time, his aura became even more ferocious. Synchronization. It was a technique that enhanced his dark mana and physical abilities by merging the demonic sword with his body. You're struggling like a beggar. Damien drew Dawn from his waist. As soon as Dawn was drawn, Jeremy's attention was immediately captured. As a disciple of the weapon master, he could immediately tell that the sword Damien Haksen was holding was no ordinary one. What the hell is that sword? Damien didn't answer. Instead, he gripped Dawn. A sharp-honed, killing intent radiated from him. Jeremy also raised his demonic sword. The massive greatsword rose high into the air. I'll give you one piece of advice. You'd better put that sword away if you don't want to cry tears of blood. The demonic sword that Jeremy had received from the weapon master was named Gyurantha. Gyurantha had the power of debilitation. No matter what object it was, Gyurantha had the power to destroy its molecular structure as soon as it touched it. Rocks turned to sandcastles, trees to sawdust piles, and iron to lumps of clay. He didn't know what kind of sword Damien Haksen had drawn, but there was no way it could survive contact with Gyurantha. Since you're not answering, it seems you don't intend to take my advice. Then I have no choice. Jeremy stomped on the ground. Damien charged as well. The demonic sword and the holy sword clashed in the air. The two men locked swords in a stalemate. Jeremy shouted at Damien Haksen, who was holding Dawn. "Ha, is that all you've got? I was expecting more after you killed SLA. You're nothing special," Jeremy said, twisting his lips. Damien then opened his mouth. "You're tougher than I thought." Damien put more force into his hands. And then in the next instant, the holy sword dug into the blade of the demonic sword. What? It was as if a sharp knife was cutting into a block of hardened cheese. The demonic sword resisted a little at first, but then it was easily cut through. Now, wait a minute. In the next instant, the demonic sword was cut in half. The demonic sword's reaction was a beat too late. The halved blade fell to the ground, and from the cut surface, black smoke began to pour out. Only then did the demonic sword realize what had happened to it. The demonic sword let out a scream. The sharp, ear-splitting sound shook the whole world. "Gyurantha," Jeremy shouted with a bewildered face. What is this? Madness, Gyurantha so easily. What is this? As Jeremy was in a state of shock, Damien swung Dawn. Dawn sliced off Jeremy's forearm. Jeremy's forearm flew off into the distance, still clutching the demonic sword. Jeremy grabbed his severed forearm and screamed. My arm, you crazy bastard, what the hell is this?" Damien swung Dawn again and cut off Jeremy's other forearm. Jeremy screamed. Only then did fear appear on Jeremy's face. Huek. Jeremy tried to run away from Damien, but before he could take a step, his body tilted. Jeremy fell to the ground weakly. Jeremy hurriedly looked back. Only then did he realize that both of his knees had been cut off. Shut up. Damien raised his foot and trampled on Jeremy's face. Jeremy's face was smashed into the ground. "If I leave you like this, you'll die from excessive bleeding soon." Damien used the authority of envy. He imbued the mana with the nature of fire. Then Dawn began to heat up quickly. Damien brought Dawn to the wound. Jeremy was foaming at the mouth and trembling all over. But Damien continued his work without batting an eye. What a demonic bastard, why are you doing this to me? To me? Jeremy asked pleadingly. Damien swung Dawn and cut open his abdomen instead of answering. Why did you ask that now? You're the one who threatened first, so how can you say such a thing? Damien's voice was extremely cold, but his eyes were boiling like lava. That's why I hate you guys. You're just filthy scums and you touch other people's weaknesses without a care in the world. Damien raised Dawn. At this, Jeremy shouted urgently. I have to contact Master regularly. If I don't contact him, Master will know I'm dead right away. And then not only you but your family will be in danger too. Damien's hand stopped. At this, Jeremy sighed in relief. I'll spare your life if you let me go. Hey, I promise. Suddenly, Damien started laughing. Jeremy asked with a worried face. Why are you laughing? You still don't get it, do you? Damien brought Dawn close to Jeremy's neck. And he grabbed Jeremy by the hair. Damien yanked Jeremy's hair, causing Dawn to press against his throat. The deeper Damien pulled on the hair, the deeper Dawn sank in. Blood gushed out from the wound. KKUKQAC, Jeremy screamed, but Damien didn't stop. I'm not lying. If I die, Master will really. Damien tightened his grip on his arm. Jeremy's head was completely severed. That's not something you need to worry about, Damien said coldly and threw Jeremy's head to the ground. A moment later, a pale, smoky substance rose from Jeremy's corpse. Jeremy's soul was unable to escape the shock of death. Damien immediately used the authority of envy and converted his mana into dark mana. He used dark magic to capture Jeremy's soul. Obey. The dark mana dug into Jeremy's soul. He resisted, but it was futile. KQAC, Damien inflicted pain directly on the soul and Jeremy quickly succumbed. Damien shoved Jeremy's soul back into the corpse and he used the necromancy spell. Rise. The headless corpse rose to its feet. The corpse groped around the floor and found its head, placing it back on its neck. The dark mana connected the neck and head. You said the weapon master would find out if you died. Then just pretend you're alive. Damien didn't like using dark magic on people, but it was a different story if the opponent was a piece of trash. Eat it up. At that moment, a voice reached Damien's ears. Hemera was craving the remnants of the demonic sword that had just been destroyed. Go ahead. Hemera, who had been nestled inside Damien's clothes, burst out. It took on a slime-like appearance and began to gnaw away at a piece of the demonic sword. Damien looked up. The demonic energy that the sword had spat out was hovering in the air. Damien held out the back of his hand toward it. The energy was absorbed into the mark on the back of his hand. Sooner or later, I'll be able to awaken another authority. Damien looked at the mark on the back of his hand and thought, Jeremy said to Damien as he turned undead. I submit to you, no, to my master, I submit. To my master, undead Jeremy was still stuttering, but it wasn't a big deal. Given time, he'd act just like he did when he was alive. That didn't mean he was alive. It was impossible to bring the dead back to life. All Damien had done was resurrect Jeremy's body as the undead and put his soul into it. That way he could fool the weapon master. Should I call my master? How should I call you? Damien Haksen? No, don't call me by that name. Oh well, how then? He thought about it while in the church. Damien's purpose was to distract Pandemonium's attention and power by killing the weapon master. That way Pandemonium wouldn't have to worry about his family. However, simply killing the weapon master was somewhat unsettling. They needed to shock Pandemonium even more. So Damien modified his plan slightly. Victor, Damien opened a subspace and pulled out a wooden mask. It was the same mask he had used to impersonate Victor at the Starlight Fairies Festival. From this day forward, I am Victor the Woodcutter. The mysterious dark mage Victor the Woodcutter is responsible for the downfall of the weapon master, one of the members of the Pandemonium. That was Damien's new plan. Chapter 256, Hammerfell Part 1. A cart pulled by a donkey was traveling along a dirt road. That's the Huckmack Mountain range over there. The old man leading the cart pointed straight ahead as he spoke. A young man lying in the cart lifted his head. Massive mountains loomed ahead and blocked the view like fortress walls. The sight was so grand it was almost intimidating. Isn't it magnificent? It even has a pretty fancy nickname. The Wall of the World, they say. Indeed, it deserves such a nickname. The old man laughed loudly at the young man's words. But you've been wearing that mask all this time. It must be uncomfortable. The young man wore a wooden mask on his face. He hadn't taken it off once since the old man first met him. I find it quite comfortable. These young folks today are hard to understand. The old man muttered, shaking his head. But what's your business over there? It's such a dangerous place that no one dares to go. You agreed not to ask about that. The young man reminded him. The old man chuckled and said, Oh, I'm getting old and forgetful all the time. The young man got off the cart and handed a few silver coins to the old man. The old man accepted them with a gleeful smile. You're a generous young man. Well then, I'll be on my way. The old man turned the cart around. Suddenly, as if remembering something he had forgotten, he asked, What was your name again? Victor, the young man replied succinctly. Just call me Victor the Woodcutter. The old man turned the cart around and left. Damien stood still, watching the old man depart. Originally, Damien had no need to use the cart. Traveling alone would have been faster. However, he used the cart to leave a clear trace of Victor the Woodcutter. This way, when the weapon master was killed, Pandemonium would quickly identify Victor the Woodcutter. It looks like a really dangerous place, Damien muttered as he looked around at the mountains. He had been through many mountains before, but this place seemed the most dangerous. Damien opened a subspace and took out a leather travel bag. When he opened it, an abyss of darkness appeared. At that moment, something sprang out from the darkness. A wolf made of black shadows pounced on Damien. Damien pushed backward with the impact. Master, master, the wolf eagerly licked Damien's cheeks. Damien frowned and pushed away. Get off, master. So cold, the wolf retreated resentfully. Damien stood up and brushed off his clothes. Then something else emerged from the darkness. This time it was a girl with an androgynous appearance. Kaya. Kaya. As soon as Mia came out, she let out a sharp cry at Damien, as if scolding him for not letting her out earlier. Why are you being so grumpy? But when Damien glared at her, she immediately averted her gaze and hid behind the wolf. Master, it's scary when you're angry. Kaya. With the wolf joining in, Mia's cries grew louder. Unable to stand it, Damien raised his fist and the two quickly ran off. When did those two get so close? Damien was muttering to himself like that when the darkness stirred again. This time a knight clad in black armor emerged. As soon as he stepped out, the knight knelt before Damien. Master, it's been a long time. Indeed, it's been a while. Has anything happened during this time? There have been no issues. As per your orders, I have focused solely on training. The leather travel bag Damien had taken out was an item designed to store undead beings. So the interior consisted of a vast subspace. Inside it were not only these three but also several skeletons. These were originally soldiers under Domenico who were affiliated with the Almond country. But you're wearing a mask. I've never seen you like this before. I had my reasons. By the way, from now on, call me Victor, not Damien Haksen. Pardon? Domenico's face showed confusion at the sudden order. Well, you see, Damien briefly explained to Domenico what had happened so far. After hearing the explanation, Domenico looked around in surprise. So you're saying the weapon master is here? Yes, though I don't know the exact location. Domenico's expression grew serious. Finding the dwarf city, that's a tough one. I've heard that very few humans have ever found the dwarf city on their own. Due to their habit of living in caves, dwarves had built their city in an extremely secretive location. Combined with their advanced technology, it was nearly impossible to find the city, and to search such a vast area. Domenico looked troubled as he surveyed the mountain range. It'll be difficult, but it has to be done. I understand. Sometimes you have to put in some effort to clean up the trash. Domenico glittered with killing intent. The reason Domenico and the soldiers had sworn allegiance to Damien was simple: to repay their debt to Damien and to kill the dark mages. First, we need to find a clue. It would be nice if a dwarf just fell out of the sky. Well, that would be nice, but life isn't that easy. Indeed. As the two exchanged words, Mia suddenly approached and tugged on Damien's clothes. Kaya, I'm busy right now. Kaya, Mia protested vehemently. Damien frowned and turned his head. Why are you being so annoying all of a sudden? At that moment, Damien's eyes widened. Munchai was holding something in his mouth, thick cloth, short stature, and limbs packed with muscles. Damien muttered in a daze with astonished face. A dwarf, let go of me. Can't you let me go? The dwarf flailed his limbs wildly in resistance, but being so small he couldn't break free from Munchai's grip. Damn it, what kind of weird beast is this? How did you even find me? Munchai let him go. With a loud yelp, Munchai opened his mouth. The dwarf flailed and fell to the ground. Ouch, my jaw, you stupid beast. If you're going to let go, do it gently. The dwarf jumped up and shouted while Munchai just tilted his head in confusion. Are you from the city of Hammerfell? Damien asked the dwarf. The dwarf replied with a sullen face. HMPH, why ask when you already know? Good, tell me how to get into your city. You puny human, are you trying to mock me? You should know that method better than anyone, the dwarf shouted. Damien felt a sense of unease at his words. What do you mean you should know? Seeing you here with undead, you must be one of the weapon master's lackeys. If you don't know how to get into the city, who would? Damien frowned. Explain yourself more clearly. What do you mean by that? Just then, Damien stopped interrogating the dwarf and raised his head. From deep within the mountain range, waves of mana and dark mana were erupting one after another. It was faint because of the distance, but it was unmistakable. Someone was fighting inside there. Domenico, grab him. Domenico immediately grabbed the dwarf's limbs. Damien kept his gaze fixed on the direction where the energy surges were coming from and said, Everyone follow me. Inside the Hukmak mountain range, a fierce battle was raging. Kill all the humans. Don't back down. We can win if we stick together. Dwarves clad in armor swung their weapons and shouted. Surprisingly, they were fighting humans. Hey, I didn't know you worm-like creatures would confront us here. A man on the human side shouted with a laugh. The sword in the man's hand was enveloped in a pitch-black aura blade, a dark knight. And the fact that he was a master class was evident in his skill. These fools dare to defy master's orders. Kill them all. At his order, his subordinates charged at the dwarves. At first glance, it seemed the dwarves had the upper hand. There were dozens of them and they were better armed. In contrast, there were only about 10 humans armed with nothing more than single weapons. However, the outcome was completely different. The humans began a one-sided slaughter. My arm. My arm, ugh. The man's subordinates were all knights skilled in handling aura. Weapons imbued with aura easily sliced through the dwarves' armor. You demons! Our ancestors will never forgive you. The dwarves cursed and fought back desperately, but it was futile. They were helpless against the humans. Far from the battlefield, Dwarf Kilo watched the scene with a face full of despair. In the short time I was gone, this can't be happening. Kilo should have been among the group. But while he was away for a brief scouting mission, this had happened. He wanted to rush in and help his kin right away, but he was currently being held captive and couldn't move. Kilo looked at the people who had captured him. A human man with a creepy wooden mask, a death knight, a human girl, and a wolf made of shadows. It was a bizarre combination, but Kilo couldn't laugh at them. The overwhelming dark mana emanating from them was terrifying. Even without them, the situation was hopeless, and if these people joined in, it would truly be the end. I have to do something. At the very least, I need to keep these guys away. Just as Kilo steeled his resolve, Domenico, the masked human man, said. The Death Knight responded, "Yes, my lord. You said you dedicated yourself to training. It's time to show the results." A smile crept onto the Death Knight's lips, or perhaps it was more accurate to call it a snarl, like a beast baring its fangs before sinking them into its prey's throat. "As you command, my lord, any time." The masked man retrieved a bag from the subspace. "Everyone come out, it's time to clean up the trash." The travel bag opened wide. From within, more than a dozen skeletons poured out. Chapter 257, Hammerfell Part 2. Suddenly, skeletons burst forth from the underbrush. Kiik, Kaya, the skeletons that emerged screamed triumphantly and charged forward. The battlefield froze for a moment at the horrifying sound. Humans and dwarves stared at the skeletons with shocked expressions. "Skeletons, who summoned them?" Valas, one of the weapon master's apprentices, shouted in alarm. "Wait, why are they coming towards us?" Dozens of skeletons charged at the human camp. Watching the scene, Valas spoke with a cold expression. "I don't know what they are, but they're not allies, you three. Go smash those things." Three knights who had been fighting dwarves turned around and blocked the skeleton's path. "Whoever summoned them, do they really think they can attack us with mere skeletons?" Valas smirked. It was a natural reaction. His subordinates were mostly powerful warriors of the middle class. There was no way a bunch of skeletons with rusty swords are no match for them. Considering the vast difference in skill and power between the two sides, Valas figured that sending 3 men was overkill. One should have been enough. However, he decided to send 3 just to be safe and ensure a quick end to the skirmish. The subordinates swung their swords at the skeletons. The skeletons tried to block the attacks with their weapons. What a cute attempt! Dark aura emanated from the subordinates' weapons. Those old weapons couldn't possibly block the aura. Both the weapons and the skeletons would be cut down entirely. At least that's what Valas thought. Suddenly, crimson-black aura erupted from the skeletons' weapons. The two auras clashed. The subordinate strikes were blocked by the skeletons. What? Valas's eyes widened at the unbelievable sight. Skeletons with aura, but the real surprise was just beginning. Every skeleton's weapon was now imbued with aura. Dozens of weapons simultaneously glowed with a dark crimson hue. Valas's eyes widened as if they would pop out. This is impossible. The aura emanating from the skeletons was incredibly dense. Only knights of at least the middle class or higher could produce such an aura. Are all those skeletons middle class? As the weapons imbued with aura struck, the 3 subordinates were turned into chunks of meat in the blink of an eye. Kiik, Kreia, the skeletons didn't stop. They began to attack the other nearby humans. What the hell are these things? Skeletons with aura, this is impossible. The remaining knights panicked, their morale shattered by the sight of their comrades being mercilessly slaughtered. They desperately tried to fight back, but their attacks were futile against the skeleton's superior strength and aura. The battle quickly turned into a one-sided massacre. Limbs were severed and blood splattered everywhere. The skeletons relentlessly pursued the humans, cutting them down like wheat in a field, but the humans were not easily defeated. Suddenly, a massive aura slash swept through the skeletons. More than 10 skeletons were instantly shattered. Who do these bone bastards think they are messing with? A knight wielding an axe shouted, his ferocious energy radiating in all directions. "Well done, Korpsky," Valas shouted to the man. Unlike the other knights, Korpsky was a high-class knight. "You don't expect me to deal with these things, do you?" "Of course not, leave it to me," Korpsky shouted confidently. Meanwhile, the shattered skeletons completely regenerated, returning to their original numbers. "Regenerate as many times as you want, I'll just smash you again," Korpsky snorted. No matter how many middle-class opponents there were, they couldn't handle a high-class knight. Confidence was written all over Korpsky's face. At that moment, something flew from the sky. Korpsky was surprised and looked up. "Child," a small girl lunged at Korpsky, swinging her tiny fist. Kaya, sensing a danger, Korpsky blocked her fist with the handle of his axe. At that moment, an immense force struck him. Korpsky was pushed back. This strength. "Now I see you're undead," Korpsky roared, charging at the girl. Maybe because he was focused on her, Korpsky didn't notice the shadow at his feet rippling like water. From within the shadow, a wolf leaped out. The wolf sank its teeth into Korpsky's neck in an instant. Crunch! With a chilling sound, Korpsky's head was torn off. His headless body collapsed to the ground. Valas stared at the scene in shock. Then veins began to bulge on his forehead. How dare you kill my subordinate?" Valas's power surged. A vast amount of dark mana surged forth, blowing away everything on the ground. I will crush you all right now. At that moment, someone caught Valas's eye. A man was standing behind the undead. He was wearing a wooden mask that made his face unrecognizable. Valas instinctively realized that this man was the necromancer leading the undead. So it was you. Valas immediately changed his target and charged at the masked man. Kaya Kiek, the undead and skeletons tried to block him, but it was useless. They couldn't even slow down a master class. I'll cut off all your limbs and drag you back. Valas swung his sword at the masked man. At that moment, the man spoke softly. Domenico. A greatsword appeared out of nowhere, blocking Valas's strike. With a deafening crash, Valas was thrown backward. He looked up and stared ahead. A man wielding the greatsword stood in his path. A Death Knight? How can a mere Death Knight block an aura blade? Valas stared at the greatsword held by the Death Knight. Amazingly, a black aura blade surrounded the greatsword. A master-class Death Knight, dozens of skeletons with middle-class strength, 2 undead who instantly killed a high-class knight, and now a master-class Death Knight. Who are you? Why is a necromancer of your caliber attacking me? Valas glared at the masked man and asked. This is the territory of the weapon master. Attacking me is tantamount to opposing my master. Valas warned the masked man. But the masked man paid no attention. Domenico, what are you waiting for? He spoke briefly instead. Make him kneel before me. At that moment, a killing intent radiated from the Death Knight. Valas's face hardened. Are you really going to do this? You will regret it. Valas charged at the Death Knight. 2 masterclass warriors swung their weapons, aiming to kill each other. Invisible slashes collided in midair, each clash producing a thunderous boom. The ground beneath them shattered from the sheer impact of their blows. It was a duel of superhumans. Neither gave an inch as they swung their swords. Damn it! Valas's expression grew more distorted with each exchange. A mere Death Knight blocking the master's swordsmanship. Do you have any idea how insolent you are? While Valas raged, the Death Knight remained calm. Suddenly, the Death Knight's movements changed. His forearm swelled as he swung his greatsword upward. With a dull sound, Valas's sword was knocked away. Gritting his teeth, Valas gripped the hilt tightly. He barely managed to keep hold of his sword, but his defense was wide open. Seizing the opportunity, the Death Knight sprang forward and brought his greatsword down. The Death Knight's greatsword severed Valas's forearm. The hand holding the sword fell to the ground. The Death Knight's attack didn't stop there. He slashed diagonally across Valas's torso. The greatsword cut through Valas's body, blood spurting from the wound. Valas collapsed to the ground. The Death Knight hooked his greatsword onto his back. Master, it is finished. The masked man approached Valas. Valas stared at him with a pale face. Apprentice of the weapon master, I have some questions for you. Go to the fucking hell, Valas swore, but the masked man remained unfazed. Answer me willingly and I'll grant you a quick death. You idiot, you'll kill me anyway, why pretend to be merciful? The masked man opened a subspace and pulled out a travel bag. Watch closely. If you don't answer properly, this will be your fate. An undead emerged from the travel bag. Valas's eyes widened in shock as he saw it. Jeremy, he couldn't fail to recognize his fellow apprentice. How is this possible? Valas was horrified as he examined Jeremy. You resurrected Jeremy as an undead? Exactly, the masked man said, gripping Jeremy's head and shaking it. This guy, being an apprentice of the weapon master, seemed like he might know something, but since he mainly operated outside, he didn't know much. But you should be different. Unlike Valas, Jeremy was the favored apprentice, receiving the weapon master's full affection. Seeing someone he had always envied turned into an undead right before his eyes, Valas was in shock beyond words. If you don't want to end up like this, you'd better spill the information willingly. You're wasting your time. I will never speak about my master. You'd better not hold out too long. If it comes to that, I'll kill you and extract the memories from your soul. At the masked man's words, Valas burst into laughter. Do as you wish. You won't get any information from me. My soul is bound by a restriction that prevents me from speaking anything against my master. For the first time, the masked man reacted to Valas's shout. The masked man placed his hand on Valas's head and closed his eyes for a moment before reopening them. It's true, there is a restriction. See, you won't get anything from me, you fool. Considering he is using the corpse of a Duke-level demon to create a demonic sword, he had to impose this level of security. At these words, Valas was struck with a shocking realization. What? How do you know that? If the restriction is in place, there's no point in keeping you alive. Time to die. The masked man stepped back and the Death Knight raised his greatsword again. Even with death looming, Valas couldn't focus on it. Tell me, how do you know about that? Finding out how this person knew about his master was more important than his impending death. I said tell me. The Death Knight's greatsword came down. Valas's head hit the ground. Master, it is done. Domenico wiped the blood off his greatsword as he spoke. The skeletons, Mia and Munchai, had finished dealing with the remaining enemies and were awaiting Damien's orders. You've all grown incredibly strong since I last saw you. Domenico, your progress is especially remarkable. You're too kind. When Damien first met Domenico, he was only high class, but he had the exceptional talent that made it no surprise he would reach master class soon. Now that everything seems to be sorted, Damien turned to the dwarves and asked, "I'm going to ask you some questions. It's in your best interest to answer honestly." At Damien's warning, the dwarves' faces filled with fear. Who are you?" one of the dwarves asked in a trembling voice. Normally, he would have ignored such a question. There was no need to reveal his identity, but now Damien needed to spread his false identity widely. "My name is Victor," Damien said, staring at the dwarves. "There's a debt owed, a life to be taken, the weapon master's the one paying." Chapter 258, Hammerfell Part 3. "Ha! Do you think we'll just follow you willingly?" one of the dwarves shouted. It was the same dwarf who had first been captured by Damien. "We despise dark mages like you. We'd rather die than cooperate with you." The other dwarves nodded in agreement at his words. Despite the fact that a single word from Damien could mean their deaths, the dwarves' stubbornness remained unyielding. Among scholars, some praised this dwarven trait as noble. These annoying bastards. Of course, from Damien's perspective, it was just irritating. He was pondering how to get these stubborn dwarves to obey. "You're all misunderstanding us." Domenico, who was standing next to him, spoke to the dwarves. "We are not like the dark mages you know, we are." "Domenico, be quiet." "What?" "But my lord," Damien whispered in Domenico's ear, "if you were them, would you believe we're righteous even though we're dark mages?" "Well, that's..." Domenico's eyes wavered. Seeing it from the other side, he realized how absurd it sounded. "But my lord, there's no way to persuade them." Damien fell into deep thought. Suddenly, his face lit up. "Yes, that's how we'll do it. Have you thought of something good?" "Yeah, I was overthinking it. There's a very simple way." Currently, Damien was playing the role of the infamous dark mage, Victor the Woodcutter. This meant he had no need for hesitation. He could do anything. No, he had to act that way. That was the only way to spread the fearsome reputation of Victor the Woodcutter even further. "Watch closely." Damien approached the dwarf. The dwarf looked at Damien with a tense expression. What's your name?" "I am Kilo, the leader of these people." "Leader, quite a high rank for someone so weak." What, you dare to boast after capturing me just once? Next time will be different. You won't even know I'm there." "You said you wouldn't cooperate with me," Damien cut off Kilo's words. Kilo spoke with determined eyes. "That's right, no matter what you do, you might think so. But do you think the others will feel the same?" "What?" Damien looked at the other dwarves and spoke. "If you won't cooperate with me, I'll start torturing your kin. And don't even think you can withstand it." He summoned dark mana into his palm. A thick black liquid dripped to the ground, burning the soil with a foul stench. "Ah no, what is that?" The dwarves recoiled in horror. Damien had a sinister smile on his face and continued. "I've developed over 100 different torture methods specifically for dealing with creatures like you. By the time I'm done, you'll forget even your own names." The dwarves' faces turned pale. Some were trembling all over. "My lord," Domenico urgently called out to Damien. Damien turned back towards him. "What is it? No matter what, torture is too much." Domenico looked horrified. Damien rolled his eyes. "Are you crazy? I'm not actually going to torture them." "What? It's just a threat. I have no intention of actually torturing them, so relax." Despite Damien's explanation, Domenico still looked doubtful. "Are you sure? Are you questioning your lord?" Then the talk of 100 torture methods. Of course it was a lie. Domenico let out a sigh of relief, which oddly annoyed Damien. "If you understand, stay quiet." "Yes, my lord." Damien turned back to the dwarves. "So what will it be? Will you cooperate?" Kilo looked around at his kin. They were all terrified, but slowly their expressions hardened. With determined faces, they all nodded. "You foolish human, do you think we'll surrender?" "Never, absolutely never," Kilo yelled at Damien. Damien clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Then it can't be helped." "Domenico, bring that dwarf here." Damien pointed at one of the dwarves. Kilo's face showed panic. "Wait, not him, he's just a boy, barely an adult. That's why I chose him," Damien said coldly. "Domenico, what are you doing? Bring him over." Domenico looked at Damien with a reluctant expression as if to ask, "Are you serious?" Damien's glare was fierce, as if to say, "Of course I'm serious." Domenico sighed and walked over to the dwarf. He grabbed the young dwarf by the scruff of his neck and lifted him up. "Ah, father, help me! Bamda, let him go, you fiend!" The dwarves tried to grab Domenico, but no matter how strong they were, they couldn't overpower a master class. Domenico pushed the dwarves aside and returned to Damien. "I'll show you exactly what happens if you don't cooperate with me." Damien placed his hand on Bamda's head. Bamda looked as if he might faint from fear. With his hand still on Bamda, Damien glanced at the dwarves. Hesitation was clear on their faces. It'll be troublesome if they don't give in now. Though he was acting as Victor the Woodcutter, Damien had no intention of actually torturing the dwarf. If they had been dark mages or dark knights, he wouldn't have hesitated to torture them, but the dwarf in front of him was innocent. "Come on, just give in." As if his wish had reached them, Kilo shouted with his eyes tightly shut. "We'll cooperate, just stop," Damien signaled to Domenico with a glance. Domenico released his grip on Bamda. Bamda quickly ran back to the other dwarves. Bamda, are you all right? I was so scared. You're safe now. It's over. The dwarves gathered around Bamda, comforting him. Phew, trying to do something that doesn't suit me is exhausting. Damien wiped the sweat from his forehead. Not only is it hard to pretend to be a dark mage, but having to make threats as well, this is the worst. Domenico looked at Damien in disbelief. What, do you have a problem? No, my lord. Damien approached the dwarves. They stopped comforting Bamda and looked at him. Now, answer my questions honestly from here on out. The first thing Damien asked about was the current situation in the city. The city was taken by a weapon master, Damien asked again, his face reflecting disbelief. Dwarven cities were renowned for being impregnable, a testament to their superior craftsmanship and defenses. He had heard of cities being destroyed by dragons or natural disasters but never conquered. It's true. What trick did the weapon master use? There was a traitor among our kin. He revealed all the secret passages of the city. A traitor? I thought your kind was above such things. Dwarves were known for their stubbornness and integrity. Hadn't they just resisted Damien to the end? Ha. Do you think we'd tell you every detail? Domenico, bring him back. The traitor is the child of the exiled former chieftain. He held a grudge against us. The former chieftain, years ago a plague swept through the city. The former chieftain failed to manage it properly, making the outbreak worse. He was exiled for his incompetence. Damien recalled a story he'd heard from Malta. He never imagined it would lead to this. The weapon master used the traitor's information to attack the city. We had no choice but to flee to avoid the weapon master. Kilo's voice was filled with anger as he recounted the events. Many of our kin who couldn't escape remain in the city. We formed a resistance to reclaim it. Really? How many are in the resistance? Kilo pointed to the dwarves behind him. Damien couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. Surely these aren't all of them. They are. Damien felt a slight headache coming on. These dwarves who nearly got wiped out by the weapon master's disciple were the resistance. Why didn't you ask for outside help? The City Alliance would have gladly aided you. The City Alliance referred to a coalition of dwarf cities. They intervened when a single city's strength wasn't enough. Ha, what nonsense. The weapon master defiled our fortress and killed our families. Do you think we'd let someone else take him down? Kilo burst out in anger and the other dwarves nodded in agreement. Damien inwardly clicked his tongue. They wanted to take down a monster like the weapon master with their own hands. He had never encountered such fools. This is becoming troublesome. The weapon master was now hiding in the dwarf fortress. Even the weapon master had used a traitor to take the fortress, not direct assault. It would be difficult for Damien to capture the fortress by force. It might be possible if I use all my resources. The problem was the weapon master waiting inside the fortress. Facing the weapon master after exhausting his strength would be risky. How do you plan to reclaim the city? Damien asked Kilo. He figured that those who had lived in the fortress might have a solution. Are you planning to use the secret passages as well? We already tried that but failed. They're all blocked. They must have forced our kin left in the city to seal them. Kilo trembled with anger. So you don't have a solid plan either. Don't underestimate us. We've already devised a new plan. What is it? We're building a siege engine to break through the gates. With it, we can reclaim the fortress, Kilo said confidently. Damien was impressed. If a dwarf known for their craftsmanship spoke with such confidence, it must be an extraordinary device. Then let's go. Go where? You said you're building a siege engine. I want to see it with my own eyes. At Damien's words, Kilo broke into a cold sweat. And no, I can't show you. Domenico, bring him. It's not like that. We haven't even finished the framework yet. What do you mean? Kilo began to explain. After listening to the entire explanation, Damien looked incredulous. So the emergency storage and production facilities outside the city were also taken by the weapon master, and you can't build the siege engine? Kilo nodded, looking humiliated. How did you lose those? They should have been well hidden. The traitor revealed those too. Damien slapped his forehead. What have you been doing all this time instead of reclaiming them? We haven't been idle. It's just that the facilities are guarded by the weapon master's disciples, so we failed, Kilo said in a gloomy voice. But we haven't given up. We gathered here today to reclaim the storage. If you reclaim the storage and facilities, can you really build the siege engine? Yes. With the materials and facilities, we can build it quickly. Lead the way. Damien stood up. Kilo looked up at him with puzzled face. We're going to reclaim what you've lost. Chapter 259, Recapture Part 1. You really came here to kill the weapon master? Kilo asked with his trembling voice. His eyes were filled with disbelief. That's ridiculous. Do you have any idea what kind of monster the weapon master is? He's one of the titans known as the Pillar of Pandemonium, and you think you can kill such a monster? Well, he is a bit of a headache, Damien replied in a nonchalant tone. Kilo's jaw dropped at Damien's dismissive attitude toward the weapon master. Even if you had the ability to do so, we have no intention of cooperating with you, and after you kill the weapon master. Wouldn't you then try to dominate us? Damien felt annoyed. Nothing ever went smoothly. Seems like you have quite a high opinion of yourselves. Damien didn't bother trying to persuade the dwarves. The atmosphere wasn't right for it, plus Damien was currently playing the role of the dreadful dark mage Victor. I have no interest in smelly dwarves like you. The only one I'm interested in is the weapon master. He mocked as he looked down on the dwarves. What did you say? I'm telling you because your delusions are nauseating. You said you won't cooperate. You'd better reconsider your answer. I'll make you cooperate with me one way or another. The undead surrounded the dwarves. Faced with the menacing aura, Kilo and the dwarves all gulped nervously. Decide now, will you cooperate willingly or shall I force you to cooperate? That's the emergency storage. Kilo and the dwarves led Damien deep into the valley. After pushing through trees and bushes, a square building came into view. Without the guidance of the dwarves, it would have been impossible to find. It's a warehouse where we store metals for rebuilding in case of an emergency in the city. What about security measures? There are none. Instead, it's incredibly sturdy. Once the door is locked, no one can get in. It seemed the square building's appearance was not just for show. While Damien was inspecting the warehouse, Kilo asked with a skeptical look on his face. Was what you said to us true? Oh, you mean about not being interested in you? Don't worry. Once the weapon master is dead, you can do whatever you want among yourselves. Damien replied in a dismissive tone. His irritating attitude somehow reassured the dwarves. What's that? At that moment, something caught Damien's eye. The warehouse door opened and a horde of dark knights emerged. Stop dawdling and get out here. Hurry up and get out. Next, dwarves chained together poured out of the warehouse. Their bodies were covered in wounds, clearly showing they had been through a lot. Those are, Kilo was visibly shocked at the sight of the captured dwarves. Do you know them? They're survivors from the city. They went missing when our hideout was attacked recently. I never thought they'd been captured by them. Meanwhile, the Dark Knights drove stakes into the ground, securing the chains that bound the dwarves. The dwarves watched in terror. Hello there. One of the Dark Knights, a woman, addressed the dwarves. Were you startled being dragged out here so suddenly? Her voice was beautiful enough to be soothing, but the dwarves only trembled in fear. I was going to do this inside, but cleaning up would have been a hassle, she said while clashing the daggers in her hands together. A bizarre phenomenon occurred. The handles of the daggers fused with her hands. The transformation didn't stop there. The blades grew larger, sprouting eyes and splitting open to reveal teeth. Screech, screech. The daggers, now resembling monstrous heads, screamed hideously. The dwarves shrieked in horror at the sight. Let's start with you. The woman swung her dagger at the nearest dwarf. Thud. With a chilling sound, the dwarf's leg was severed. He collapsed to the ground. Honey, father, his family members screamed. The legless dwarf shouted in pain. Run, don't worry about me, just run. The woman swung her hand again, this time decapitating the dwarf. Blood gushed from the severed neck and the woman looked ecstatic. Ah, Delk, I can feel you enjoying this. Yes, it's delicious, isn't it? I'll feed you more. Kilo, watching this horrific scene, screamed in panic. What on earth? She's using the dwarves as sacrifices for her demonic sword. What do you mean? To wield a demonic sword, you need to constantly provide it with food. Otherwise, the owner gets devoured. As Damien explained, the woman's gaze shifted to the remaining dwarves. A monster, she's a monster. We need to escape. The dwarves screamed and tried to flee, but the chains secured to the stakes prevented their movement. Where do you think you're going? The woman approached the dwarves with her arms outstretched. I must stop this. Damien rose to his feet, but Kilo grabbed his hand. What do you think you're doing? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to kill those bastards and take back the warehouse. You're just going to charge in like this? Don't you want to save your kin? Kilo bit his lip and shouted in frustration. The one you killed earlier was nothing compared to her. You can't just rush in without a plan. Quiet. What? Damien shook off Kilo's hand. Just stay there and watch. Damien launched himself forward, landing right in front of the woman. The woman stopped mid-swing, looking curiously at Damien. And who might you be? What's your purpose here? The other Dark Knights reacted aggressively, ready to kill Damien on the spot. The woman raised her hand and the knights fell silent. A dark mage? I've never seen you before. Do you know this is the weapon master's territory? Of course, Damien spoke calmly. A spark of interest lit up in the woman's eyes. So you know and still came. Doesn't look like you're here to swear loyalty to my master. Could it be what I think it is? Yes, it's exactly what you think. Wow, I've seen a lot in my life, but this is a first. Do you plan to go against my master? Are you insane? Despite her smile, the woman exuded a chilling, murderous intent. So who are you? Let's hear your name. I'm Victor the Woodcutter. Victor. That sounds familiar. The woman pondered for a moment, then shook her head. Well, it doesn't really matter. My name is Cherrybell. Just so you know, I'm a master class. In terms of combat, knights generally held the upper hand over dark mages. In terms of power, there was a very big gap between a master class knight and grand dark mage. It didn't matter if one became a grand dark mage. To a master class knight, they were just a mere bug. To stand a chance against a master class, Grand Dark Mage needed special preparations or had to perfect their unique vision. Damien was no exception. No matter how vast his knowledge was, confronting a master class with dark magic alone was extremely difficult. How kind of you, but now things were different. Damien had awakened 3 authorities. Damien summoned his mana. Thanks to consuming a dragon heart, Damien's mana reserves had nearly doubled. He imbued this immense magical power with the authority of envy. The authority of envy had the ability to transform the nature of anything. It could freely convert mana into dark mana, or dark mana into divine power without any limits. Damien converted his mana into dark mana, and it was the purest, most intense dark mana. The transformed dark mana began to whirl around him. Damien applied another authority, the authority of wrath. Authority that could amplify anything. The converted dark mana was amplified. It turned into a storm of dark mana. A black storm enveloped Damien. Damien constructed a spell. He expended all the dark mana to manifest his dark spell. What is this? Cherrybell's face instantly hardened. Her instincts as a knight warned her something extraordinary was happening right now. What kind of dark magic is this? It was then something started seeping out of the ground. Water? No, the color was strange. It was as if darkness had melted into it, turning it pitch black. Black droplets seeped out from the entire ground and floated into the air. What is this? Water droplets? Cherrybell's subordinates looked at the droplets with curiosity. At that moment, Damien clapped his hands together. Suddenly, the droplets turned into vapor and scattered in all directions. Huh, what is this? In that instant, Cherrybell's instincts screamed fiercely. She shouted at her subordinates, "You fools, hold your breath. Get out of here right now." Before Cherrybell could finish her sentence, Damien snapped his fingers. In the next moment, spikes erupted from the bodies of her subordinates. Spikes erupted from their bodies. Their chests, abdomens, sides, necks, and heads were all impaled. The spikes tearing from within shredded their organs. Muscles and skin were all pierced. The subordinates screamed and collapsed. Thanks to their knightly resilience, none were dead yet. It hurts, I'm going crazy. Someone please kill me. This only made it worse. The pain was excruciating, driving them to the brink of madness. Eternal darkness. One of the ancient dark spells kept as a secret by Darugo. Eternal darkness was a curse-based dark spell. Contact with the black droplets accumulated the curse within one's body. Once a certain threshold was reached, the curse activated. It not only exhausted both physical and mana, but also transformed into spikes that burst outward. It's still not enough. Damien looked at the dying dark knights and spoke. The power was less than half of what eternal darkness had been used in his previous life. Naturally, it was. In his previous life, Damien not only possessed an immense amount of dark mana, but had also embedded countless rare magical artifacts within his body. At that moment, one of the knights stood up. Amazingly, Cherrybell was still alive. She didn't even have spikes protruding from her body. What have you done to us? Instead, Cherrybell vomited black water. Eternal darkness had drained her physical and dark mana but had failed to form spikes, expelling it as black vomit instead. You managed to survive, as expected of a master class. How dare you, my master's subordinates? I'll kill you, Cherrybell immediately charged, swinging her dagger at Damien. Damien used the authority of envy to instantly convert his mana into dark mana. Pointing his index finger downward, he murmured softly. Crush! In that moment, the sky turned black. It no longer radiated blue light but was filled with pitch darkness. Blackness, an ancient dark spell that crushed everything within its range. The immense pressure bore down on Cherrybell. The overwhelming force slowed her down instantly. Another strange dark magic, but she was a master class. Blackness alone wasn't enough to stop her, so Damien unleashed the authority of wrath. The authority of wrath amplified blackness. Unable to withstand the pressure, Cherrybell was forced to the ground. Grrrr. Cherrybell gritted her teeth, trying to stand, but she couldn't move a finger. A master class who has exhausted all their physical and mana is no threat at all. Even though she had the demonic sword, it was not fearsome if it didn't make contact. Come forth. Skeletons emerged from Damien's shadow. They surrounded Cherrybell. Despair filled Cherrybell's face as she urgently shouted, "Wait, please!" The skeletons drove their weapons into Cherrybell's body. Her scream of agony echoed long and loud. Chapter 260. Recapture Part 2. The screams that had been going on for a long time suddenly stopped. It was the end of Cherrybell's life. Damien mercilessly grabbed Cherrybell's soul. He crushed it and absorbed her memories. As expected, there's a restriction in place. Just like the disciple he killed before, Cherrybell also had a restriction on her. This meant that the weapon master was putting a lot of effort into creating the demonic sword. That demonic sword is valuable enough for this. Even Damien couldn't help but be cautious. The reason he was so eager to quickly capture the dwarven fortress was to prevent the completion of that demonic sword. Suddenly, he felt a presence behind him. Kilo and the dwarves were looking at Damien with disbelief. It was understandable. A dark mage had just instantly defeated a masterclass knight. What are you standing around for? Go and bring the materials, Damien said gruffly. Only then did the dwarves snap out of their daze. Oh, got it, we'll take care of it from here. The dwarves hurriedly headed towards the storage. Damien sat down on a nearby rock. He then ordered a skeleton to bring him the demonic sword that Cherrybell had used. Let's see. Damien examined the two daggers closely. These are demonic swords made by a count-level demon. The demon seems to have the power to devour and absorb anything. The swords had no intelligence, but they were imbued with strong demonic powers. They were fascinating, but not something Damien was interested in. Domenico, Damien called for Domenico. A black knight emerged from the shadows. Yes, my lord, you called. Destroy this. Domenico immediately swung his greatsword. The aura blade shattered the demonic swords into several pieces. Kaya Kuyek, as the demonic swords were destroyed, demonic energy flowed out. Damien absorbed all of it. Then the fourth mark began to shine. Damien looked at the mark. It's the authority of lust. The authority of lust could make any creature blindly follow him. Insects, beasts, monsters, even humans. In simple terms, it was a power that could brainwash anything. It's a troublesome authority to awaken. The authority of lust was an incredibly tricky authority to handle. It was easy to brainwash creatures with low intelligence like animals and monsters, but it was difficult to brainwash highly intelligent beings such as humans. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly a terrifying authority. In his previous life, Damien had used this authority under the orders of Darugo to brainwash captured high-ranking nobles, causing discord among humans and disbanding their armies. While Damien was awakening his authority, the dwarves had also finished their tasks. Victor, we've gathered everything. I don't see anything. Damien looked at the dwarves with a puzzled expression. They had looted such a large warehouse, but the dwarves weren't carrying anything. It's all in there. Kilo pointed to some dwarves who were carrying large leather bags over their shoulders. They're bags made with the wisdom of our ancestors. They look small, but the inside is incredibly spacious. A magical artifact with spatial expansion, HMPH, don't compare it to something like that. These are made with the mysteries of our ancestors, Kilo said in a displeased voice. Well, if you've got everything, we need to move again. Next, we need to reclaim the emergency forge, right? Damien said as he stood up. Kilo grabbed him. Wait. I have something to say first. Damien frowned, his displeasure radiating as a killing intent. As the killing intent emanated from Damien, Kilo and the other dwarves were terrified. Why are you getting angry again? Don't tell me you plan to back out of our cooperation now that you've got the materials. What do you take us for? Kilo shouted in anger. Damien immediately retracted his killing intent. Is that so? My apologies. Do you think just saying sorry is enough? And what if it isn't? Damien's killing intent surged again. Kilo quickly closed his mouth. Then why did you call me? I wanted to say thank you. I don't think I've done anything worth thanking for. You saved our kin. Kilo turned his gaze. Their dwarves who had nearly become sacrifices to the demonic sword were gathered. Thank you, truly. Dwarves were known for their stubbornness. The dwarves from the city of Hammerfell, where Kilo was from, were particularly so. Here was a dwarf from Hammerfell thanking Damien. Damien felt a strange emotion. You're saying unnecessary things. What? A dwarf bows his head in thanks and you, just tell me the location. Where is the next facility? Leading you to the forge isn't difficult, but Kilo trailed off. You still don't trust my abilities. How could I not? I know you're ridiculously strong, but the emergency forge is filled with security devices we created. Damien's face lit up with interest. Security devices, you say? Yes, the forge is filled with the equipment of our Hammerfell dwarves. If an outsider gets in, our technology might be leaked. Tell me more. Kilo proceeded to explain the emergency forge in detail. The more Damien listened, the more he fell into deep thought. It was practically a small fortress. Indeed, it won't be easy to breach. As Damien was pondering how to capture the forge, he heard a faint groan. One of Cherrybell's subordinates who was lying on the ground made a sound. Despite having spikes protruding from his body, he had somehow survived. It was a testament to a knight's resilience. My lord, I will take care of him. Domenico raised his greatsword. At that moment, an idea flashed in Damien's mind. Wait, stop. Domenico immediately lowered his greatsword. Damien examined Cherrybell's remaining subordinates. Most of them were dead, but a few were still alive. Seeing them, Damien's plan became clear. We can use these guys as the key. I'm bored to death, Akio muttered as he watched the sunset. Triang stood guard beside him. He clicked his tongue in disapproval. It's your business if you're bored, but don't slack off like last time. You don't want to get in trouble with Lord Salvador again. Akio paid no attention to Triang's nagging. Lord Salvador is too much. Who would attack a castle this remote, making us guard it like this? The place they were guarding was deep within the Hukmak Mountains, a location difficult to find. Despite being built in such an isolated place, the castle was impressively large. Most notably, it was constructed with the mysterious craftsmanship of the dwarves, filled with all kinds of bizarre security devices. Take the castle wall, for instance. Attempting to climb, it would instantly cause it to burst into flames without having to use any magic. Even the weapon master's forces would find it challenging to capture the castle without an insider's help. This place is that important. I heard it's full of dwarven technology. I know that, but who would come all the way here to steal it? Don't let your guard down. There's information that the dwarves have formed a resistance. Even if they form a resistance, it's not a big deal. I'm so bored. If you're that bored, why don't you play with those? Triang pointed to the spears set up against the castle wall. Something was tied to them, short stature, muscular build, faces covered with beards. They were dwarves. They weren't in a normal state. Their bodies were covered in wounds, looking like tattered rags. I'm tired of playing with them. I interrogated them too much. Akio shook his head. Those dwarves originally defended the castle. When the castle fell, they were captured and served as toys to alleviate boredom under the guise of interrogation. And they're too broken now. Look. Akio pulled out a knife and stabbed a dwarf in the thigh. The dwarf didn't even flinch. They've been tormented so much they're as good as dead. They'll probably actually die by tomorrow. Akio clicked his tongue in disappointment. Just then he saw something in his line of sight. 3 men were approaching the castle wall. Hey Akio, are you keeping watch properly? One of them called out to Akio. Akio was delighted as he recognized the face and shouted back. Valentin, Franco. What are you guys doing here instead of being with Lady Cherrybelle? We came to see you. A smile spread across Akio's face. Valentin and Franco were Akio's peers. They had come under the weapon master at the same time and learned swordsmanship together. Who's the guy behind you? Behind Valentin and Franco was a man wearing a hooded robe. He looked suspicious, so Akio couldn't help but be wary. This guy I don't know either. What? We caught him lurking around on our way here. Then we should interrogate him right away. It had been a while since they had an interrogation. A wicked smile appeared on Akio's lips. The guy Valentin brought looked very healthy. It was going to be fun for a while. Now let us in. How long do you plan to keep us standing out here? Impatient, aren't you? Just wait a bit. Akio operated a mechanism on top of the castle wall and the gate began to lift. Triang, let's go down. Akio descended to the gate with Triang. Valentin and the other 2 walked inside. Looks like you guys had a tough time under Lady Cherrybelle. Not that your ugly faces could get any worse. Valentin and Franco drew their longswords and stabbed Akio and Triang in the abdomen. The 2 fell without a chance to scream. Valentin and Franco bowed to the man in the robe. It's done, Lord Victor. The robed man, Damien Haksen, threw off his robe and spoke to Valentin and Franco. Well done, now both of you kill yourselves. Oh. You honor us with another command. We shall obey immediately. Valentin and Franco slit their own throats. Even as they died, their faces were filled with ecstasy. This was the terrifying power of the authority of lust. The authority of lust wasn't just simple mind control, it made them follow any command with joyful hearts. You, Akio was lying on the ground and shouted at Damien. What have you done to them? I just played with their minds a bit. Akio's expression twisted with rage. You beast, using such horrible methods. Damien walked over to Akio and kicked him in the stomach. Ga, already pierced by a sword, Akio's abdomen was already pierced by a sword and further damaged by the kick. He coughed up blood in agony. A beast, of course. I came here to kill scum worse than beasts. Why should I act like a human? Damien turned away. Akio was dying anyway, so there was no need to pay him any more attention. Damien walked further inside. Many dark knights still occupied the forge. Everyone come out. Damien's shadow began to ripple and undeads emerged from within. Leave no one alive. Undead spread out, letting out ghastly howls that sounded almost like cheers. Chapter 261. Recapture Part 3. What's that sound? What is happening? Dark knights were drawn by the terrifying screams of the skeletons and gathered at the castle gate. What is this? Skeletons? Where did they come from? Wait a minute, the skeletons are using aura. Skeletons flooded into the castle. The dark knights caught in the onslaught were literally torn to pieces. Skeletons using aura. Come to your senses and swing your sword. Damn it, no matter how many we break. Gaya, dark knights were caught off guard so they couldn't even defend properly. Some quickly regained their senses and fought back, but it was futile. The skeletons regenerated almost immediately after being destroyed and resumed their attack on the Dark Knights. While the skeletons were fighting the Dark Knights, Damien moved further inside. The Dark Knights spotted him. It's the necromancer, he must be controlling the skeletons. Kill him first. Then it will all be over. Determined to end it, the Dark Knights charged at Damien, but they couldn't get close to him. Suddenly, a Death Knight appeared and swung a great sword. The long aura blade it released cut down the charging Dark Knights. Their bodies split in half and fell to the ground. Unbelievable, an aura blade, he's commanding a master class. Even as they were dying, the Dark Knights couldn't accept the reality. Domenico, yes, my lord. I'll leave the skeletons to you. Clean up this place. What are your plans, my lord? In response to Domenico's question, Damien pointed to the forge building. I'm going to take those fuckers' head. What's that noise? The weapon master's elite disciple Alexander rubbed his glabella and sat up. He had a terrible hangover from last night's heavy drinking. It felt like a swarm of bees was buzzing in his skull. Why is it so loud? What are those guys outside doing? He was already suffering from a headache, but the noise outside made it worse. Damn it. Fucking hell, Alexander was known as a heavy drinker, but he usually didn't drink this much. His drinking had increased ever since he started guarding this forge. How long do I have to be stuck in this boring place? He was very dissatisfied with the task his master had assigned him. He wanted to roam around like the other disciples, enjoy good drinks, and meet beautiful women. Since he couldn't do that, he drowned his boredom in alcohol. I don't get why Master is so wary of the dwarves. It wasn't entirely incomprehensible. The dwarves in this city of Hammerfell preserved ancient knowledge and techniques. If they decided to, who knows what kind of weapon they could create. But that was only if they had the proper facilities and materials. Unarmed dwarves were not scary at all. Ugh, my head hurts, I need another drink. Alexander reached for the bottle under his bed and took a big swig. Ah, that's good. Really good? As Alexander wiped his mouth with his sleeve in satisfaction, the door suddenly burst open. One of his subordinates stumbled in. Master Alexander, we're in big trouble. Hey, you're bleeding from your head. That's not important right now. We're under attack. Alexander dropped the bottle he was holding. The precious liquor spilled on the floor, but he didn't have time to care. Attack? Yes, we're trying to hold them off, but we're outmatched. Many of our knights have already been killed. Suddenly, the door was smashed to pieces. A giant wolf leaped in and crushed the subordinate's head under its paw. There was a sickening crunch and blood and flesh splattered. What? The suddenness of it left Alexander's mind blank for a moment. Grrr, the black wolf growled, staring at Alexander. Then a stranger's voice was heard. Good job, Munchai. A man walked in through the gaping hole. He was wearing a strange mask. Who are you? I'm Victor the Woodcutter. Victor the Woodcutter. Alexander had never heard of him before, but he knew not to underestimate him. The ominous feeling emanating from that man was overwhelming. Why are you attacking this place? I have business with the weapon master. To enter the city, I need the facilities here. So you've teamed up with those dwarves, something like that, you fool. Do you think you can stand against my master? Alexander reached out and a large axe flew from the wall into his hand. Do you think I'll allow that? You're going to die here. Then my dead subordinates' souls have some relief. Alexander's killing intent filled the room. Even though he considered himself a poor leader, he felt it was his duty to avenge his subordinates. It was then that Victor suddenly focused on Alexander's axe and asked, You've killed a lot with that axe, haven't you? What, are you reading the remnants of the souls left in it? The demonic axe Cecilia. It had the ability to absorb the souls of those it killed and grow stronger with each killing. Highly skilled dark mages could read the traces of souls Cecilia had absorbed. You didn't just kill your enemies. There are children, the elderly, and women among them. What were you thinking while killing all those people? Who knows? I just fed everyone I saw to Cecilia, never really thought about it. The number of people Alexander had killed with Cecilia was in the thousands. Thanks to that, Alexander had never experienced defeat since obtaining Cecilia. At that moment, a chilling aura emanated from Victor. You should give up the idea of dying easily. That's my line. With a twisted grin, Alexander pushed off the ground and Victor immediately unleashed his dark magic. Explosions resounded repeatedly within the forge. While Damien and the undead fought the Dark Knights, the dwarves were rescuing their kin. Careful, lower it gently, gently, Kilo shouted urgently. The dwarves followed his instructions and slowly lowered the pole. Hurry up and free them, quickly. The dwarves cut all the wires binding their kin. Even after being freed from the poles, their kin showed no reaction. They were barely breathing, their spirits too shattered to respond to external stimuli. Medicine, they need medicine. Kilo hastily pulled out a pre-made salve from his leather pouch. Dwarves were not only skilled in metallurgy but also had profound knowledge of alchemy. To apply the salve, Kilo removed their clothes. The sight of the wounds hidden beneath brought tears to his eyes. Damn it. These bastards, they were skinned alive. Their bodies were shredded like old, heavily used rags. Even with the dwarves' salve, it was impossible to heal these wounds completely. They would be left with permanent disabilities. Damn it, damn it. Damn it, Kilo cursed continuously as he applied the salve. Kilo, is that you, brother? At that moment, Kilo was treating slowly opened his mouth. Hearing his voice, Kilo exclaimed with joy, Total. I never thought it would be you. The wounds were so severe that he couldn't even recognize his face. Kilo felt his heart swell at the sound of his foster brother's voice. Brother, you're as loud as ever. Some things never change. Is that all you have to say after all we've been through to find you? Heh heh, what about the enemies? What happened to them? Don't worry, they're being dealt with. Is that so? That's impressive. Must have been tough. Total was exhausted and paused to catch his breath before asking Kilo again. The city, is it safe? Kilo froze at those words. How could he tell the truth? How could he tell his dying foster brother that the city had fallen to the enemy and they needed to reclaim it? Kilo's face showed a whirlwind of conflict in that short moment. You fool! Of course, the city is safe. If there was any trouble, how could I have come to rescue you? In the end, Kilo had to lie. Haha, that's a relief. A smile spread across Total's lips. In contrast, Kilo's face twisted even more. What about my wife? Is she alive too? Yes, she's alive. And mother, is she still alive? Of course. What about that idiot Galleon? Naturally, he escaped safely too. That's a relief. I was really worried. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips, but the next words never came. Total, Kilo shook Total's body. Why aren't you saying anything? He kept shaking his body, but the smiling lips remained closed. Total. You idiot, say something. Kilo continued to shake Total's body. Finally, one of his subordinates had to stop him. Captain, please stop now, you know it's over. One subordinate pleaded, making Kilo halt. Kilo surveyed the forge. The battle raged on. Skeletons were killing the Dark Knights. Rage boiled within him. He wanted to rush out and kill the enemies, to avenge Total's death, to help his soul rest in peace. But the reality was harsh. If they intervened, they'd only be a hindrance. With their skills, they couldn't even handle a single Dark Knight properly. Please, I beg you. From a young age, he learned to uphold the pride of the dwarves of Hammerfell. He was taught that the tribe should handle their own matters. Please, kill these bastards. Kilo never forgot these teachings. He lived by them. As the last tribe carrying the ancestors' legacy and skills, he maintained his pride. Everyone. All of them, not a single one left. But at this moment, Kilo cast aside his pride and dignity. He accepted shame and humiliation. He buried his head into the ground, scraping the earth with his fingers, and shouted, "Kill all these scum!" At that moment, an explosion erupted. The entrance to the forge shattered. Someone appeared through the gaping hole, a man in a mask. Victor was dragging something along. The moment Kilo saw the man's face, he recognized him. How could he forget? This was the apprentice who had accompanied the weapon master on the day the city fell. On that day, Kilo saw him as a demon crawling out of hell. Urg. That terrifying man was now groaning in pain. You damn bastard! That once fearsome man was now struggling to curse. But the weapon master's apprentice could do nothing more than speak. His limbs had rotted away, exposing his bones. Victor threw Alexander to the ground and he rolled helplessly. Alexander, Victor said as he stepped on Alexander's head, I have a few questions, answer sincerely and I'll leave your soul intact. Chapter 262, Recapture Part 4, How dare you treat me like this? Only you, never. Alexander couldn't hear Damien's words. He was just hating Damien and burying his head in the dirt. Damien gathered dark magic at the tip of his finger and cast a dark spell. A black snake appeared from the void and wrapped around Alexander's body. Then Alexander's eyes widened. Kayak. Alexander flailed about like a fish caught on a hook, corpse snake. It was a necromancy dark spell that decomposed the flesh of living beings. It was this dark spell that made Alexander's limbs rot. It wasn't a dark spell suitable for combat, but Damien still used it to fight Alexander. There was only one reason. How do you like the pain of your body decaying? I wonder if it's to your taste. It is said that humans feel the most pain when they are burned by fire, but in fact there was something more painful. It was the pain of your body decaying at a rapid pace. The pain of your whole body rotting at the same time was incomparable to being burned. Damien learned this fact from his father. Stop it. Stew up, then you should listen to what people say. I'm going to ask you a few questions from now on. Got it? Alexander nodded. He was quite agile even with his face buried in the dirt. Are you under restriction too? Damien pressed his foot that had been on Alexander's head. How did you know that? I've already met other guys. What? And no way, you've laid a hand on the other two. I'll tear you apart. Damien gave orders to the corpse snake. The corpse snake tightened its grip on Alexander's body even more. Kayak, I never gave you permission to ask questions. Open your mouth only when I ask you something from now on. Damn it, Alexander trembled and swore. Damien simply ignored him. If this guy was also under restriction, there wasn't much information to be gained by tearing his soul apart and absorbing his memories. In such cases, it was better to induce him to spit out the answers himself. Let's move on to the next question. How close is the Sword of Annihilation to completion? You bastard. How do you know that name? And not many of disciples even know about it. Answer. I don't know. Damien raised his finger. Alexander shouted in terror. I really don't know. As soon as we captured the city, Master sent us out. He told us to exterminate the dwarves. I haven't been back to the city since then. So you're saying that the weapon master is alone in the city? And no, there's one dwarf, a dwarf named Achilles. Achilles. Are you talking about the ghost smith Achilles? He was a blacksmith who was famous for creating all the weapons used by the giant evils of Pandemonium. Damien had seen him a few times in his previous life. He was a terrifying dwarf, a blacksmith whose whole body smelled of blood. Could it be that Achilles, the dwarf who betrayed the Hammerfall city, was the one who created the Sword of Annihilation? Why, yes, Achilles is in the city. I didn't know that the person who created the Sword of Annihilation was him. Damien asked Alexander another question. You said you couldn't go back to the city. Were you not summoned by your master? Or were the city gates closed? They're closed. Master will never open the city gates for any of us, no matter who goes to him. That's unfortunate. It seemed that the plan to pass through the city by casting the authority of lust on Alexander would have to be abandoned. Why is the security so tight? Could it be because he's afraid that his disciples will covet the Sword of Annihilation? In his previous life, many knights had coveted the Sword of Annihilation. Not just the Dark Knights, but even the Knights of the Empire. That's how beautiful and fearsome its power was. I think I've asked you everything I wanted to know. Damien converted his mana into dark mana using the authority of envy. Alexander's face was filled with extreme fear at the sight. Please spare me. I can't do that. Please, I'm begging you. After all, you're a dark mage too. Why are you our enemy? Alexander cried out, coughing up blood from his mouth. Damien contorted his face as if he found it disgusting. That's enough, go away. The dark mana in Damien's hands grew even denser. Just then someone spoke to Damien. Victor, wait a moment. Damien turned his gaze. Kilo and the dwarves were walking towards him. In their hands were the corpses of their fellow dwarves. Why do you want me to wait? I thought these guys deserved to witness this bastard's death too. The dwarves laid the corpses down in front of Alexander. The dwarves' faces were all expressionless. They were so emotionless that it was creepy. Now execute him, but there was hatred boiling in their eyes. Damien silently cast dark magic. He superimposed the corpse snake. Wait a minute, Alexander shouted urgently, but Damien did not cancel the dark magic. Please spare me, I'm begging you to spare me, ahak. Alexander's body quickly decayed, the bones of his face were exposed. His ribs were showing, euk. Even the lungs and heart inside his body were decaying. The dwarves watched the scene from beginning to end. They didn't blink once. It was as if they were trying to store this moment in their heads. Damien reached out into the void and grabbed Alexander's soul. Why? Alexander's soul screamed. His resentment was transmitted, asking why Damien was not keeping up the promise. I don't keep promises with those who are worse even than scums. Damien crushed Alexander's soul in front of the dwarves. Quack. Alexander's soul disappeared with a horrible scream. After that, the dwarves began to go through the blacksmith's facilities. This was because they had recaptured the blacksmith's forge, but they didn't know when the weapon master would send his subordinates again. It's time for them to notice from that side too. It took less than a few hours for Damien to rescue the dwarves and recapture the warehouse and forge. It was so short that the weapon master's side would have trouble noticing. I never thought he would lock the city gates and stay inside. Damien clicked his tongue. It was unfortunate that he couldn't use the authority of lust, but it didn't change anything. All he had to do was have the dwarves make weapons to break through the city. Victor. Just when Damien was lost in thought on top of the wall, Kilo approached him. Kilo's face had been dark as if he was going to die soon ever since the forge was recaptured. What is it? Is there another facility that needs to be reclaimed? No, there isn't. We have enough materials and we've retaken the forge. All that's left is to make weapons. I've been wondering since before. What kind of weapon are you trying to make? What? You were curious about that. Suddenly, Kilo's face lit up. The weapon we're trying to make is called Ancient Sun. It's about the size of a pot. It's something that causes a huge explosion when thrown. The power of the explosion is so great. It seemed like I didn't ask for that much detail, but Kilo babbled on and on. He's really a dwarf. Damien thought of Malta from the church. Malta was also very proud of the things he made. Apparently, it has a tremendous explosive power. Is it okay to use something like that? What are you talking about? I'm saying that it's going to cause a lot of damage to the city. It will be hard to recover later and there will be a lot of casualties, won't there? Kilo's expression darkened again at Damien's words. That's fine. The city can be rebuilt bigger, and my fellow dwarves will not be harmed. Damien had a sliver of doubt, but he didn't ask for more details. Dwarves were stubborn, but they weren't a foolish race. Instead, I have a proposal for you. A proposal, the undead you control. It seems to me that they're using shabby weapons. The skeletons were using old weapons that looked like they would fall apart at any moment. Strictly speaking, they weren't real weapons. They were just temporary creations made by Damien using dark magic. Are you trying to make fun of me? What do you think of me? Of course, they're poorly balanced, the blades are all dull, and they're so ugly they give me goosebumps, but I'm not trying to make fun of you at all. Damien's eyebrows narrowed slightly. He was starting to get annoyed. So what do you have to propose? We'll make them. Damien blinked in surprise at the sudden suggestion. What? I'm saying that we'll make weapons for the undead under your command. Damien felt more doubt than joy at those words. Don't think it's strange, it's our way of repaying you for helping us get revenge. You're talking nonsense. I didn't move for you guys. I just killed those bastards for my own purposes. Even so, the fact that you helped us get revenge doesn't change. Kilo looked up at the sky and added, we wouldn't have gotten our revenge without you. Not even revenge. We would have been captured by those bastards. Kilo looked at Damien again. So we want to repay you a little. This isn't just my idea, it's everyone's. Kilo's face was filled with determination. Please, let us make weapons for your soldiers to use. Dwarf-made weapons were traded at a price higher than jewels of the same weight. Even Kilo and his subordinates were dwarves from Hammerfall City who possessed the secrets of the ancient dwarves. It was inevitable that Damien would be tempted by weapons made by such dwarves. But Damien didn't accept the offer right away. Such weapons would just be a hindrance to the undead. The undead's greatest strength was that they could transcend the boundaries of reality and illusion. Their tactic of hiding in the shadows and attacking by surprise was so threatening that even Damien used it frequently. Don't worry about that. Among the alloys developed by our ancestors, there are some that were made with the undead in mind. Such alloys exist. Damien was surprised and Kilo's nose went up. Then there's no problem at all, but we need to make siege weapons to break through the city walls. Do you have time to make weapons as well? Think about our numbers, that's a piece of cake, Kilo boasted. Damien hesitated for a moment at his words. If Kilo's words were all true, it was a chance to greatly strengthen the undead's fighting power. It was too good to miss. Then let's do it. You won't regret it, Kilo said with a grin. After that, Kilo and the dwarves focused on making siege weapons to recapture the city and weapons for the undead to use. Damien raised his guard against a possible attack by the weapon master, but the attack never came. Thanks to that, the dwarves were able to concentrate on their work without any interference, and on the day the siege weapons and weapons for the undead were completed as promised, the dwarves disappeared without Damien's knowledge. The siege weapons that were supposed to have been completed disappeared with them. Sorry, instead there was only a note and weapons for the undead left. We'll finish this. Chapter 263, Stubbornness Part 1. Damien crumpled the note he was holding in his hand and looked around the forge. Ancient suns that the dwarves had proudly shown him the night before were all gone. How the hell did they disappear? The forge was surrounded by Damien and his undead servants. It was impossible for the dwarves to have escaped the forge without being caught. My lord, please take a look at this, Domenico called out to Damien. As they moved the crates that were blocking one wall, a tunnel dug with pickaxes was revealed. Damien took a quick look at the tunnel and it seemed very deep at first glance. There wasn't a tunnel like this before. Did they really dig this new one in such a short time? Damien couldn't help but be surprised. Even though they had avoided his senses, they had dug this deep tunnel so easily. Indeed, they were dwarves. They had succeeded in doing something that was beyond human comprehension. They're going to finish it themselves. Are they really going to be stubborn to the end? The dwarves were a race known for their immense pride and selfishness. However, the Hammerfell dwarves had received help from Damien on several occasions. Their chief, Kilo, had even bowed his head, so Damien thought they had humbled their pride, but he was greatly mistaken. And they even finished this in the meantime. Damien picked up one of the weapons in the corner of the forge. It was a weapon made using the special alloy that Kilo had told Damien about. For something that had been made in such a short time, it was a weapon of incredible craftsmanship. In addition to the weapons for the skeletons to use, there were also special weapons and armor for Domenico, Mia, and the skeletons. My lord, this too. Domenico brought a staff. It was about 1 meter long and made of metal. The handle was finished with a mineral that resembled silver. A note was tied to the staff. Damien untied the note and read it. For my first and last dark mage friend. Damien gripped the staff. He could feel his mana circulating through his body. Only then did Damien realize the true identity of this staff. It was a magic staff that Kilo had made for Damien. It seemed to be made by mixing rare metals specialized in mana circulation in a certain ratio. This is ridiculous. Damien let out a dry laugh. Damien was grateful, but he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Domenico, arm the skeletons. We're going after the dwarves. But my lord, don't you know where the city is located? The dwarves had refused to tell them the location of the city, saying that they would guide them there themselves. Come to think of it, it seemed that they had been planning to be doing this from the very beginning. Don't worry, if my guess is correct, they'll let us know from over there. Huh, Domenico looked puzzled. Just then, a deafening roar erupted in the distance. It was so loud that it could easily drown out the sound of thunder. At the same time, the whole world shook. A small earthquake shook the ground and buildings. The dwarves have detonated the ancient suns, Damien said, shifting his gaze in the direction of the sound. The dwarves are there, let's go after them right now. Kilo and the dwarves emerged from the tunnel and headed for the city. Their steps were quick. They covered a great distance in one breath. They arrived at the point where they could see the city in one breath. However, the dwarves did not approach any further. This was because of the weapon master's subordinates who were guarding the city. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. How long is the weapon master going to keep us out? I want to go into the city and lie down on a fluffy bed. The subordinates constantly patrolled the perimeter of the city. Kilo hid in the bushes and watched the subordinates. Chief, do you think it was a good idea to leave Victor behind? One of the subordinates then spoke to Kilo. Kilo immediately gave him a good smack on the forehead. You idiot. Since when did we Hammerfall dwarves become so spineless? Our ancestors would come out from their graves to beat us, Kilo shouted. And didn't we agree beforehand? Let's not drag that guy in without consulting him. Even if he's a necromancer, we're indebted to him. We can't put him in danger. At that, the subordinates could only nod their heads. As Kilo had said, it was something they had already agreed on. If you have time to worry about that, move quickly. We have to give those bastards a good beating. Yes, the subordinates stepped forward, and they lowered the large cylinder they had been carrying on their backs to the ground. Loaded up, the other dwarves behind them took out iron pellets the size of a fist from the leather pouches they had been carrying on their backs. When the dwarves put the pellets into the cylinder, they rolled inside with a rumble. And the moment they hit the bottom of the cylinder, they were ejected at an incredible speed with a loud roar. The iron pellets that shot out soared in an arc and landed in front of the subordinates of the weapon master. Hey, what's that? It's an iron pellet. Subordinates of the weapon master discovered the iron pellet while patrolling the area. Their reaction was slow because it was something they had never seen before. The iron pellet fell right at their feet, and then it exploded. With a deafening sound, the surrounding area was reduced to ashes. As a result of the explosion, they were thrown to all directions. Ugh, ugh, cough, cough. Some who were directly hit by the explosion were reduced to ashes. And somehow able to avoid most of the explosions had their limbs torn off or their bodies were covered in burns. Let's go, Kilo immediately gave the order. The dwarves ran towards the city gates all at once. The walls surrounding the city were incredibly high and curved inward. It was as if an inverted bowl was covering the city. They took something out of their pockets. It was similar to clay but had a sticky consistency. The dwarves smeared it thickly on the gate. This was the gunpowder used to make the ancient suns. The basic way to use it was to put it in a jar and throw it, but when destroying large objects, it was much more effective to clump the gunpowder together and detonate it like this. I'll blow it up, a subordinate shouted and lit the fuse. The flame burning along the fuse reached the gunpowder. Immediately afterward, a massive explosion occurred. The city gates were shattered in an instant. It wasn't just the gates. Many of the city's buildings were also blown away. It was a truly terrifying power. Let's go in, Kilo took the lead. The dwarves followed behind him. Not everyone did, however. More than half of the dwarves stopped at the city gates. Then Chief will block the entrance as planned. We'll make sure not a single one of those bastards outside gets in. There were still many weapon master's subordinates left outside. They had given them a good beating, but that wasn't enough. They knew that they would soon be swarming in. I'll trust you. We'll trust you too, Chief. Please avenge our fallen comrades, the dwarves said with smiles. Kilo bit his lip and turned around. Everyone follow me. Kilo led the remaining dwarves into the city. The inside of the city was as quiet as a graveyard. Not a single dwarf was wandering the streets. They weren't inside the buildings either. All the buildings had their lights off. There were no chimneys with smoke coming out either. Originally, over tens of thousands of dwarves lived in Hammerfall City. It was a lively and bustling place. That city was completely dead. Kilo's heart ached, but Kilo decided to push those emotions aside for the moment. This was not the time to indulge in such feelings. Passing through the buildings, they emerged into the square, and there Kilo and the dwarves could see it. Something that occupied the entire square. It was rectangular in shape and had a thick, elongated chimney rising from its top. Inside, lava was bubbling. Black smoke rose from it endlessly into the sky. At first glance, it resembled a hearth, but there was one crucial difference. It was squirming as if it were alive. Originally, hearths were made by piling up earth, but this was different. Something like muscles formed its body. Those muscles were constantly pulsating, and with each pulsation the flames within churned. It was a horrifying sight enough to make one's stomach churn even just looking at it. Someone was standing in front of that hearth. Judging by his short stature and muscular build, he was definitely a dwarf. However, unlike the other dwarves, he had his beard neatly trimmed, and instead of a work uniform, he was wearing a smart uniform. Kilo shouted at that dwarf, his voice filled with hatred. Achilles! Achilles turned his head. Strangely enough, there was no white in his eyes. There were no irises either. They were all black. As if his eyes had been gouged out and replaced with darkness. I thought I heard a commotion outside, so it was you. Kilo's jaw clenched at Achilles' leisurely attitude. You filthy traitor. Traitor, I told you last time, didn't I? It was you who drove me out first. The word traitor doesn't fit. Have you forgotten why you were exiled? It was because you and your father broke the taboo. Kilo said that Achilles and his father were exiled because of the plague. But that was only half the story. Achilles and his father were the ones who brought about that plague. It was a side effect of them breaking the taboo. Our ancestors told us to work only with metal. They implored us not to work with living things. And yet, not only did you and your father break the taboo, but you also kidnapped our own kind to experiment with the taboo. The ancient dwarves did not use only metal when creating artifacts. They also used living things. The flesh, muscles, bones, nerves, and souls of living things, they used all of that to create artifacts. Artifacts created in this way were not only much stronger, but they also incorporated the characteristics of the living thing. However, it was such a horrifying technique that it was eventually banned. Achilles and his father were the ones who delved back into this forbidden technique. Taboo, I don't understand how artisans can have such a rigid mindset. Shut up. Your nonsense ends here today, Achilles clicked his tongue. If you got such a beating last time, you should have run far away. Why did you come back to the city? I came to smash that thing behind you. Ah, so that's it. Achilles turned around. And he looked at the pulsating hearth with an affectionate face. I don't understand. Why would you want to smash such a magnificent hearth, and yet you call yourself a blacksmith? Where are you getting that nonsense from? What did you do to create that thing? Chilo's eyes appeared bloodshot. The thought of what Achilles had done to create that hearth made him so angry he felt like he could die. Your leisurely attitude ends here. Chilo and the dwarves took iron pellets out of their pockets. As soon as Achilles saw the ancient suns, his eyes lit up. To mass-produce ancient suns in such a short time. I must admit you have skill, but surely you didn't come here relying on that alone. Achilles tilted his head. You haven't forgotten who's here, have you? Someone jumped down from the hearth. It was a man with weapons strapped to his back, chest, waist, and all over his body. The moment Chilo saw the man, he muttered with a face filled with terror. Weapon Master. Chapter 264, Stubbornness Part 2. The moment the Weapon Master appeared, the air seemed to freeze. A look of extreme fear washed over the dwarves' faces, making their anger and determination from moments ago seem like a lie. Achilles, Weapon Master spoke. Despite his slightly below-average build, his voice was incredibly deep and heavy. Why are you causing trouble? I told you, didn't I? The more materials I have, the more perfect this hearth will become. Then why did you let them into the city when you could have had my subordinates subdue them? They worked so hard to prepare, so I wanted to see it. Are you telling me you let them cause all this chaos for such a trivial reason? An artisan's aesthetic is a complex thing. Please try to understand, Achilles said with a smile. Weapon Master clicked his tongue in disapproval. Didn't you tell me not to kill them? Yep, just bring them to me alive. The Weapon Master looked around at the dwarves. His emerald eyes scanned them. They trembled like aspen leaves. You're outnumbered, Weapon Master spoke directly to the dwarves. I heard you have a necromancer working with you. Victor the woodcutter, was it? Where is he? He's not here. Chilo barely managed to muster the courage to speak. But as soon as the Weapon Master stared at him, his forced courage evaporated in an instant. Not here? Are you telling me you came alone? I don't know what you're thinking. Well, if he's not here, I have no business with you. Weapon Master spoke to the dwarves. Those who surrender kneel on the ground, otherwise I'll cut off your limbs and drag you away. Killing intent emanated from the Weapon Master. He was one of the closest to the pinnacle of master class. The killing intent emitted by such a powerful being was a weapon in itself. It was impossible to overcome the dwarves' fear that caused them to froth at the mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Surrender, fuck you. I will surely kill you here. However, not a single dwarf bowed to the Weapon Master. Instead, they glared at him with determined eyes as if they would rather die right there. This is getting annoying. It's 1,000 times harder to keep vermin alive than to kill them. The Weapon Master muttered, shaking his head from side to side. Then one dwarf raised an ancient sun and shouted, Weapon Master, my son died because of you, at least you. I will surely kill you with my own hands. The dwarf threw the ancient sun at the Weapon Master. The ancient sun rocketed through the air. It slammed into the Weapon Master, erupting in a deafening roar of crimson flame. A dwarf contorted his face in a triumphant grin, but his victory dance was short-lived. The flames danced around the Weapon Master, harmless as flickering candlelight. He stepped out, brushing embers from his clothes with a nonchalant flick. Is this the ancient sun you Hammerfell dwarves brag about? It packs a punch, I'll give you that, but against me, not even close. The dwarf's grin evaporated, replaced by a look of sheer terror. He fumbled for another ancient sun with shaking hands. Before he could throw it, a red streak sliced through the air. Blood spurted, the dwarf's wrist lay limp on the ground, still clutching the ancient sun. A guttural scream ripped from his throat as he clutched the bloody stump. The Weapon Master shook his head, a hint of pity in his voice. You wouldn't think I'd fall for the same trick twice, would you? Achilles, you just need them to be alive, right? Not like you need their limbs too. Do as you wish, but do not kill them. Then another flash, another scream. The other knee of the now one-armed dwarf gave way, spraying blood across the dusty ground. He crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. Confusion and fear rippled among the dwarves. Why hadn't the Weapon Master even moved? One down. Weapon Master muttered, striding towards the whimpering dwarf. He grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, a cruel curiosity flashing in his eyes. As he reached under the dwarf's tattered clothes, his hand brushed against something strange, a vest woven from what seemed like hundreds of tiny iron pellets. The dwarf, through gasps of pain, let out a chilling laugh. Weapon Master, to think I'd be the first dwarf to fuck you, what an honor. With a final burst of strength, he yanked on a hidden string beneath his vest. A massive explosion occurred. Buildings crumbled, fire erupted skyward. The force of the blast was unlike anything they'd seen, 100 ancient suns detonating at once. Even the Weapon Master was thrown back, his sleeves smoldering. Now, a roar echoed through the dust. For our ancestors, for Hammerfell. With grim faces and a terrifying kind of resolve, the remaining dwarves charged forward. Each one wore a similar vest, each one clutching a hidden string. They were ready to die and take the Weapon Master with them. Achilles, who was witnessing the scene unfold, could only stare, speechless. Suicide? Are they insane? Crazy? Kill him. Kilo's bellow echoed through the ravaged city. His remaining dwarven warriors, driven by a desperate loyalty, flung themselves at the Weapon Master. The only resistance left here was Kilo. To confront a monster like the Weapon Master, we have to make this much sacrifice. Kilo knew it was a suicide mission. These were dwarves, hardy and skilled, but facing a master-class warrior was a death sentence, especially one like the Weapon Master who had crossed many walls in master class. Their only hope was a surprise attack. That's why they chose suicide. You idiot, the Weapon Master won't die from an ancient sun, you're just throwing your lives away. It doesn't matter, that was just a way to tie up the Weapon Master's feet. He ripped off his outer garment, revealing a chilling sight. It was a vest woven from interlocking ancient suns. The dwarves' plan wasn't just stalling the Weapon Master, it was a diversion. Our real goal is to destroy that hearth. If we can only get rid of that, our lives are not worth anything. Kilo ran towards the hearth. A flicker of fear crossed Achilles' face for the first time. Ah no, not the hearth. Achilles had no fighting ability. There was no way for him to stop Kilo's self-destruction. Just as Kilo reached for the string to detonate his vest, a flash of crimson ripped across the sky. A swift and silent sword pierced into his abdomen. Kilo collapsed to the ground in pain, his intestines bursting. Kilo raised his head, clutching the hole in his stomach. He saw a sword floating in the air. It was no ordinary sword. He could tell by the blood-red blade and the eyeballs that stood out on the hilt. Demonic sword. Kihihit, it's nice to know you. The demonic sword flew through the air, making a strange laughing sound. Master, I stopped it as you ordered. I stopped it, didn't I? I did. Bendel saved the day. Indeed you did well, a voice came from the explosion site. The Weapon Master walked out through the flames. The Weapon Master's clothes were all burned. But the Weapon Master himself was unharmed. Despite the fact that all the dwarves except Kilo had lost their lives, they had not been able to inflict any damage on the Weapon Master. The destructive power is considerable. If it hadn't been for the demonic swords, I would have been badly injured. Several demonic swords were floating around the Weapon Master. It seemed that they had protected the Weapon Master from the explosion. Damn. This quickly, Kilo desperately tried to get up. With all of his subordinates dead, he was the only dwarf who could destroy the hearth. However, he couldn't muster any strength in his body because the demonic sword had pierced him in a bad spot. He kept ordering his legs to get up, but they wouldn't listen. Kilo, my foolish friend, this place is guarded by the Weapon Master. Did you seriously think such a method would work against such a monster? Kilo bit his lip. He realized that even his earlier panic had been an act. It was all just an act to satisfy Achilles' lowbrow pleasure. There must be some way, if I can just get close to the hearth, maybe the dwarves at the gate. If they could just, even though he knew it was impossible, Kilo pinned his hopes on his remaining subordinates. He heard footsteps from behind. The Weapon Master's subordinates who were guarding the outside were coming into the city. My lord, we have captured the remaining enemy forces. Kilo's heart sank. His own men were in the hands of the Weapon Master. Well done, hand them all over to Achilles. Yes, sir. The subordinates dragged the dwarves and threw them at Achilles' feet. The offerings have arrived again. Achilles looked at the dwarves with a loving expression. AC, Achilles, you traitor. To remain conscious despite these injuries, you're quite tough. I choose you. Achilles grabbed a dwarf and muttered a strange chant. Suddenly, multiple tentacles emerged from the hearth, wrapping around the dwarf and digging into his flesh. Arg, this is just the beginning. The real pain is yet to come. The tentacles pulsed red as they ripped the dwarf's body to shreds. Every muscle in his body was ripped along the grain. All the nerves hidden inside were exposed. The dwarf's bones were exposed to the air. Another scream tore from the dwarf's throat. Even in such a state, the dwarf remained alive and continued to scream in agony. The tentacles dragged the dismembered dwarf towards the hearth. The dwarf's muscles and nerves began to connect to the hearth. The dwarf's screams turned into a horrifying gurgle as the fusion took place. It was a more horrible, painful scream than when his body was being torn apart. Achilles, stop it, I said stop. Unable to bear it any longer, Kilo screamed in despair, but Achilles ignored him completely. Wait patiently, you're next. Everyone was frozen, horrified by the spectacle. Even the weapon master and his subordinates were speechless. Thus no one saw that the darkness in the city was stirring. The shadows of the city were rippling like waves. One of the Dark Knights finally noticed. Wait, is this? Green spears erupted from the darkness, impaling the Dark Knights with deadly accuracy. Their armor offered no protection against the aura-imbued blades. Arg! Screams ripped through the air as the Dark Knights fell. Dozens of Dark Knights turned into pieces of meat in an instant. Skeletons? The weapon master shouted in astonishment as he looked at the skeletons emerging from the shadows. Kilo's initial surprise morphed into relief. A grin spread across the weapon master's face. Could it be? Has that cocky brat who dared to challenge me finally shown up? Darkness swirled around Kilo, solidifying into a figure. When Kilo saw the figure, he shouted in shock. Victor, a man wearing a mask, stood before him. Damien looked down at Kilo with an indifferent gaze that now felt oddly welcoming. Are you here to help me? Damien slowly extended his hand to help Kilo up. Kilo hesitated but reached out to grasp Damien's hand. But just before their hands touched, Damien clenched his fist and punched Kilo in the face. You stubborn dwarf. What do you think you're doing, messing up my plan like that? Wait, let's talk this out. Talk, sure, but let me beat you first. Damien then began to mercilessly stomp on Kilo. Phew, now I feel a bit better. After a while, Damien finally looked at the weapon master. The weapon master watched Damien with great interest. Weapon master, it's disgustingly nice to see you again. Again. This is the first time I've seen you. Where exactly did we meet? Don't strain yourself, I'll make sure you soon remember me. The weapon master burst into laughter. Interesting, very interesting. I never thought a dark mage would dare challenge me at this point. Damien, however, had already lost interest in the weapon master, his gaze fixated on the massive hearth in the square. Damien's expression hardened as he stared at the hearth. Did you construct that monstrosity? Oh, you recognized it right away. As expected from a grand dark mage, it's something you can't miss. The weapon master stroked the hearth like it was a treasure. This marvel is a testament to our ancestors' wisdom. Crafted with very special materials, the flesh, bones, organs, nerves, and souls of living dwarves all woven together. You're insane. At Damien's condemnation, Achilles wagged his finger back and forth. It's unfair to hear that from a dark mage. Don't you also use souls and corpses? Yes, but I don't torture them while they're still alive. With his expertise in dark magic, he immediately understood the structure of the hearth. Tens of thousands of living dwarves had been woven together while still alive. Their muscles and nerves were all connected to function as a single entity. The dwarves used to create that hearth were still alive and suffering in agony. There were forcible connections between the bodies of the dwarves, so it was impossible for them to live normally. Why did you create something like that? That's a somewhat short-sighted question. By using this method, we can combine the talents of the dwarves used as materials. Imagine how extraordinary the weapons would be if we merged tens of thousands of dwarves into one. Damien's lips contorted in disgust, as if he wanted to ask if that was the only reason for such cruelty. Kilo, did you know about this? Damien asked the dwarf at his feet. I knew. I saw it while observing them outside the city. I saw the residents of the city turning into those forms. Kilo buried his face in the ground, suppressing his sobs as he continued to speak. Victor, I know we lied to you. We didn't gather to reclaim the city. What's the point of taking it back? Our families, our loved ones, tens of thousands of our kin are already gone. The dwarves weren't trying to reclaim the city to survive. From the beginning, our only goal was to destroy that hearth and end our lives. Their goal wasn't to retake the city, but to find a place to die with some dignity. Chapter 265, Stubbornness Part 3. Kilo's shoulders shook intermittently. Eventually, he couldn't hold back his tears. Damien's voice cut through the despair. Do you hate them? Do you want revenge? I initially planned to knock you all out until the job was done. But I've changed my mind. His tear-streaked face was filled with confusion as he looked up. He seemed to want to ask why Damien intended to knock them out. If you swear a vow of silence to keep everything you witness here a secret until your dying breath, I'll let you stay. You'll get to see those two pieces of trash die. Damien pointed to Weapon Master and Achilles. Weapon Master burst out laughing. Kill me? That's hilarious. I actually had a bit of a misunderstanding about you. I thought you were some newbie dark mage trying to impress me. His laughter gradually subsided, but a gleeful smile remained plastered on his face. But now that I've met you in person, I understand. You've come to really kill me. It took you this long to realize you're slower than I thought. Everyone who challenged me before followed Pandemonium's proper procedures for a duel. You're the first to act so recklessly. Procedures. Preposterous, why should scum like you deserve such formalities? Haha, you're a dark mage yourself, aren't you? At this, Damien twisted one corner of his mouth in silence. "Come out, all of you," Damien spoke quietly. Shadows at his feet rippled and the remaining undead emerged. Weapon Master briefly marveled at the armor the undead were wearing. "Green Void Steel, how did you convince the Hammerfell dwarves to part with such a treasure?" The undead clad in the Green Void Steel armor radiated an intimidating aura, yet the Weapon Master remained unfazed. In fact, he seemed increasingly exhilarated. "This is interesting, very interesting, but disappointing. Do you really think you can kill me with just this level of force?" Damien didn't answer Weapon Master's question. Instead, he gave an order to the undead. "Domenico, yes, my lord, seal off the city, no one enters, no one leaves." Domenico bowed again and vanished into the shadows, taking the rest of the undead with him. "What? You're dismissing all your soldiers, planning to fight me alone? You're slow to grasp the situation. If you understand, prepare to fight." The Weapon Master's laughter roared through the air. Reckless indeed, perhaps overconfident, but interesting nonetheless. Weapon Master reached behind him and grabbed a spear from among the dozens of weapons on his back. As soon as he grasped the spear, a red current surged, enveloping the entire weapon in crimson lightning. Then a crimson light engulfed the entire city, as if holding lightning in one's hand. "Vi Victor, that's dangerous, run away from here right now." Seeing this, Kilo shouted urgently. Weapon Master possessed a staggering number of demonic weapons. Not all of his weapons were famous, but a select few were widely renowned. The spear he gripped now belonged to that special category, the Demon Spear Genwer. Its destructive power is so immense it can change the terrain with a single throw. Even a graze would make your entire body evaporate. Despite Kilo's desperate cries, Damien stood still, showing no intention of dodging. "Victor," Kilo shouted again. Damien remained silent as Weapon Master prepared to throw the spear. "If you can block this, I'll acknowledge you." With a casual flick of his wrist, the Weapon Master launched the demon's spear like tossing toy. The spear tore through the air, a crimson thunderbolt in its wake. Just as Kilo was about to close his eyes, Damien did something strange. He opened a subspace and reached inside. Just before the lightning could reach him, Damien pulled his hand. A sword came out with Damien's hand. The sword and the lightning clashed. Kilo thought the energy would explode at that moment, but the situation unfolded differently. The course of the lightning shifted, deflected by the precise movement of the sword. Then, with a shocking twist, the lightning reversed its path and rocketed back towards the Weapon Master. The lightning retraced its path and struck Weapon Master. What? Weapon Master was so shocked that he didn't even think to draw another weapon. He blocked the lightning with his bare hands. The ground was obliterated by Crimson Lightning's thunderous explosion. Weapon Master screamed in the midst of it. The arm he used to block the lightning was completely burned. "Victor, you little, what in the world was that? How can a dark mage?" "A dark mage," Weapon Master yelled at Damien in rage. "A disciple of the Sword Saint? No, that technique, I've seen it before. You are." Damien grabbed his mask. He took off the mask he had been wearing all along. The Weapon Master's eyes bulged with bloodshot fury as he recognized the face beneath. "Damien Haksen, feels good to take that off." Taking a deep breath, Damien tossed the mask aside. The cool air felt invigorating against his exposed skin. Damien looked up at the hearth. His mastery of dark magic allowed him to perceive the suffering souls trapped within the dwarves bound to the hearth. Please kill me, I beg you. It hurts, it hurts." The dwarves were crying out in agony, shedding tears of blood. But they could never be free. That hearth was their body. A soul detached from its body weakens with pain and eventually vanishes. But the hearth was made from the forcibly connected muscles, nerves, and organs of tens of thousands of dwarves. Such a forced amalgamation could never be without problems. The forcibly connected nerves delivered constant pain to them in real time. Kilo, his voice trembling, broke the silence. You're not Victor, are you?" A soft chuckle escaped Damien's lips. "We can discuss that later. First, there's garbage to take out." Damien stepped forward, holding his sword Dawn. Meanwhile, Weapon Master drew a dagger from his belt. Darkness flowed from the dagger, and his arm, which had been burned by the lightning, was fully healed. "Damien Haksen, how are you here? And more importantly, how are you wielding dark magic?" Weapon Master's face was full of confusion. The undead under Damien's command were unlike any he'd ever encountered. Their prowess far surpassed the typical creations of even grand dark mages. But Damien was a knight. Not just any knight, but a rising star revered across the continent. A knight wielding dark magic, and with a skill set surpassing even esteemed grand dark mages. "I guess I'm a bit of a genius. Stop spouting nonsense and answer me. How are you using dark magic? I don't feel like explaining, so just deal with it." Weapon Master gnashed his teeth at Damien's words. He was already seething with anger from being countered by his own lightning. With his temper flaring, even minor taunts were unbearable. "Fine, you don't want to answer, huh?" Weapon Master grabbed a warhammer from his back. Strangely, the head of the hammer was shaped like a skull. The warhammer exuded a menacing aura brimming with dark mana. It was undoubtedly another demonic weapon. Let's see how cocky you remain after I shatter your bones. The weapon master unleashed his dark energy, a crushing pressure descending upon the entire city. Kilo looked as if he was about to pass out any second. In contrast, Damien not only seemed unaffected but even wore a mocking smile. Quite a pressure worthy of your reputation. Weapon Master moved, charging with his warhammer in hand. First, I'll wipe that smile off your face. Weapon Master swung his warhammer down. Damien countered it effortlessly with Dawn. You idiot, Weapon Master shouted. Logically, when a sword and a hammer collide, the sword should break. The amount of metal used to forge each weapon differed, resulting in a significant difference in strength. Moreover, the warhammer Weapon Master wielded was a demonic weapon. Additionally, while Weapon Master held his warhammer with both hands, Damien wielded Dawn with just one hand. By all appearances, Dawn should have shattered and the warhammer should have crushed Damien. But when the two weapons clashed, Weapon Master's expectations were shattered. Dawn not only withstood the warhammer's blow, it started to dug into it. Weapon Master could only watch in astonishment as his demonic weapon was sliced apart. This is impossible. At that moment, Damien put more strength into his arm. After taking Dragonheart and Elysian Elixir, Damien's physique had completely changed. Damien's body was now several times stronger than when he had fought SLA. Damien swung Dawn with enough force to send Weapon Master back flying across the ruined city. Disbelief clouded the Weapon Master's face. Weapon Master had lived for nearly a century, making him an extraordinary warrior. Yet this formidable warrior was being overpowered by Damien. A sense of unbearable humiliation washed over him. You're much lighter than your reputation suggests. Damien taunted as he placed Dawn on his shoulder. Weapon Master's expression twisted in rage. You are courting death. Weapon Master lunged again, aiming to crush Damien's skull with his warhammer. Damien parried each of Weapon Master's attacks with Dawn. With every clash, deep marks appeared on the surface of the warhammer. Where did you get such a monstrous weapon? Weapon Master put the warhammer away, and instead he grasped a spear in one hand and a longsword in the other. Witness the true meaning of Weapon Master. Weapon Master swung both weapons simultaneously, the trajectories of the spear and the sword converging on Damien. However, Damien blocked all of Weapon Master's attacks. Weapon Master's mouth twisted into a grimace. This is just the beginning. Weapon Master put away the two weapons and drew a scythe and a whip. I am Weapon Master. There isn't a weapon in this world that I can't wield. It wasn't an empty boast. Weapon Master truly knew how to handle every weapon at a master class level. The multitude of weapons on Weapon Master's back was no mere show. Weapon Master's primary tactic was to relentlessly switch between dozens of weapons, overwhelming his opponent. Let's see how many weapons you can withstand. Weapon Master's hands moved rapidly. Swords, spears, whips, daggers, gauntlets, crossbows, and more. A barrage of weapons rained down. It wasn't just the weapons that changed. Weapon Master's techniques varied as well. It was as if Damien was fighting dozens of masterclass warriors simultaneously. I've always thought, Damien said while parrying Weapon Master's ferocious assault. You go on about being Weapon Master. Isn't that a fancy way of admitting you lack true mastery in any single weapon? Weapon Master's expression twisted into a ghastly snarl. You son of bitch, what nonsense are you spouting? Suddenly, Damien seized an opportunity. He pushed down on Weapon Master's spear with Dawn. The spear that was about to be thrust was driven into the ground. With a swift maneuver, he lunged forward, delivering a devastating kick that sent the Weapon Master flying through the air with his chest caved in from the impact. I told you, Damien lowered his leg, his voice laced with cold indifference. You're just mediocre at best. Chapter 266, The Weapon Master Part 1. A violent tremor filled the Weapon Master's body as he struggled to get up. It was no wonder. Just moments ago, his chest had caved in and his heart had burst from an attack. Thanks to the immense vitality of the Master Class Warrior, he was barely holding on, but it was only a matter of time before death claimed him. I can't believe this. This is impossible. The Weapon Master had broken through countless walls of the Master Class. He was likely on the verge of becoming Grandmaster. He possessed a body of incredible strength and vast dark mana. Yet such a formidable figure had his heart burst from a single kick. This was proof that Damien's physical abilities overwhelmed the Weapon Master. The Weapon Master managed to pull out something from his waist. Dark magic emanated from the blade. The concave chest returned to its original shape, and the Weapon Master's complexion also returned to normal. The immortal blade, D'Artagnan, Damien immediately recognized the demonic sword. It was one of the swords that symbolized the Weapon Master. A demonic sword that used absorbed souls as fuel to heal its master's wounds. According to rumors, it could regenerate a body in an instant even if only the head remained. Phew, the weapon master slowly stood up, his face covered in cold sweat. Hee hee, you look like you're struggling. How about using us instead? We'll kill that brat for you right away. Demonic swords floating in the air spoke to the weapon master, who ground his teeth. Shut up, all of you, I'll cut him to pieces myself. Ha ha ha, he's mad, so mad. All right, we'll cheer for you from behind. Demonic swords flew high into the sky. Their unsettling laughter continued for a while and then abruptly stopped. Damien, you fucking brat, how dare you humiliate me like this? The veins on the weapon master's forehead bulged as his body responded to his intense anger. Come forth, Barbaria! Gray armor emerged from the air and enveloped the weapon master's entire body. The accursed armor, Barbaria. A demonic armor augmented the wearer's movements, granting explosive bursts of speed. Like the immortal blade, D'Artagnan, it was one of the pieces of equipment that represented the weapon master. As soon as he donned the armor, the weapon master's aura grew even more intense. Isn't it a bit much for someone of your caliber, the weapon master, to take him so seriously? Shut up! The weapon master charged forward. By the time his foot hit the ground, he was already in front of Damien. Damien's eyes widened slightly. Thanks to his recent metamorphism, his senses were much sharper than before, yet he couldn't track the weapon master's movements. The demonic armor was aiding the weapon master's speed. Bastard. I'll kill you right now. The weapon master swung his greatsword with both hands. Damien blocked it with dawn. It's heavy. He realized the moment their weapons clashed, this wasn't an attack to be blocked head-on. Instantly, Damien deflected the greatsword's strike. The greatsword missed Damien and struck the ground with a loud crash. In that moment, the entire city split in half. You must have learned well from that coward, the sword saint. The weapon master immediately drew another weapon. This time he wielded two weapons, one in each hand. This is going to be tough. With that demonic armor, I can't just counterattack, Damien murmured softly, having made his decision. Second ring, a resonant sound erupted from Damien's body. At the same time, the weapon master began his assault. The weapon master not only wielded dozens of weapons, but also moved his arms freely, mastering various combat techniques. It was a strategy that no one could easily replicate, truly deserving of the title Weapon Master. Moreover, the weapon master was currently supported by the demonic armor. With each swing of his weapons, the air tore and the ground shattered. Impressive, but it was unpredictable but lacked depth. Besides, Damien was now using the combined infinity cycle technique. Damien quickly grasped the essence of each technique. He used Dawn to block all of the weapon master's attacks. Seeing this, the weapon master's eyes widened as if they would pop out. I will kill you, the weapon master shouted, pressing Damien even harder. His strikes came like a raging storm. However, despite the overwhelming display, none of the weapon master's attacks landed on Damien. Damien blocked or deflected every single one. Kilo watched the scene and he was utterly stunned. He had only ever handled axes and pickaxes, yet even he could see how incredible Damien was. He effortlessly countered overwhelming attacks that could shatter the heavens. It was like a small, sharp stone standing firm against a raging current. Weapon Master, then Achilles' voice rang out. What are you doing? You are the Weapon Master and you can even kill that brat. Achilles' face was full of a mix of frustration and anger. Have you forgotten what we're creating right now? At this crucial moment, you taking too much time to deal with him. Kill him immediately. Achilles' shout made the Weapon Master grind his teeth. That little dwarf, the Weapon Master's focus wavered for a tiny bit. Damien didn't miss the opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Third ring." The resonant sound amplified. At the same time, Damien's movements became even faster. His sword strikes gained momentum. The two weapons the Weapon Master was holding were instantly cut in half. From the destroyed demonic swords, demonic energy erupted. Amidst the energy, the Weapon Master's startled face was visible. How can you move like this? Without hesitation, Damien thrust Dawn forward. A flash resembling starlight burst forth. Dawn pierced the Weapon Master's shoulder. It penetrated even the demonic armor with ease. Aarg, the Weapon Master screamed in pain. He pulled the sword out of his shoulder as he retreated. Don't get cocky, the Weapon Master tried to press Damien again, but the momentum had already shifted to Damien's side. Damien swung Dawn. His sword strikes came at strange angles. Damn it, the Weapon Master couldn't respond properly. The strikes he couldn't block started wounding him all over. As the wounds increased, horror began to fill the Weapon Master's face. This can't be happening. This is impossible. How many knights had fallen under the name of the Weapon Master? Among them were knights representing the Empire. There were also heirs groomed by the Empire's great nobles. All of them had boldly challenged him but lost their lives without leaving a scratch on the Weapon Master. Yet here he was, this Weapon Master, being overwhelmed by a mere fledgling. And purely through skill at that. What are you so shocked about? Damien said with a mocking smile. I told you you're mediocre at best. Those words made the veins on the weapon master's forehead bulge. It was from extreme anger. "What are you waiting for? Help me now," the weapon master shouted. In that moment, 10 lights flashed in the sky. 10 swords descended vertically, aiming to pierce Damien. Damien stopped attacking the weapon master and retreated. As soon as Damien moved back, the swords embedded themselves in the ground. "Hee hee, you ended up calling us after all. So what did I say? I told you to borrow our power. Don't say too much, kid. If you make him angry, what will you do?" The swords spoke. These were the best of the weapon master's arsenal, each imbued with sentience and the ability to fly freely. The real ones had appeared. "Shut up, you assholes," the weapon master said with annoyance. The swords chattered excitedly. "We just have to kill that guy, right? Me, leave it to me. We have to work together." The swords kept chattering endlessly. The weapon master picked up one of them. It was a strange sword with the blade curved inwards. It was a weapon that seemed to combine a scythe and a long sword. "He's a tough one, let's kill him together." Wow, I heard that, together. "He seems to be really scared." "Well, he's not an ordinary swordsman." The weapon master infused the sword with dark mans. In the next instant, his body disappeared into the darkness. In the next moment, he felt a murderous intent from behind. Damien immediately turned around. The weapon master was swinging his sword at Damien. Damien blocked the attack with his dawn. "You have good instincts." "To notice that," the weapon master said with a sneer. In fact, Damien already knew the identity of that weapon. The demonic sword Palchitia, it was a weapon that could move into the enemy's blind spot in an extremely short moment. The activation time was short and there was no cooldown. It could also be used consecutively. "I'll praise you for blocking my attack, but your back is open." As soon as the weapon master finished speaking, swords came flying at him from behind. "Kehehit, it's empty, your back is empty. The heart is mine, the heart is mine." Just before the swords arrived, the weapon master's body disappeared again. Damien immediately twisted his waist. He blocked all the flying swords. "Well, that's something. You blocked all of our teamwork. Strong, the stronger you are, the more exhilarating it will be to kill you." "Heart, give me your heart." The swords moved mindlessly and attacked Damien. Damien calmly blocked the attacks. Then he felt a murderous intent from the side. Damien turned his head. The weapon master, who had emerged from the darkness, swung his weapon. Damien reflexively blocked his attack. But the weapon master was holding was a little different. Instead of a demonic sword, he was holding an old wooden sword. Surely not. "Do you know this? Then you must also know that it's too late." Out of nowhere, a wooden vine that had sprung out of the ground wrapped around Damien's 2 legs. It was so strong that it felt like it was made of iron instead of wood. The binding sword kitten. It was a demonic sword that had the power to bind everything it touched. "Kill him." The weapon master immediately gave the order to the swords. The swords immediately flew towards Damien. It was impossible to block the swords flying from all directions with both legs tied. The weapon master was sure of victory. "Confuse me with the demonic swords and bind my legs with the binding sword. What a pathetic tactic," Damien said with clicking his tongue. Only then did the weapon master realize that Damien's face was too expressionless for someone in danger. "It's so-so, it's too so-so." Damien lowered his index finger, then something fell from the sky. Swords made of the aura blades blocked the demonic swords. The demonic swords panicked and shouted, What is this? Get out of the way. We have to kill him." The weapon master was as shocked as the swords. "Azure Sky's flight," the weapon master muttered in disbelief. "How? You didn't say you had mastered the sword Saint Realm." Master class could only master one realm. It was only natural. After all, the realm was the culmination of the skills that a knight had honed throughout his life. Damien was using 2 realms that defied logic. You. Damien did not answer the weapon master's question. Instead, he put Dawn back in its scabbard. "Dawn has become incomparably stronger than before." Malta's words came to mind. "Of course it's strong. There is no weapon in this world that can match Dawn. Anything that dares to stand against it will be cut down like a twig." Before leaving the church, Malta had talked at length about how Dawn had changed. The most impressive feature is its new power. Dawn can store an almost infinite amount of any force, and the duration for which it can store this power is nearly infinite too. At first glance, it seemed like a trivial ability, but Malta spoke with a very confident face. "And it can release all of it. It releases all the mana it has accumulated to infinity. Can you imagine how powerful that is?" While preparing to fight the weapon master, Damien had been secretly charging Dawn with his mana. In this way, about 3 days' worth of mana had accumulated. Now Dawn was sheathed. Damien grasped the hilt and scabbard simultaneously. He released the stored mana in Dawn. The energy trapped within the scabbard surged out. The force pushed Dawn out of its scabbard. As Dawn emerged, a blinding light burst forth. Now Dawn was in its scabbard. He grabbed the hilt of Dawn and the scabbard at the same time. The immense power overloaded Dawn. The weapon master's eyes widened at the sudden surge of immense power. "Oh no, The moment dawn fully emerged, a blinding light exploded and engulfed the weapon master completely. As the blinding light struck him, the weapon master instinctively realized that he would die if he didn't block it. He had to exert all his strength to survive. First, he took out the shield he had been carrying on his back. He concentrated all his dark mana into the shield. The thick aura blade covered the shield. The weapon master prepared to receive the attack. The light and the shield collided. The weapon master gritted his teeth and held on. But despite the weapon master's efforts, the shield shattered in an instant. With no time to escape, the light engulfed the weapon master. The armor he was wearing was being shredded in real time. When the armor disappeared, it was the weapon master's turn next. The light burned the weapon master's entire body. The weapon master was swept away by the light and flew far away. Ouch, the weapon master groaned as he fell to the ground. What? How did this happen? The weapon master struggled to open his eyes. Only then did he notice the state of his body. The skin on his entire body was completely burned and his arms and legs were completely gone. The weapon master let out a scream, but there was nothing that could be done. Immortal sword, I need the immortal sword. Can't anyone hear me? Put the immortal sword in me right now. Right now, the immortal sword was not a sentient sword, so in order to use it, you had to hold it yourself and give it orders. But now the weapon master had no arms or legs. Immortal sword. Bring me the immortal sword. So he could only thrash around, unable to grasp the immortal sword, even though it was right there in his belt. Weapon master. Then a familiar voice rang out. He turned his head and saw Achilles' face. It seemed that he had been swept away by the light and flown to where Achilles was. What is this? Did you think I cooperated with you to see you in this state? Achilles sighed deeply and mocked the weapon master. Achilles, help me. There are still swords left, a chance for a counterattack. Yes, I will help you. There is no one else who can defeat that monster. Achilles picked up the weapon master's body. It was incredibly light as his arms and legs were all gone. Yes. Hurry, put the immortal sword in my heart. But Achilles did not do as the weapon master said. Instead, he approached the hearth. What are you doing now, weapon master? Do you remember when I said I needed the last ingredient? Only then did the weapon master realize it, the cruel aura that appeared in Achilles' two eyes. There was no way to save you, so I didn't tell you. But the truth is the ingredient was you. What are you going to do? Don't worry, you will now become a sword itself. Achilles threw the weapon master into the hearth. Chapter 267. The Weapon Master Part 2, Damien sheathed Dawn. In the distance, he saw the weapon master lying on the ground. His limbs were all gone and the skin was peeled off his entire body. The light emitted by Dawn had literally shredded the weapon master. You barely escaped death. It wasn't that the weapon master was that resilient, but rather that Damien's skills were still immature. This was the first time he had used Dawn's power. Damien approached the weapon master, intending to make sure he was dead. Just then, Kaya, you stop, don't you dare harass our master. The demonic swords flew towards Damien. With all his attention focused on Dawn, his control over the aura blades had weakened. Seizing this opportunity, the demonic swords shattered the aura blades and flew towards Damien. You're getting in the way. Human, don't act so cocky. You'll get a hole in your gut. Damien dodged the demonic sword's attacks and infused Dawn with mana. Dawn emitted an even brighter light. I'll smash all of you right here. Just as Damien was about to swing Dawn at the demonic swords, Achilles suddenly did something strange. He had picked up the weapon master. Damien had no idea what Achilles was up to. At best, he thought Achilles was trying to run away or heal the weapon master. However, Achilles did something completely unexpected. He threw the weapon master into the hearth. What? The hearth that had swallowed the weapon master began to burn even more fiercely. Ha ha ha, that's it. That's it, Achilles laughed out loud and cheered the change in the hearth. I was worried that the Sword of Annihilation would be incomplete. I never dreamed that I would get the last ingredient this way. Damien couldn't help but be bewildered by Achilles' words. The last ingredient to complete the Sword of Annihilation was the weapon master. It was an obvious statement, but it was something he had never heard of in his previous life. After all, in his previous life, the weapon master had never been used as a material for a demonic sword. I changed the future. In his previous life, the weapon master had forged the Sword of Annihilation without any interference. Therefore, Achilles was unable to use the weapon master as a material. However, in this life, things were different. Damien had reduced the weapon master to a mere shell of his former self. This allowed Achilles to toss the weapon master into the hearth. A hearth made with the corpse of a Duke-class demon and tens of thousands of dwarves and the body of a knight close to a grand master. This completes it. The true Sword of Annihilation. The red flames that the hearth had been holding turned purple. A strong wind began to swirl around the hearth. Damien felt a sense of foreboding at this sight. He felt like something terrible would happen if he left it alone. He should have destroyed it before. But the moment Damien was about to put his thoughts into action, something leaped out of the hearth. Its entire body was glowing red-hot like lava, making it impossible to clearly discern its form. Kriua. It rose to its feet with a strange sound, stretching its back and raising its head. Then the red-hot flesh cooled rapidly. Only then was Damien able to see what it looked like. Its appearance was similar to that of a human. It had 2 arms and 2 legs, but upon closer inspection it was completely different. For one thing, its body was made of metal. Not just its skin, but even the muscles underneath. It had no eyes or mouth on its face. Instead, there was only a sheet of iron engraved with wave patterns. What happened to my body? It looked down at its own body. Its jerky movements stopped as soon as it saw its changed flesh. This can't be, this is my body. Its voice trembled wildly as if in shock. But strange, I feel good, I feel strangely good. However, his voice gradually began to take on a tone of excitement. I feel power, I feel the immense power this body holds. I feel like I can do anything. What is this feeling of omnipotence? I'm glad you like it. Achilles, who was standing next to him, spoke to the weapon master. The weapon master turned to Achilles sharply. Achilles, what did you do to my body? I gave you the body of a demonic sword instead of your weak human flesh. Isn't that amazing? I want to kill you right now. Don't say things you don't mean. Be honest. Aren't you very satisfied? The weapon master remained silent. As if that statement were true. Why didn't you tell me I was the last ingredient? Because you didn't trust me. If I had told you the truth, you would have killed me, wouldn't you? The weapon master was unable to deny it and clicked his tongue briefly. Who would believe that he had to step into a hearth that melted iron in an instant? I'll postpone your punishment for a while. I have someone to kill right now. The weapon master turned to Damien. Even without an expression, Damien could feel it. Damien Haksen, well then, get ready for the second round. Weapon master's voice was filled with confidence and excitement. Damien twisted his lips and said, you've become a nuisance. The Sword of Annihilation. A masterpiece demonic sword created using the corpse of a Duke-class demon. It was a masterpiece that perfectly contained the power of a Duke-class demon. Even without that, the Sword of Annihilation, which was already a fearsome weapon, became even stronger by fusing with the weapon master. It was not a pleasant situation for Damien. You think it's a nuisance? Weapon master said in disbelief. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Weapon master's hand melted away and turned into a long sword. I'll show you exactly what kind of power I have. Dark mana began to compress on the sword. The compressed dark mana sucked in the surrounding air. A storm raged around the weapon master. Weapon master swung the sword. In that instant, a black slash stretched out towards Damien. Just as he was about to swing his sword, the slash was already at his nose. It was too late to dodge. Damien blocked the slash with Dawn. An overwhelming force tried to crush Damien and Dawn whole. Even with the third ring activated, it was difficult to withstand. In the end, Damien could only let the black slash pass. The black slash that missed Damien struck the empty ground, and half of the city was gone. The devastation didn't end there. Mountains were shattered one after another beyond the city. It was as if someone had erased the mountains in a straight line. The weapon master laughed heartily. Just a light swing and this happens. I'm overflowing with power. No one can stop me now. Just by releasing an aura, mountains were blown away. What was truly terrifying was that the weapon master had not yet used the power of the Sword of Annihilation. Even if I only release the aura blade, I can kill you without a trace. But that's too boring. I'll cut your body down with my own hands. Weapon master's body disappeared. Before he could blink, he appeared in front of Damien. Weapon master swung his sword down at Damien. Damien reflexively raised Dawn to block the slash. In that instant, Damien's body was cut in half. The power of the Sword of Annihilation was distortion. The Sword of Annihilation had the ability to distort anything. Just now, the weapon master had twisted space and cut Damien's body. You shouldn't fight a demonic sword you don't understand. The weapon master laughed with satisfaction. However, even though he had been cut by the slash, no blood flowed from Damien's body. Through the torn clothes of Damien, black armor could be seen. It was the demonic armor Hemera that Damien had used in his previous life. Demonic armor? It's not even an ordinary. Where did you get your hands on such a precious thing? Damien threw off his torn shirt. You've really become a nuisance. Damien already knew about the power of the Sword of Annihilation. To be safe, he wore Hemera under his clothes. That's why I tried to kill you before the Sword of Annihilation was created. Damien stretched his neck from side to side. The weapon master laughed at this action. Are you still going to fight? Good, don't give up, fight me. That's the only way for me to test my new powers. As the weapon master flicked his fingers, the demonic swords flew towards them. Master, what's happening? We look even cooler. Our connection to you is even stronger, feel it. Demonic swords chattered excitedly. The weapon master spoke as if they were annoying. Shut up, get ready to fight that bastard quickly. But Master, that bastard is too strong. We can't kill him with our own strength. Master, you have to use us. Originally, demonic swords could only exert their power when held in hand. Now the demonic swords were nothing more than flying leeches. Don't worry, things are going to change from now on. The weapon master raised dark mana. The dark magic that flowed from the weapon master flowed into all the demonic swords. Oh, 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 I feel it, I feel it. I feel power, I feel power. Even though the weapon master was not holding them, the demonic swords began to exert their power. Lightning, flames, and darkness swirled in the air. Looking at the sight before him, Damien clicked his tongue. The weapon master fused with the sword of annihilation was already annoying. Now there were 10 more demonic swords that could manifest their power without a master. It's pointless to deal with all of this one by one, Damien said, stretching his hand into the air. Come forth, Erebos. Erebos appeared as the tattoo on his wrist faded. The weapon master's eyes lit up at the appearance of Erebos. That demonic sword, you were carrying it with you after all. I have to kill you and take that demonic sword. It will be the ultimate prize. Ignoring the excited weapon master, Damien activated the Authority of Envy. He used the Authority of Envy to convert all of his magic into dark mana. He infused all of it into Erebos. Erebos, it's time to rise. Erebos let out a roar. It was not the sound of a human or a beast. No, it was not the sound of a living creature at all. At the same time, the whole world shook. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. All the buildings in the city began to collapse. Incredible. The weapon master exclaimed in awe, it's truly incredible, it's an incredible demonic sword. I've never seen a demonic sword like this in my life. Then the weapon master's reaction suddenly changed. Demonic sword? No, this isn't a demonic sword, this is something else. Demonic swords can recognize each other. The weapon master is now a demonic sword, so he can feel it. That Erebos is fundamentally different from a demonic sword. What the hell is that? What are you carrying? Damien didn't answer. Instead, he gave Erebos an order. Erebos, devour them. A wave emanated from Erebos. Anything that touched the wave was immediately turned gray. Rocks, metal, and flowers blooming on the ground were no exception. The things that turned gray were immediately annihilated. As the wave spread, the city began to be erased. Eventually, the wave swallowed the demonic swords. The gray world was very quiet. It seemed as if the concept of sound had completely disappeared. What? At first, the demonic swords were confused. However, when their bodies began to turn gray, their reaction changed. Oh no, The voices that had sounded flustered began to contain pain. Eventually, the demonic swords shouted in unison. It hurts, my body is disappearing. Kaya, who will save me? The silent gray space was filled with only the screams of the demonic swords. What are you all doing? Get a grip. The weapon master shouted at the demonic swords, but the demonic swords were in no condition to follow the weapon master's orders. The demonic swords fell to the ground. They rolled around the floor like trash. Then they began to disappear bit by bit from the edges. As if being eaten by a mouse, the area shrank until it was completely gone. This is ridiculous. As the wave reached the weapon master, his body instantly turned gray. The weapon master's entire body began to disappear. Chapter 268, The Weapon Master Part 3. As soon as his body turned gray, the weapon master felt his whole body become heavy. It was as if a giant snake was wrapping itself around his body. An unpleasant feeling of restraint squeezed his entire body. Then the weapon master's whole body began to disappear. The mass of his body was rapidly decreasing. At the same time, intense pain surged like a tidal wave. It was like swimming through molten lava in a mountain range. Indescribable pain exploded in his head. The weapon master tried to protect himself by wrapping his body in dark mana, but it was useless. No matter how much dark mana he drew up, he could not resist Erebos' power. I can't die like this. The weapon master desperately clung to his sanity and used his realm, all weapons beloved, the power to draw out the hidden power and potential of weapons. Now the weapon master was both a human and demonic sword. That's why he could use all weapons beloved to draw out his full potential. The center of the weapon master's chest began to glow red. The red aura spread throughout the weapon master's body. He could feel his body becoming stronger. The output of his dark mana increased even further. The speed at which his body was disappearing also slowed dramatically. The excruciating pain also disappeared. That's it, but there was no time to relax. He had to kill Damien as soon as possible and cancel Erebos' power. The weapon master brought his hands together in front of his chest. And he manifested the power distortion that he possessed as the Sword of Annihilation. The weapon master distorted the space. Darkness began to appear between his hands. It began to absorb the air, even its surrounding light, as the darkness deepened. This was the secret technique, abyss mouth of the Sword of Annihilation. Even though no one had told or teach him, the weapon master had instinctively mastered this technique. I'll erase you from this world right now. Just as the weapon master was about to swing the abyss mouth, Damien Open said something, I guess I need to increase the output. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a second wave erupted. The second wave hit the weapon master's body. Immediately after, the weapon master's surface began to disappear again. It was even faster than before. His whole body began to shrink rapidly. The weapon master felt even more intense pain than before. He couldn't hold back his screams. Kaya, it wasn't just the weapon master. The abyss mouth that he had worked so hard to create also disappeared in an instant. His 10 fingers crumbled from the tips. His thin legs broke under the weight of his body. The weapon master's body fell to the ground. He fell face first on the floor and shouted, "Stop, stop, please." It didn't matter how he pleaded. The weapon master's body was shrinking in real time. Damien approached the weapon master holding Erebos in his hand. Kyuk, hihoiyak. The weapon master gasped for breath with only his head and upper body remaining. Damien Haksen. The weapon master gritted his teeth. He shouted with hatred, to a bastard like you, to suffer such humiliation. I will never forgive you, I will never forgive you even in death. Damien simply looked down at weapon master with a blank expression. This touched the weapon master's pride. What are you looking at me with those arrogant eyes? You don't think you've won, do you? That sword, that sword. Without that sword you would have died at my hands. The weapon master shouted like a madman. Without that sword you are nothing. Then why don't you try it yourself? What? The weapon master forgot about his pain for a moment. So absurd was the statement. As if to prove that he wasn't lying, Damien placed Erebos in front of the weapon master. Ugak, the weapon master hastily reached out for Erebos. He tried to grab Erebos with his crumbling fingers that were barely left. You idiot, you really are giving this to me. As long as he had all weapons beloved, there was no sword that the weapon master could not control. Now it's your turn. You too will suffer the same pain as me. The weapon master tried to control Erebos using all weapons beloved. A red aura emanated from his hand and was poured into Erebos. At that moment, the weapon master's expression changed. But the red aura did not control Erebos and simply dissipated. Why are you doing this? Why are you rejecting me? This can't be. Suddenly, Erebos' roar grew louder. The ear-splitting roar shook the heavens and earth. Kea, at the same time, the weapon master's body was disappearing even faster. Both of his arms were completely gone. His torso was shrinking rapidly. Only half of his face remained. Save me. Please, I don't want to die like this. The weapon master pleaded desperately to Damien. I'll do anything. If you want, I can be your servant. I'll give you all the power I have. Damien simply watched the weapon master like that. Please, the remaining fragments of the weapon master completely disappeared. As his physical body disappeared, only the weapon master's soul remained. However, the weapon master's soul did not have a chance to escape and quickly dissipated. Kaya, the power of Erebos, had devoured even the weapon master's soul. Only after seeing that did Damien pick up Erebos. As soon as it was caught in Damien's hand, Erebos transformed into a docile lamb. It was a completely different appearance from how it had so vehemently rejected the weapon master. Damien controlled the power of Erebos. The world that had been dyed gray returned to normal. The constant screams were no longer heard. Damien transformed Erebos back into a tattoo. Damien stared silently at the spot where the weapon master had died. Father. After a while, he muttered, looking up at the sky. You unworthy son has finally avenged you, albeit belatedly. His voice sounded very sad. Damien returned to Kilo. Kilo asked with a shocked expression, Damien, what was that black thing just now? What kind of power is this? Everything has disappeared, but why am I still fine? I adjusted the target. I can control that much. Damien's power and control on the Erebos grew as he collected more fragments of Erebos. Now Damien could not only control the range of power but also select the target. Kilo was not the only one Damien had excluded from Erebos' power. This is ridiculous. Achilles was screaming from the spot where the weapon master had died. The sword of annihilation, there's no way my greatest masterpiece could be destroyed so futilely. Achilles slammed his fist on the floor and screamed. Kilo pointed at Achilles and asked, why did you save that trash? Don't you also want revenge? Go ahead. Kilo shut his mouth at Damien's words. His eyes shook wildly. Thank you, don't mention it. While I'm at it, can I ask for one more favor? Can you just break that hearth? I can't do it in my current condition. Kilo's abdomen was completely soaked in blood. It was because he was pierced by the demonic sword. Damien took out Dawn and swung it towards the hearth. The aura blade split the hearth in half. The molten lava inside poured onto the floor. Blood flowed from the cut surface. The pulsating hearth stopped instantly. Ah no, my hearth! Achilles clutched his head with both hands. Achilles glared at Damien and shouted, You moron, do you know how stupid you've just done? Achilles frothed at the mouth and rushed towards Damien. At that moment, Kilo blocked Achilles' path. Get out of my way, Kilo swung his fist at Achilles. The boulder-like fist smashed Achilles' face and knocked him to the ground. The moment he hit the ground, Achilles' neck broke. He died like that? Kilo spat on Achilles' corpse. At that moment, black smoke billowed out of the destroyed hearth. On closer inspection, it was not smoke. The dwarves' souls were being liberated. Ah, finally free, ancestors. We are coming. Unlike when they were bound to the hearth, the dwarves' souls looked very happy. Kilo watched them silently, then he sank to the floor. Phew, woof, Kilo broke out in a cold sweat. His complexion looked pale like that of a sick person. Damien opened a subspace and took out a potion, but Kilo shook his head from side to side. No, that's fine. Kilo raised his head and looked at his brethren. It was as if he wanted to see them as soon as possible. Damien, thank you. We, the Hammerfell dwarves, owe you a great debt of gratitude. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have avenged ourselves, let alone been used by Achilles. Kilo was right. In his previous life, Achilles had a terrible reputation as a lick. The driving force behind this must have been the hearth he created using the Hammerfell dwarves. Can you feel it? They're all telling you thank you, they. All of them? Kilo's head bowed slowly. After a while, Kilo's soul flowed out of his body. Kilo's soul flew towards his brethren without hesitation. Even as a spirit, he could feel Damien. That's how happy Kilo was. Of course, not all the dwarves were happy. Uaak, leave me alone, I said. The Achilles' soul was surrounded by other dwarves and screaming. The dwarves would never forgive the traitor. They swarmed around Achilles and destroyed his soul. Uaak, Achilles' scream echoed for a long time before it abruptly stopped. Only then did the souls of the Hammerfell dwarves rise high into the sky. Chapter 269, The Nephew Part 1. After that, Damien had to clean up the aftermath. The souls of the dead left thoughts at the site of their deaths. Dark mages could read various information through these thoughts left behind by dead souls. It was highly likely that the thoughts would be a key to the investigation when investigators were sent from Pandemonium. The thoughts in which Victor the Woodcutter appeared were no problem. In fact, it was something to be welcomed. Damien had come here to cause confusion in Pandemonium. However, the thought left behind in which Damien appeared was a problem. That's why Damien erased all the thoughts left behind by the Weapon Master and Achilles when they died. Only then did he prepare to leave Hammerfell City. So you are thinking of leaving now? Then Damien asked with a bewildered look. Why are you here? How dare you react like that when you should be happy to see us? Kilo yelled. Behind him were 10 more dwarves. Of course, all 11 were dead. They were communicating with Damien in their soul state. Didn't you leave with the other dwarves? I was going to, but I changed my mind. I owe you too much debt to leave just like that. Kilo said, pounding his chest with his fist. We Hammerfell dwarves can't live with debt no matter what. I'll stay by your side and repay my debt. I don't need it. Get out of here. Damien immediately refused. Kilo's expression momentarily blanked as if he couldn't believe the reaction. Think about it again. Aren't you tempted by our knowledge and skills? You guys should be the ones thinking again. Do you know what it means to follow me? It means becoming undead. Damien's voice sharpened slightly. Being undead means becoming a slave to a dark mage, and yet you want to follow me. Are you in your right mind? We're all in our right minds, Kilo said firmly. As I said before, we Hammerfell dwarves can't live with debt. We owe you a debt. Kilo clenched his fists. Pandemonium. Our tribe and city were destroyed by that bastards. We can't go back without seeing their destruction. The dwarves behind Kilo nodded in agreement. Damien, you killed the Weapon Master. You must be planning to keep fighting Pandemonium. We want to join in the revenge too. Damien was at a loss for words. He knew he should send them back, but he couldn't help but empathize with their anger. He felt the same way. Even so, you want to rely on me, a dark mage. You're different from the other dark mages. Different. If you were just any dark mage, you wouldn't have just freed our tribe's souls, that was true. The souls of the dwarves who had been bound to the hearth numbered in the tens of thousands. If he had collected them all, he would have been able to gain an enormous amount of dark mana in one fell swoop. Even if it wasn't dark mana, the souls of the dwarves were rare and could be used for a variety of purposes. But Damien had freed the dwarves without a second thought. We can trust you, please take us in. Kilo looked at Damien with a firm gaze. It wasn't just Kilo. The 10 dwarves behind him were the same. Damien took a deep breath. To be honest, it was a difficult request to refuse. The Hammerfell dwarves was one of the most outstanding among the dwarves. If they were to join forces with Damien, they would be a tremendous force. Damn it, it's your own fault, don't regret it later. Damien extended his hand. Kilo grinned and shook it. Master, I'll be in your care from now on. In the dark space, something was moving under the only lit lamp. Ha, that's it, it's coming back up. Knowledge is pouring out again. Someone who seemed small even though he was wearing a wide-brimmed robe was dissecting a corpse with a knife. I'm going crazy. It feels like someone is pouring knowledge into my head. Ha, you ha. The entity didn't flinch even though his face and clothes were splattered with blood every time he cut the corpse open, as if every second and minute was precious. I finally understand, this is it. With this knowledge, I can create it again. He raised his blood-stained hands high in the air and cheered. Then he felt a presence behind him. A small man was walking towards the monster with a slow gait. I apologize for interrupting your research, Lord Darugo. His voice was so polite that it was almost respectful. Darugo took off the robe that had been covering his head. A skull was revealed. Janak, what's the matter? There is no response from the weapon master. Again, Darugo's expression distorted. The skull moved and made an expression. How many times is this? This is the third time. We haven't been able to contact him for a week. That's strange. There's no way that guy would have other thoughts. I agree, could something have happened? Trouble, hey, you're talking funny. Darugo laughed out loud. He laughed so hard that he rubbed the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand, but no tears flowed. There are very few beings in this world who could harm that guy. I've got all of those few guys under my thumb. Why, yes, you are truly amazing. I'm not asking for compliments. Anyway, I'm saying that there's no way something could have happened to that guy. Then why? Darugo stroked his chin and fell into thought. Is he really trying to betray me? Nonsense. How could there be someone with such a wicked thought? You never know what's going on in people's hearts. I need to check it out in advance. Darugo raised his head. Something was hanging from the high ceiling. Yoda, it's your turn, Darugo said to it. Then the thing moved. It spread its wings that had been wrapped around its body and landed on the ground. Monster was nearly 3 meters tall with unusually long arms and legs and had 2 bat-like wings. Gulp. Janak swallowed hard at the appearance of Yoda. It wasn't because of Yoda's appearance. It was because of the immense pressure he felt from Yoda. He had felt a similar feeling before in his life. The pressure from the weapon master, SLA, and the ruler of the flames. It was when he met the evils of pandemonium. Kiki, mother called me, Oda asked with a strange laugh. Darugo frowned at his words. I told you to call me Lord. Be so stiff. I was born from mother's soul, right? So you could say we're like parent and child. Tisk. I've made you too spoiled. Understand me? I can't help the way I was born. Janak couldn't help but feel a sense of awe as he watched Yoda converse casually with Darugo. Yoda was one of the secret weapons that Darugo had spent hundreds of years creating. Despite all the effort he had put in, Yoda had always been lying in the laboratory without a soul. This was because Darugo had succeeded in creating Yoda's body, but had failed to create a soul that matched it. Darugo had been frustrated, thinking that he would have to spend another few decades working on it. However, just a few days ago, Darugo had succeeded in completing Yoda. This was thanks to the strange inspiration that had come down to him out of nowhere. So what do you need me to do? Go to the Hukmak Mountains and find the weapon master, deliver my message to him and come back. Do I have to kill him? Darugo immediately shook his head at that. No, the weapon master is a force we absolutely need for the war of destruction. Ugh, that's boring. What if he attacked me first? Still no, subdue him and bring him to me. Yoda trailed off his words in dissatisfaction. You must never kill him, not only the weapon master but Achilles who is with him as well. That dwarf. Why him? I absolutely need Achilles' knowledge and skills. There's no one else who can replace him. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Yoda spread his wings. At the same time, dark mana surged around him. At the same time, the ceiling warped and a colorful door opened. Then I'll go and come back. Yoda flew towards the door. The door swallowed Yoda and disappeared as soon as it closed. As Yoda disappeared, the pressure that felt like it was going to crush his heart disappeared as well. Janak wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. Lord Yoda is always amazing. Darugo smiled proudly at Janak's admiration. Of course, he's an undead I created. I know it's off topic, Lord Darugo, but don't you think we no longer need to hesitate to go to war with the Empire? Yoda wasn't the only secret weapon that Darugo had spent hundreds of years creating. There were 3 other undead as well. They too had been unable to have the souls until recently and had only just been completed. With the 4 great demon kings you have created, Lord Darugo, I think we can easily destroy the Empire. Janak spoke sincerely. As he saw it, the power of the 4 great demon kings was equal to the Empire's, and with pandemonium added to that, it was not impossible to destroy the Empire. What are you talking about? It's still not enough. It's barely enough. However, Darugo flatly denied Janak's words without a moment's hesitation. Don't judge the Empire by what you can see. Those bastards are much bigger monsters than you think. The smile had disappeared from Darugo's face. Do you think you're going to be able to defeat them if you just fight them? We'll have to fight the Church, the Fafnir Mercenary Company, and other kingdoms as well. Our forces are barely enough. I see. Janak trailed off his words with a sigh of disappointment. There was nothing he could do but accept his master's words. After all, his master was 1,000 times wiser than he was, a fool. So, not enough. Something else is needed. Something? Darugo began to mutter something over and over again, biting his fingertips. I know something's missing, but I don't know what it is. What is it? What do I need to destroy the Empire? To destroy humanity. After muttering for a while, Darugo turned to Genek and asked, That's right, what happened to my plan to capture that guy? That guy, you mean Damien Haksen? Yes, that guy. I want to see him with my own eyes. One of the giant evils is about to move. They've identified that he has family in the Apple Kingdom, so they'll be taking action soon. Then another hole opened up in the ceiling. Yoda popped out of it. Mother, something terrible has happened. Something terrible. I told you to call me Lord. That's not important now, Yoda said with a horrified expression. He's dead. What are you talking about? I'm telling you he's dead. The Weapon Master too, his disciples too, Achilles too, they're all dead. Darugo frowned at that and said, I'm not in the mood for jokes. It's not a joke, it's true. I brought you their thoughts, so check for yourself. Yoda held out his finger to Darugo. The thoughts were concentrated on the tip of Yoda's finger. Darugo absorbed the thoughts that Yoda handed him. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, Genek, cancel the plan to kidnap Damien Haksen. Is something wrong? Yes, there is. Some bastard is interfering with my plans. Darugo's eyes flashed. Flames erupted from within the skull. Victor the Woodcutter, bring this bastard to me immediately. I want him to kneel before me. After leaving the Hukmak Mountains, Damien returned to his family home in the Apple Kingdom. They're probably going to be really mad at me. Before entering, Damien couldn't help but feel scared. This time, he had been away from home for an especially long time, and he hadn't even sent a single letter. It was obvious that his family, especially his father, would be furious. Ha ha ha, Damien, you're back. I'm so glad to see you after such a long time. However, contrary to Damien's expectations, his father was not angry at all. Damien asked his mother with a confused expression, Mother, why is he acting like that? Oh, well, you see, he is going to be a grandfather now. Damien couldn't understand his mother's words for a moment. Gee, grandfather. You mean your older sister is pregnant? At that, Damien's face was filled with shock. His mother said with a playful expression, What's the big deal? You're an uncle now. Chapter 270, The Nephew Part 2. The word uncle echoed in his head and rang out. Damien was so embarrassed that he couldn't think of anything. Ha ha ha, Damien, you don't believe it either, do you? I was like that at first too, his father said with a loud laugh. Speaking of which, I should go see Louise. I wonder if she needs anything. With that, his father shot out of the living room like a bullet. You should also go see Louise quickly. His mother grabbed Damien's hand and led him away. Damien shouted in embarrassment. Mom, wait a minute, I need some time to think. Don't you want to meet your sister? His mother's grip was surprisingly strong. Damien was led by his mother into Louise's room. As he entered the room, he saw Louise lying on the bed. His brother-in-law, Ballad, was sitting on a chair next to her. Oh, Damien, you're back. Louise got up from the bed as soon as she saw Damien. Damien was surprised and stopped her. Why are you lying down? Is there something wrong with you? The doctor said she needed to take it easy because it's early in her pregnancy, so she is just lying down for a while. You don't have to worry too much. Ballad explained to Damien, and he was relieved to hear that. Damien, wasn't the trip hard? Are you hurt anywhere? Louise took Damien's hand and asked. Sister, I heard so. Congratulations, Damien said with difficulty. Louise smiled shyly. Thank you for the congratulations. Damien felt his throat constrict. His sister would never know that he didn't deserve to hear those words of thanks. In his previous life, Damien had killed his entire family with his own hands. He had robbed his family of their happiness and trampled on their future. All of this was what his family deserved. Damien had only given it back to them. So he didn't deserve to be thanked. But why? His eyes grew hot, his throat tightened, and he couldn't say anything. Damien, why are you crying? Louise asked with a surprised face. Damien covered his eyes with his hand and said, It's nothing. It's nothing? Are you that happy to be an uncle? Well, stop it. What will people think if a man cries so easily? Louise said, wiping away Damien's tears with her thumb. But the tears that had once started couldn't be stopped easily. That's right, what's the point of crying over something like this? A familiar voice rang out then. Damien turned his head to the side. He saw a young woman sitting in the corner of the room tearing apart jerky. It was Veronica, the killer ghost. The moment he saw Veronica, his tears abruptly stopped. It was because it was too ridiculous. Why are you here? Your mother caught me. Mother? Damien made a bewildered expression. How long had she been here to use such a title? You really stayed because she caught you, and the food was delicious. What nonsense. Benny, was it that delicious? Then his mother chimed in with a delighted expression. Damien was even more dumbfounded at her words. Benny, Benny. They had become so close that she would use such a pet name. I'm not telling lies, every dish you make is delicious. I'm so glad you said that. Is there anything else you want to eat? Tell me anything. I'd like to have the pumpkin pie I had last time again. Okay, let's have that for dessert today. Veronica smiled brightly and rejoiced at her words. Mother, when did you become so close to that girl? That girl, you can't address our Benny like that. Damien felt goosebumps rise on his body whenever he heard the word Benny. I always wished I had another daughter. I never thought my wish would come true like this. Damien was at a loss for words. No matter what, that Veronica Sanchez, taking a killer ghost as her daughter. Oh, by the way, I drove away the wolves in the forest as you asked, mother. Oh, thank you. The townspeople were getting anxious because of those wolves anyway. What was even more absurd was Veronica, who had been tamed by his mother. I don't know. Damien decided to take it easy. In the evening, Damien enjoyed a meal with his family. Brother, it was too much to just send one letter while you were away for so long. Abel, his younger brother who had returned from his inspection tour, grumbled at Damien. He was too busy, you know. Olivier took Damien's side, but Abel's expression didn't change. Yeah, he is a busy man, but at least he came back safely. It wasn't just Olivier, his father also took Damien's side. It would have been nice if you had sent letters more often, though. Damien listened to Abel's grumbling and enjoyed his mother's food. Now that he was a high-ranking nobleman, he could leave the cooking to the servants without any problem. However, the Countess always made the food herself. She said it was her pleasure, so Damien didn't stop her anymore. Damien, come with me for a moment. After the meal, his father called Damien. Damien finished the pumpkin pie he was holding in his hand and followed his father. The night air is cool tonight, isn't it? His father said, looking up at the night sky. As his father said, the cool breeze felt very good. Your mother did a great job. I had a full stomach. His father patted his stomach and said with satisfaction, aren't you going to ask me what I've been up to? I want to ask. His father said flatly. But you're not going to tell me, are you? I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize. When you're your age, you're bound to have a few secrets from your family. I was the same way. His father's voice was cool and refreshing, as if he was sincere. But that doesn't mean I'm not worried. His father looked back at Damien. Damien, promise me one thing. Promise me that you will never do anything dangerous and that you will always come back safely. Damien couldn't say anything for a moment. His father urged him on. This guy looks like he doesn't want to promise because he's not sure. No, I will promise you I will definitely come back safely. You must keep your promise. His father patted Damien's shoulder and returned to the castle. Damien was left alone and looked up at the sky without a word. Nephew. It was something that had never happened before. The future had been changed by Damien's actions. Perhaps that was why. No matter how much time passed, he couldn't believe it. My sister's child must be smart and cute. The thought of his nephew filled his heart with warmth, happy, excited. Words couldn't express the emotions that welled up from the depths of his heart. He wanted these days to go on forever, but Damien knew it was too early to dream of happiness. Darugo, just saying the name made his blood boil. His chest felt like it was going to collapse. Damien clenched his fist hard enough to draw blood. He couldn't suppress his anger any other way. I haven't killed him yet. As long as Darugo and Pandemonium were still out there, Damien couldn't dream of happiness. He was anxious, he was scared and afraid. Because if he made a mistake, all this happiness he had gained would be gone. His family would all die again, just like in his previous life, and he would be mocked by the dark mages. Even his unborn nephew would lose his life and suffer a terrible fate. Kilo, Damien said softly. Kilo and the dwarves emerged from Damien's shadow. You called. There's something you need to do. Just tell me. I'll make sure to follow any order. Start remodeling this castle today. Kilo's eyes lit up at the word remodel. Ooh, remodel. What level are you looking for? I want the best. Make it an impregnable fortress that can repel any enemy. That's an interesting request. Don't worry, I'll use all the skills to remodel it. Kilo clenched his fists. He was clearly raring to go. And one more thing, you have to do the work without the people in the castle knowing. Why are you attaching such a troublesome condition? My family will be anxious. If they suddenly strengthened the castle's defenses, there was a high chance his family would become anxious. It was also difficult to convince his family about the dwarves' souls. This is just in case. I don't intend to let the enemy set foot in the castle. If the master orders it, I must obey. I'm thinking of starting work today, so can you hand that over? At Kilo's request, Damien took out 2 objects from the subspace. They were models that looked like miniature buildings. However, these were not models but real buildings. They were miniaturized versions of the dwarves' facilities and warehouses. This was another dwarf technology. They had been made portable in case they ever had to leave the city long ago. Don't worry, I've scavenged all the materials left in the city. I'll turn it into a place so magnificent that even the master class won't be able to set foot in it. Kilo said as he received the objects. Kids, it's time to work. Since we're all dead anyway, let's work like crazy. At Kilo's words, the dwarves all cheered. Even after the death, they were still dwarves. They could not abandon their craftsmanship. The dwarves left Damien behind and disappeared. Left alone again, Damien looked up at the night sky. Maybe I should think about a gift for my nephew. The thought suddenly crossed his mind. His heart swelled with warmth, but Damien's wish was not to be. Master Damien, I apologize for coming so suddenly. Agnes, the disciple of the Chinjuium. Agnes had come to see Damien. Damien had no choice but to greet Agnes while playing cards with Abel. Pandemonium has performed a large-scale demon summoning ritual in the Tartarus kingdom. At those words, Damien felt the blood in his veins turn cold. This was something that had not happened in his previous life. The future had changed again, but there was one more thing to be surprised about. Master left to suppress this incident and has gone missing. Chapter 271, The Nephew Part 3. Lady Agnes, what do you mean by a large-scale demon summoning ritual? Damien asked, adjusting his posture. Agnes bit her lip and said, the church has not yet fully grasped the details of the incident. All we know is that Pandemonium took the lead, and the scale is unprecedented in history. Even as she spoke, Agnes's face remained grim. More than a third of the Tartarus kingdom's citizens were sacrificed to the ritual. Additionally, the southern part of the Tartarus kingdom has already been overrun by demons. Damien felt his blood boil. If Agnes's words were true, the southern part of the Tartarus kingdom would now be a hellish landscape. Demons were monsters who enjoyed human suffering as much as if not more than dark mages. Is it true that Sir Chinjiam has gone missing? He is not alone. As soon as the incident occurred, the church dispatched Master and the top paladins. However, contact was lost as soon as they arrived at the scene. Chinjiam was no ordinary grandmaster. He was widely regarded as the strongest among the grandmasters and was considered a candidate for the title of strongest human alongside the Imperial Supreme Sword. Such a figure had lost contact as soon as he arrived. That meant only one thing: a high-ranking demon has been summoned. Demons, like humans, expressed their hierarchy in a 5-tier system. There were theories that humans had imitated demons in this regard and vice versa. What was certain was that demons were strict hierarchists, and their dangerousness increased dramatically with each tier. Yes, the church is currently judging that at least a Marquis-class demon has been summoned. Even a Count-class demon could easily overwhelm a Master-class knight. And a Marquis-class demon was even more dangerous than a Count-class demon. There had once been an incident where a Marquis-class demon had been summoned. Historians of later generations had all judged it to be a crisis for the continent. The church has decided to dispatch Lord Radiant Light and Lord Green Wind as well. You're sending only 2 people to deal with a Marquis-class demon. It is the church's principle to have 2 great elders on standby at all times. If all the great 5 elders leave their posts, Pandemonium may launch a counterattack. It was not unreasonable. Damien had killed the SLA and the weapon master, but there were still plenty of monsters left in Pandemonium. If all the great 5 elders left their posts, the church could suffer heavy losses if they were attacked. However, the church is concerned that Lord Radiant Light and Lord Green Wind alone will not be enough. So you came to me. I am ashamed to say so, but yes. Your presence would be a great asset, Sir Damien. Damien had single-handedly defeated SLA. Damien was no longer just a rising star masterclass knight. He had become a formidable figure worthy of formal assistance from a powerful organization like the church. Damien was lost in thought. It wasn't that he was burdened by the church's request. It was because this demon summoning incident had never happened in his previous life. Darugo must have been busy hiding around this time. At this time, Darugo was too weak to stand against the Empire. That's why he was desperately trying to hide himself. But with this much trouble, his tale was bound to be exposed. It wasn't just Darugo. The entire Pandemonium had risen to the surface. Even then, they performed a demon summoning ritual. Why? What are they after? The future had changed too much to even make inferences. Further deliberation was pointless. There was only one thing to do. I will accept the offer. Sir Damien, thank you so much. The church will never forget this kindness. No, you can't. At that moment, a shout erupted from one side of the reception room. Before anyone knew it, his family was standing in front of the reception room door. A demon summoning ritual? We can't send you to such a dangerous place. His father strode into the reception room and spoke, his face flushed with anger. Agnes hurriedly rose from her seat and bowed. Your Excellency, I greet you. I am Agnes, a paladin of the church. There's no need for introductions. We can't entertain guests any longer, so I ask that you leave my territory immediately. Agnes looked troubled. At that, Count Haksen's face turned red again. Can't you hear me? Your Excellency, if Sir Damien agrees to help with this matter, the church will appropriately compensate. Compensation. Are you saying you're going to sell my son for that? Count Haksen raised his voice. I may be a fool, but I know very well how dangerous the demons are. They wield powers beyond human comprehension. Demons were dangerous not just because they were stronger than humans. It was because of the powers they possessed. Even a Count-class demon could influence the world with its powers, and a Marquis-class demon could change the world itself. Leave immediately. Or is the church so incompetent that it can't even handle this kind of thing? Agnes knelt on the floor. It was as if she was saying she would never back down. Count Haksen's eyebrows shot up at Agnes's attitude. Father, please let me go. At that moment, Damien spoke to Count Haksen. Count Haksen was taken aback and shouted, Damien, what are you talking about? Are you afraid of the church's pressure? Don't worry about that. I'm here. No, I'm not. Then why on earth would you get involved in this dangerous business? At that, Damien paused for a moment. He knew his father's heart. What parent wouldn't stop their child from going to a dangerous place? In truth, Damien didn't want to go either. It wasn't because he was afraid of demons. He had finally been able to spend some happy time with his family. He didn't want to let go of this happiness. Father, dark mages are like a plague. Even so, Damien had to go. You can't relax just because they're far away. If you take your eyes off them for a moment, they'll spread in all directions and eventually come here. Plagues had to be stopped early. Otherwise, they would spread in the blink of an eye and cause immense damage. Besides, this situation is not ordinary. I don't know what might happen if we just leave it alone. Even in his previous life, there had never been a demon summoning ritual on this scale. Damien couldn't ignore this situation either. He had to find out their intentions and punish them. So I'm going. I don't know what the dark mages are thinking, but we'll all be safe if we deal with them first. Damien. So please let me go. Count Haksen looked at Damien with a face that was about to cry, but Damien didn't change his mind. Do you remember the promise you made me yesterday? Yes, I will return safely. You rascal. Count Haksen turned away as if he couldn't stand to look at him. Damien gave a bitter smile, and he stood in front of his family. He spoke to his mother first. Mother, I'll be back. Damien, tears were already welling up in his mother's eyes. Damien tried to ignore it and approached Abel. Abel, take care of the family. Brother, do you really have to go? Just stay with us. I'm sorry. Damien finally approached Louise. Sister, I'm sorry to leave you without seeing you for a while. At Damien's words, Louise just smiled bitterly. Promise me you won't get hurt. I promise. After greeting each of his family members, Damien left with Agnes. When he went outside, he saw familiar faces. Radiant Light and Green Wind were waiting for the two of them. Sir Damien, it's been a long time. Unlike Radiant Light, who greeted him warmly, Green Wind looked surprised. Green Wind, I was right, wasn't I? Sir Damien is not one to turn away from such a thing. You were right, sister. I was too narrow-minded. Green Wind approached Damien. She put one hand on her chest and said, Thank you for your help. Bound winds in the church will never forget this. Damien couldn't help but look surprised. When he visited the church last time, Green Wind had been nitpicking Damien's every move. I'd love to chat more, but the situation is urgent. Would it be okay to leave immediately? On the contrary, I have a favor to ask. Oh, did you hear that, Green Wind? That's why I like Sir Damien. He's straightforward. Radiant Light nudged Green Wind's shoulder with her elbow. Green Wind glanced at Radiant Light and shrugged. Sister, please be careful with your words. I'm afraid someone might misunderstand. As she spoke, Green Wind raised her divine power. A strong wind blew from somewhere and enveloped the four of them. The paladins of the bound winds could transform their bodies into wind and travel. Green Wind could transform not only her own body but also the bodies of others into wind. Sister, please, I understand. Radiant Light raised her divine power. A dazzling light seeped into Green Wind's body. Radiant Light's divine power of amplification could amplify anything, such as cutting power, gravity, and so on. It seemed that Radiant Light intended to amplify Green Wind's power to allow them to travel faster. Then let's go. The strong wind that enveloped the four of them grew even stronger. Soon their bodies disappeared. In their place, a storm soared high into the sky. As soon as the four of them disappeared, a window in Spring Castle opened. Damien, Count Haksen looked up at the sky with a worried expression. Under the bright sky, a heaven-breaking, earth-shattering roar echoed through the air. The source of the sound was an old man. Every time the old man swung his fist at the translucent barrier, a tremendous sound was emitted. But no matter how much the old man punched, the translucent barrier did not shatter. Lord Chinjiam, please take a break. The young men who were sitting behind the old man spoke. They were all dressed in white armor. On the chest of the armor was an emblem symbolizing the church. The old man Chinjiam stopped swinging his fist. He glared at the barrier with fierce eyes and said, How can I stop? We need to get out of here as soon as possible. This translucent barrier covered the ground like a pot lid. Chinjiam and the paladins were trapped inside this barrier and unable to get out. Damn it, I never thought they would hide something like this. Chinjiam spat out curses. Chinjiam and the paladins had headed to the Tartarus kingdom to resolve the demon summoning incident. And as soon as they arrived at the kingdom, they were trapped in this barrier. No matter how much Chinjiam attacked, the barrier did not budge, no matter how he attacked. I understand your frustration, but it might be a good idea to conserve your strength in case of an emergency. Chinjiam simply shook his head at the paladin's advice. No, I can't stay still. I have to break this thing somehow and get out to inform the church. Chinjiam said, gritting his teeth. No one should come here. Whoever comes will be dead. Chapter 272. The Demonic Followers Part 1. The Tartarus Kingdom was located on the edge of the continent. Its territory was quite large, but its national power was not very strong. It was famous for its abundant seafood, as it was bordered by the sea. It was a kingdom located very far from the Apple Kingdom. It would take over a month to get to the Tartarus Kingdom. However, if you were with the 5 great elders, it was a different story. Damien was moving at an incredible speed, riding on the wind. It was as if he was sitting on a carpet made of wind. Damien sat on the wind and looked out at the scenery outside. Even with his dynamic vision, he couldn't see passing scenery quickly. This was the result of Green Wind's wind being amplified by Radiant Light's amplification. At this speed, we'll be in the Tartarus Kingdom in a few minutes, Green Wind said to the group. She didn't look even a little tired, even though she was handling wind on this scale. It was the power befitting a figure who was one of the 5 great elders. Then I should explain it to Sir Damien in advance while we're on the way. If I explain it after we arrive, there won't be enough time. Radiant Light continued, turning to Damien. Sir Damien, our top priority is to destroy the summoning circle. We need to destroy it to reverse summon the demon. Radiant Light's eyes widened at Damien's answer. Oh, how did you know that? I've read books about demons. It was a lie, actually. The reason Damien knew about demons was because of his past life memories. Perhaps the only other existence in this world who knew more about demons than Damien was Darugo. Then I guess there's no need to explain it separately. Demons were creatures that lived in Inferno, not on the continent. Since they were creatures that existed in a completely different dimension, they were subject to various constraints when summoned to the continent. That's why demons were very weak right after they were summoned. The only way to break the constraints was to feed the demon a human soul. That's why dark mages kidnapped humans and offered them as sacrifices even after summoning demons. The biggest constraint that demons summoned to the continent faced was being bound to the summoning circle. If the summoning circle was even slightly damaged, the demon was reversed summoned back to the Inferno. It sounds simple when you hear it, but it won't be easy. This demon summoning incident is not ordinary. Chinjiam, who was known as the strongest among the 5 great elders, had disappeared. It was an event that was impossible to understand considering Chinjiam's strength and status. I heard from the church that they're judging that a Marquis-class demon was summoned. That's right. A demon of that level would be the only one who could put Sir Chinjiam in danger. Damien agreed with Radiant Light's words. With Chinjiam's strength, he could easily bring down even the main body of a Count-class demon. But what I don't understand is how Pandemonium was able to prepare a summoning circle of this scale without the church's knowledge. Damien naturally thought of Darugo. Darugo had been preparing for a long time to destroy humanity. Such a Darugo would have been able to prepare a summoning ritual of this scale in a short period of time. But why? The problem was that he couldn't understand why Darugo had made such a choice. In his previous life, Darugo had not relied on demons. This was because he was arrogant and overconfident in his own abilities. Moreover, Darugo was not very interested in demons. He was not at all attached to the graces or powers that demons bestowed. Could it be that he made this choice because I killed the weapon master? The greatest advantage of the weapon master was that he could use dozens of demonic sword. Demonic swords were no different from avatars of demons. In other words, the weapon master could use the power of demons without limit. Even during the War of Destruction, the weapon master was used as a kind of demon. The weapon master is dead. All the demonic swords have been destroyed as well. There is no one in Pandemonium who can freely wield the power of demons now, so if he summoned a demon then… Damien was lost in thought when Green Wind spoke to Radiant Light. Sister, we've entered the airspace of the Tartarus Kingdom. This is where Pandemonium's territory begins. As soon as Green Wind finished speaking, the smell of burning and blood rushed in from all directions. Damien's expression hardened involuntarily. There was only one meaning to these smells. The dark mages are raiding the villages to gather sacrifices. Damien clenched his fists involuntarily. But now was not the time to let his anger out. He had to destroy the summoning circle as quickly as possible and reverse summon the demon. We'll be at the summoning circle in just a bit. Get ready now. Just then something caught Damien's senses. Damien reflexively got up from his spot. Why? Green Wind asked with a puzzled expression. At that moment a light flashed in the distance. A red beam of light shot straight towards them. Damien swung his dawn to cut the beam down. But the moment dawn collided with the beam, he couldn't help but change his mind. It's going to be tough to cut it down. Damien was standing on the wind right now. The fact that his footing was unstable made it difficult to swing dawn properly. Damien twisted dawn to deflect the beam's trajectory. The beam shot up into the sky. The group looked up at where the beam had disappeared with surprised faces. Agnes, who was the first to come to her senses, asked Damien, "Sir Damien, what was that just now? It seems like the demon isn't happy about us coming." As he spoke, a light flashed again ominously. Another red beam of light shot towards them. Sir Damien stepped back. This time, Radiant Light stepped forward. She raised her divine power and created a shield made of light. The shield blocked the red beam, but the red beam pierced the shield all too easily. The beam that had pierced the shield was about to engulf Radiant Light. Damien quickly jumped in between and deflected the beam. The beam crashed into the ground. What the? I reinforced it 100-fold, Radiant Light muttered in disbelief as she watched the scene unfold. Without a moment's rest, another flash of light appeared. This time, not one but several lights flashed simultaneously. Red beams of light rained down without a break. Damien deflected them with his dawn and said, "Ma'am Green Wind, let's land here. We're still quite a ways from the summoning circle. You're blocking them well, so if we just keep going. I can only deflect them because I can see them from above. If the number of beams increases any more, I won't be able to hold on." On the ground, Damien might have been able to exert his full power. But on the wind, he couldn't. I see. Green Wind changed the direction of the wind. The wind, which had been flying in a straight line, headed downward. The four people landed in the middle of a forest. And then no more beams of light came flying. Damien muttered, looking in the direction the beams had come from. "Stopped, you're going to watch." It didn't feel good. The demon was treating Damien like a complete toy right now. "Wait till I meet you in person. Who, so you can block all my beams?" A man muttered, looking out from the top of the tower. "I didn't mean to kill you, but it wasn't exactly easy either. Humans these days are pretty good, aren't they?" "Don't you think so, Darugo?" the man asked, looking back. Darugo glared at him with a displeased expression. "Why were you summoned?" How about I honestly say that I'm happy because you are here. It's like digging for silver and finding gold." "Bullshit, you demons would never do anyone any good." Darugo's words brought a sly smile to the man's face. "Darugo, you sound like a human, weren't you also one of our kind? There's just a little problem called betrayal." "Enough, did I go through all the trouble of drawing a summoning circle just to talk about that old nonsense? You're so grumpy. Can't we chat a bit after all this time?" "Pathetic." Darugo's eyes gleamed ominously. "Pathetic, you didn't even earn a title when I was active. It's true that you're older than me, but you should look at your current position. A demon who has fallen from grace." Killing intent oozed from the man. The two men stared each other down, then the man shrugged and stepped back. "If that's what the summoner wants, then there's nothing I can do, so tell me what you want." "Why did you summon me?" "I want the demonic power of a Marquis-class demon." The man's eyes widened at those words. Demonic power was the strength that demons possessed. It was a higher concept than dark magic. "Demonic power is like an elixir to dark mages, but I doubt a being of your stature would call on me to consume such power, especially in such numbers." The man spread his arms wide. At that, the magic circle drawn across the entire meadow revealed itself. The scale of the magic circle was staggering, but even more surprising were the materials. The magic circle was drawn entirely with magic stones and gemstone powder. And in the center, there were over 1,000 hearts piled up. "You don't need to know that. I can't help but be curious. Just answer me, will you agree to the contract?" The man clapped his hands and said, "Since you've kindly shown me the world, I guess I can fulfill that request," he said with a chuckle. "Is everyone all right?" Radiant Light looked around at the group and asked. Everyone nodded their heads in affirmation. "Well, I don't know where this is. Green Wind, where was the summoning circle? Just keep going southwest. Did everyone hear that? Let's move on." "Where are you going?" At that moment, a stranger's voice was heard. They turned in the direction of the voice and saw a group of ragged men. They weren't dressed like this because they were beggars. Their clothes were ruined because of their grotesquely twisted arms and legs. The men's arms and legs were black as if they had been dipped in ink, and they were all strangely deformed. Some men had only 2 giant arms, others had the heads of beasts in place of their arms. "Demonic followers," Agnes muttered in disgust. Dark mages did not follow or worship demons. They saw them only as trading partners, but the demonic followers were different. They were a race that had gained immense power in exchange for becoming servants of demons. "Just when we were running out of sacrifices, I didn't know you'd fall from the sky like this." The man who seemed to be the leader laughed, baring his teeth. His left arm, which had turned into a hyena, made a clicking sound. "You idiots, don't just stand there watching, get in there and catch them." The men surrounded the 4 of them. Then Radiant Light smiled and said, "Oh my, you're brave ones. You think you can block our way? Sister, it's not that. I think they just don't know who we are." "Oh really? It's definitely possible. What chance do these insignificant lowlifes have to see our faces?" That makes sense." Damien drew his dawn, but Radiant Light reached out and stopped him. "Sir Damien worked hard last time, so please rest this time." As Radiant Light stepped forward, the men were all taken aback. It was because of her appearance. This is a face that's too precious to offer as a sacrifice. "Brother, let's just take this woman. Wouldn't the other 3 be enough?" Radiant Light pointed down and said, "Do you know that? They say the earth has a force that pulls things down." At those words, the demon followers looked at each other. "Is she maybe a pretty girl who's gone a little crazy? We're out of luck. There's no fun in playing with a woman like this." Radiant light raised her divine power. A dazzling light burst forth from her. Shall we try 100-fold gravity? As soon as the words were out of her mouth, the demonic followers' bodies sank into the ground below. The legs and lower bodies of the demonic followers were crushed. Chapter 273. The Demonic Followers Part 2. Half of the demonic followers crumbled. However, something was strange. The bleeding, ruptured muscles, and shattered bones that one would expect to see in humans were not visible. It was as if he was looking at a viscous liquid. Radiant Light spoke as if she was surprised by the sight. "Oh, I thought I was going to kill you all at once. You must have sacrificed a lot to the demon, haven't you?" You damn bitch, what did you do to us?" The upper bodies of the demonic followers were glued to the floor. Their bodies were crushed little by little as if being crushed by an invisible lump. This monstrous bitch." The leader of the demonic followers stretched out his arm that had turned into a hyena. The hyena chattered its jaws and reached out to Radiant Light. However, it couldn't go far and was stuck to the ground. "You're tougher than I thought. Are you getting bored? Do you want to die quickly?" Radiant Light pointed to the ground with her index finger again. Then the gravity became even stronger and the bodies of the demonic followers were completely crushed. Only black liquid spread out wide where the demonic followers had been. It was nothing. It was then that Radiant Light said that. The black liquid flowed along the ground and began to gather in one place. And then the black liquid turned into a giant and raised its body. The giant let out a strange cry. It seemed that its intelligence had been drastically reduced. "I completely smashed it, but its fusion, it doesn't seem like they are serving an ordinary demon." At that moment, the giant swung its arm. The arm stretched out like a whip and covered Radiant Light and her party. Radiant Light and Green Wind immediately kicked the ground. Damien also hugged Agnes and moved away. The giant's arm hit the ground where the four had been. The surrounding ground turned to dust and scattered. Radiant Light lowered her index finger again. Gravity became even stronger. However, the giant was neither crushed nor crushed. It stood there unscathed. Radiant Light's eyes widened at the sight. "What do you think, Green Wind? They say they fused, but it's absurd for demonic followers to resist my sister's power." The demonic followers were like disposable pieces that the demon used for a while. The fact that just a few of them combined were resisting the power of the 5 great elders was absurd, even if Radiant Light hadn't shown her true power. It seems that the demon summoned here is not an ordinary one. As we guessed at headquarters, it must be a Marquis-class demon and one of the top ranks. Green Wind, that's not what I'm asking. Maybe it was because of her mood. Radiant Light's voice turned sharp. It seemed like the temperature around them had dropped considerably. "How dare you, bastards who have clung to the demon, resist the power that God have bestowed upon me? Until now, such blasphemous sight." Radiant Light took out a model axe from her bosom. As she infused it with divine power, it grew in size. The model became a real weapon. Radiant Light lifted the halberd lightly and said, "Oh God, oh great Father, I will send one of them up right now." Radiant Light immediately charged at the giant. Soon, a roar erupted. As Radiant Light swung her halberd, the giant's arm and shoulder were torn off in one piece. The giant screeched and swung its other arm. Radiant Light grabbed it with her bare hands and swung it around. The giant's arm was torn off. She is really pissed off. No one can stop her. Green Wind put her fingers to her forehead as if she had a headache. "Damien, can you keep an eye on the surroundings? I'm going to go calm my sister down." Green Wind turned her body into wind and flew towards Radiant Light. Damien felt sorry for the giant who had to face 2 of the 5 great elders all of a sudden. They are both quite hot-tempered. This is the proper attitude to take towards these scums. Agnes, who was standing next to him, said in a pious tone. Damien looked at Agnes with a bored expression. Sometimes he forgot, but Agnes was also a paladin. It was then, something was detected by Damien's senses. He turned his head in the direction of the detection, but all he could see were trees. "Sir Damien," the moment Agnes asked, Damien swung the dawn. The aura blade sliced through the ground. The forest was split in half. A shadow emerged from the split ground. The shadow transformed into a person in midair. "Oh ho, so you can see through my hiding." The monster looked at Damien and asked. Leisureliness was evident in his expression and demeanor. This meant that he was confident in his abilities. "I came here after the lower one sent me a distress signal. I never thought I'd find paladins hiding here. Tell me your names, then I'll kill you gently." "No thanks," Damien said as if he was annoyed. The monster's eyes twitched. "No. No, you stupid and foolish bastard. You can't even recognize what's in front of you and you're being cheeky." Agnes whispered softly in Damien's ear. "It seems that he doesn't know you, Sir Damien. Or maybe he's just an idiot." "What are you two whispering about?" the monster shouted and unleashed his dark mana. Damien looked at the man with an intrigued expression. This was because the amount of dark mana was enormous, but its purity was also extremely high. "You fool, I'll only tell you this once, so listen carefully and be afraid. I am the Nameless One, I am the apostle chosen by the demon. Apostle, as Damien asked back, the apostle's face became arrogant. You're stupid, but you seem to know about apostles. Of course I do. They're just a bunch of dogs who are more closely attached to the demon. The apostle blinked twice. His face then turned bright red. How dare you, this body, my master? Insult them in such a way. The amount of dark mana emanating from the apostle increased even more. In terms of the amount of dark mana alone, it was comparable to a giant evil's. I'll pull out your tongue right now and offer it to my master. The apostle rushed at Damien. He gathered his dark mana and transformed his hands into monster hands. The apostle swung his monster hands around, trying to tear Damien apart. Damien and Agnes stepped back together. The monster hands slammed into the ground. Then something strange happened. Not only was the ground shattered, but it was also instantly dyed green. It wasn't the fresh green that could be seen in nature. It was much darker and more slimy. The whole ground was rotting. Heh, do you see? This is the power I have gained as an apostle. Anything that touches this hand rots. Living things decay and inanimate objects corrode. Apostles were those who were granted not only power but also authority by the demon. They could not freely wield power like the demon, but they were certainly a formidable presence. You'd better be careful. Just a graze will cause your whole body to rot and fall apart. The apostle transformed his monster hand once more. Sharp blades protruded from all over the hand. However, Damien was not the least bit interested in the power the apostle had shown. I needed information, so this is perfect. An apostle like you must know a lot, right? Arrogant bastard. The apostle reached out towards Damien. Monster hands poured out like arrows. Damien swung the dawn to cut down the apostle. At the sight, the apostle laughed at Damien. You're much more ignorant than I thought. That sword is useless in front of the power bestowed upon me by my master. The dawn and the monster hand collided, but contrary to the apostle's expectations, the dawn did not corrode. Instead, it cut off the monster hand. It was like melting a large piece of cheese with a hot knife. Xperrif, the apostle grabbed his half-cut hand and stepped back. The wound inflicted by the dawn continued to burn incessantly. The divine power contained in the dawn was annihilating the demon's power. I wondered why the church sent out such a young kid, but he's been given an absurdly powerful holy sword. The apostle began to wrap his body in his power. His entire body except for his face was stained with demonic power. Stupid fool, you should have cut my throat just now. The apostle flew towards Damien. It seemed as if he was trying to ram him with his demonic power-clad body. At that moment, Damien swung the dawn. The apostle's form disappeared as he moved his hand. Then flashes of light cut through the air several times. The apostle's arms and legs were cut off. The severed limbs were instantly corrupted and disappeared. Losing his center of gravity, the demonic power also dissipated. The apostle fell to the ground with his limbs missing. His eyes shook wildly as if in disbelief. What just happened? Damien raised his foot and stepped on the apostle's chest. Don't even think about regenerating your limbs if you don't want to be left with just your head. Even with the apostle's level of vitality, he would survive for a few hours if only his head was left. That would be enough time to extract information. I'm going to ask you a few questions from now on. It would be in your best interest to answer honestly. You don't talk to me like that. Do you think I'll betray my master? Despite being outnumbered, the apostle was not at all discouraged. Instead, he became even more agitated. You fool, do whatever you want, I will never give in. I see, I misunderstood. I'm not the one who's going to interrogate you. There's a much more skilled specialist than me. At the word specialist, a question mark briefly appeared on the apostle's face. Sir Damien. What's going on here? Then radiant light and green wind approached from behind. Despite moving so violently, there was not a speck of dust on Radiant Light's clothes. Who's that man over there? He's an apostle of the demon. He attacked us too just now. Oh my, a smile appeared on Radiant Light's lips. The moment the apostle saw that smile, he felt a chill down his spine. Ma'am Radiant Light, you once worked as an interrogator, didn't you? So you know, it was a very meaningful time for me to be able to carry out the will of God. Radiant Light's smile grew wider and wider. The more she did so, the more the apostle's sense of fear grew. Would you mind showing off your skills for a while? Of course. Damien took his foot off and stepped back, then Radiant Light approached. I'll answer honestly, so please, SHHH. Radiant Light raised her index finger to her lips. Her face was incredibly beautiful, but the apostle had no time to appreciate Radiant Light's beauty. In my experience, scums like you always lie at first, so I have them have a time of repentance first. Radiant Light stepped on the apostle's head, and she gathered divine power in her souls. Xperrif, divine power began to burn the apostle's flesh. The apostle screamed and shouted, "Now let's have a time to repent to God." Radiant Light's face looked incredibly pious as she spoke. Chapter 274, The Demonic Followers Part 3. Radiant Light tortured the apostle in various ways. Even Damien, who had watched the Dark Mages every day during his time as a Death Knight, was impressed by her creative methods of torture. HMPH, as expected of a dog who sided with demons, you have a tight mouth. Radiant Light said while wiping the black blood off her face. In that short time, the apostle had been reduced to a wretched state. Unfortunately, I couldn't find out the identity of the demon. It seemed the demon had taken preemptive measures, as that information was completely erased. However, there were still some gains. According to them, the summoning circle is structured like this. Radiant Light drew a diagram on the ground with a twig. 4 auxiliary summoning circles surrounded the main summoning circle. The auxiliary summoning circles not only sustain the main circle, but also serve as entrances for the sacrifices. The followers captured humans and sacrificed them at the auxiliary summoning circles. The souls of the sacrificed humans flowed into the main summoning circle. Sir Damien, I think it's best to destroy the auxiliary summoning circles first. To weaken the demon summoned this time was no ordinary being. It had withstood Radiant Light's power merely by merging with a few demonic followers. Even though there were 2 of the 5 great elders and Damien present, they could not afford to be careless. That too, but I want to save the people. The auxiliary summoning circles held citizens of the Tartarus kingdom, captured by the demonic followers to be sacrificed. These people were trembling in fear, waiting to be offered as sacrifices. Damien looked at Radiant Light with a face that said he found this surprising. The Radiant Light he remembered was a zealot who would burn her entire body to kill dark mages. Hearing her say she wanted to save people felt somewhat strange. It seems you're thinking something disrespectful. Not at all, Damien feigned innocence. Radiant Light looked at him suspiciously. I agree with you, but if we're not careful, we might just end up giving the demon more time. So, we need to split our forces. Radiant Light pointed to the farthest auxiliary summoning circle. Green Wind, who has the best mobility, will take care of 2. The rest will be divided between Sir Damien and me. Wouldn't it be dangerous to split our forces with the demon already summoned? A newly summoned demon cannot leave the summoning circle. We won't be individually defeated just because we split up. Pandemonium might send reinforcements. Let them come, what's there to fear? Radiant Light said nonchalantly. It was a natural confidence. There were 2 of the 5 great elders and Damien here. So, what should I do? Agnes asked Radiant Light. Since parting ways with Damien, Agnes had put in a lot of effort and had reached the level of a high class. However, the high class level was not enough to stop the demons. You assist Sir Damien. If it seems dangerous, evacuate in advance. Understood. Sir Damien, any questions? At Radiant Light's question, Damien shook his head, indicating there were none. Good, then let's move. Let's go and kill these filthy heretics. I didn't expect that they would be able to take down a fusion and an apostle this quickly. A man spoke with a hint of amusement from the top of the tower. I don't know about anything else, but their vitality should be close to immortality. It's really amazing. Don't you think so, Darugo? The man asked as he looked back. There a skeleton stood with a disgruntled expression. Of course. There are 2 of the 5 great elders over there. Mere followers wouldn't be able to even tie their shoelaces. The 5 great elders, they were the 5 great elders, that's impressive, but one of them didn't use divine power. That guy, I wish you'd focus on the work instead of paying attention to such things. Darugo said and pointed towards the sky. A black sphere was floating above the man's head. The black sphere was absorbing the surrounding mana in real time. It was a sight that was dangerous to anyone who saw it. Don't be so hasty. Do you think it's easy to generate mana on the ground? And it's not just ordinary mana, but mana imbued with demonic power. Demonic power is the power that demons wield. Or so it is known, but in reality it was something much greater. Demonic power could be said to be the substance that makes up demons. When demonic power was imbued into mana, it turned it into demonic mana, and anyone could use demonic mana to use demonic power. That wasn't all. Depending on how the demonic mana was processed, demonic power could be used in a variety of ways. It could be made into potions and consumed, or it could be refined into weapons. In other words, what Darugo wanted was not demonic mana, but demonic power that he could freely use. Why didn't you keep a closer eye on the weapon master? If he were here, we wouldn't have to be circling around like this. Don't talk nonsense. Oh, you're angry. Then I suppose I should shut my mouth obediently. The man shrugged. Darugo's expression crumpled as if he were out of luck. Then suddenly the man's expression changed. The man lowered his hands. The darkness stopped growing and settled. Why are you stopping the work? The intruders are moving towards the auxiliary summoning circle. Darugo's expression turned serious at the man's words. Damn it, they're aiming for there after all. If this keeps up, they'll reach the auxiliary summoning circle soon. What are you going to do? The man asked with a cheerful grin. Darugo couldn't help but scowl. What's so funny? If we leave them be, I will be summoned back to Inferno. Well, then there's nothing we can do. The man's attitude was endlessly lighthearted. There was no sign of any sense of responsibility for the contract. However, it was Darugo who was feeling sorry for himself. Darugo spoke into the air. Yoda. "Oh, did you call me?" A monster with bat wings descended from the sky. The man looked at Yoda with a face full of interest. "Splitting your own soul to create artificial souls. Interesting, that's very amusing. I don't want to hear compliments from you." Darugo replied curtly and gave Yoda an order. "Yoda, open the door." Yoda grabbed the air with both hands. As he pulled his hands up and down, the air ripped open. The space that opened up was shining in a variety of colors. 3 men and women walked out of it. As soon as they appeared, an eerie dark mana engulfed the surroundings. It meant that all 3 were incredibly powerful beings. "Lord Darugo, did you call us?" The 3 knelt before Darugo. "The paladins of the church are trying to ruin the ceremony. Go and stop those hypocrites." "Understood," the 3 said loudly and then stood up. At that time the man asked the 3, "You're going to stop those 3 with such insignificant guys?" At those words, the faces of the 3 contorted. The vast majority of dark mages and dark knights did not particularly like demons. Moreover, they were loyalists who served only Darugo, so naturally they were not happy to be ridiculed out of the blue. "I'm not sending you to stop them, I'm sending you to buy time. Even buying time seems difficult. You seem to be quite dissatisfied with my instructions." "Well, it would be a lie to say no. So please help us out a bit." The man gestured to the 3. "Come here, you 3. The 3 approached the man. The man clapped his hands with a satisfied look on his face. "You've weakened, but you're just right to use as pawns." A question arose on the faces of the 3. The next moment blood welled up from their chests. The 3 looked down at their chests in bewilderment. The place where their hearts should have been was empty. The life faded from the eyes of the 3. They collapsed to the floor. "Well then, shall we show our kin the surface of the world?" The man took a key out of his pocket. Unusually, the key was split exactly in half. The man turned the key in the air. A small hole opened up in the air. Crimson energy began to pour out of the hole. The crimson energy flowed into the bodies of the 3 people. The hearts where the hole had been began to fill with flesh. Soon life returned to the eyes of the 3. "Wow, it's really the surface world. I've never been here before. Your Excellency, Your Excellency. You really kept your promise." The 3 people jumped around and rejoiced. How did you?" In order to summon or possess a demon on the continent, a sacrifice was required. However, the man was now completely ignoring this law. The secret was the half-key that the man possessed. "How did you get that key?" "Restored it, you ask? I put in some effort. I went through a lot of trouble." The man smiled cheerfully and spoke to the demons. "Go and stop those guys. You can kill them if you want, but bring the man over there to me. It looks like the auxiliary summoning circle is drawn inside there," Agnes said, pointing to the castle that stood against the forest. The castle, which was originally used by the nobles, was occupied by the demonic followers. Mommy, please spare my daughter, please," screams could be heard from inside. The destruction of half of the castle walls allowed everyone to see the horrific acts being committed inside. A large summoning circle was drawn in the center of the castle. The demonic followers were constantly throwing people into the summoning circle. "SS save me, ugh." The human thrown into the summoning circle was compressed alive. The summoning circle absorbed the humans who had turned into bugs imprinted on the palm of their hands. It seemed to be sending them to the main summoning circle. "How terrible," Agnes said softly. Damien nodded silently. Just watching it made him feel uncomfortable. In particular, Damien was reminded of his past, which made him feel even worse. "Lady Agnes, please stay here, I'll go." "What are you going to do by yourself?" At the sudden unfamiliar voice, Damien immediately looked up. A middle-aged man was sticking out his upper body from the split space. "Ho." As he said, "You're not an ordinary friend." Damien's eyes widened at the sight of the man. "Demon." At those words, the corners of the man's mouth were torn all the way to the sides. "Correct." The man jumped out of the gap in the space and swung his hand down at the same time. The forest flew away as a whole along with the shockwave. "Kaya-ha-ha-hat." The man laughed loudly from the ruins. "To be able to smash everything I want as soon as I come to the surface. It feels great. It's the first time I've had this much fun in hundreds of years." "That's strange." The demon's laughter stopped abruptly at the voice that suddenly came out. A little further away, Damien stood unharmed. "Human, how are you alive? I was going to kill you." The demon asked with a hint of amusement, but the one who should really be curious was Damien. How can a demon possess a human body so easily? He knew a lot about demons, so he knew how difficult it was for demons to possess humans. A demon summoned by Darugo, there's no way. He wouldn't have caused this much trouble just to summon a mere demon, Damien said as he drew out Dawn. "Looks like I have a lot to ask you." Chapter 275, The Demon Part 1. "Human, what kind of attitude is that?" The demon tilted his head to one side, staring intently at Damien. Despite having a human face, there was something unnatural and ominous about it. "Not only are you unafraid of me, but you dare to ask questions? How insolent, I don't like it, but I shall forgive you." The demon raised his chin and spread his arms wide, speaking with great arrogance. It's been centuries since I last emerged to the surface to feast on a human. It's true that fresh and lively prey tastes better than those driven mad with fear. Hunger and joy shone simultaneously in the demon's eyes. Damien could only let out a hollow laugh at the demon's attitude. This is one amusing bastard. The demon clearly saw Damien as nothing more than food, meaning it didn't consider him a threat at all. In truth, this wasn't Damien's first encounter with a demon. He had fought a demon during a trip with his family to see the Starlight Fairies. A dark mage had accidentally summoned a demon while attacking the city. That battle had ended in Damien's victory, but that didn't mean he could underestimate the demon before him. The demon summoned back then had been just an avatar, unable to fully manifest the true power of its main body. In contrast, the demon now before him was not an avatar but had possessed a human body. As a result, it could harness much more of its true power than the avatar could. He's stronger than that one to begin with. They Oth were Count-class demons, but the power they wielded was different. This demon was likely among the stronger of the Count-class demons. Human, my name is Resorv. What is your name? Damien Haksen. Damien Haksen, I've remembered it. When I devour your soul, I'll recall your name. Resorv's limbs began to transform. His muscles swelled and his fingers lengthened and sharpened. Kahahaha, Resorv laughed loudly and closed the distance in an instant, swinging his hand. Damien blocked Resorv's attack with his weapon Dawn, but the force pushed him back. Human, resist more. So I can enjoy this. Resorv continued his assault on Damien. Each time Resorv swung his hand, the ground split into 5 fissures, tearing the surface apart in an instant. Kaha. Kahaha, the more he pressed Damien, the louder Resorv's laughter grew. Human, why are you silent? Are you too scared to speak? Let's just say that. Kahaha. Trying to hide your fear with bravado, the demon seemed greatly amused, while Damien's gaze remained cold and composed. Are you the only demon in this area? Ha, of course not. By now your comrades are each dealing with one. They're not as strong as me, but they're quite formidable in their own right. Thanks for answering, that's what I wanted to hear. Suddenly, Damien's movements changed. He no longer blocked Resorv's attacks, but let them pass. Resorv's hands slammed into the ground instead of Damien. Kaha. Resorv's laughter abruptly stopped, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. Now it's my turn. Damien switched to offense, aiming Dawn at Resorv's openings. His swift strikes cut into Resorv's body in several places. However, Resorv's flesh was strangely tough, even repelling the aura blade. Human, how insolent! Though Damien's attacks didn't penetrate deeply, Resorv's pride seemed wounded. With a roar, Resorv lunged at Damien, his beast-like hands trying to tear him apart. But once again, Damien deflected the attacks with twists of Dawn, redirecting them and striking back at the same spots on Resorv's body. Resorv's skin split and blood flowed, though the wounds were superficial. Nevertheless, Resorv was shocked. This can't be. Disbelief turned into rage on Resorv's face. Human. Don't get cocky. An enormous energy burst from Resorv. His muscles bulged and rippled. Kahahaha, Resorv's speed increased dramatically, creating multiple afterimages that surrounded Damien. The assault pattern changed again. Resorv attacked while Damien defended. Human, this has been entertaining, but it ends now. Second ring, Damien murmured softly. In that moment, a resonant sound emanated from his body. Damien vanished, and a barrage of blue slashes enveloped Resorv. The blue strikes relentlessly cut into Resorv's body and sparking on contact. Kaarg Jaya, Resorv flailed his arms in a panic, trying to shake off Damien. But his hands grasped at nothing. Meanwhile, the blue slashes continued to rain down, increasing the number of wounds on Resorv's body. Graarg, Resorv raised his fists high into the sky, gathering a tremendous amount of demonic power in them. Get away from me, you pesky insect. He slammed his fists into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the surrounding ground shattered. Damien halted his attack and stepped back. Your strength is impressive. Truly demonic. Damien looked at the shattered ground as he spoke. It sounded like praise, but it was actually a taunt, implying that strength was all Resorv had. Human. How dare you, mere prey? Resorv's face turned red with anger. I was just toying with you, but you're losing your mind. Toying with me? It doesn't seem that way. Grah. I'll rip you to shreds right now. Suddenly, a crack appeared beneath Resorv's feet. It wasn't the ground that split, but the very fabric of space. Through the tear, a kaleidoscope of colors could be seen. Resorv threw himself into the rift. As soon as he was swallowed, the space closed. An onlooker might think he had fled, but Damien knew better. Demons were a proud and arrogant race. They wouldn't run away so easily. Sure enough, a killing intent emanated from the side. Resorv's hand aimed for Damien's head, but Damien blocked the attack with Dawn. With a dull thud, Damien was pushed back. He steadied himself and looked up. In the distance, Resorv was visible, with one arm protruding from a spatial rift. Human, you got lucky this time, but the second time won't be so easy. Before he finished speaking, Resorv's hand burst from the ground. Damien leapt to avoid the attack, then a hand shot out from the sky. Hands emerged from all directions. Damien had to keep moving to dodge Resolve's relentless attacks, so he can manipulate space. This is going to be troublesome. There were few demons, even among the most powerful, that could manipulate space. The ability to control space was rare and immensely powerful. I can't attack him like this. Resolve was hiding in the spatial rifts. To strike him, Damien would need to pierce through space itself. Kahahaha. Are you realizing the situation now? Resolve shouted triumphantly, confident that Damien couldn't harm him. Still such an annoying bastard. Despite being on the defensive, Damien's expression didn't change. In the past, Damien would have needed to use the power of the Death Knight to cut through space. But now, things were different. Though he hadn't yet reached the pinnacle of his past life, he could cut through spatial rifts. I'll make sure you realize it. Damien narrowed his focus. With his focus narrowed, Damien's senses became even sharper. He dodged attacks while trying to sense Resolve's presence. Eventually, he found the spot where Resolve's aura was the strongest. There you are. Damien thrust Dawn forward. Dawn suddenly vanished, embedded in the rift of space. Damien gripped Dawn tightly and slashed widely, tearing open the space. As the space split apart, Resolve's hidden form was revealed. What is this? Resolve shouted, his face filled with shock. In that moment, Damien grabbed Resolve by the collar. He yanked Resolve out of the spatial rift and slammed him into the ground. Erg! Due to his tough body, Resolve wasn't significantly harmed. Resolve quickly pushed off the ground and stood up and attempted to open another rift. Where do you think you're going? Damien swiftly moved forward and kicked Resolve in the abdomen. Gah! For the first time, a groan escaped Resolve's lips. Unable to escape into the rift, Resolve was thrown back. You human. How dare you kick me? I didn't think you'd have time to act so leisurely. A voice sounded right in front of him. Resolve then realized Damien was chasing him. Damien slashed Dawn downward, the blue blade severing one of Resolve's arms. Gra! Resolve screamed in pain and tried to retreat, but Damien didn't let him go. He thrust Dawn into Resolve's chest, pinning him to the ground. Gra Jaita! Resolve tried to pull out Dawn with his remaining hand. Damien immediately activated the authority of envy and converted his mana into divine power. The divine power flowed through Dawn and into Resolve's body. Gra! Resolve's screams grew louder. The divine power started burning Resolve from within. How does it feel to be looked down upon by the humans you so despised? Resolve gritted his teeth at Damien's taunt, but couldn't muster any resistance. Damien drove Dawn deeper into Resolve. Resolve's eyes bulged as if they would pop out. I'll burn you to death right here. The amount of divine power being infused increased and intensified Resolve's agony. No, for the first time fear crossed Resolve's face. I can't go back to Inferno like this. I don't want to return to that boring place. Resolve mustered all his strength. The ground beneath them split open and created a rift. If Damien stayed put, he'd be dragged into the rift as well. The rift wasn't fully open yet, so he could escape, but Damien didn't move. This was his chance to strike Resolve's head. It was worth the risk. Damien stood his ground. Soon the rift swallowed both him and Resolve. Inside the rift, everything was chaotic and disorienting. Damien closed his eyes and waited. Eventually, the unsettling sensations disappeared. He opened his eyes and saw a partially collapsed fortress. What the? A man stood before him. I did say to bring a man, but I didn't mean in this way. The man tilted his head curiously, then Resolve spoke to him. My lord, that's not important. This human, there's something strange about him. You must help. Suddenly, Resolve's head exploded, splattering blood onto Damien's face. The headless body twitched and then fell still. Damien was too shocked to even wipe the blood off his face. He just stared at the man in disbelief. What, surprised that I killed him without lifting a finger? The man chuckled. But that wasn't why Damien was shocked. It was this ominous aura. He had felt it once before in his previous life. Vahel, a Duke-class demon, the king of Inferno, stood before him. Chapter 276, The Demon Part 2. Oh, this is remarkable. Vahel paused in generating demonic mana to express his admiration. Darugo was irritated and asked, What nonsense are you going to spout this time to halt the work? One of the demons sent to them is on the verge of returning to Inferno. Darugo couldn't help but be surprised by those words. There was only one reason a demon sent to the enemy would be resummoned: suffering serious damage in battle. Impossible. Even though the 5 great elders are powerful, they can't take down a Count-class demon this quickly. Despite the demon being possessed and unable to exert full strength, a Count-class demon wasn't to be underestimated. Darugo believed even the 5 great elders would struggle significantly. Oh, you're mistaken, it's not the 5 great elders, it's... A smile suddenly appeared on Vahel's face. Oh, he might come here after all. What? How could things get so out of hand? Vahel flicked his fingers and a black sphere floating in the air flew into his hand. As he held it, the demonic power emanating from Vahel was absorbed into the sphere. It's complete. Take it. Vahel tossed the sphere to Darugo. The moment Darugo caught it, he was furious. If you could finish this so quickly, why drag it out until now? I wanted to enjoy the surface air for a while. Vahel winked with one eye. Darugo looked disgusted. Now that I've received what I wanted, will you leave? I'd like to welcome our guest alone. Vahel stretched, but Darugo remained skeptical. You expect me to leave someone as dangerous as you here alone? Haha, despite setting up a trap in the summoning circle to limit me, you're still worried. Darugo's expression hardened slightly. As Vahel said, Darugo had arranged for the summoning circle to self-destruct after a certain period. It was a precautionary measure, as demons could never be trusted. Moreover, rampaging around in a host body isn't limitless. You know that well, don't you? So please indulge me. Since I've come to the surface, I'd like to make at least one fond memory. After contemplating for a while, Darugo called out to Yoda. Yoda, open the gate. We're leaving, understood? Following Darugo's command, Yoda opened the dimensional gate. As Darugo and Yoda were about to step inside, Vahel spoke up. Oh, take this with you too. Vahel tossed a half-key towards Darugo. It was the same object used earlier to possess the Count-class demons. Are you insane? You're giving this to me? Darugo asked, and he was utterly bewildered. To demons, the value of this key was immense. Vahel, despite being a Duke-class demon, could be summoned to the surface thanks to this key. I think you'll make better use of it than I will. Me. You have the other half, don't you? Darugo's body stiffened at those words. What nonsense are you talking about? There's no use pretending, I know everything, Vahel said while shaking his head. When we escaped to Inferno, the king guarded the gate until the end. In the end, the king was killed by the Salvation Squad and the gate was destroyed. At that time, the key was split in two, with one half remaining in Inferno and the other on the surface. Who else could have taken it? I can't think of anyone but you. Darugo remained silent as if confirming Vahel's suspicion. I have no intention of using this key. Haha, that's something we can't be sure of. Things rarely go as planned. Darugo squinted his eyes. What do you know? Who knows? Darugo silently glared at Vahel, then picked up the key from the ground. He judged it was better for him to keep it rather than letting someone as dangerous as Vahel have it. See you later then. That's bullshit. Darugo stepped into the dimensional gate with Yoda. As the gate closed, Vahel muttered softly. Darugo, since you've shed your physical form, you can't see it. The fact that fate has been greatly distorted. Demons possessed numerous powers. As a Duke-class demon, Vahel could somewhat read the flow of fate. From now on, no one knows what will happen, but it's certain that the fate of the key is now tied to you. Vahel stretched and turned around. Now let's prepare to welcome our guest. As soon as he finished speaking, the air was torn apart. From the rift emerged a human man and a battered reserve. I did ask you to bring the man, but I didn't mean for you to bring him like this, Vahel said in a carefree tone. Vahel, even though he was witnessing it with his own eyes, Damien couldn't believe it. There was no king in Inferno. Because of that, a Duke-class demon was effectively ruling Inferno. In other words, a Duke-class demon was essentially the king of Inferno. The power that a Duke-class demon possessed was immense. Once summoned, it was enough to bring about the destruction of the world. To summon a Duke-class demon, the scale needed to be more than 3 times larger than it was now. How is there a Duke-class demon here? Oh, you recognized me right away? Impressive. Vahel laughed. It was clear that he was enjoying it. I knew from the moment you blocked my beam that you weren't an ordinary human. This is really interesting. Vahel's eyes sparkled like a child's. He seemed intent on toying with Damien. Huh, Damien let out a hollow laugh. From the moment he was attacked with the beam, he had felt it. That demon was blatantly underestimating him. Obviously, he wasn't happy about it. It was utterly revolting. I don't know why a Duke-class demon is here, but Damien drew his mana. I'll make you pay for looking down on me. Damien's body vanished. The next moment he appeared at Vahel's side. Damien swung Dawn. But Dawn didn't cut Vahel's neck. It was blocked by an invisible wall that appeared in midair. Dawn struck the wall. The wall shook violently but didn't break or shatter. Isn't it fascinating? This is my power isolation. Vahel kindly explained his ability. It's nothing special, it's just a box that traps a certain area. Are you curious if it can be broken? Maybe it can, but I've never seen it happen. Damien's mouth twisted involuntarily. This was the first time he had been so thoroughly underestimated. And do you see that? Vahel pointed behind him. There was a cubic box. It was opaque, so he couldn't see inside. Inside there are the paladins sent by the church. They're very strong humans, so I trapped them for a while. You talk too much. Try to understand. I've been bored just working here. Damien kicked off the ground. He appeared behind Vahel, avoiding the wall, but again he was blocked by the wall Vahel created. Vahel smiled and said, "You're pretty fast." Can you dodge this too? Vahel raised his hand. Then countless rectangular pillars formed in the air. They were as thick as if they had been pulled from buildings. You won't be able to block this, so you'd better avoid it if you can. Vahel lowered his hand and the pillars shot towards Damien. The pillars, which had seemed small, suddenly grew rapidly. They flew at incredible speed, aiming to pierce Damien. Damien moved swiftly to dodge the pillars. Every time a pillar hit the ground, it created a large hole with a heavy thud. He could feel it, just a graze would be enough to tear his body apart. Oh, you're dodging well. Vahel created even more pillars. Dozens of them poured out in rapid succession. Damien read the trajectory of the pillars and moved accordingly. The pillars all missed him. As expected, you're amazing. The more I watch, the more interesting you become. Just what I'd expect from a human I've taken an interest in. Vahel was delighted by Damien's performance. Then how about this? Vahel raised his other hand. In an instant, pillars appeared around Damien, not just on all sides but blocking the sky as well. A look of intense curiosity appeared on Vahel's face. Can you dodge this too? The pillars came down simultaneously, leaving no room to escape. Third ring, Damien murmured softly. The resonance sound amplified. He swung Dawn towards the incoming pillars. As Dawn brushed against the pillars, their trajectories shifted. The pillars flew towards the sky or the ground instead of Damien. Oh, Vahel's mouth formed a round shape in surprise. At that moment, Damien kicked off the ground. Damien was charging in a straight line and reached right in front of Vahel. He swung Dawn towards Vahel. You got faster, impressive. A wall formed in front of Vahel. At that moment, Damien's body vanished once more. What? Vahel's face briefly went blank. He lost track of Damien's movements. The next moment, Damien appeared behind Vahel. Vahel sensed Damien's presence and turned around in a panic. He tried to create a wall, but it was already too late. Dawn already reached Vahel's neck. The aura blade on Dawn tried to slice through Vahel's neck, but only a chilling sound of metal grinding was heard. The neck wasn't cut. Vahel's body was that sturdy. Oh, truly impressive, to think you'd bring a blade to my body. Damien withdrew Dawn. He spun his body around and adjusted Dawn. Grasping the hilt with both hands, he pointed the blade's tip at Vahel. He stepped forward and thrust the blade. At the same time, he used the realm of Chinjuium, Annihilation, a strike that can destroy everything hitted Vahel's chest. Chapter 277, The Demon Part 3. Annihilation was the realm that concentrated power into a single point to utterly destroy anything. There were no limits to what could be destroyed with annihilation. It could shatter objects, living beings, and even magic. In his previous life, Chinjuium had once used annihilation to instantly obliterate a large magic circle that Dorugo had spent months preparing. Such a deadly strike hit Vahel squarely in the chest. Vahel's previously impenetrable body, which hadn't been scratched even by aura blades, was now pierced and the light shone through. Spiderweb-like cracks spread out from that point. As his body shattered and fragments scattered like shards of glass. Vahel's face twisted in pain. The impact sent his body reeling backward. Vahel fell to his knees. He could barely support himself. He was pressing both arms against the ground. From his shattered body there was something black started to pour out. It was as if darkness itself was spilling forth. Vahel straightened his back with difficulty. He looked up at the sky. A smile had appeared on his pain-contorted face. Vahel laughed loudly with his eyes wide open. Even though it's just an avatar, to think you could destroy me. Amazing. Truly amazing. From a demon's perspective, humans were less than insects. Yet even though he had allowed himself to be attacked and his body destroyed by such an insect, Vahel felt no anger. In all the fates I've seen, there was no one like you. There's no way I could have missed someone with such incredible skill. Vahel was babbling nonsensically and stood up. I understand, it's you. You are the one who has twisted all fates. Thanks to you, we were able to break free from our predetermined destinies. The darkness that had been flowing from his cracks like a waterfall suddenly stopped, but the cracks themselves remained unhealed. Human, what is your name? I must know. Damien Haksen, Damien answered briefly. Vahel was overjoyed. Yes, Damien Haksen, from now on let's enjoy this to the fullest. Let's share this joy together. The aura emanating from Vahel intensified. Seeing this, Damien clicked his tongue. A wounded beast was dangerous, but there were limits. The pressure Vahel was now exuding was far stronger than before. It seemed he had quite a bit of hidden power left. I've provoked his fighting spirit. This just got annoying. Damien glanced outside the castle. A massive summoning circle was etched into the field. If he could just destroy that summoning circle, Vahel would be forced to return to Inferno. I know what you're thinking. You're planning to destroy the summoning circle, right? Vahel spoke as if he was able to read Damien's thoughts. I can't let that happen. It's too much fun to be interrupted. Vahel extended his hand towards the summoning circle. A hemispherical barrier formed, covering the center of the circle. Damien furrowed his brow. The main functions of the summoning circle were concentrated in the center. Without destroying that part, there was no way to send Vahel back to Inferno. Damien Haksen, erase those trivial thoughts. Focus on me from now on. Vahel extended his hand towards Damien. In that moment, Damien instinctively leaped high into the air. Rectangular pillars erupted from the ground. Vahel had created structures with his power, isolation attempting to impale Damien. Damien stepped on the pillars, retreating. This time he sensed danger above him. He rolled to the side. A rectangular pillar extending from the sky slammed into the ground. The creation speed is so fast and there's no range limit. This is insane. Even with Damien's skills, it was dangerous if he didn't stay on high alert. Ha ha. You're dodging well. Vahel continuously created rectangular pillars to attack Damien. Damien moved swiftly and continuously evading the pillars. At the same time, he issued a command. Hemera, cover me. A full-body armor emerged from somewhere and encased Damien. As soon as Vahel saw this, he spoke with surprise. Oh, could it be? I thought it was destroyed, but it survived and escaped to the surface. Inside Hemera was the soul of a murdered Duke-class demon. It seemed that Vahel was the one who had killed that Duke-class demon. Vahel, traitor. Perhaps that's why Hemera reacted violently as soon as it emerged. Shut up, you're too noisy. Of course, Damien had no intention of considering Hemera's circumstances. There was no room for that with a monster like Vahel in front of him. Hemera, assist my movements. After the battle with the weapon master, Damien had fed many demonic swords to Hemera. Thanks to that, Hemera's new power had been unlocked. Now when wearing Hemera, Damien's physical abilities and mana significantly increased. Fourth ring. The resonant sound was again amplified. Damien stomped the ground. Hemera added its strength. Damien's body shot forward. A wall of air blocked him. Damien easily broke through the wall. Impressive. To think you could control that prideful one so freely, truly impressive. Vahel surrounded himself with 5 barriers. It seemed he was preparing in case Damien aimed for a blind spot again. However, Damien had no intention of avoiding the barriers. He struck them with dawn as he maintained his weight and speed. The second annihilation exploded forth. The barriers Vahel had created shattered effortlessly. Vahel's eyes widened in shock. Damien aimed to plunge dawn into the cracks on Vahel's torso once more. At that moment, Vahel clenched his hand. An opaque sword extended from his grip. The sword Vahel created blocked dawn. As the two weapons clashed, a series of shockwaves erupted. Interesting, isn't it? It's a sword made with isolation. It's much sturdier due to its smaller size, Vahel boasted. Of course, Damien didn't think much of it. You're being a nuisance. Damien put more strength into his arms. Hemera assisted his movements. Damien pushed Vahel back and launched another attack. Ha ha ha. This is fun. Vahel swung his semi-transparent sword. Damien countered with dawn. Their attacks clashed in midair multiple times. Each collision sent shockwaves that scattered nearby objects. Damien Haksen. You have quite the skill, Vahel shouted joyfully. In contrast, Damien was quite surprised. Normally, demons relied on their powers and rarely learned swordsmanship, but Vahel was different. He possessed swordsmanship skills that surpassed even the master class. You're indeed a Duke-class demon. Are you complimenting me? Thank you, Damien sneered. In other fields maybe, but swordsmanship was Damien's domain. There had been many powerful opponents with more mana or physical strength than Damien, but no one had ever surpassed him in swordsmanship. Damien's eyes moved quickly, reading all of Vahel's movements. Once he gathered enough information, he made his move. The trajectory of dawn extended. Each stroke deflected Vahel's sword and pierced his weak points. Vahel was instantly driven into a defensive stance. He struggled to fend off Damien's attacks. Me, who has trained for hundreds of years, being pushed back by a human who hasn't even lived for a few decades, something's wrong here. At that moment, Damien brought Dawn down hard. He pinned Vahel's sword to the ground. This opened a path straight to Vahel's chest. Dawn climbed up Vahel's blade. Damien swung Dawn wide from bottom to top. A blue arc split Vahel's torso. It was different from when he targeted the neck. Vahel's body was already damaged by annihilation. Dawn pierced Vahel's body and continued to cut diagonally through his abdomen and chest. Arg! Vahel screamed and staggered backward. He was clutching the wound on his body with his hand. Sticky darkness oozed from the long slash. Vahel stared at it for a moment. I underestimated you. The laughter had disappeared from his voice. His playful face had turned stern. I thought you were an amusing human, but no, you're a dangerous one. Vahel's demeanor shifted dramatically. The air around them grew cold. If I let you live, you'll be a threat. I should kill you here and now. A massive killing intent flooded towards Damien. Damien twisted his lips. For a mere avatar crawling up to the surface, you sure have a lot of hidden tricks. Damien coldly assessed Vahel's level. If I use Fifth Ring and the art of sacrificial raging demon manifestation, it will still be tough. A ruler of Inferno. He had never faced a Duke-class demon, even in his previous life. It was time for Damien to reveal his hidden move. If I can't win as a human, I'll bring out something else. Damien manifested the authority of envy. He converted his mana into dark mana and absorbed it. What? Vahel's eyes widened as he witnessed the scene. Wait, how do you have that authority? No, more importantly, how are you using it? Damien was equally surprised by Vahel's reaction. No one had ever recognized Damien's authority until now. Damien Haksen, explain immediately, how do you possess that authority? At that moment, a powerful holy presence was felt from afar. Both Damien and Vahel turned their gaze simultaneously. A flash of light descended from the sky, landing between them. With a tremendous explosion, the ground was deeply gouged. The fortress was blown away, leaving a large crater. "Oh my, I didn't expect Sir Damien to arrive first." A familiar voice echoed from the crater. Sure enough, radiant light walked out of it. "I'm glad I made it before Sir Damien got hurt." Vahel's eyes lit up as he saw radiant light. "Quite a beautiful human." "Oh, thank you for the compliment. You seem to be a demon summoned by pandemonium." Radiant light scrutinized Vahel from head to toe, her expression hardened. "Damien Haksen, what is that?" "It doesn't seem to be a Marquis-class demon." "You are correct, this is Vahel, a Duke-class demon." Radiant light looked at Damien in disbelief, but only for a moment. "This is great." "Really great?" Even Vahel tilted his head in confusion at her unexpected reaction. "Human woman, what's so great? Killing a Duke-class demon, the chief of those filthy and vile demons, would greatly glorify the name of the god in heaven." Vahel looked at her in astonishment. "Human woman, shouldn't you be thinking about how to survive first? How can I think of my own safety when faced with evil? Even if I die, God will embrace me, so it doesn't matter." Vahel stared at radiant light with a look of disgust. "Turns out you're a completely crazy human." Despite being called crazy by a demon, radiant light was unfazed. "Are you sure you don't need to shake off the debris on your head?" She pointed at Vahel. As she said, many small stones had clung to Vahel's head when the crater formed. "I don't care about such trivial things." "You should care." Radiant light drew upon her divine power. It was directed at the stones on Vahel's head. "They'll be quite heavy." The stones glowed brightly. At the same time, Vahel's head was forced to the ground. Chapter 278, The Demon Part 4. Just as his face was about to hit the ground, Vahel tensed his waist. It made his falling head abruptly stopped in midair. Not only that, Vahel even lifted his head. He was withstanding the power of the 5 great elders with mere physical strength. "Oh, this is interesting. So this is the power of the 5 great elders representing the church." Saying this, Vahel casually brushed off the pieces of stone stuck to his head. "It seems to work on a different principle than our powers. How exactly does it work?" "This is fun, very interesting." Vahel's eyes sparkled. Radiant light smiled and said, "There's still more to be surprised about. It would be a problem if you're already satisfied." "Oh, there's more to show, let me see it." "Show me the power of you 5 great elders." At that moment, a strong wind blew from behind Radiant Light. Radiant Light's clothes fluttered wildly. This wind." Just as Vahel sensed something, someone appeared above his head. A small body with a cute appearance. Green Wind, one of the 5 great elders, had returned to her original form after being transformed into wind. "You dirty demon, die!" With a harsh word, Green Wind swung their sword downward. A storm raged. The storm engulfed Vahel. Then flames began to spark from Vahel's entire body. The wind Green Wind was creating was not ordinary wind. Each one was a sword strike. Right now, Vahel was not trapped in a storm but was having his body cut to pieces while caught in a barrage of sword strikes. "Ha ha ha, this is amazing." Vahel laughed loudly amidst the storm. Even though he was being attacked by the 5 great elders, he didn't look panicked at all. "I didn't expect another great elder to appear. This is incredible, amazing." Suddenly, rectangular pillars emerged from the storm. The storm was torn apart. Vahel's figure, which had been hidden by the storm, appeared again. Surprisingly, there wasn't a single scratch on his body. "Damn, what a monstrous physique." Green Wind cursed and landed beside Radiant Light. "Your courage is admirable for a mortal, but like all things mortal, it is fleeting. Now let me show you the true meaning of power." "Sister, did you hear that? Isn't he incredibly annoying?" "I agree." Radiant Light agreed with Green Wind. Then she asked Damien, "Damien, what is that demon's ability?" According to him, it's called isolation. It seems to be a power that isolates anything within the central area. That barrier is probably made by using that power. "You told the enemy about that. He's really arrogant and asshole." "I feel the same." Damien pointed to the huge hemispherical barrier behind Vahel and said, "And Chinjiam is trapped there. To free Elder Chinjiam, we have to send that demon back to hell." Radiant Light grasped the halberd she had been carrying on her back. "Ha ha ha, so you want to fight me, good." "Very good," Vahel said, spreading his arms wide. It was a very arrogant posture. "Before that, let me just ask one thing. What happened to the demons who attacked you too?" "I was too busy fighting Damien to pay attention. I tore him to shreds. I crushed him completely." Vahel's mouth fell open at their words. "It couldn't have been easy, but you won." "That's really impressive." "Sister, how long are you going to listen to him?" "I wasn't going to put up with it anymore." "Damien, would you please help me?" Radiant Light pointed to the ground where Vahel was standing. At that moment, an amplified gravity pressed down on Vahel. However, Vahel effortlessly repelled the power. He only had a slightly surprised look on his face. "You're really versatile. In terms of utility, you might even be superior to demons." Radiant Light strengthened and amplified the power of every muscle in her body with her divine power. There are over 600 muscles in the human body. Strengthening and amplifying the power of all of them was a complex task, even just imagining it, but Radiant Light completed this complex task in the blink of an eye. Radiant Light pushed off the ground with her feet. The ground shattered. In the next moment, Radiant Light was in front of Vahal's nose. In the name of God's grace, die. Radiant Light swung her halberd. She amplified the momentum of the halberd, the speed at which the halberd moved, the weight of the halberd, and finally, the sharpness of the halberd. As a result, the simple act of swinging the halberd was transformed into a deadly blow. A powerful blow struck Vahal's body. However, Radiant Light's attack was blocked by the barrier Vahal had created. The halberd couldn't even pierce the barrier a little bit. If I had been hit properly, it would have been dangerous. Vahal raised his thumb. Radiant Light smiled. You're too careless. Damien appeared behind Vahal. As Damien moved, Vahal's face lost its composure. You're too dangerous. Vahal reached out to Damien. Then countless rectangular pillars sprang out from under Damien's feet. Damien moved to avoid the pillars. Vahal continued to manifest his power without stopping. It seemed like he was trying to prevent Damien from approaching. Ha! At that moment, Green Wind's voice came from the side. Green Wind was running towards Vahal. Are you going to use that wind again? It's not going to work. Green Wind swung his sword. Vahal immediately put up a barrier. However, she didn't use the wind surrounding her. Instead, the air under Vahal's feet began to move. It was too late to be surprised. A storm rose from below. The blades of the storm wrapped around Vahal's body. Ha, I didn't know you could freely change the direction of your attack. That's amazing, but even this time the blades of the wind couldn't properly slice into Vahal's body. You seem to have forgotten. Radiant Light, who was at close range, opened her mouth. Vahal shrugged. Vile demon, I'll let you taste the full power of us, the great elders. Radiant Light, standing across the barrier, raised her divine power. My power is more effective the closer I am. Radiant Light amplified Green Wind's attack. At that moment, the power of the storm amplified. Vahal's body was torn apart all over. Thick, viscous darkness flowed out like blood. The pain of having his entire body torn apart was more horrific than he could have imagined. A scream erupted from Vahal's mouth. Because of the wind, Vahal stopped restraining Damien. Damien, Radiant Light shouted. Damien immediately charged towards Vahal. I don't know how you did it, but use that attack again that crushed this demon's chest. Radiant Light manifested her power towards Damien. Damien's body and mana were amplified. Damien prepared annihilation. This time he was determined to completely shatter Vahal's body. It was when he reached close range to Vahal. Damien's instincts warned him. Everyone back away, Damien shouted to Radiant Light and Green Wind. At that moment, something shot out from the storm. It was the rectangular pillars that Vahal had been using so boringly, but this time it was different. The ends of the pillars split. They branched out like tree branches. Over a dozen pillars rained down on Damien. Damien kicked off the ground and retreated. Even though he retreated with all his might, he was still grazed all over his body. Fortunately, he was able to avoid getting injured thanks to Hemera. Are you two all right? Damien shouted, raising his head. The two were also under attack in the same way as Damien. Fortunately, Radiant Light managed to block the attack using the blade of her halberd as a shield, and Green Wind escaped by turning his body into wind. Hugh, I really can't let my guard down even for a moment. Sister. Are you okay? Radiant Light muttered, catching her breath. It seemed she had consumed a significant amount of stamina due to using amplification multiple times in a short period of time. Ha. At that moment, Vahal was laughing. His entire body was covered in black fluid. There's nothing more terrifying than a swarm of bees that come together and sting at the same time. I think I'm starting to understand why today. Suddenly, Vahal's laughter stopped abruptly. That's a shame, it's a shame. I'd like to enjoy this more, but too many of my clones have been destroyed. If I drag this out any longer, I'll be the one who goes back to hell first. Then I won't be able to kill you. Vahal's gaze turned to Damien. Damien felt a chill run down his spine at that expressionless stare. Damien, I told you. I will kill you, thump. A heavy sound cut off Vahal's words. Radiant Light planted her halberd in the ground and said, Hey there, Duke, stop your pointless fantasies. Do you think we're going to let you do that? Sister, you said it perfectly. We can't let that happen. The two great elders ignited their fighting spirit, then Vahal clapped his hands. That's great, that's really great. I'd like to keep fighting you, but as I said, I'm running out of time. Vahal raised one hand over his head. Darkness gathered in the sky. My power is isolation, and that doesn't just mean physical isolation. Vahal clenched his fist. The darkness scattered in all directions. I will show you true darkness. At that moment, Damien's vision went black. A look of bewilderment appeared on Radiant Light and Green Wind's faces. The three of them flailed their arms. I can't see anything. What's happening? Sister, where are you, sister? The two of them didn't know what to do. Of course they didn't. Right now their vision and hearing were isolated. I was going to save this because it's too tiring to use in this form, Vahal said with a hint of regret. This technique of isolating senses was so powerful that it was difficult to use carelessly. At least for now, it was only his clones, so he could only isolate 2 senses. If it was his main body, he could isolate all 5 senses, including the opponent's heart, and take their life in a single breath. I guess I'll have to finish this up now. Vahel reached out to Damien. He was going to drop a rectangular pillar from above his head and kill him. It's a shame, I really enjoyed this. Vahel was about to manifest his power when he saw something. A calm face unlike the 2 great elders. Damien stood there with his eyes closed as if waiting for something. For example, Vahel's attack. No way. Vahel tried to ignore the ominous feeling and manifested his power. A huge rectangular pillar was created above Damien's head. I'll crush you with this. That's when Damien moved. He dodged the rectangular pillar and ran away. What? Vahel, taken aback, manifested his power again. Rectangular pillars sprang up one after another from under Damien's feet, but Damien managed to dodge all of those attacks. No way, are you dodging my attacks with just your remaining senses? At that moment, Vahel felt goosebumps all over his body. Even humans, let alone demons, would panic if their sight and hearing were sealed. But instead of panicking, Damien was calmly coming up with ways to counter it. I've never seen such a crazy bastard, not even in hell. What was even more surprising was that he was really dodging Vahel's attacks with just his remaining senses. The thought of killing Damien became even stronger. I must kill you. Vahel used isolation to create a large broadsword, and he charged directly at Damien. He swung the broadsword down to cut off Damien's neck. But Damien blocked the broadsword with dawn again this time. However, he couldn't fully deflect the shock. Damien's body was sent flying far back. Of course, you can't be unharmed when you can't see anything. I'll finish you off with this. Just as he was about to jump in again, Vahel stopped. The direction Damien was sent flying was the problem. This was because Damien was sent flying to the place where the Chinjiam was sealed. Phew, luckily the angle was just right, Damien said, as if he had been waiting, and put his hand on the barrier. Then the pattern engraved on the back of his hand began to glow. The authority of gluttony, Vahel muttered in disbelief. The barrier began to disappear, centered on the spot where Damien had touched it. As the barrier receded, an old man and dozens of knights came into view. Why did it suddenly disappear? The old man said with a surprised face. I don't know what's going on, but it's very good. The first great elder, the strongest being of the church, Chinjion clenched his fists and laughed ferociously. You damn demon bastard, I warned you. I told you I'd smash your head in if I got out of here. Chapter 279, The Demon Part 5. Vahel watched with trembling eyes as the barrier crumbled. It was a barrier that imprisoned the most powerful of the 5 great elders, Chinjiam. It had been forged by sacrificing half the power of a clone, and now it was crumbling like a sandcastle. A demon cannot defy a being of higher rank, Vahel muttered, his face blank, for power of a lower order cannot oppose power of a higher order. It was thanks to this principle that Vahel could enjoy absolute power in Inferno. There was no power that could stand against a Duke-class demon like him. In other words, the power that Damien was wielding was far superior to Vahel's. I wasn't wrong. The power you possess is real. It's the true power of the kings. How could a mere human? What are you babbling about? Chinjiam took a deep breath, drawing in divine power. Blue flames enveloped his body. You still haven't come to your senses, have you? Let me wake you up. An explosion erupted behind Chinjiam. The next instant, his fist connected with Vahel's face. With a sound like a bursting eardrum, Vahel's body was sent flying. He bounced off the ground several times like a skipping stone. Vahel quickly got back to his feet. One side of his face was cracked. Ha ha ha, as expected, you're amazing. It was a wise decision to imprison you. Vahel laughed loudly. Chinjiam dusted off his fists and said, I was aiming for a one-hit knockout. You're tougher than I thought. Your fist is pretty tough too. Then I'll beat you until you break. Another explosion occurred. Vahel immediately manifested his power. Multiple layers of barriers blocked his front. You're incredibly fast, but you can only move in a straight line, right? Vahel shouted, as if he had already figured it out. As he said, Chinjiam was known for his fast attacks, but he could only move in a straight line. Then another explosion occurred. Chinjiam disappeared. He had changed direction in the middle of his straight line dash. Vahel quickly shifted his gaze to follow Chinjiam. Chinjiam then accelerated with another explosion. Explosions occurred all around. Afterimages of Chinjiam filled Vahel's surroundings. This speed, the smile disappeared from Vahel's face. He finally realized it, that the simplicity of his direction was not a problem for Chinjiam at all. In that case, I'll have to focus on attacking instead of defending, won't I? Countless thin, rectangular pillars shot up from the ground where Vahel stood. They looked like spears meant to block a cavalry charge. If I'm not careful, I could be pierced all over and die. In that instant, Chinjiam's afterimage abruptly ended. Simultaneously, the rectangular pillars that Vahel had created were all shattered. Chinjiam burst through the pillars and swung his fist. His fist connected with Vahal's face once more. With a sound like shattering pottery, half of Vahal's face was blown away, his left eye and part of his head scattered into fragments. Kurak, Vahal let out a scream. As if unable to bear it, he covered the wound with his hand. But Chinjiam's attacks didn't stop there. Blue explosions occurred in rapid succession. Each time Chinjiam, appearing from all directions, pummeled Vahal's body. He struck Vahal's side with his fist, jabbed his solar plexus with his elbow, and even pierced his chest with his knee. Hundreds of attacks were delivered in the blink of an eye. With each attack more and more of Vahal's body was chipped away. What an incredible sight! Damien observed from afar as Vahal was helplessly beaten. The moment Chinjiam had intervened, there was nothing left for him to do. All he could do was watch from a distance. "Isn't it?" he asked Radiant Light. Having been freed from isolation, she was also looking straight ahead. "Even though we're both 5 great elders, when I look at him, I feel like there's an unsurpassable gap between us." It was unavoidable. No matter how strong the 4 of the 5 great elders were, they were merely master class. But Chinjiam had reached the Grandmaster realm. As far as Damien knew, there were only 4 individuals who had reached the Grandmaster realm at this point in time. The Imperial Supreme Sword, the Mercenary King, Chinjiam, and the Head of Pandemonium. A Grandmaster was a being who could even contend with a fully summoned Marquis-class demon. Even a clone of Duke-class demon couldn't do anything about a Grandmaster. That was why Vahal had resorted to imprisoning Chinjiam using his power. Ahaha! Then Vahal burst out laughing loudly. More than half of his body was gone, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. "I guess I'll have to change my tactics too." Darkness flowed out of Vahal's body. Damien could immediately tell what Vahal was trying to do. He was planning to isolate Chinjiam's senses just like he had done to Damien. A wrong judgment. Everything unfolded just as he had predicted. Chinjiam smashed Vahal's darkness with his annihilation. The darkness scattered and the power dissipated. A question mark appeared on Vahal's face. At that moment, Chinjiam raised his fist and Aura Blade appeared around it. "This is the end." Just as Radiant Light spoke those words, Chinjiam's Aura Blade pierced through Vahal's torso. Vahal looked down at the Aura Blade embedded in his chest with a surprised expression. Chinjiam pulled out his blade. Vahal stumbled back a few steps. "Wow, you're incredibly strong. Even though I'm here as a clone, I never thought I'd be so helpless against you." Even in this situation, Vahal never lost his smile. "But I don't understand," he said. "You're strong but lacking. How could our ancestors have lost to such humans? What are you babbling about?" I guess I talked too much." Vahal's body slowly began to crumble. It was because the clone was completely destroyed and starting to return to Inferno. "Get the fuck out and never again dirty the human lands." "That's not possible, is it? After all, our demons have a long-cherished desire to reclaim the surface world." "Nonsense, this place was our land." At Chinjiam's rebuke, Vahal laughed silently. It was a reaction like he had heard a humorless joke. "It's a bit of a shame. There was something I wanted to confirm." Vahal's gaze turned towards Damien. In that instant, he heard Vahal's voice in his head. "Damien, how did you acquire those authorities?" Right now, Vahal was speaking through his soul. Because of that, the 5 great elders couldn't hear what Vahal was saying. "Those are the authorities of the demon kings. How can a mere human possess not 1 but 2 of them in his body?" At those words, Damien couldn't help but frown. When Darugo had implanted these authorities into Damien, he had called it the powers of an ancient god, but the powers of the demon kings. "You seem clueless, keep it safe. I'll come back someday to reclaim it." After a while, Vahal's body completely crumbled and his voice was no longer heard. "He was unsummoned," Darugo muttered in a small voice as soon as he arrived in the laboratory. Yoda, who seemed to have supernatural hearing, asked with a puzzled expression. "Mother, what are you talking about? The unsummoning time is still a long way off. Did someone destroy that monster? I don't know the exact details. But one thing's for sure, he was unsummoned." As the summoner, he could sense the summon's condition to some extent. However, there was one thing he couldn't understand. How could 2 of the 5 great elders defeat Vahal? Since Chinjiam was trapped, it meant that 2 of the 5 great elders had faced Vahal. But based on the abilities of the 5 great elders that Darugo knew, it was impossible for them to defeat Vahal so quickly. "Didn't he say that there was another man? Maybe the 3 of them did something," Yoda said casually. But Darugo still had an unsatisfied expression. "Mother, why are you like that? Is there something bothering you?" No, there was no reason for him to be bothered. He had obtained the demonic mana containing the demonic power just as he had originally intended. "I just feel a strong sense of regret, as if I should have stayed there." At that moment, a headache hit him. Yoda grabbed Darugo's head with both hands. He had been getting headaches more frequently lately. Whenever he got a headache, Darugo gained new inspiration and knowledge, but his thirst also grew. A sense of foreboding that he was forgetting something tormented Darugo. "Mother, does your head hurt again?" "No, it's fine now." Darugo said so and placed a sphere on the table. It was filled with the demonic mana. I'll be very busy to meet the schedule. Saying so, Darugo looked at the large paper spread out on the table. On the paper was written, "Plan to assassinate the Imperial Supreme Sword." Staring at the sphere, Darugo suddenly remembered another item he had received from Vahel. Darugo took out the half-key he had received from Vahel. The old key was shining under the light of the lamp in the laboratory. What a fool, to give this to me! Darugo opened a subspace. From within, he took out the other half of the key. The two keys clung together as if they were magnets, and they turned into a complete key. You said something about unexpected things happening? What nonsense! Darugo had clung to this miserable life for a long time for one reason: revenge. Revenge against the empire that had betrayed him and his lover, to the humans who have forgotten who the true heroes are. In order to get revenge, I fell to the filthiest place and crawled my way back up here. But what if I summoned demons for my revenge? It would mean taking away my target for revenge. That was something I couldn't tolerate. I will never use this key, he muttered and shoved the key deep into the furthest corner of the subspace. Chapter 280, The Secret Part 1. After the complete annihilation of Vahel, Chinjuiam extinguished the blue flames surrounding him. Phew. He let out a sigh and turned to Damien. A wide smile spread across Chinjuiam's face as his expression softened from killing intent into a smile of delight. Sir Damien, thank you so much for your help. Chinjuiam rushed towards Damien. Despite his seemingly light movements, he was standing right in front of Damien's nose in an instant. I was trapped in a barrier and almost died in frustration, but thanks to you, I was able to smash that bastard to pieces. It feels like a decade of pent-up frustration is melting away. Chinjuiam grabbed Damien's hand and shook it vigorously up and down. His grip was so strong that even Damien was forced to stagger. Elder, can't you see us? That's right, we came to rescue you as well. Radiant Light and Green Wind spoke with a hint of disappointment. Of course I'm grateful to you too. 2 of the 5 great elders came to my rescue. No one else could experience such an honor. Chinjuiam burst into hearty laughter. Only then did Radiant Light's disappointed expression fade. Come to think of it, even before I fought him, that bastard was already battered and bruised. I feel bad for getting involved for no reason. You two could have handled him yourselves. If you're talking about the wounds on his body, we didn't inflict them. Then who the hell half-crushed that filthy tough bastard? Radiant Light shifted her gaze to Damien. Sir Damien did it. What? A look of astonishment crossed Chinjuiam's face. Did he do it alone? How on earth? I just swung my sword here and there. Damien offered a vague explanation. He couldn't possibly reveal that he had used annihilation in front of Chinjuiam. However, Chinjuiam was not convinced so easily. He still wore an expression of disbelief. But the traces left on that bastard's body. Elder, you heard it when you were at the church, didn't you? Sir Damien found SLA alone and killed her. He must have had some hidden tricks up his sleeve. At Radiant Light's explanation, Chinjuiam's expression turned flustered. But he didn't ask any more questions. Then, Sir Damien, how did you get rid of the barrier? Even with this old man's skills, I couldn't even scratch it. At Chinjuiam's question, Radiant Light and Green Wind's gazes also focused on Damien. It seemed they were curious as well. I used a treasure I received from the Empire. Damien lied without even a hint of shame on his face. As soon as His Majesty learned that I held a grudge against Pandemonium, he gave it to me just in case. Such a precious thing to you. May I see it? It was disposable, so it disappeared without a trace after I used it. Damien said with a regretful expression. Oh, to use such a precious thing for me, don't worry. I'll speak to Her Holiness and have her give you something of equal value. Thanks for showing kindness, Sir Chinjuiam. While Damien hadn't suffered any losses, he decided to graciously accept Chinjuiam's consideration. But more importantly, Sir Damien, you were truly magnificent, to put up such a good fight against a Duke-class demon. In that instant, a chill ran down Damien's spine as Chinjuiam's demeanor shifted. It felt as if his blood turned to ice, his body reacting to an unseen, powerful foe. Your growth as a swordsman is evident, Damien. Sla's death came as a surprise. I'd always wondered how you would fare against her. At first, he thought it was a mistake. But upon seeing the glint in Chinjuiam's eyes, he realized he was not mistaken. It's truly inspiring. So what do you say, shall we spar? Fighting spirit radiated from Chinjuiam's entire body. It was evident from his expression alone. Right now, Chinjuiam was itching to fight Damien, his whole body trembling with anticipation. However, Damien's mind was still reeling from Vahel's words. Moreover, he knew from his past life just how tenacious and annoying Chinjuiam could be when he was filled with fighting spirit. I'd love to, senior, but I knew you'd say that. Then quickly grab your sword. I'm quite exhausted from the battle with the demons. It seems I don't have the strength to fight any longer. Ha ha ha, Sir Damien, our enemies won't wait for us. We can't always be in top condition. If you're tired, then let's fight tired. Show me your resolve and draw your weapon. But you're an ally, not an enemy. Those words were on the tip of his tongue, but he held them back. I'm severely injured internally due to the battle with the demons. Don't lie to me, you're perfectly fine. Only on the surface. Come on, just for a moment, just a quick exchange of blows. Chinjiam wasn't giving up easily. Damien put on a weary expression. Very well, Sir Chinjiam. Just then, Radiant Light extended a helping hand. Her Holiness was concerned. Her Holiness, it's all my fault. As soon as I return to the church, I'll immediately go to see her and she was incredibly angry. Chinjiam's face hardened at those words. She told me to make sure to convey this message to you. You said you would follow her advice and go out with the other 5 great elders, but you didn't, and look what happened when you ran off on your own. Ah no, it's just that. The situation was urgent. She said you should be prepared when you return. She's going to assign you paperwork for 3 months, so don't even think about going outside. Well, wait there, I'm willing to put up with that much. But the paperwork, it's no use talking to me, you need to beg her holiness. Chinjiam slammed his fists on the ground in frustration. It seemed he really hated paperwork. Speaking of which, didn't you see the other person? Everyone was taken aback by Chinjiam's question. Having an idea, Damien asked Chinjiam, what other guy are you talking about? When I arrived here, there was a lick in the form of a skeleton standing next to the demon. I was immediately trapped in the barrier, so I couldn't get a good look at him. A lick in the form of a skeleton, Dorugo, it was clear. There was no other lick who could have looked like that. Damien felt his blood boiling. I couldn't gauge his strength because he was hiding himself, but something about him felt ominous, just as much as the demon next to him. This was the moment he had been chasing after Dorugo for so long. Damien felt more regret than joy. If he had only come a little sooner, he might have been able to kill Dorugo, but he had missed his chance. Oh, come to think of it, there wasn't just the lick, Chinjiam said as if he had just remembered something. There was also an entity with bat wings on its back. Its limbs were grotesquely long and skin color was strange too. No matter how I looked, it didn't seem to be an ordinary being but a chimera. An entity with bat wings. Damien could think of one person who fits that description perfectly, but he immediately denied the possibility. That thing wasn't the type to show up now. Yoda, one of the 4 great demon kings created by Dorugo, an undead with a specialty in aerial combat. The 4 great demon kings were masterpieces, hailed as the greatest and strongest among the undead Dorugo had created. All 4 were incredibly powerful, and they played a significant role in the War of Destruction. Of course, these evaluations and praises were all received with the exception of Damien. At that time, Damien was classified as a being of a different plane of existence even among Dorugo's subordinates. In the first place, the 4 great demon kings could only be born because of Damien. The 4 great demon kings were created with the knowledge he gained by analyzing my soul. Dorugo had completed the bodies of the 4 great demon kings early on, but he had been unable to create souls that matched them. Then by analyzing Damien's soul, he was able to get his hands on the necessary knowledge. Thus, Dorugo split his own soul to create the souls of the 4 great demon kings. Even so, the 4 great demon kings ultimately could not hold a candle to Damien. Dorugo still hasn't caught me, so the 4 great demon kings can't be completed. Then what on earth is the guy you saw, old man? Damien was deep in thought when Chinjiam spoke up. Sir Damien, let's return to the church now. When we return, I will tell her holiness of your great deeds in detail. Chinjiam got up from the ground. Just then, a forgotten face came to Damien's mind. Wait, as Damien raised his voice, the other 3 were startled and gathered around him. Sir Damien, what's the matter? Is there a problem? Damien said with a regretful expression. No, it's not that, I left her behind. Who on earth did you leave behind? Chinjiam's confusion was evident in their eyes. Damien let out a weary sigh and said, I left Lady Agnes behind. The group hurriedly headed to the place where Damien had left Agnes. Fortunately, Agnes was found unharmed. No, she was far from unharmed. You filthy heretics. The time has come to pay the price for tormenting the innocent and weak. Agnes was effortlessly slaughtering the demonic followers who were occupying the area. As she had reached the level of first-grade paladin, there was no one among the demonic followers who could stop Agnes. Master, you're back safely. As soon as she saw Chinjiam, she was overjoyed. Lady Agnes, I'm so sorry, I left you alone in enemy territory and… No, it wasn't your fault. You were caught up in the demon's technique and couldn't help it. It's a blessing that you're back safe. Agnes didn't blame Damien for his mistake at all. Damien couldn't help but feel guilty about Agnes's attitude. In fact, Damien had deliberately gotten caught up in the demon's technique in order to meet Vahel. Sir Damien, you 2 go back first. Radiant Light and I will stay here with the paladins and clean up the remaining trash in this area. Chinjiam, Radiant Light, and the paladins that Chinjiam had brought decided to stay here and eliminate the demonic followers. Thus Damien, Agnes, and Green Wind headed back to the church. What do you think, old man? After the 3 left, Radiant Light asked Chinjiam, what do you mean? I'm wondering if you believe Damien's words. He says he lifted the barrier with a treasure given by the Empire, but I honestly don't believe it. There was no way the Empire would have so easily handed over an item that could lift the power of a Duke-class demon. And even if they did, it was strange. As far as Radiant Light knew, there was no item that could lift the power of a Duke-class demon by simply touching it. Damien is hiding something from us, so what do? We need to find out. No matter what, Radiant Light's eyes shone brightly. She looked ready to torture even someone who had just been an ally. Qin didn't seem particularly surprised or amused. He had already anticipated that Radiant Light would act like this. I don't want to do that, old man. It's true that Damien is hiding something from us, but he has never done anything harmful. In fact, he has helped us. On the contrary, Qin spoke firmly. If Damien hadn't used that secret, we would all be dead by that demon. Qin was isolated by the demon's power, and Radiant Light and Green Wind were on the verge of death from the demon's power. Only Damien was able to confront the demon, and he reversed the situation by liberating Qin. If we try to force the secret out of him and he turns against us. Let's not talk about this anymore. If that is your will, old man, I will remain silent as well, Radiant Light reluctantly agreed, and then she left to eliminate the demonic followers. Left alone, Qin gazed at the distant sky and muttered, Radiant Light, Her Holiness said that she believes in Damien. Holy Empress had a strange supernatural power that allowed her to see through the true nature of people. Holy Empress saw Damien as a terrible and monstrous being, but Holy Empress did not consider Damien to be dangerous. He simply said that it was a pity. Qin believed in her judgment. She was far wiser than anyone he could compare to. Well, I guess I'll have to ask her about that next time. Qin thought of the wound that had been carved into Vahal's torso. When he first saw it, he doubted his own eyes. He thought he must have seen it wrong. But the more he punched Vahal's body, the more convinced he became. The blow that had crushed Vahal's body, it was clearly annihilation. How on earth was Damien using others' realm? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't find an answer. Qin forcibly stuffed his maddening curiosity into a box. Damien, next time I see you, I will definitely find out that secret. A smile appeared on Qin's lips. It was like looking at a predator who had met its rival. Chapter 281, The Secret Part 2, Damien and two others departed the Tartarus kingdom and went straight for church. Upon reaching church, the trio submitted a written report detailing their circumstances. The report sent shockwaves through the church. A Duke-class demon? How could such a monstrous creature be summoned to the mortal realm? A Duke-class demon was the kingpin of demons, the ruler of Inferno. In the past, when a Duke-class demon was summoned to the continent, humanity faced the grim prospect of annihilation. What about the sacrifice? What happened to the sacrifice? The entire Tartarus kingdom, let alone just the southern region, would be insufficient to summon a Duke-class demon. To refer to the victims as just was an outrageous statement. Yet the paladins and priests of the church had no time for such considerations. Perhaps it was an avatar. Don't be absurd. Even an avatar of a Duke-class demon is in a league of its own. Summoning a demon to the mortal realm demanded a commensurate price. Countless examples attested to this fact, but this absolute truth had been shattered without mercy. Can lightning strike twice in the same place? We must uncover the cause of this. I agree. If a Duke-class demon is summoned again, if it's the main body this time. The high-ranking members shuddered involuntarily. I was just glad to see SLA gone, and now this happens. It's a blessing in disguise. The 5 great elders are unharmed, and so are the paladins. Considering the appearance of a Duke-class demon, the damage was surprisingly minimal, or rather non-existent. Elder Green Wind said Sir Damien played a very important role in this victory. Not only did he confront a Duke-class demon alone, but he also freed Elder Qin. His skills are terrifying. No wonder the Empire is desperate to recruit him. It's not just the Empire. I heard the mercenary king is also trying to marry his daughter with Sir Damien. The moment Damien's name was mentioned, people's expressions softened noticeably. Stories about a young genius were always entertaining. Damien was like a flower blooming in a swamp, but doesn't something seem off? Suddenly, someone poured cold water on the warm atmosphere. Sir Damien is undoubtedly a formidable warrior, but he faced a Duke-class demon. Even if it was an avatar, defeating such a monster alone is unusual. Ah, you've forgotten. Sir Damien was the one who killed SLA single-handedly. SLA was a terrifying monster, but it's no match for a Duke-class demon. What are you trying to say? I have my doubts. The person looked utterly serious as he expressed his suspicions. They might be setting him up for a mission in enemy territory to build his reputation. It's a common tactic among heretics, and the fact that he hasn't become a paladin is also suspicious. The other paladins exchanged glances. It wasn't agreement with his words, it was something else. Aren't geniuses supposed to defy common sense? Indeed, we need not look far, our own founder was such a being. Sir Damien's accomplishments have been recognized by the 5 great elders themselves. Considering that, it's rather suspicious to be doubting Sir Damien. All the paladins and priests cast suspicious glances. The priest who had raised the question was taken aback. "Oh no, I'm not a heretic. That's what all heretics say. In these bad times, wicked forces might have infiltrated our church. Drag him away." No. Not me, as the priest was being dragged to the interrogation room during the meeting. Sigh, the Holy Empress let out a deep breath. The reason for her deep contemplation was Damien. Green Wind, is it true? Qinjiam proposed to bestow a fitting reward upon Sir Damien. In response to the Holy Empress's question, Green Wind knelt on one knee and replied, "Yes, that is correct. And he didn't specify the nature of the reward. I was only told to follow your holiness's wishes. And you and Radiant Light have no objections to this." "I do not." As for Sister, I think she had some doubts, but she didn't voice them. Pinching her brow, the Holy Empress appeared troubled. It was only natural to reward Damien. He had earned it with his remarkable deeds. The problem was that his contributions were too great. If it weren't for Damien, the church might have lost Qinjiam, Radiant Light, and Green Wind. The 5 great elders were the church's most powerful assets. Losing 3 of them would have been a devastating blow, threatening the very existence of the church. And the man who had prevented that was none other than Damien Haksen. The church was now in his debt. To entrust her with the task of repaying this immense debt, it was truly a challenging task. "I suppose I should extend the paperwork deadline by 5 months. "Yes, oh nothing, never mind." The Holy Empress relaxed her stern expression. After all, there was no solution to a problem that couldn't be solved by thinking about it. Moreover, she couldn't just leave the hero who had saved the church unattended. "Green Wind, you may dismiss now. Thank you for your hard work. No, your holiness, it was my duty to serve the church. Oh, and on your way out, could you please tell Damien to come in?" Green Wind left the Holy Empress's chambers. A moment later, Damien entered the Holy Empress's office. "Your holiness, you summoned me." The Holy Empress couldn't help but be surprised by Damien's appearance. The Holy Empress possessed the divine power to see through the true nature of people. With this power, she could also gauge a person's strength and abilities. Damien had grown even more formidable during the short time since their last encounter. A chill ran down the Holy Empress's spine. As the Holy Empress, she had observed countless geniuses, including the 5 great elders, but none of them had grown as rapidly as Damien. No, could this even be called growth? Was he even human? The Holy Empress shook her head from side to side. Now was not the time for such contemplation. "Sir Damien, you have done a great service this time. I am truly grateful." Damien offered a wry smile. For someone of his caliber, the title of honorary paladin was far too meager. She wondered if she should elevate him to the rank of honorary elder. "Qinjiam, Radiant Light, and Green Wind unanimously suggested that you deserve a fitting reward." "I concur. I did not act with the expectation of reward." Damien spoke with a serious expression. Yet for some reason, the Holy Empress had a strong feeling that this was not entirely true. "However, I have no idea how to adequately repay you, so I decided to make a proposal." The Holy Empress stared into Damien's eyes and said, "Sir Damien, name your request. I will ensure that you are granted whatever you desire, even if it means emptying the church's coffers." This was no empty promise. The Holy Empress was genuinely prepared to empty the treasury if it meant satisfying Damien's request. After all, the church's very existence was thanks to Damien, so wasn't it only fitting to strip the treasury bare to repay him? "Then I shall humbly ask a favor of your holiness." But the reward Damien requested was surprisingly modest. "Please grant me access to all the grimoires in the church's possession." "Is that all you ask?" the Holy Empress asked with a bewildered expression. Damien nodded. "Yes, that is all I require." In truth, Damien's request was far from all he asked. This was because the grimoires held by the church were all masterclass grimoires. They included the grimoires of masterclasses produced by the church, masterclasses defeated by the church, and even those of the 5 great elders from various eras. Damien was asking for access to the grimoires left behind by these legendary figures. "You are free to request anything else. I need those most of all right now." Damien's reason for seeking these as his reward was to ascend to the Grandmaster level. Witnessing the clash between Qinjiam and Vahel, Damien felt pressure that he need to elevate himself to the Grandmaster level. He was always prepared for the worst, yet even Damien had not anticipated the emergence of a Duke-class demon. The future Damien knew had vanished, leaving him uncertain of what lay ahead. This realization fueled Damien's determination to ascend to Grandmaster as soon as possible. "I already know what I lack." During his time as a Death Knight, Damien had once reached the Grandmaster level. Therefore, he was well versed in the requirements for achieving this pinnacle. He needed neither elixirs nor leaps of faith. Rather, he sought knowledge to fill the gaps in his technical prowess. If that is your desire, then I shall not object. However, I fear that may not be enough. The Holy Empress pondered for a moment before addressing Damien. Sir Damien, are you familiar with the first Holy Emperor? Damien nodded in confirmation. Bartholomew, the first Holy Emperor, the first person to awaken divine power. A transcendent who crushed a dragon's head with a single mace blow. A hero who saved humanity as a member of the Salvation Squad. Countless heroes emerged after the Salvation Squad saved humanity, but none could match their achievements. As a result, the Salvation Squad was regarded as a group of transcendents who surpassed the Grandmaster level. I will grant you access to the profound insights left behind by him. Chapter 282. The Secret Part 3, Holy Empress led Damien deeper into the church. The first Holy Emperor gained a significant enlightenment in his later years, Holy Empress mentioned as they walked down the corridor. I don't know the specifics, but it wasn't a simple epiphany. Through that enlightenment, he split his soul and left a part of it behind for the church. Damien felt a surge of curiosity. Splitting one's soul and maintaining it for such a long time, he had never encountered such a phenomenon, not even in his past life. Even the Imperial Supreme Sword, the Sword Saint, and Chinjiam couldn't achieve something like that. Perhaps the speculation that the Salvation Squad was a group of beings surpassing even the Grandmaster was true. The fragment of the first Holy Emperor's soul remains here. It offers guidance and teachings to those who seek it. Thanks to this, many paladins have been able to overcome their barriers. Amazing, Damien responded earnestly. From the perspective of a dark mage, what the first Holy Emperor left behind resembled a thought form. However, thought forms were typically created moments before death, whereas the first Holy Emperor had divided his soul while still alive. Moreover, thought forms could not maintain rationality because they were tainted by the fear of death. But the fragment left by the first Holy Emperor possessed enough clarity to teach others. Alone, this was a truly remarkable feat. Why has this been kept hidden? The fragment of the first Holy Emperor. In a way, it's like the first Holy Emperor himself. During his previous life, when he attacked the church under Dorugo's command, he had not seen the first Holy Emperor's thought form. Dorugo hadn't found it either. The fragment's power diminishes each time it interacts with someone. That's why the church keeps it sealed and only awakens it when absolutely necessary. A thought form with clear rationality couldn't last forever, not even one created by the first Holy Emperor. Maybe the fragment was entirely gone before the War of Destruction began, which is why Dorugo couldn't find it. As the Holy Empress explained, they reached the end of the corridor. Please wait a moment, Holy Empress said while approaching a door at the end. She touched the rosary hanging around her neck to the lock and it opened. Only one person can enter from here. She stepped aside. Damien approached the door, feeling a slight thrill at the prospect of meeting a legendary hero. The individual might even surpass a Grandmaster in strength. He might receive invaluable advice. I'll go in. Damien entered the room. Instantly, his vision darkened. When the darkness lifted, Damien found himself on a battlefield. On a vast plain, humanoid lizards and humans were engaged in combat. The battle was one-sided. The massive lizards were overwhelming the humans, thanks to their size and superior equipment. Don't retreat, we must hold this position. If we lose ground here, we're finished. Despite being at a disadvantage, the humans didn't lose their fighting spirit. They charged with even more fervor. Hold the line, he will bring us victory, a man shouted who also seemed to be the leader. The lizards let out eerie cries, seemingly mocking them. Just then, a shadow swept across the battlefield. Both sides were so startled that the fighting paused. Everyone looked up and saw a dragon with black wings, erratically flying through the sky. The cause was a human man clinging to the dragon's body. The man was not only large but also incredibly muscular. The man clung to the dragon's back and swung his mace. Each time he struck, the dragon's scales shattered, its muscles burst forth and blood rained down from the sky. The dragon roared in agony. Slowly, the man climbed towards the dragon's head. When he reached the nape, he locked his legs around the dragon's neck to position himself and raised the mace high. A blinding light enveloped the mace, causing it to grow to many times its original size. The man brought the massive mace down with all his strength. The dragon's head shattered like a ripe watermelon. The headless body plummeted, skidding along the ground until it stopped. For a moment, silence fell over the battlefield. Then the humans raised their weapons in triumphant cheers. We won, we really won. Long live Bartholomew. Long live the Order of Salvation. The humans cheered in unison while the lizardmen's faces showed clear signs of panic. What are you all doing? Drive out those lizard bastards. You beasts, your master is dead. Why aren't you running? The humans charged at the lizardmen and slaughtered them mercilessly. Damien quietly watched the scene unfold. Just then, he heard a voice beside him. Isn't this a magnificent sight? Damien turned to see an exceptionally large man, at least half a head taller than himself and heavily muscular. The astonishing part was that such a large frame was hidden under a simple priest's robe. As Damien observed the man, he quickly realized who he was. The first Holy Emperor Bartholomew, the very warrior who had just crushed the dragon's skull with a single strike. "I pay my respect to the first Holy Emperor," Damien said, bowing his head. Bartholomew responded with a wry smile. "Please don't call me that. I'm just a fragment left behind by the original, not the real thing." "Then what should I call you?" "Just call me the Fragment." The Fragment turned his gaze back to the battlefield. "This is a reenactment of a past battle. Thanks to this victory, humanity was able to fully secure the southern continent. I've often heard the story of how the first Holy Emperor crushed an evil dragon's head with a single mace." "Haha, yes, everyone who visits me brings up that story." The Fragment laughed heartily as he looked at Damien. "I've had many visitors over the years, but you're the first of your kind. I'm not a paladin, but I was granted permission to enter." "That's not what I'm pointing out." The Fragment stroked his chin with a massive hand and asked, "Why has someone who doesn't need my teachings come here?" Damien felt puzzled by the Fragment's words. "What do you mean by that?" "Just what I said. I don't see any deficiencies in you. Though I can't be sure, at least to my eyes, it doesn't seem like there's anything I can teach you." The Fragment continued as he scrutinized Damien. "Your body is evenly developed, your mana control is exceptional, and your skills. While I haven't seen them firsthand, I can sense it. You possess an unrivaled talent." While it was pleasing to be highly regarded by a hero of the past, Damien felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He had come here hoping to gain something. "I'm sorry, but I can't offer you any guidance. If I were to give advice, it might end up doing you more harm than good." Suddenly, the Fragment's gaze fixated on Damien's wrist. He stared at it with astonishment and asked, "Who are you, exactly? How did you come to possess Erebos? It's an artifact that no one should possess." Damien was as shocked as the Fragment. There was no information about Erebos anywhere in the world. Even the church knew only that it was dangerous without understanding what it truly was. Yet the Fragment seemed to know about Erebos in detail. "Do you know about Erebos?" Damien asked. "No, I don't," the Fragment immediately denied. Damien pressed further. "Please don't hide it, tell me." "I'm not hiding anything, I truly don't know." "Then how do you recognize it?" "Because the original knew." It felt like a riddle being exchanged. As Damien's expression grew stern, the Fragment quickly clarified. "The original created me to advise the paladins of future generations. I don't possess memories beyond combat techniques." In the end, a fragment was just a fragment. Damien couldn't help but feel a deep sense of disappointment. "However, if I examine it closely, something might come to mind. Would you mind showing me Erebos?" Damien manifested Erebos and handed it to the Fragment, who carefully examined it. "It's different from the Erebos I know." "What do you mean?" "I only have fragmented memories, so it's hard to explain in detail. But while it looks the same on the outside, the power within is entirely different." The Fragment ran his hand along Erebos' blade, then suddenly paused. "You've already met my original self." With that, Damien recalled a memory from his past. The first time he visited the church, he found a mummified body with a fragment of Erebos embedded in it. It seemed that the Fragment was referring to this. "Do you hold a grudge?" "I don't have such emotions, I'm just a fragment." The Fragment returned Erebos to Damien. "I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help." "Please, you should go now." Faced with the Fragment's words, Damien was caught in contemplation. Leaving without gaining anything felt too disappointing. Damien suddenly recalled the scene of Bartholomew smashing the dragon's head. It was an incredible strike, far beyond his current level. Damien was determined to learn something, so he pulled out Dawn from his subspace. The Fragment seemed surprised by this action. "What are you doing? You said you remember your combat skills clearly." Damien had the ability to absorb and replicate the techniques and skill levels of opponents he fought against. However, there was no guarantee he could replicate the abilities of someone as strong as Bartholomew. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. "I'll learn what I can by fighting you. Let's have a bout." The Fragment laughed at the bold challenge. "This is the first time I've had a guest like you," the Fragment said as a spark of fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. He conjured a mace with his divine power and said, "Let's see what you've got." The battle lasted a full day. After the fight, Damien stayed at the church to review the battle. So much for saying there was nothing for me to learn. That was a complete lie. The duel with the Fragment had provided him with immense learning opportunities. He absorbed the lessons from the fight and delved into the church's library to study grimoires. Damien focused entirely on training to continue improving his skills, filling in any gaps in his knowledge. 10 days passed just like that. Finally, Damien prepared to leave the church. However, he wasn't alone. "Lady Agnes, are you really okay with this?" Damien asked with a worried expression. 2 days prior, the Holy Empress had issued an order to send Agnes to the Apple Kingdom. Consequently, Agnes was to accompany Damien. Given that being sent away from the headquarters of the church was akin to a demotion, Damien couldn't help but worry. "It's fine, it's all part of the God's will," Agnes replied calmly. His tongue clicked in sympathy as he found the situation unfortunate. In truth, Agnes wasn't disappointed at all. It wasn't a demotion. Agnes, Damien Haksen is an invaluable asset to our church, Holy Empress had said to Agnes a few days earlier. However, many others desire his skills. We can't just let him go. So I am assigning you to the Apple Kingdom, specifically near the Haksen territory. Your task is to maintain a close relationship with Damien. For a promising paladin like Agnes, it was a seemingly trivial assignment. However, she gratefully accepted the Holy Empress's order because it aligned with her own desires. Agnes, and this is only for you, if you manage to establish a close relationship with Damien, I'll appoint you as a secular paladin, Holy Empress added. In the church, paladins were not allowed to marry freely. However, secular paladins had the freedom to marry. In other words, what the Holy Empress meant was that Agnes and Damien, Agnes' cheeks reddened and then suddenly, thud. Agnes didn't see the tree in front of her and ended up bumping her face into it. Agnes quickly pulled her face away from the tree and tried to play it off as if nothing had happened. Are you all right? That noise was quite loud. It's nothing, Agnes replied, quickly adjusting her hair, and so the two of them headed towards the Apple Kingdom. The journey went smoothly. They arrived in the Apple Kingdom sooner than expected. Upon reaching the kingdom's border, they saw the scene before them, a fortress that was both destroyed and burning. Ha ha ha, a monstrous creature with bat wings laughed loudly from atop the burning fortress. Chapter 283. The Four Great Demon Kings Part 1. Sir Damien, we're under attack, Agnes shouted urgently upon discovering the fort. Judging by the creature's appearance, it must be an undead. I'll quickly contact the church, and Sir Damien, you should. Suddenly, Agnes realized something. Damien wasn't listening to her at all. He stood motionless like a statue, staring intently at the creature. Sir Damien, she asked cautiously. As expected, there was no response from Damien. Right now, all of Damien's attention was focused on the creature, and it was no wonder. That creature was a monster that shouldn't exist here. Yoda. One of the four great demon kings created by Darugo, the most powerful undead specializing in aerial combat. According to the original timeline, it wasn't supposed to be completed for another 10 years. Yet there it was standing before them. Lady Agnes, please tend to the wounded. Sir Damien, ignoring Agnes, Damien dashed toward the border fort. With one powerful leap, he crossed the forest. With the second, he reached the fort, and on the third, Damien soared high into the sky, bringing his sword down toward Yoda. This is way too easy. Yoda sighed heavily from above. Below him, the border fort lay shattered and ablaze. Ah, my leg. Jason, get a grip, you idiot. Corpses and wounded soldiers were strewn about. More than half of the knights and soldiers defending the fort had perished in Yoda's attack. The survivors were left with fatal wounds and were slowly dying. Just too easy. Yoda flew around the sky, expressing his disappointment. He was destroying the border fort under Darugo's orders to cause chaos in the kingdoms. When asked why, Darugo had explained it was necessary to kill the Empire's greatest swordsman. I can attack any other kingdom, but not the Empire. How boring. While the Empire had an abundance of master-class warriors, many other kingdoms didn't even have one. The Kingdom of Apple was no exception, lacking any master-class fighters. In such a situation, the border fort stood no chance against Yoda's onslaught. I'm feeling a bit peckish. Yoda looked down and spotted a soldier pinned under the collapsed wall. The soldier was bleeding from the head, barely clinging to life. Yoda immediately descended after noticing the still-living soldier. He reached out with a long hand, grabbed the soldier, and brought him to his mouth. What? Aog! The soldier, who was somehow able to regain consciousness, started to scream in terror. He was struggling, but he couldn't escape Yoda's grip. Ignoring the soldier's resistance, Yoda bit into his head in one swift motion. The brain has a nice texture. I like that I can eat fresh prey right away. Yoda tossed aside the soldier's lifeless body and continued walking, smacking his lips. Then he noticed two humans hiding in a partially collapsed house. Mom, I'm scared. Stay quiet. A wall separated them, but Yoda could hear the mother and child's voices clearly thanks to his keen sense of hearing. It wasn't just their voices. Yoda could also see the emotions radiating from the mother and child with his sharp eyes. Fear, dread, foreboding. The source of dark mana was the suffering of the human soul. The mother and daughter generated dark mana as they were surrounded by all kinds of negative emotions. To Yoda, who thrived on souls and dark mana, the pair seemed like a feast seasoned with rich spices. But he had no intention of devouring them right away. He knew how to cook them to perfection. Yoda grasped the wall and tore it away, revealing the terrified mother and daughter. Eek, they screamed as soon as they saw Yoda. Rita, run quickly. The mother shoved her daughter away. The daughter screamed and tried to flee in the opposite direction. Such an unfilial child, Yoda muttered. He quickly reached out and grabbed the daughter. She dangled in the air, held by one arm. Mom, Rita, no, not Rita. The mother frantically stabbed Yoda's leg with a kitchen knife, but there was no way a kitchen knife could pierce Yoda's body, which couldn't be harmed even by Aura Blade. The knife broke quickly and the mother's face filled with despair. Mom, Rita, please let Rita go, eat me instead." The mother clung to Yoda's leg, crying out in desperation. Pushed to the extreme, the souls of the mother and daughter emitted even more intense dark mana. Ah, how delightful! Drool dripped from Yoda's mouth. He could hardly contain himself. He opened his mouth wide, intending to devour the daughter first. No, the mother screamed and blood spilled from her mouth. At that moment, a tremendous surge of mana came from a distance. The sky changed color and the winds began to blow too fast. Yoda immediately closed his gaping mouth. The presence was too overwhelming to ignore. A master-class warrior. No, this is... Someone soared high into the sky and descended toward Yoda, slashing at him with a sword. Yoda quickly blocked the sword with his forearm. The unexpected weight of the strike made him instinctively release the child and get pushed back. "Wow, impressive," Yoda said, staring ahead. He saw a man holding the child in his arms. "Not only did you land a hit on me, but you also saved the child. Impressive." The man didn't respond to Yoda's words. The man gently set the child down on the ground and spoke to the mother. "Run as far as you can, don't stop until the fort is out of sight." The mother hastily grabbed her child and fled. Yoda watched them with a look of regret. They were ripening so nicely. "Isn't it cruel? They say not even dogs are disturbed while eating," Yoda complained, but the man just stared at him silently. "Well, I'll let it slide. The soul of a powerful human like you is tastier than that of ordinary folks." Yoda licked his lips, then suddenly recognized the man's face. "Wait a minute, you're Damien Haksen. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to find you here." Damien was the human Dorugo had recently shown the most interest in. Consequently, Yoda knew all about Damien's history and even his face. "Mother has been wanting to study you. So why don't you come with me? I promise you'll be treated well." "How were you completed?" Damien suddenly asked. What are you talking about? You shouldn't be complete right now, it's impossible." "So why are you here in front of me? What nonsense are you? Are you the only one completed, or are the other 3 finished too?" At that moment, Yoda froze. Dorugo had created 4 great demon kings, and only Dorugo's closest aides knew this. Yet Damien, an outsider, had just mentioned the 4 great demon kings. Is there a traitor? This matter can't be ignored. Yoda's expression grew serious. Whatever else, he couldn't tolerate anyone endangering Mother's plans. "Damien, you'd better explain how you know about us, and in as much detail as possible." Yoda swung both hands and 12 aura blades shot out from his nails. The 12 aura blades rushed towards Damien, but he deflected them all with his sword. "Wow, I didn't think you'd deflect them so easily. The rumors weren't exaggerated." Without a word, Damien launched himself off the ground. Yoda laughed loudly. "Wow, scary, then I'll increase my power too." Yoda drew upon more dark mana, his presence doubling as if the previous attack had been a mere jest. He swung his hands wildly, moving so fast that it seemed his arms multiplied. Dozens of aura blades poured down, aiming to tear Damien apart. Yet Damien took no defensive action, he just kept running forward. What kind of reckless? As the cluster of aura blades struck, Damien's body dissipated like smoke. The buildings and fort behind him crumbled, but Damien remained unharmed. What? Confusion spread across Yoda's face. It was an unbelievable sight. Ghost Shadow, realm of the Phantom, who was known as the pinnacle of assassins. In his time as a Death Knight, Phantom had attempted to assassinate Damien but ended up being killed instead. During that process, Damien absorbed all of Phantom's techniques and skills. Originally, Ghost Shadow was used to blend the body and mana to erase one's presence or slip through tight spaces. However, Damien used Ghost Shadow more aggressively, just like now. Each time the aura blades rained down, Damien evaded them using Ghost Shadow. You have quite a few tricks, don't you?" Despite not even grazing the hem of Damien's clothes, Yoda did not seem impatient. He observed Damien's movements with cold and calculating eyes. "But looking closely, it's quite predictable, isn't it?" Damien dissolved into smoke again. As he reappeared, Yoda shouted. "Gotcha!" Yoda's arm stretched out, aiming to pierce Damien's face. He had already realized that Ghost Shadow couldn't be used consecutively. So this attack. At that moment, Damien raised his foot and stepped on Yoda's hand. Yoda's hand was pinned to the ground, causing a massive impact that shattered the earth. While Yoda was momentarily startled, Damien muttered softly, "Third ring." With a resonant sound, Damien's figure vanished. Before Yoda could fully comprehend this, Damien reappeared in front of him and swung his sword. A blue flash sliced toward Yoda's neck. However, the dawn did not sever Yoda's neck. As soon as it touched, numerous scales sprouted from Yoda's neck. Despite being cloaked in aura blade, the dawn couldn't cut through the scales. With a dull thud, Yoda was pushed back, clutching his neck with a horrified expression. As expected, it's tough. Damien wasn't particularly surprised. He knew what Yoda was. Iota was an undead created by Darugo using a dragon's corpse. The elongated limbs were infused with dragon muscles and bones. Not just that, the bat-like wings and internal organs were also made from a dragon. A whole dragon had been compressed into Iota's body. Unbelievable. A mere human dares to slash my neck. Iota removed his hand from his neck, where the dragon's scales had already lain flat again. What should I do? My pride can't let this slide. Thump, a heavy sound resonated from within Iota's body. I am the ultimate creation of Mother. I can't be outdone by a human. No, it wasn't a drum beat. It was the sound of the dragon heart inside Iota's body pounding. Be ready, I'll fight you seriously from now on. Iota spread his wings wide. Dark mana and dragon power erupted simultaneously. Chapter 284. The Four Great Demon Kings Part 2. The power emanating from the dragon heart spread throughout Iota's entire body. Crack. With the sound of bones twisting, Iota's physique began to change. His previously narrow shoulders broadened, and his chest muscles expanded. His once skinny limbs became unbelievably thick. What had looked like a fragile body that might break with a strong wind now appeared muscular enough to withstand a hurricane. It's been a while since I've turned into this form. Even his voice changed. The previously childish, impish tone transformed into a deep and serious one. It wasn't just his appearance that had altered. Now, Iota radiated an immense vitality. It was like watching a volcano on the verge of eruption. Normally, undead couldn't possess vitality. What was happening before Damien was unbelievable. Damien Haksen, from now on, I'll crush you. Iota slowly raised both hands. He lifted them to his face and curled his fingers, starting with his pinky, a fist. As soon as the fist was formed, Iota pushed off the ground with both feet. Iota shot forward in a straight line and threw a punch at Damien. Damien twisted his waist to dodge the strike. The debris behind him was blasted away. Even without the punch landing, it happened. It was a phenomenon caused by the air pressure of the fist. Iota withdrew his outstretched fist and stepped toward Damien. The attacks continued. Every time Iota threw a punch, the pressure of his fists destroyed nearby buildings. These were not mindless, instinct-driven attacks like a monster. They were disciplined and refined. Amazingly, Iota was using a martial art. Surprised, people always think I'm just a dumb brute. Iota spoke in an excited voice. I'm not just some fool relying on raw strength. I've mastered techniques that no one else can follow, ones even master-class warriors would fear. At Iota's words, Damien recalled memories from his past. Damien, my knight, do you see? These are my greatest creations. During his time as a Death Knight, Darugo had summoned Damien and introduced the four great demon kings. Of course, they pale compared to you. But still, these four are worthy of being called the strongest. As he said, the four great demon kings had achieved incredible feats. In every battle, they slaughtered tens of thousands of knights. They piled their corpses into mountains and feasted on their souls with glee. The sheer brutality of the scene was nauseating, almost unbearable for Damien, who had to suppress his urge to retch. Over the past few centuries, I've struggled to perfect these creatures but failed. I couldn't create a soul worthy of their body, but recently I succeeded. Do you know the secret? Damien had no interest in knowing. However, at that time, his will was sealed by Darugo, leaving him trapped in his own body, forced to listen to Darugo's chatter. It's thanks to you. These beings were created by imitating your soul. Thanks to you, they inherited a fraction of your genius, even if just a crumb. How could Damien possibly describe the disgust he felt upon hearing that? He had already been a slave to Darugo, forced to massacre innocent people, kill noble knights, and desecrate their corpses. To think that those monstrous creatures were born because of him. In other words, you could say these beings are our children. As that memory surfaced, a surge of intense emotion welled up from deep within Damien. Being overtaken by emotions during a fight was something only amateurs did, but this time he couldn't hold back. Damien's eyes turned blood red. How long do you plan to keep running away? Iota shouted while throwing a punch aimed at Damien's face. In that instant, the scenery blurred and Iota's head was slammed into the ground. Wah! Iota looked bewildered. It was understandable. He had been the one throwing the punch, so why? Iota lifted his head. Soil was falling from his face and he saw Damien was holding his fist. It's truly fascinating, Damien said as he put Dawn back into the subspace. Every time I see you, I feel filthy, and each time it sets a new record. A swordsman letting go of his sword in the middle of battle, perplexed by this inexplicable act, Iota tilted his head. Damien Haksen, are you insane? Damien ignored Iota's words. Instead, he began to weave the mana within his body. He had studied countless secret techniques from the church's archives, leading him to a minor achievement. He succeeded in combining various mana cultivation techniques he had learned, creating a unified system. These included techniques like Supreme Absorption Technique, Cotton-Lined Forbidden Needle, Art of Sacrificial Raging Demon Manifestation, and Combined Infinity Cycle. Alongside the myriad secret techniques he had studied from the church, he synthesized them into a single mana cultivation method. 5-wheel harmonious art. Damien spun the gathered mana, forming a circulation within his body. First wheel, this was not merely an illusion, it was a true manifestation. Unlike the combined infinity cycle, there was no resonance sound this time. Instead, all the surrounding mana converged towards Damien. An exchange occurred between the external and internal. Body and mana cycled together. Finally, everything united in a single circulation. For bringing back such vile memories, I'll beat you to death. Blue flames ignited in Damien's eyes. It's pointless no matter what. Ota's face was smashed and sent flying backward. Damien had somehow darted forward and struck him with a punch. Krayag, thanks to the dragon scales, the damage wasn't severe. Yoda quickly regained his composure and tried to punch Damien, or rather he would have if Damien had been there. Where are you? Suddenly, an elbow slammed into his solar plexus, doubling him over from the impact. I told you it's useless. In an attempt to crush Damien, Yoda grasped him with the intention of slamming him against the ground. At that moment, Damien launched another punch, striking Yoda's solar plexus again. A loud noise erupted from inside Yoda's body. He coughed up blood and staggered back. Damien immediately lunged forward, striking Yoda's eye with his knee. The bone around the eye shattered and the eyeball burst, spraying blood everywhere. Kaya, a scream tore from Yoda's mouth. He covered his ruined eye with his hand and cried out in disbelief. This can't be happening. How can I be losing to a mere human? 5-wheel harmonious art. The new mana cultivation technique Damien developed granted him explosive speed and power, so much so that it overwhelmed even Yoda, who had awakened the dragon's physical strength. Don't get cocky. I can still become stronger. Yoda pumped his heart to draw more dragon mana. His movements became even faster. As he moved, afterimages formed. Countless afterimages surrounded Damien. They all threw punches simultaneously. In a situation where it was impossible to distinguish between illusion and reality. As the punches landed, Yoda felt the world turn upside down. Before he could grasp what was happening, the sky and the earth were turned upside down. At the same time, he was slammed into the ground. Yoda's body was harder than the ground, so the impact wasn't severe, but the subsequent attack was the real issue. Damien lifted his foot. The energy emanating from the soul was anything but ordinary. Damien Haksen. The moment Yoda shouted with hatred, Damien slammed his foot down with full force, crushing waves, realm that can intensify the impact manifold. With a thunderous roar, the ground shattered in a chain reaction. A deep pit formed in the center of the fortress. Dust erupted from the depths of the pit. From within, someone began to emerge. I'm finally calming down. Damien brushed the dirt off his clothes and said, I'm not usually this irritable, but whenever I get entangled with Darugo, I just get angrier. As Damien grumbled briefly, a powerful surge of mana erupted from the pit. The immense mana pierced the sky like a pillar. Simultaneously, a colossal roar reverberated through the air. The clouds in the sky were shredded and vanished. From the pit, something enormous began to rise. It was as massive as a giant's arm, but unlike a real giant's arm, this one was covered in scales from wrist to elbow. It resembled a dragon from legend. Damien, the voice that emerged from the pit boomed across the world. Stay right there and wait, I'll devour you immediately. Something began to rise from the pit, shaking the surrounding ground with its movement. Well, you're not the type to die easily. Damien opened a subspace and retrieved Dawn. The playtime was over, now it was time to kill for real. At that moment, the sky split open and stretched apart to the left and right. The gap revealed not the fortress but a landscape full of forests. From within, 3 figures appeared. They were all exceptionally handsome and beautiful, but there was something off about them. Most of all, they exuded an unsettling sense of disgust. Damien muttered softly as he saw them. Epsilon Lambda Theta. Few people in the current age would know these names. After all, they did not originally exist in this era. The 4 great demon lords, the nightmares of the War of Destruction had came. Chapter 285, The 4 Great Demon Kings Part 3, Yoda, a man with an imposing square jaw who was also the tallest of the tree newcomers, spoke up. We came because you didn't return on time. I didn't expect to find you in such a pitiful state. At this, Oda protested from within the pit. Epsilon, watch your mouth, pitiful state, just watch, things are about to change. You sure talk big for someone who resorted to draconic transformation against a mere human. Shut up and watch. I'm going to crush that human right now. Mother is furious. He says you're delaying the plan at a critical time. Yoda fell silent and he was clearly taken aback. Mother has ordered us to bring you back immediately. But we can't just leave the human who humiliated our brother. Epsilon turned to look at Damien. It wasn't just Epsilon. Other great demon kings also fixed their gaze on Damien. An indescribable pressure emanated from the 3 of them as if standing before a violent natural disaster. However, Damien shook off the pressure with ease. I thought it was not possible, but all four of you are really complete. In truth, Damien had held a small hope. He hoped that for some reason, Dorugo had focused all his efforts on Iota, and that was why only Iota was completed ahead of schedule. But the reality was harsh. All three of the others had appeared. It shattered Damien's hopes. Let me ask you something. My name is Damien Haksen. Have you heard my name from Dorugo? How do you know our mother's name? I asked the question. Answer it. Have you heard my name? Yes, it wasn't Epsilon who answered. The only female among the four great demon kings, Theta, spoke up. Mother often mentioned wanting to capture and study a genius named Damien Haksen. Theta's words left Damien confused. He speculated that perhaps Dorugo had regained some memories from their previous lives. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for Dorugo to have completed the four great demon kings. But from the way the four great demon kings spoke, it seemed Dorugo knew nothing about Damien. Was it a lie? No, his instincts told him they were telling the truth. I'm not sure what's going on. Damien ran his hands over his face, deep in thought. Maybe it's best to keep things simple. Damien tightly grabbed Dawn once more, then he spoke decisively. The best thing to do would be to kill all four of you here. A brief silence fell. All four great demon kings stared at Damien with bewildered expressions. Humans often confuse ignorance with bravery. Epsilon broke the silence. Damien Haksen, you've never seen us before, that's why you can act so boldly. The one stuck in that pit is Yoda, your Epsilon, and the other two are Lambda and Theta, correct? Damien named them one by one. Epsilon blinked rapidly as if to ask how Damien knew about Lambda and Theta without them mentioning it. From what I can guess, you've only been complete for less than a year. Epsilon's eyes widened further, indicating Damien's guess was accurate. And yet you babies have the gall to call anyone ignorant. You're the fools here. You don't know who I am, so you dare spout such nonsense. The anger Damien had barely managed to suppress after beating Yoda began to resurface. The four great demon kings were a sore point for him. They were monsters created imitating him, and they had caused significant harm to the world. That anomaly. Lambda pointed at Damien, speaking with a voice brimming with killing intent. He knows Mother's name, he knows all our names, clearly abnormal. Lambda's voice grew more dangerous. He's a threat, recommend eliminating him here and now. Lambda, don't make hasty decisions, Mother desires this man. Capturing him alive is preferable too. Epsilon abruptly stopped speaking, reacting to a sudden surge of killing intent that made his body tense up. Epsilon and the other three demon lords slowly turned to face Damien. You still don't understand. The one holding the upper hand here is not you but me. Damien took a step forward, increasing the intensity of the murderous aura and pressure the demon kings felt. I'll make the decision for you. You will all die here, not a single one of you will leave alive. Damien began to weave the mana within his body, forming two wheels. Second wheel. He began to feel immense power spreading throughout his body as two wheels began to rotate within his body. His presence grew exponentially, and the sudden transformation made all four great demon kings tense. Epsilon, I'll start by ripping off that jaw of yours. Damien prepared to unleash the attack. Well, this is troublesome. At that moment, a gentle voice accompanied someone stepping through the dimensional gate. A woman with black hair tied back in a ponytail descended in front of the four great demon kings. The woman was strikingly beautiful and had eyes devoid of life that gave her the appearance of a corpse. My dear, you seem quite agitated. Could you calm down a bit? Despite her gentle request, Damien's wariness only increased. Could it be that you recognize me, dear? Woman asked with a faint smile. Damien furrowed his brow. There were many names for this woman in the world: garbage, human trash, the Crimson Butcher, demoness mistakenly born as a human. But she was most commonly known by one title. Why is the leader of Pandemonium doing here? Damien asked with caution. Hela gestured to the four great demon kings. I was asked to play nanny to these little ones. I accepted since I had nothing better to do for the time being. Doesn't suit you? I think so too. Even though the worst criminal in history stood before him, Damien conversed with her as if it were nothing, a sight that would have left any onlooker dumbfounded. My dear, you just said you were going to kill those children. And if I did, as I said, I'm their caretaker. I can't just stand by and let that happen. Suddenly, Hela's demeanor changed completely. Damien felt as if the whole world had turned against him. Even someone as formidable as Damien felt overwhelmed simply by the presence of her killing intent. It was only natural given that Hela was a grandmaster. My dear, you might end up dying by my hand. Do you still intend to fight these children? Damien hesitated for a moment. On one side were the four great demon kings and the leader of Pandemonium. On his side, only Damien himself. The disparity in power was clear. Retreating would be a wise choice. It can't be helped. Are you thinking of quietly backing down? I'm going to kill you all, including you. At his words, Hela's eyes twitched slightly. Dear, have you lost your mind in fear? My mind is perfectly clear. Then do you really think you can win against me and these children? It's possible. As a human, Damien could not defeat Hela. Even as skilled as he was, he couldn't face a grandmaster at the master level. However, as a Death Knight, Damien was different. He was confident he could kill Hela Fallen and the 4 great demon kings right here. The problem was that there were too many eyes watching. If he used dark magic in this situation, someone would inevitably witness it. If the fact that Damien was using dark magic became known, it would cause a massive uproar across the continent. He could even be branded a heretic, but if he could kill the leader of Pandemonium and the 4 great demon kings here and now, he was willing to bear that stigma. Come at me. I'll take all 5 of your heads, Damien said, and his killing intent reached the heavens. Hela looked at him calmly and remarked, as the rumors say, you're a foolish child. Shut up and draw your sword. That's not going to happen. I need to leave quickly. You think I'll let you go just like that? My dear, how about this? Hela said, pointing somewhere. There's a city over there, isn't there? If the battle starts, I'll send these children to kill every human in that city. Damien frowned. Even if you're confident in your skills, you can't keep an eye on these children while fighting me, can you? What are you talking about? And there's another large village over there. The people there won't be safe either. Hela was completely serious. She was someone who regarded human lives as mere insects. Are you still not going to let us go? Damien ground his teeth. He wanted nothing more than to kill them all right then and there, but he couldn't involve innocent people in his revenge. You filthy dog of Pandemonium. Thank you for the compliment, so what will you do? Get out of here. Now, thank you for accepting my proposal, Hela Fallen said, turning to the 4 great demon kings. Let's go back, everyone. Hela, what is the meaning of this? Just ask me when we get back. Reluctantly, the 3 of them stepped through the dimensional portal at her urging. Yoda, you too. Yoda retracted his giant arm and climbed out of the pit. Damn it, Damien Haksen, I'll kill you next time. Don't ruin the hard work it took to convince them. Just get in, Hela said, kicking Yoda through the portal. With the last 2 through, the portal closed immediately. The forest scenery disappeared, revealing the fort once more. Damn it, Damien cursed. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd been played by Hela. Dorugo, what is this piece of trash up to? The future had changed, and there were ominous developments surrounding Dorugo. This isn't the time to be relaxed. We have to chase after him immediately. The only consolation was that they had a lead on Dorugo's whereabouts. The scenery shown by the dimensional portal, if Damien's memory was correct, it wasn't an ordinary forest. Ulfheim. The home of the elves and where the world tree had taken root, that's where Dorugo was. Hela, why did you let him go? As soon as Hela stepped through the dimensional portal, Epsilon shouted angrily. My dear, what are you talking about? You think I let him go? Then what else would you call it? Hela was a grandmaster. If she wanted, she could have easily killed 100 of Damien Haksen, yet she didn't deal with him and withdrew. To Epsilon, it looked like she had let him go. Let him go? Yes, I suppose it could be seen that way. Hela recalled Damien's face. He was impressive, just as the rumors said. Even Hela had to admire his skill in controlling his mana, but he was still only at the master class level. If she wanted, she could have crushed him like an insect, yet Hela couldn't bring herself to do it. Her instincts had warned her. They told her to be cautious of him, that approaching recklessly would be fatal. A grandmaster being wary of a master class, it was absurd, but Hela trusted her instincts. Forget about the trivial things. How can you call that trivial? That's not the important thing right now, is it? We need to assist Dorugo's plan. Unlike other members of Pandemonium, Hela referred to Dorugo by name. From the start, Hela considered herself equal to Dorugo. She wasn't cooperating with Dorugo's plan because of orders. It was because it would help her get what she wanted, the head of the Imperial Supreme Sword. Hela was working with Dorugo to achieve that. Chapter 286, More Secrets Part 1. Afterward, Damien and Agnes focused on rescuing people. Unfortunately, there weren't many survivors. The 2 of them managed to save only a dozen or so people from this enormous fortress. Most of those were on the verge of death after suffering from fatal injuries. Damien used the authority of envy to convert his mana into divine power. He then used that divine power to heal the wounded. Sir Damien, you're very skilled with divine power, aren't you? Agnes asked in awe as she was treating another person. Mana and divine power were entirely different forces, each requiring a distinct method of use. Yet Damien was using divine power efficiently without wasting any of it. It's thanks to the dawn, Damien replied somewhat evasively as he focused on healing. After half a day of hard work, the 2 succeeded in saving all the injured. However, they were not completely healed, only barely pulled back from the brink of death. They would need several months of care. Next, Damien opened the subspace and brought out blankets and food. He distributed them to the people. Thank you so much. Not only did you heal us, but you also provided food. We will never forget this kindness. The survivors expressed their overwhelming gratitude. Among them was a mother and daughter whom Damien had saved. Rita, thank the man who saved us. Thank you. The mother and daughter had been tasked with delivering supplies to the fortress. They had come with a donkey and cart and caught up in a terrible attack. They had nearly fallen victim to Yoda's clutches but were saved thanks to Damien. Damien reassured them and sent them off as they clearly needed rest. For the next 2 days, Damien and Agnes continued to care for the injured and search for any remaining survivors. Around that time, a rescue team from the royal family arrived. Sir Damien. How long has it been? Surprisingly, the person leading the rescue team was Oliver Apple, Crown Prince of the Apple Kingdom. Your Highness, it's been a while. Please, let's not be so formal between us. Oliver smiled warmly. There was a time when Damien had served as Oliver's tutor. During that time, he had once disciplined Oliver harshly, and since then they had maintained a close relationship. But what on earth happened here? This level of destruction? Oliver looked around at the shattered fortress with a troubled expression. There were 2 middle-class knights stationed here. The fact that they were killed without putting up a proper fight means the enemy was a creature having battle powers beyond master class. I see. Do you have any idea what the enemy's objective might have been? Damien shook his head. Damien was nearly driven mad with curiosity, but he still had no clue. This is becoming a real headache, did you know? The Kingdom of Apple wasn't the only one attacked. Other kingdoms were assaulted by undead as well. Damien wasn't particularly surprised. He had already anticipated this to some extent after speaking with the 4 great demon kings. They say unidentified undead attacked. In some places, just a single undead destroyed entire fortresses. In the worst cases, entire kingdoms were devastated, just one. But if it was one of the 4 great demon kings, it was a different story. They were the strongest undead created by Darugo. The Empire and the Church are already tracking them down. Other kingdoms lack the ability to pursue and eliminate these undead. It was only natural for the Empire and the Church to take the lead. Why on earth did they attack the kingdoms? Damien couldn't help but wonder. In his previous life, the reason Darugo could bring about the downfall of humanity was because of Damien. In other words, without Damien, he couldn't challenge humanity, even if he had completed the 4 great demon kings earlier than planned. Darugo may be a nasty guy, but he's no fool. He must have a specific target. Damien reflected on what he knew about Darugo. Darugo's specialty is causing chaos and achieving his goals amidst it. When Damien first became a Death Knight, his skills were only in the middle class. After numerous battles, his abilities rapidly improved, eventually allowing him to kill the Imperial Supreme Sword. It was Darugo who bought Damien the time he needed to grow. By causing various incidents, Darugo diverted the attention of the Empire and the Church, allowing Damien to develop safely. Thus, Damien was certain. The attack on the kingdoms was merely a distraction and Darugo had another objective. Darugo plans to do something in Ulfheim. Ulfheim was far more secretive than the city of the dwarves. It was so secretive that it was half believed to be a myth. Some even claimed that Ulfheim didn't exist and that the elves had gone extinct long ago. But Damien knew the truth. Ulfheim existed and the elves were very much alive. They had even made a defense pact with the Empire, though only the Emperor and his closest advisors knew about this ancient agreement. Now I understand. The attacks on the other kingdoms were to divert attention, preventing the Empire from aiding Ulfheim. Getting to Ulfheim and stopping Darugo's plan was the only thing Damien had to do. Finally, kill Darugo, the leader of the 4 great demon kings, and uproot whole pandemonium. Damien's eyes filled with murderous intent. Thanks to the arrival of the rescue team, Damien and Agnes were relieved of caring for the injured. Damien entrusted the wounded to the prince and prepared to return to his territory with Agnes. Sir Damien, could you stay at the royal palace for a while? Oliver asked cautiously. With a monster stronger than a master class on the loose, it was natural for him to be concerned about the safety of the palace. However, Damien shook his head. My family is waiting for me. If that's your decision, there's nothing I can do. Oliver responded reluctantly. And based on my estimation, those creatures won't attack the Apple Kingdom again. This wasn't just a guess, it was almost a certainty. In his previous life, Darugo had focused solely on destroying the Empire and the Church because the other kingdoms lacked significant power. Once the Empire and the Church fell, the weaker kingdoms would naturally submit. There was no value in mobilizing forces to conquer them separately. Your Highness, will be on our way, Damien said, and he and Agnes headed to the Haksen estate. On the way, they stopped by a branch of the church near the territory. Sir Damien, I'll visit you again soon. After parting ways with Agnes, Damien went directly to the Count's estate. Father, I'm back. As soon as he entered the drawing room, his father rushed out and embraced him with open arms. He stood silently as he continued holding Damien close. Just as Damien felt a bit bewildered, the rest of his family arrived. Damien, you're safe, brother, I'm so glad. His mother, sister, and even Abel ran up to hug him. Damien felt a warm sensation in his chest. It was an unfamiliar but not unpleasant feeling. After some time, Damien finally managed to extricate himself from their embraces. Damien, I heard everything. The demon summoned in the Tartarus kingdom was a Duke-class demon. If I had known it was such a dangerous demon, I never would have sent you, his father scolded. Damien responded with a confident smile. What do you think of me? Those demons are no match for me. You. Always boasting. His father's eyes started to well up again. Damien found this side of his father somewhat unfamiliar. In his rebellious days, he had always thought of him as a stern and boring man. Now he realized he was someone who cried a lot. Father, I'm really okay, I'm not hurt, and it wasn't that difficult. As Damien was comforting his father, a not-so-welcome voice chimed in. Oh, you're still alive. He looked up to see Veronica passing by, munching on a slice of pumpkin pie. You're still here? Damien was surprised. Does it matter to you? She replied nonchalantly. Damien felt his blood pressure rise at her tone. Judging by her rude manner of speaking, it seemed like she was overdue for another rehabilitation session. While Damien was silently fuming, his mother hurried over to scold Veronica. Veronica, I told you to eat inside. The pumpkin pie you made was so delicious I couldn't resist, Veronica said, taking another bite and savoring it with a blissful expression. Countess chuckled softly at the sight. Just remember to maintain some decorum, it's for your own good. Yes, mother, I'll make sure to do that from now on. Damien watched them, astonished at how close they'd become. They weren't just friendly. They acted like actual mother and daughter. Veronica, what? She responded while munching on the pie. Are you planning to stay here for good? And if I am, she replied, showing that she was uninterested. Is that so? Damien's eyes had a meaningful look in them. Veronica looked at him with a hint of unease. What are you plotting? Nothing at all. Don't lie, every time you make that face you end up giving me work. I said it's nothing. You think I'll fall for that? Tell me right in. Damien pulled a club out of his subspace, causing Veronica to quickly hide behind Countess. That night, Damien sneaked into the backyard, making sure no one saw him. Infusing his voice with dark mana, he spoke. Kilo, come forth. Black smoke gathered in the air, and soon a group of dwarves appeared before him. Damien, welcome back. We almost grew old waiting for you, Kilo exclaimed excitedly as soon as he appeared. You won't believe how we've remodeled Spring Castle. I swear it'll be the best fortress our Hammerfell dwarves have ever built. Yeah, Damien replied nonchalantly. Let me start with the main feature, a mana reservoir located in the underground of the castle. From there, circuits branch out to supply mana to each facility. Damien listened with a tired expression as Kilo rambled on. It's impossible to withstand a masterclass attack, so we changed our approach, recovery after destruction. Instead of defense, we focused on offense. I guarantee even a masterclass would struggle to survive if they enter the castle. I have another order for you. An order? Kilo was intrigued. Damien pulled a travel bag from his subspace and summoned all the undead within it. My lord, what is it? Domenico asked with a serious tone. Damien gathered the undead together and addressed them. Domenico, Kilo, you two will cooperate to protect the castle from now on. Both Kilo and Domenico looked puzzled by the sudden command. The movements of pandemonium are unusual. We don't know how things will turn out. Although Damien had had Kilo remodel the castle as a precaution, it didn't completely alleviate his concerns. Therefore, he decided to station the undead he had with him here as well. My lord, if it's pandemonium we're up against, we might not be enough. Damien's undead forces were formidable. Domenico was a master class and the forces under him were even stronger. Mia was also a significant threat and the skeletons were all middle class, but facing pandemonium, even such power couldn't guarantee safety. I have something in mind regarding that. What is it? Domenico inquired. Damien gave a cryptic smile. You'll find out soon enough. At that moment, a presence was felt at the garden entrance. Damien waved his hand through the air. Hide for now. Wait until I call for you. The undead hid without understanding the reason. Shortly after, Veronica appeared before Damien. If you have something to say it during the day. Why call me at such a late hour? I'm about to fall asleep. Veronica yawned as she spoke. Veronica, I need to talk to you about an urgent matter. What is it? Make it quick. I have plans with Mother to visit the city tomorrow. The Haksen estate might be in danger. Veronica froze at those words. You heard right, the undead attacked the border fortress. It was a terrifying monster. Even Master Class wouldn't be able to secure victory. So, that monster was probably sent by Pandemonium. As you know, I am an enemy of Pandemonium. They won't just let me be. Thus, Damien proposed to Veronica. Veronica, I need your help. Protect my family while I'm away. Veronica hesitated for a moment before responding. I'm still just a high class. I doubt someone like me would be much help. While Damien was absent, Veronica had reached the high class level. However, even being high class was insufficient to fight against Pandemonium. Pandemonium was filled with grand dark mages and master class beings. Don't worry about that, I'll train you myself. Training? Damien wasn't planning to train her personally as he needed to leave for Ulfheim soon. Instead, he intended to have Domenico train Veronica. Domenico had already trained skeletons and Mia, so he was perfect for the job. The problem was that this plan required him to reveal some secrets to Veronica. Could he trust Veronica? That question had already been resolved. The Veronica Damien had known in his past life was indifferent to dark magic or heresy. She was selfish, thinking only of her own gain, which made her more reliable in this situation. Veronica, I know how to use dark magic. At that moment, Veronica's mouth was wide open. Starting today, I'll be ordering my undead to train you. With your talent, you should be able to. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Veronica burst into laughter. What did you say? Ha ha ha, dark magic, ha ha ha, what nonsense are you spouting now? Veronica laughed as if she had gone mad. Do you think I'd fall for such a lie? Do you think I'm that foolish? Seems like you don't believe me, let me show you proof. Ha ha ha, it's still funny, I could have accepted if you just said you knew dark magic, but undead, you command undead. Ha 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 ha, but Veronica's laughter did not subside easily. No wonder you're so gloomy and unpleasant, so it's because you're a dark mage, I guess being around corpses makes anyone's personality worse. Is this some kind of joke? No way, it can't be. Who would make such a boring joke? Even if you're strange, I'd believe it if you were just eccentric, but this is beyond that. Veronica laughed so hard that tears formed in her eyes. Just so you know, don't talk about this in front of others. You'd be reported immediately. Got it. What are you doing now? Veronica's face turned to one of fear and tension as she noticed Damien holding a club. Why do you always carry that thing? Don't come near me with that. I saw you the other day and you're out of shape. You're like a naughty child. Now it's time for some beatings. Damien tapped the club on his palm. Let's start with 10 strikes, then we'll begin your training. Chapter 287, More Secrets Part 2. After the time for the rehabilitation session ended, Damien summoned the undead in front of Veronica. Well, are you convinced now? You could have just shown me the undead from the beginning instead of hitting me. Veronica angrily rubbed the top of her head, her tone and expression filled with frustration. However, when Damien raised his club again, she quickly fell silent. Since when were you a necromancer? It's a long story, there's no need for you to know. Veronica glared at Damien. She was clearly displeased with his answer. Does your family know? No, they don't, so don't tell them. Even if this secret were to come out, Damien's family wouldn't report him to the church, but they would definitely be troubled by it, and Damien didn't want that. But if you're a necromancer, doesn't that mean you don't have to fight pandemonium? I only use dark magic, I'm not a necromancer. Veronica frowned instantly. What kind of nonsense is that? I've never killed anyone to use dark magic. But you still use dark magic, don't you? Doesn't that make you a necromancer? If I were a necromancer, why would I have killed the members of Pandemonium? Well, that's true, but… Veronica furrowed her brows, looking somewhat convinced but still uneasy. Anyway, that's not the important thing right now. Veronica brushed off the fact that Damien practiced dark magic as if it were no big deal. Damien was inwardly impressed by her straightforward attitude. He hadn't expected her to take it so lightly. Well, even in her past life, her thinking was quite different from others. In her past life, Veronica was a madwoman who rose to the master class because she loved killing so much. Despite the notoriety that spread across the continent, she had immediately rejected Dorugo's offer to join forces. Was it because Dorugo was a necromancer, because he was fighting against humanity? No, she hadn't refused for any noble reason. What? Destroy humanity? Then there won't be any humans left for me to kill. She had refused Dorugo's proposal for that single reason. And then she lost her life at Damien's hands. But it's kind of strange, why should I fight against Pandemonium? Suddenly, Veronica's expression turned serious. I'm well aware of Pandemonium. It's the place where the most dangerous dark mages and dark knights in the world gather, and you want me to fight such dangerous force? She shook her head as if it were an absurd idea. Do you think I'm a fool? I'm not doing it, so find someone else. Damien stared silently at Veronica, but this time she seemed determined not to change her stance. As I said, I have nothing to gain from this, so I have no intention of getting involved. But we've known each other for a long time and I've grown somewhat attached. If you meet one condition, I'll accept your offer. Veronica pointed to the ground with her finger. Kneel and ask politely, oh, and don't forget to call me Lady Veronica. Damien looked down briefly before raising his gaze to meet hers. Veronica wore a smug expression. Ha, Damien sighed, covering his face with both hands. In contrast, Veronica's smile grew even wider. So what will it be? If kneeling is too much, you can show respect in another way. Are you out of your mind? Damien removed his hands from his face, revealing an expression twisted in anger. Why should I help you when you've been freeloading and wasting my family's food while I was away? The ground beneath Damien cracked ominously with a burst of killing intent. Veronica involuntarily hiccuped at the terrifying sight. Wait, it was a joke, it was just a joke. I was going to help, of course. Veronica pleaded desperately, but the damage was done. Damien adjusted his grip on the club, making it easier to swing. What are you doing? Put the club down, don't come closer. I said don't come any closer. Damien raised the club high. The sound of something breaking echoed until the full moon reached its highest point. I'll protect it. Even if it costs me my life, I'll protect your family. Only after Veronica said those words did Damien stop hitting her. I think I'm dying. Us. Veronica passed out immediately after being beaten. Damien pointed at her and looked over at Domenico. Domenico, did you hear that? From now on, she's on our side. Domenico stared at Damien with a bewildered expression. When no response came, Damien scowled. Do you have a problem with that? Of course not. Good, take this. Damien tossed a small notebook to Domenico, who caught it with a confused expression. What's this? I made it for you. From now on, practice the techniques written in it. Unlike normal Dark Knights, Death Knights didn't need to accumulate dark mana as they generated it naturally. However, they still needed to learn how to use it effectively. Domenico glanced through a few pages of the notebook, his eyes widening in shock. Did you really create this yourself, my lord? Why is there a problem with it? And no, it's just that. Domenico couldn't finish his sentence. Damien had taken the mana cultivation method Domenico practiced during his lifetime and refined it into a new one. He had amplified its strengths and filled in all the gaps. What was even more astonishing was the latter part of the technique. Damien had reinterpreted the principles of the cultivation method and developed new techniques that Domenico could never have imagined. You're truly incredible, my lord. Even though Domenico already knew Damien was a genius, he couldn't help but feel awe every time it hit him anew. Flattery won't get you anywhere, and this one is for the skeletons. This is a training schedule for Munchai and Mia. Domenico carefully took all the notebooks Damien handed him. He knew he couldn't treat them lightly, understanding just how valuable the knowledge contained within them was. And give this one to her when she wakes up. Damien handed over the last notebook, which contained advice and techniques for Veronica. Domenico looked at the notebook with hesitation and he was internally conflicted. Could he really give such valuable information to her? My lord, may I ask you something? What is it? Do you really intend to trust that woman? Domenico spoke with a face full of unease. Unlike Domenico, Veronica wasn't bound by any master-servant relationship, and she had no reason to fight against Pandemonium. I trust her, Damien replied without hesitation. Don't misunderstand. I'm not trusting her because of her words. He knew that a promise extracted through force wouldn't last long. Damien had another reason for trusting Veronica. She has really 2 brain cells, but she's not one to break a promise. And Damien thought of his mother and Veronica, recalling a face akin to that of a pouting child. Today was the first time he had seen Veronica make such an expression. What other reason is there? It's nothing, Damien said, shaking his head. I'll leave a potion here, push her to the brink of death if you have to. By the time I return, make sure she's reached the master class. Damien believed in Veronica's potential. She had become a master because she enjoyed killing people a lot. If given the right trigger in this life, she could reach the master class again. My lord, you don't mean to say you're leaving, do you? Yes, I'm leaving right away. In the current situation where he couldn't predict Dorugo's next move, he couldn't afford to waste any time. Damien needed to head to Ulfheim as quickly as possible to thwart Dorugo's plans. Leaving now, shouldn't you at least say goodbye to your family? Domenico suggested cautiously. Having spent considerable time with Damien, he knew how much his lord cherished his family. No, it's better this way. If I do, I'll just want to stay longer. Damien replied, shaking his head. There was no time for sentimentality. He could indulge in such moments after Dorugo was dealt with. Domenico, I trust you. Coordinate with Kilo and protect the castle. With those words, Damien left Spring Castle. Damien headed straight for Ulfheim. When people think of elves, they often picture forests, and indeed, Ulfheim was located within a forest surrounded by ancient trees over 1,000 years old. However, instead of heading towards a mountainous forest, Damien made his way to a port. Ulfheim is situated on a large island. The reason people had been unable to find Ulfheim for so long was simple. It was a nation built on a massive island. In fact, it was questionable whether island was an appropriate term as its area was far larger than that of the Apple Kingdom. The problem is locating the island. During his time as a Death Knight, Damien had invaded Ulfheim under Dorugo's orders, so he knew its approximate location. However, he didn't have the exact coordinates. I might have to search the entire surrounding sea. As Damien stood by the dock, deep in thought, a voice interrupted him. You're quite an intriguing person. He turned to see a small woman with long and pointed ears. Damien was visibly taken aback. An elf. The existence of elves was a closely guarded secret. Seeing one standing openly at the harbor was shocking. How did an elf end up here? I'm just as surprised as you. Elf replied, glancing at the back of Damien's hand. I never thought I'd actually meet someone who has traveled back in time. Chapter 288, More Secrets Part 3, Damien immediately grabbed the hilt of the Dawn's blade. Since his regression, no one had recognized that he had returned from a previous life. It was a situation that naturally put him on guard. Please calm down. I harbor no ill will towards you nor possess the means to harm. Demonstrating her point, the elf attempted to grasp a pebble but her fingers passed through it. An illusion? Yes, that's right. This form was created solely to meet you. My true self is in Ulfheim. Damien's mind raced. A voyage to Ulfheim would consume several days by sea. To perceive him from such a distance and manifest such a lifelike illusion was extraordinary. Who exactly are you? My name is Mylene. The name sent a shockwave through Damien. Surely you are not the Mylene of the Dreaming Flame, are you? Apparently I am known to you, she said while resting one hand on her heart. Yes, I am Mylene of the Dreaming Flame, a former member of the Salvation Squad. Long ago, humans lived lives less significant than insects. The continent was dominated by demons and fearsome monsters. The Salvation Squad was formed to alter this grim reality. Initially, it consisted only of humans, but over time, superhumans from other races joined the order. Mylene of the Dreaming Flame was one such member. You claim to be Mylene? Damien's skepticism was evident. The Salvation Squad had been established 1,000 years ago. Even for an elf, such longevity seemed impossible. It's understandable that you don't believe me, Mylene continued as she was able to read Damien's mind. A unique burden has extended my life far beyond that of ordinary elves, possessing the ability to conjure intricate illusions from distant Ulfheim. With such powers, it wasn't entirely out of the question for her to have lived for 1,000 years. How did you know I traveled back in time? Damien asked. Your hand revealed it. Residual traces of the 7 authorities are evident. Mylene pointed to the back of Damien's hand. If you use all the authorities of the ancient god, you can reverse time. I never thought her hypothesis would be correct. That's nonsense. I only awakened 4 of the authorities. Then it must be a mark from a previous life. I couldn't have seen it wrong. The traces left by the authorities are very unique. They only appear when an attempt to reverse time is made. No, that's impossible. I've never used the method you're talking about. After killing Dorugo, Damien committed suicide and then found himself back in the past. He had never used the method Mylene was describing. He didn't even know about it. Then someone else might have used it. That's ridiculous. Think carefully. Who was with you when you died? Just as Damien was about to insist it was impossible, Mylene began to fade. We're out of time. Wait, I still have questions. I'm sorry, things aren't going well on our side either. We're busy fending off the Pandemonium invasion. Damien's eyes widened. It confirmed his suspicion. Dorugo was definitely in Ulfheim. If you want to see me, come to Ulfheim. The Pandemonium is resupplying through this port. If you find a ship owned by a dark mage, then, with those final words, Mylene's image vanished completely. As soon as Mylene disappeared, Damien clenched his fist. Dorugo was in Ulfheim, and there was an elf who knew the secret of his return. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. He had to get to Ulfheim as quickly as possible. Find a ship owned by a dark mage, he repeated to himself. The Pandemonium was using the port for resupply. Finding the supply ship would be his ticket to Ulfheim. It wasn't a difficult task. With his detection abilities, Damien could easily locate a dark mage. As he was thinking this, he heard a cry. Please help, is anyone there? The boy was panting, but not stopping as he ran towards him. That little brat. If I catch you, you're dead. Get him, don't let him reach the crowded area. 2 men who were presumably sailors based on their attire were chasing the boy. Someone please help, is anyone there? The boy was shouting desperately. But it was an isolated area and the only person who heard him was Damien. Mister, please help me, please. Ah, as the boy shouted towards Damien, he tripped and fell. The 2 sailors quickly caught up with him. You little bastard, you always have the knack of causing trouble. I told you you'd be dead if you ran away. The 2 sailors kicked the boy repeatedly as he curled up to endure the blows. Mister. Mister, the boy looked desperately at Damien. It was a situation he couldn't ignore. Damien spoke to the sailors. Stop. The sailors turned their attention to Damien as if they were irritated. Who the hell are you? Mind your own business, go and fuck yourself. Judging from their tone, it seemed they were in not the mood to listen. Just as Damien was about to subdue the 2 sailors, he sensed dark mana emanating from them. He focused on the daggers at their waists. He wasn't mistaken. The daggers were emitting a faint dark aura. Damien pointed at daggers and asked, What's your connection with a dark mage? The sailors froze after listening the words. Their faces showed surprise. It would be best if you didn't try to play dumb. The sailors immediately drew their daggers, the dark mana from the blades intensifying. A curse of incineration is placed on them. Not an ordinary piece of work. Even a mere scratch from those blades could turn someone to ashes. It wasn't common for dark mages to create such powerful artifacts. They must have been crafted by a dark mage from Pandemonium. Is this guy from the church? Let's kill him right here. The sailors charged at Damien with their daggers, but before they could get close, Damien released his aura. The pressure coming from him was overwhelming for any ordinary person to withstand. Ku, Erg, Ga-ea. The 2 men trembled violently before collapsing, frothing at the mouth. Their hearts had stopped beating by the time they hit the ground. What? Their bodies racked with violent tremors, the two men collapsed to the ground, their mouths agape as white foam spilled over their lips. By the time they hit the ground, their hearts were still. You seem to need some help, Damien said while smiling gently. The boy nodded slowly and he was still in shock. Damien pressed on. Good, I need your help as well. Can you show me where you escaped from? This is the place, the boy said as he led Damien to a large warehouse located in a secluded part of the harbor. The warehouse door was secured with thick iron chains, clearly indicating that no one was allowed entry without permission. Everyone, my family and others, are locked up inside, the boy explained in a trembling voice. The place is tightly sealed. How did you manage to escape? There was a small hole. I'm the smallest, so they sent me to get help. You were lucky. Tears started streaming down the boy's face. We were all kidnapped. We never did anything wrong. These strange people, they just kidnapped us. And brought us here. Damien realized what Mylene had meant by supplies. For dark mages, food and weapons were of little significance. What they needed most were human souls, sources of dark mana. They could have used the elves of Ulfheim, but elves were not only few in number, but also individually powerful. It was much easier to bring humans from the mainland. Disgusting scum. He strode towards the door, gripping the chains with both hands. With a powerful twist, the chains snapped like brittle clay. Damien flung the door open wide. Inside, over 100 people were crammed together. Their eyes were dark and filled with the kind of despair only those who have tasted profound hopelessness could show. Who are you? One of the captives asked Damien. I'm here to save you, Damien replied calmly. His words brought a glimmer of hope to their faces. Everyone come out, you are now safe. Who said anything about being safe? A strange voice interrupted, causing the crowd's faces to freeze in fear. Damien turned to see a group of 10 approaching. They were not ordinary people, all of them radiated a strong dark mana. 9 high-class dark knights, and that one, Damien's eyes focused on the man at the back. He had a large build, but his head was disproportionately big, making his shoulders look narrow. This one's not ordinary, Damien thought, feeling a tingling sensation. The man was undoubtedly a powerful dark mage, possibly even beyond that level. The man with the large head muttered, glancing at the broken chains. Impressive strength. What knightly order do you belong to? That's none of your concern. Did you leave your manners behind in your mother's womb when you were born? What's with that mouth of yours? Damien's eye twitched. Insulting him was one thing, but insulting his mother, you must be quite confident in your abilities. Unfortunately, you've picked the wrong opponent, Damien said with his low and menacing voice. The large-headed man spread his arms, causing dark magic circles to materialize around him. My name is Alterio. People fear me as Alterio the Arsonist. As soon as the large-headed man revealed his name, the people inside the warehouse screamed in terror. Alterio the Arsonist, this can't be real. We're all dead. Ah, no. Damien looked around, surprised at the people's reactions. Even the boy he had saved was trembling in fear. Sir Knight, this is really bad. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. Who is this guy anyway? Damien finally broke his silence. Alterio's face twisted with anger. Do you seriously not know who I am? Should I? Alterio let out a bitter laugh. You're an ignorant knight, huh? Allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm Alterio the Arsonist, a giant evil of pandemonium. He spoke with confidence. He was clearly expecting Damien to be terrified by his reputation. Pandemonium's giant evil, Damien repeated, giving a puzzled look. Strange, I've never heard of an Alterio among the giant evils I know of. Damien had knowledge of all the notorious murderers from the War of Destruction. If he didn't know Alterio, it meant the man had likely died before the war. If I don't know you, you must not be very powerful, Damien said dismissively. Alterio's face contorted in rage. Let's see if you can still talk like that when your legs are reduced to ashes. Alterio unleashed his dark magic and flames erupted from the ground beneath Damien. But Damien simply lifted his foot and stomped down, snuffing out the fire with sheer force. What? Alterio was taken aback. Had the flames conjured by one of Pandemonium's giant evils been extinguished so easily? So that's why you're so confident, Alterio shouted and attempted to cast another spell. But before he could, Damien's hands moved in a blur. The dark knights around Alterio were slammed into the ground, their heads crushed as if struck by an enormous hammer. Alterio's jaw dropped in astonishment. Clearly, the enemies had been standing still, but in the blink of an eye, they were all dead, their heads smashed into the ground. Alterio couldn't comprehend what had just happened. What? What did you just do? Alterio's angry shouts trailed off as a look of confusion crossed his face. Wait a minute, when did you draw your sword? Just a moment ago, Damien hadn't been holding anything. Suddenly, he held a large sword in the time it took him to blink. Naturally, Alterio had seen neither the drawing nor the unsheathing of the sword. What kind of trick did you use? Blood suddenly burst from Alterio's neck. His throat was slit and blood poured out from the gaping wound. Alterio tried to clutch his neck with his hands, but his arms wouldn't move properly. A closer look revealed that his forearms had been cleanly severed at the joints. The stumps were not just missing their hands but had also been sliced through with such precision that the severed ligaments and tendons were laid bare. To make matters worse, his legs were giving out. His knees also had been severed. Alterio lay on the ground and continued to scream in agony. This can't be happening. I am a giant evil, Alterio the arsonist. Damien approached and drove the dawn into Alterio's chest. I'm going to ask you a few things now, I hope you'll cooperate, Damien said to Alterio. Alterio gritted his teeth and spat out. Go to hell. Damien chose not to respond to the insult. Instead, he released the divine power contained in the dawn. The divine power radiating from the dawn began to burn Alterio's body. You bastard, do your worst, I'll never surrender. You're quite a formidable opponent. But there are ways to deal with you. Damien rolled up his sleeve and grabbed Alterio's head. I was hoping to try brainwashing a giant evil one day. I didn't expect the opportunity to come like this. The authority of lust on Damien's hand glowed ominously. What are you doing? Stop it, I said stop. An unknown force invaded Alterio's mind, unleashing an agonizing torrent of pain as if his brain were being mercilessly scrambled. His consciousness was assaulted by a relentless, searing agony that tore through his thoughts. The excruciating torment drove him to scream continuously, each cry's a raw, visceral sound of unending suffering as he grappled with the relentless invasion. Chapter 289, Ulfheim Part 1. It was unfortunate that Damien's attempt had failed. No matter how many times Damien used the authority of lust and tortured him, he could not weaken his mental fortitude. Damien couldn't brainwash Alterio, his spirit was too strong. The authority of lust is far too weak compared to other powers. Sometimes he even doubted whether this was truly the power of a demon king. Who? Then a strange sound came from beneath his feet. Damien stopped his thoughts and turned his gaze. Alterio had a vacant expression on his face and drooling from his mouth. Due to the continuous torture and brainwashing attempts, his sanity had been completely destroyed. Damien didn't feel particularly sorry about him. Alterio must have committed countless sins to become one of the giant evils. Compared to those sins, this was nothing. I hope you rot in hell. Damien swung dawn and beheaded Alterio. The giant evil of Pandemonium thus lost his life so anticlimactically. Damien returned to the warehouse after killing Alterio. The people were looking at him with tense faces. There's no need to be afraid. As I said earlier, I came to save you. Only after Damien explained again did people begin to relax their guard one by one. Sir K-Knight, thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have been. What would have happened to us now? Perhaps because they were relieved, people grabbed Damien and poured out all sorts of emotions. Damien clapped his hands. At the sound, people came to their senses. It's too early to completely relax. There are still many of the giant evil's subordinates left in the harbor. Thousands of people were kidnapped and smuggled through the harbor by Pandemonium and regularly sent to Ulfheim. It was strange that no one noticed such a large-scale crime. Perhaps even the harbor governor was involved with Pandemonium. Then will you help us? People looked at Damien with expectant faces. But Damien could only shake his head. I have something I need to do. Then what about us? Don't worry, there are people who are perfect for this kind of work right nearby. People looked puzzled. They didn't seem to understand who Damien was talking about. Go straight to the church's branch in the harbor right now. The paladins there will protect you. Damien trusted the church above all others, as dark mages were incapable of wielding divine power. Hey, come here for a moment. Damien beckoned to the boy he had first rescued. The boy quickly stood in front of Damien. Give this to them when you go to the church. They will do everything they can to help you. Damien handed over the badge of the honorary paladin he had been carrying. The boy hugged the badge tightly. Thank you, sir, really. The boy bowed his head and spoke. Damien smiled warmly and patted the boy's head. But kid, you've been saying something really annoying since earlier. Yes, Damien pressed down on the child's head and said. Why do you keep calling me sir? But you are a S, sir. Shut up, call me brother from now on. If you call me sir one more time, I'll give you good beating. Answer, Damien showed his fist and spoke. The boy nodded vigorously. Who the hell are you? Kill him. Intruder, sound the alarm. As soon as Damien attacked the ship, the sailors rushed out to defend. They all had dark magic artifacts in their hands. But they were no match for Damien. He cut down all the sailors in the blink of an eye. A group radiating a sinister aura appeared as he was cleaning up the sailors. You brat, do you have an inkling whose ship this is for pulling off a stunt like this? You've awakened a sleeping lion, and I'll make sure that you will pay dearly for your insolence. The group manifested their dark magic and red flames erupted suddenly. It was a very high level of dark magic. They all seemed to be Alterio's close aides. Damien swung dawn and split the flames in half. When the dark magic scattered at a single blow, Alterio's subordinates were all shocked. How did you, our dark magic? Kayak, Lord Alterio, we have to call Lord Alterio. Damien subdued them all without killing them. This was because he needed the sailors to take him to Ulfheim right now. I have a request for you. I need you to take me to Ulfheim. At Damien's words, Alterio's subordinates all spat out curses. Don't talk nonsense and just kill me. Lord Alterio will burn you all to ashes. If you don't want to, there's nothing I can do. I'll just have to force you. Damien grabbed one of the subordinates by the head. Why, you bastard, what are you trying to do? Kaya, Damien used the authority of lust. Authority's power penetrated the man's mind and shook his brain back and forth. Soon, the man's emotions gradually changed from pain to ecstasy. When the whole process was over, the man fell at Damien's feet without a moment's hesitation. My lord, please give me an order. I will do as you command, even if I have to give up my body and soul to you. At that sight, all of Alterio's subordinates were terrified. Damien also made a similar expression. It's kind of creepy that these words coming from man. It was disgusting, but he couldn't give up here. Damien grabbed another person's head. Wait a minute, save. It took quite a long time to brainwash them all. Oh, Lord, please give us an order. Please treat me like a slave. All the brainwashed subordinates pledged blind loyalty to Damien. Damien made a disgusted expression and gave an order. We're leaving for Ulfheim right now. Do whatever it takes to shorten the voyage, understand? Just leave it to us. The subordinates moved immediately. A short time later, the ship carrying Damien set sail for Ulfheim. The ship carrying Damien continued to sail southeast. But day after day, all they could see was the endless ocean. However, Damien was not impatient. He knew the secret of Ulfheim. My lord, I will open the illusionary barrier. One of Alterio's subordinates spoke to Damien in a respectful tone. Among the people aboard, he was the most skilled dark mage of Cause without counting Damien. Alterio's subordinate took out a large stone tablet and split it in half. The dark mana poured out from the tablet and seeped into the void. Soon, a black mark began to spread in the void. The mark continued to grow until it was large enough for the ship to enter. Everyone row, we're going in. The oars of the ship moved simultaneously. The ship advanced powerfully and passed through the black mark. Only then could Damien see it. A vast island instead of the endless ocean. In this way, Ulfheim was protected by an illusionary barrier. That was why most ships could not reach Ulfheim, but Darugo knew how to open the illusion. Even in his past life, the illusionary barrier of Ulfheim had not been able to prevent Pandemonium's invasion. Bring the ship close to shore. Yes, sir. The sailors moved the ship towards the shoreline. Fortunately, the sea was deep enough to get as close as possible. At that moment, a peculiar sight caught Damien's eye. A battle was taking place in the forest adjacent to the sandy beach. Haha, they're valuable. Don't let a single one escape. They're already exhausted, just push a little harder. On the one side, there were dark mages and dark knights, and the beings fighting them were. They're elves. The elves were fighting the humans with spirits and bows. But they were being pushed back because the dark mages and dark knights were too strong. If Damien didn't help them, they would be dead bodies soon. Just as Damien was about to go out to help the elves. What are you guys doing? Damien turned to the sailors and asked. The sailors were already standing on the deck with their weapons drawn. We've been waiting to help you, you guys. Yes, Damien paused for a moment. Originally, Damien had planned to kill them all as soon as he arrived in Ulfheim, but it didn't seem like a bad idea to use them to fight against Pandemonium. After all, he could also have them do all the annoying work. Okay then, all of you charge, save the elves. At Damien's command, the sailors immediately rushed out of the deck. Jackpot. We hit the jackpot. Dark Knight Bantati grinned as he looked at the resisting elves. Elves were creatures with nothing to waste, flesh, blood, bones, and even souls. There was no creature more useful to a dark mage. And to be able to capture more than 20 of them, not just one. You're all mine, I'll catch you all and offer you to him. That was when, Sea Captain, one of his subordinates suddenly shouted. Bantati asked in an irritated voice. What is it? Oh, it's our allies. I think our allies have appeared. Bantati looked in the direction his subordinate was pointing. Sure enough, a group of humans was running towards them. The only humans in Ulfheim belonged to Pandemonium. Why are those bastards sticking their noses into other people's business? The expression on Bantati's face was not good even when allies appeared. In a situation like this, they were not allies. They were nothing more than parasites trying to steal his achievements. Hey you guys, can't you just get fuck off? Bantati shouted at them, but they didn't stop walking. These guys are really crazy. What are they doing? Those who he thought were allies simultaneously manifested dark magic. Immediately after, red flames engulfed Bantati's unit. Chapter 290, Ulfheim Part 2. A crimson inferno engulfed Bantati's subordinates. Although most of his subordinates were dark knights and possessed strong resistance to dark magic, still, they were caught off guard by the sudden attack. The dark mages who carried out the surprise attack were skilled enough to be considered direct subordinates of a giant evil. Someone please put out the fire. My arm, my arm. Ara, more than half of Bantati's subordinates were reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye, and the remaining survivors were severely wounded and slipped into an unconscious state. These. These bee-bastards, Bantati was trembling violently from rage as he saw all his subordinates dying one by one. He had been backstabbed by those he had considered allies. His eye turned bloodshot. What have you done to my men? Bantati roared with fury. Dark mages were startled by the thunderous shout led them to halt their attack and glare at Bantati. What have we done? We have come to execute you by order of the noble and beautiful one. Wait, what? Noble, beautiful? Bantati was so stunned by the bizarre epithets that he momentarily forgot his anger. Could you possibly be referring to Lord Dorugo? All the dark mages and knights in Ulfheim served Dorugo, so Bantati's deduction was quite reasonable. Silence, you foolish creature. How dare you mistake our lord for such a mere skull? Should we not cut your filthy tongue to make you come to your senses? However, the dark mages reacted differently. They became furious as if they had been subjected to terrible blasphemy. Bantati was dumbfounded by their anger. Are you traitors finally gone insane? Do you think this is the time for you to be angry? Can't you shut up? Damn it, I don't know what's going on, but Bantati gripped his greatsword. An aura blade was created as dark mana gathered on the blade. First, I will make you pay for what you've done to my subordinates. Dark mages immediately unleashed their dark magic to stop Bantati. A massive explosion soon engulfed him as a torrent of magic spells unleashed. Is that all you've got? But such an explosion could not stop Bantati. Bantati came out from the explosion unharmed and swung his sword at the dark mages. With a single sweep, the heads of 5 men flew off, causing the smell of blood to fill the air. You dared to attack me with such lowly skills, I will kill every last one of you here. As Bantati was about to unleash another attack, a strange voice cut through the air and interrupted him. I think I have to step up. A young man stepped into his view. The dark mages immediately bowed their heads upon seeing him. My lord, why have you left your rest and ventured into such danger? With your skills you couldn't defeat him. Master, to think you would worry about us. We shall cherish this honor in our hearts, no, in our very souls. The dark mages wore expressions of ecstasy. The young man glanced at the dark mages with disgust. Your devotion is almost too much. It makes me want to vomit. How dare insignificant beings like us upset our lord? We shall atone with our deaths. No, that's enough. Instead of killing yourselves, kill one more enemy before you die. As you command. Bantati felt his head spin as he continued to listen to the conversation. Bantati turned to the young man. Were you the one who turned those bastards into that state? And if I were, Bantati channeled more dark mana in response. Powerful dark energy coursed through his body. If I kill you, will those guys return to normal? I don't know about that. Then I'll have to find out myself. Bantati thrust his greatsword towards the young man. The greatsword was directly aimed to pierce the young man's face. Just before the greatsword could pierce him, the young man slapped it away with his palm. The greatsword shattered with a loud sound. With his bare hand, he shattered the greatsword covered by an aura blade, and so easily. Before Bantati could recover from his surprise, the young man closed the distance. You bastard. Bantati swung the broken greatsword at the young man, but the young man was faster. He tapped Bantati's body in several places with 2 fingers. Cough, cough. With each tap, Bantati felt pain as if he were being pierced by a red-hot needle, yet there were no wounds on his body. Bantati scoffed. A technique that can't kill. What a useless thing to learn. Bantati immediately tried to counterattack, but suddenly his supply of dark mana was cut off. Not only that, but all the strength in his body drained away. Bantati collapsed to the ground. No matter how hard he focused, his dark mana would not respond. His limbs refused to obey his commands. It can't be. What did you do to me? Suddenly, the young man grabbed Bantati by the back of his head. I hope this works this time. A symbol embedded on the back of the young man's hand glowed. At the same time, an unknown energy surged into Bantati's mind. Cog, Bantati screamed in agony as if his brain were being torn apart. Damien removed his hand from Bantati's head. Bantati stared at Damien with a vacant expression. Did it work? Damien waved his hand in front of Bantati's face. Bantati reacted. Ooh. My lord, tears streamed down Bantati's face. He eventually prostrated himself on the ground. To think I've only just realized my lord's beautiful form. Bantati have wasted his entire life. Please punish this foolish sinner. It worked this time. Success, yes, my life is complete simply by meeting my lord. This joy, this ecstasy, I cannot express it. Bantati showered Damien with praise. Damien looked down at Bantati with disgust. Now's not the time for this. Damien ignored Bantati and approached the elves. The elves who had been fighting Bantati were frozen in place. They were unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. I'd like to have a little chat. Who's in charge here? Damien needed to know what was happening in Ulfheim. He had to get as much information as possible from these elves. Can't you hear me? Despite Damien's repeated question, the elves remained silent. What's wrong with you? They're probably too awestruck by Lord's noble form to speak. What a bunch of heathens, Bantati exclaimed loudly. Damien glared at him. Shut up and stop talking nonsense. My lord has finally given me an order. This is the most glorious moment of my life. I told you to shut the fuck up. As Damien rubbed his temple, one of the elves spoke up. Human, why did you save us? An elf woman with strong limbs and dark hair asked Damien. A spirit resembling an eagle was perched on her shoulder. The eagle spirit exuded a powerful presence. It was clear that the elf woman was a skilled spirit user. Are you there, leader? Yes, good. My name is Damien Haksen. I need information about Ulfheim. I'm asking for your cooperation. Why should we trust you? I'm not your enemy. In fact, you could say I'm an ally. I'm here to help you. I don't believe you. The elf woman's voice was filled with hostility. The elders told us that humans are deceitful creatures. It was a reaction anyone familiar with elf history could understand. In the past, there had been a time when elves and humans had interacted. From the human perspective, the elves were not only incredibly beautiful but also mysterious creatures. Because of this, humans would often capture elves and sell them into slavery. Eventually, the elves severed all ties with humans and retreated to Ulfheim. I know how you feel about humans, but I saved you. You could at least trust me a little. Saved us, or did you just kill your own kind to monopolize us? That's a ridiculous accusation. The elf woman pointed at the dark mages Damien had brought with him. Aren't those dark mages also human? Ahem, Damien was speechless. It just looks like an internal human conflict to me, the elf woman said firmly. If you really are an ally, then please just let us go. Damien had a feeling the elf wouldn't listen to anything he said. This was a headache. Damien had come to this island to kill Dorugo. To kill Dorugo, he needed information. Only then could he find out where Dorugo was. Should I try to find another elf? No, other elves would probably be no different. Judging from the elf woman's attitude, it was clear that the other elves would also be hostile towards Damien simply because he was human. If that's what you want, then so be it. Thank you for understanding our situation. I'm going to have to capture you all. Damien gestured to Bantati and the dark mages. They surrounded the elves. The elf woman looked at Damien in shock. Human, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were an ally? I am an ally, but right now I need information more urgently. Damien pointed at the elves and gave an order. Subdue them all, but don't kill them. Chapter 291, Ulfheim Part 3. The elves were captured almost immediately. The elf woman answered Damien's question with a face full of shame. Ulfheim is on the losing side of the war. I don't know how they did it, but Pandemonium managed to break through the barrier and launch a surprise attack. Because of that, Ulfheim suffered massive casualties from the very beginning. Ulfheim had relied heavily on its protective barrier, a magical shield created by the World Tree, a powerful and ancient entity. No one had expected the barrier to be breached, and they were completely caught off guard. It's all unfolding just like in my past life. It wasn't entirely the elves' fault. The protective barrier around Ulfheim was created by the World Tree, a being as old as time itself. Because of this, the barrier was incredibly strong. That was why humans had been unable to find Ulfheim for hundreds of years. Half the island is already in Pandemonium's hands. We're holding on by a thread right now. I don't understand. Can't you just summon the Spirit Kings and drive them out? Elven warriors gain power by forming contracts with spirits. Even the weakest of spirits could easily level a mountain. The most powerful of these spirits were the Spirit Kings. They were beings so powerful that they were often considered to be heavenly forces themselves. Ulfheim had 3 such Spirit Kings under contract. Since Pandemonium's invasion, the World Tree has been greatly weakened. Fire Spirit King as well as other Spirit Kings have been affected. What's more, the Fire Spirit King has been captured. Captured? Damien looked at her in disbelief. To force a contract on a spirit, you first had to subdue it, and subduing a being as powerful as a Spirit King was practically impossible. The elf woman gave Damien a strange look. Are you pretending not to know, or do you really not know? I've already told you I'm not on Pandemonium's side. The Fire Spirit King, one of the pillars of our world, has been captured by the Lord of Eternal Flame, the giant evil of Pandemonium. Damien was stunned. The future has changed again. The Lord of Eternal Flame was a being on par with SLA and the Weapon Master, a true pillar of Pandemonium. The Lord of Eternal Flame forced the fire spirits to serve him like slaves. In his past life, the Lord of Eternal Flame had coveted the Fire Spirit King, but he had ultimately failed to subjugate him. It's not just the Lord of Eternal Flame. Pandemonium also has 4 incredibly powerful undead creatures in its ranks. Even 2 of them could rival a Spirit King. They're monstrous beings. It seemed she was referring to the 4 great demon kings. Aside from them, there were no other undead creatures capable of challenging a Spirit King. If the Imperial Supreme Sword of the Empire hadn't come to our aid, Ulfheim would have already fallen. Wait, the Imperial Supreme Sword is here, Damien was startled. It was an unexpected name. Your ignorance confirms that you're not truly allied with Pandemonium. Just answer the question, why is the Imperial Supreme Sword here? That's something that, the elf woman trailed off. I'm not going to tell you. Damien stared at the elf woman intently. She shrieked, no matter what you do, I can't tell you that. Even if you torture me for an answer, then I have no choice. Damien took a step back, which caused the elf woman to sigh in relief. There was no point in asking her now. He could simply ask the Imperial Supreme Sword himself. Do you know someone named Dorugo? It was time to get to the heart of the matter. The elf woman blinked. Hugo, I see. Bantati, you must know him. Damien turned to Bantati. Bantati was affiliated with Pandemonium and knew Dorugo's name, so he was likely to know something about him. I'm sorry. I have no idea where he is. You're attacking Ulfheim on his orders. That's true, but as a lowly soldier, I only receive orders. Damien was stumped again. He hadn't expected to have to search for Dorugo again, especially after coming all this way to Ulfheim. Are you really not on Pandemonium's side? The elf woman asked cautiously. Damien sighed. How many times do I have to tell you? What are you doing? The elf woman had knelt before him. I'm begging you. Please help us rescue my people. Your people have been captured. Pandemonium has razed the forests in the occupied territories and built fortresses. Our people are being held captive there. The elf woman bit her lip and continued. The elven warriors are fully engaged in holding off Pandemonium's main forces. I wanted to rescue them myself, but I'm simply not strong enough. Please, I beg you. She banged her head against the ground. If we do nothing, my people will all be sacrificed in the Dark Mage's experiments. Please help us. Damien stroked his chin. In his past life, he had led Dorugo's vanguard in attacking Ulfheim. He had killed countless elves, annihilated countless spirits, and ultimately destroyed the World Tree. With the World Tree gone, the elves had all become subjects of dark magic experiments and met gruesome ends. He couldn't ignore this plea, even if finding Dorugo was his priority. Wait, a fortress. Suddenly, a plan came to mind. If he couldn't find Dorugo, why not make Dorugo come to him? By wreaking havoc on Pandemonium's forces, he could force Dorugo to react. But the prisoners are a problem. Ideally, he wanted to charge into the fortress and destroy it immediately. However, that might provoke Pandemonium into using the elves as hostages. Then he remembered what he had done to help the dwarves. Ah, I know what to do. Damien turned to Bantati. Bantati, are you good at acting? A short while later, Damien and Bantati had arrived at the Pandemonium Fortress. They call this a fortress. It's enormous. A towering wall had been erected on a vast plain cleared of all trees. On the wall stood dark knights exuding a sinister aura. As Damien was examining the fortress, the elf woman asked in a trembling voice, Are you sure there's no other way? There wasn't. A chain bound the elf woman along with the other elves. Damien was also wearing a robe to disguise himself as one of Bantati's subordinates. If he revealed his identity, someone might recognize him. I'm going to use you as an excuse to gain access to the prison. Please bear with me. The elf woman looked at Damien with a mixture of hope and fear. Meanwhile, the group arrived at the fortress gates. Damien whispered to Bantati at the front, Bantati, do your thing. Yes, Lord, just leave it to me. Bantati cleared his throat and shouted towards the wall. Hey, you guys, it's me, open the gate. Who wait, is it you, Bantati? Did you have a good hunt? Can't you see I've brought back a bunch of elven bastards? Excellent work, wait a minute, gates are opening. Clank, clank, the massive gate began to swing open. Come in. Damien followed Bantati into the fortress. The first thing they saw were busy soldiers moving weapons and materials for dark magic. What's that? Damien's gaze was drawn to a structure in the center of the fortress. A giant pulley system was erected over a deep and wide pit. Bantati, what's that? I'm afraid I don't know, Your Highness. All I've heard is that it's a very important facility. The more Damien looked at it, the more suspicious it became. He couldn't take his eyes off the pulley. My lord, this way to the prison. Bantati's words pulled Damien back to reality. As curious as he was about the pulley, rescuing the elven prisoners was the priority. Just as Bantati took a step forward, the sky above the fortress split open. A crack formed and a woman stepped through. She was undeniably beautiful, but there was something unsettling about her. It was the kind of discomfort one feels when confronted with something too perfect. Theta. She was Theta, one of the 4 great demon kings. As soon as Theta appeared, dark mages and knights from the fortress gathered around her. One of them asked politely, Your Highness Theta, what brings you here? I've come to inspect the progress as ordered. How far has it penetrated? The last batch we received has been completely absorbed into the underground. I'll have to verify that myself. Theta walked towards the pit. The dark mages and knights followed her. Suddenly Theta stopped. She turned to look at Damien and Bantati. Come here, both of you. Bantati glanced at Damien. There was no chance that one of the 4 great demon kings would fail to recognize Damien. After all, he had completely concealed his aura. Bantati led the group towards Theta. What were you doing? I was about to move the captured elven prisoners to the prison. Bantati pointed to the bound elves. However, Theta didn't even glance in their direction. Is the man beside you your subordinate? She pointed at Damien. Bantati quickly replied, yes, he's not very skilled, but he's quick-witted, so I keep him close. I see you may pass. Bantati bowed and started to walk away. Damien followed. As Damien passed by Theta, she suddenly swung her hand. A wave of dark magic washed over him. Damien swung his sword, deflecting the magic. He was unharmed, but his robe was torn, revealing his face. Theta stared at him and said, so it was you. How did you know? I thought I'd concealed my aura perfectly. Theta pointed to her ear. I have excellent hearing. I remember the sound your body made when we last met. Damien chuckled. Every person's organs produce a unique sound. Theta had identified him by this sound. Most people would have dismissed such a claim as nonsense, but Damien knew better. Theta possessed such abilities. He just hadn't expected her to remember his sound so clearly. I've been looking forward to seeing you again. Theta extended her hand. A cloud of smoke formed, condensing into a longsword. Damien raised an eyebrow at the weapon Theta had summoned. Last time she used a greatsword. In their previous encounter, Theta had wielded a greatsword, similar in size to Damien's. As fellow swordsmen, would you like to show me what you can do? Damien sneered. An undead creature pretending to be a knight, how laughable. Even though it was clearly a provocation, Damien couldn't resist. Very well, undead. Damien channeled his mana. Theta responded by gathering her dark mana. In an instant, both disappeared in a blur of motion. Their swords clashed in midair. Chapter 292, Theta Part 1. At the moment their swords clashed, Damien felt his entire body vibrate. It wasn't an ordinary vibration. His organs would be torn apart if these vibrations were left unchecked. Damien pushed Theta's sword away and took a step back, but the vibration that had seeped into his body didn't subside. It lingered like poison and was trying to destroy Damien's body. Damien stomped hard on the ground. The vibration within his body traveled through him and into the ground. The soil piled up on the ground vibrated finely and crumbled into a fine powder. If he had retreated even a moment later, his organs would have been damaged by the vibration. I didn't expect you to have already mastered the dark sword. The dark sword referred to a swordsmanship technique that used sound and vibration. This type of swordsmanship was not only was it fast, but it could also attack a wide area. Although it had the disadvantage of lacking destructive power, it was not a swordsmanship technique to be taken lightly. You're really amazing. Most knights couldn't withstand the vibration and died a very ugly death. I didn't expect you to react so quickly, Theta added with a faint smile on her lips. I've been looking forward to meeting with you. I wanted to cross swords with you as a fellow swordsman. Please show me your swordsmanship. You are daydreaming, Damien said bluntly. How long are you going to pretend to be a knight when you are filthy undead? Stop imitating swordsmanship with your dark sword or whatever and fight as an undead. Wouldn't that be much stronger? Theta's expression hardened. She glared at Damien with anger. My true form is not something that can be seen easily, even by you. Then I'll have to force it out. That will be impossible. Without a signal, the two of them jumped towards each other simultaneously. The two swords clashed, creating sparks and quakes throughout the area. Every time he blocked Theta's sword, Damien felt the vibration seep into his body. Damien stepped and simultaneously transferred the vibration to the ground. Are you really going to keep using that method? I think you should find another way to deal with it, Theta said mockingly. As she said, Damien's current countermeasure couldn't be said to be very good. This was because there was a limit to the amount of vibration that could be eliminated by stomping on the ground. If he continued like this, the vibration would continue to build up and his body would collapse. Can't you hear me? Or is this the extent of your skill? Damien struck Theta's sword with dawn. At the same time, he released all the vibrations that had built up in his body. The released vibration concentrated on Theta's body. Theta was pushed back by the shock. Cough. Theta spat out a mouthful of blood. She had suffered internal injuries from the vibrations concentrated in her body. A swordsman wielding the dark sword had been injured by their own technique. Theta looked at Damien with an unbelievable expression. Ha ha ha, what happened? Are you hurt for first time? Damien said with a displeased expression. The reason Damien had continued to block Theta's sword was to get used to the vibration. That way he could use it against her. When the time was right, Damien returned all the accumulated vibrations to Theta. You're more surprising the more I see you. Theta was no longer spitting blood. As an undead, she could recover from such an injury instantly. But don't think you've won just because of this, I still have more to show you. Theta ran her palm along the blade. The blade howled and emitted a sword energy. Each time Theta touched the blade with her finger, the sword energy grew larger. And when the sword energy reached its peak, Theta swung her sword at Damien. A tearing sound exploded like a bomb. Damien immediately got out of the way. At the same time, countless sword marks were engraved on the ground where Damien had been standing. Ground was slashed by sword slashes carried by the sound, so she's already perfected the dark sword to this extent. Theta had used the dark sword in her previous life as well. But in her current life, Theta's growth rate was much faster. Even Damien couldn't understand the reason. Don't be careless, there's more to come. Theta swung her sword again. Sword slashes poured out along the sword energy. Just before that, Damien tapped Dawn with his finger. Woo-wong, Dawn trembled and emitted a sword energy. A clear sound spread in all directions. Dawn, cry as much as you want. Damien pressed down on Dawn's blade with his thumb. Dawn's sword energy amplified in an instant. At the same time, all the sword slashes that Theta had sent out shattered. Theta's eyes widened at the sight. The dark sword, that can't be. I've never heard that you use the dark sword. You wouldn't know because I haven't used it often. In his previous life, Damien had fought against a swordsman called a sword musician. The sword musician wasn't a very powerful master, but he was a man who understood the characteristics of the dark sword better than anyone else. Damien had won the fight against the sword musician and had absorbed all of his skills and realm. Damien tapped Dawn with his finger. Dawn vibrated and emitted a sword energy. I don't suppose you're thinking of fighting me with the dark sword. It's not impossible. Even without using the dark sword, Damien was confident he could kill Theta. In fact, it was easier without it. The reason Damien had resorted to using the dark sword was because of Theta's provocation. The four great demon kings were born by imitating Damien's soul. All the talents they possessed originated from Damien. Of course, compared to Damien, they were nothing more than crumbs. The problem was that such a crude imitation dared to provoke Damien. It was an insult that Damien couldn't bear. No matter who you are, you can't beat me with the dark sword. You'll only know when we try. Under Damien's provocation, Theta unleashed her dark mana. An overwhelming amount of dark magic spread out in all directions and overwhelmed Damien. All right, let's see how it goes. The biggest advantage of the dark sword was its overwhelming quantity. With just one swing of the sword, dozens of blades could be created. Most enemies lost their lives overwhelmed by the quantity of the dark sword. But it should be. As Theta swung her long sword, sound blades spread out. It looked like a net had been scattered. Damien also swung Dawn in the same way. And just as many sound blades poured out. This led to the collision of sound blades, resulting in a cancellation of each other's effects. He is really strong, but not to the extent that he could kill me. The power granted to Theta by Darugo was sound. Thanks to this, Theta was able to master the dark sword faster than anyone else and reach the level of a master class. Theta was confident. She said to herself that no one in this world could wield the dark sword better than she could. Until today, you're not very good at using the sound. Damien mocked Theta. Theta bit her lip involuntarily. She couldn't deny those words. I'll win, I'll definitely beat him with my sword, the day she first saw Damien Haksen. Theta was overwhelmed by one emotion. She didn't know exactly what that emotion was. However, a strong desire to fight Damien consumed her heart. I'll definitely win. Theta ran her palm along her long sword. The long sword vibrated like a tong. It wasn't just her long sword that started to vibrate. All the surrounding air began to vibrate. She could feel the air shaking on her skin. This was the realm she had mastered. Resonance. It vibrates everything around it simultaneously, causing destruction, breakage, and collapse. Oh, looking at the vibrating world, Damien said with interest, this is kind of fun. Theta felt anger at Damien's attitude of considering her own realm as kind of fun. First, she would erase that smile. Theta swung her dark sword. The whole world vibrated even more violently. The ground cracked and trees shattered. The vibration eventually reached Damien. I won. Even Damien couldn't withstand the resonance. Just as Theta was certain of her victory, Damien lightly tapped the ground with his sword. A wave spread out from that spot. As the wave swallowed the world, all the vibrations created by Theta were erased. What? Damien's wave swallowed Theta in the moment she was startled. At that moment, the world became silent. What kind of technique is this? Theta opened her mouth, but no sound came out. She spoke again, but the result was the same. Only then did Theta realize this space was in complete silence. I'll just tear this thing apart. Theta ran her blade, but the blade only vibrated, unable to produce any sound. You look surprised. Theta looked around at Damien in shock. In this silent space, Damien's voice was heard so clearly. It's called the White Realm. It's a realm used by a master who used the dark sword just like you. Theta gaped. As usual, no sound came out. This space can absorb all sound, or something like this is also possible. As Damien pointed at Theta, a noise sounded in the completely silent space as if by magic. A noise so loud it hurt her head poured down on Theta. It's so noisy, I'm going crazy from the noise. But Theta's voice was still inaudible. Damien snapped his fingers, and the noise pouring down on Theta amplified. In the moment it crossed the threshold, Theta's whole body was torn to shreds. Damien deactivated the White Realm and approached Theta. Gasp, gasp, gasp. Theta lay on the ground. Her body was covered in blood. She looked as if her entire body had been torn apart. Why are you just lying there? But Damien wasn't fooled by that appearance. The woman in front of him was not human but an undead. Bring out your true body. Use the true power you possess. The four great demon kings could only exert their true power when they brought out their true bodies. Today, as a swordsman, I stood before you. So you're saying you're going to die like this? Theta nodded weakly. Damien looked at her with an incredulous expression. Are you trying to get my sympathy? It's useless. I have no intention of sparing you. Damien raised Dawn high. Dawn reflected the sunlight and emitted a blinding light. Theta looked at Damien with a dazed expression. Soon Theta closed her eyes quietly. Damien couldn't help but be surprised by the look on her face as if she was accepting death. At that moment a fireball fell from the sky. Damien stepped back. The fireball that fell from the sky completely melted the ground with an explosion. Theta, a man with bat wings, descended from the sky. It was Yoda, one of the four great demon kings. What on earth happened? Why are you so badly injured? Yoda, how did you get here? Yoda helped Theta up and spoke urgently. Don't worry, I'm here. Let's kill Damien Haksen together. Mother also said so. He said not to capture Damien Haksen alive, but to kill him immediately. I didn't expect an ambush, Damien said with a smile on his face. At those words, Theta raised her head. No, it's not. I was the reason you didn't bring out your true body to make me careless. You've got quite a head for it. At that moment, a violent emotion flared in Theta's eyes. Theta, there's no need to listen anymore. Let's kill that guy right away. Suddenly, blood spurted out. Yoda looked down at his abdomen with a surprised expression. Theta's blade had pierced through Yoda's back and protruded from his abdomen. Chapter 293. Theta Part 2, a hand that had pierced Yoda's body was abruptly withdrawn. Yoda pressed a hand to the wound on his abdomen. Despite this, crimson blood gushed out between his fingers. Theta. What the inferno are you doing? Yoda's face was filled with disbelief. Theta's expression twisted in anger. Why did you interfere with my battle? I've been waiting for this moment for so long. You've ruined everything. Her once flawless beauty was now taken over by a nightmarish visage. Theta, I saved you. Why are you angry with me? The one you need to be angry at is Damien Haksen, not me. Yoda's eyes turned red with rage, but Theta ignored his words. Who asked you to save me? I don't want to hear it anymore, so get lost or I'll kill you right now. Theta, we are siblings bound by our souls. How can you say such things to me? Their dark mana and killing intent rose as their emotions intensified. The demon kings are clashing. I'll run away. Or we'll be caught in the crossfire. The dark mages and dark knights inside the fortress recoiled in terror. Then, a massive pressure surged from a different place. This sudden pressure obliterated the killing intent and dark mana of the two undead. Theta and Yoda were caught off guard and hurriedly turned their gazes towards the source. There they saw Damien emanating immense power. You dare look away from me? You worthless creatures have truly lost your minds. Damien's displeasure was evident. His killing intent grew stronger, so intense that nearby dark mages and dark knights fainted. Yoda glared at Damien and furrowed his brows. Damien Haksen, I've been waiting to see you again. The place where you hit me has been aching ever since. Yoda drew upon the power of the dragon. Muscles bulged beneath his thin frame. This is my chance for revenge. I'll kill you right now. Yoda lunged towards Damien. Suddenly, Yoda was thrown backward by something. He crashed into the ground with a force that tore through the air. Cough. The impact had been severe, causing Yoda to cough up blood. Yoda, I told you not to interfere, Theta said coldly. A massive tail swayed behind her, large enough to wrap around the fortress. The thing that had just struck Yoda was that tail. Theta, are you crazy or do you really want to fight me? Why not, but not now. There's something more urgent. Shut up. Theta turned to Damien and knelt on one knee. Theta, what are you doing, kneeling to a human other than mother? Yoda was bewildered, but Theta didn't even answer. Damien Haksen, I apologize. But please understand this, I truly wanted to die by your hand. Good, then give me your head now. Originally, that was my intention, but an interruption ruined everything. Ending it like this isn't what I want. What did you change your mind? You have no principles. Damien mocked Theta, leading her to quietly bite her lip. Theta looked up at Damien. Her eyes didn't show acceptance of death. Let's settle our fate later. Who says I have no intention of letting you two go? Damien Haksen, I understand your power is immense. Theta lowered her eyes slightly and added. But if the two of us bring out our main bodies, you'll be in trouble, so please retreat for now. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Damien burst out laughing. Damien's laughter cut off Theta's words. Theta looked at Damien with a questioning expression. Then suddenly the laughter stopped. Damien stared at Theta with burning eyes. Now I see you were looking down on me. That wasn't my intention. What do you mean? Your words mean that if you bring out your main bodies, you can easily kill someone like me, right? To be pitied by a mere imitation. I never imagined I would hear such a boring joke in my life. So you were planning to die peacefully when you brought out your main bodies and could kill me? I didn't know you had such a noble heart. No, that's not what I meant. Suddenly, Damien swung the dawn. A flash of light appeared and a single slash cut Theta's ear. Blood flowed from her slightly split ear. Theta stared at her ear in surprise. She couldn't see. She couldn't see Damien swinging his sword or the flying slash. What if the slash had aimed for her neck or her eyes? So there are still people in this world who look down on me. Damien's lips twisted in mockery. Soon chilling killing intent started to emanate from his body. The moment they were exposed to the killing intent, Theta and Iota instinctively took a fighting stance. Their bodies moved before their minds could react. I'll cut off your heads right now and correct your delusional selves. Just as Damien was about to rush at the two undead, a tremendous roar erupted from the central pit of the fortress. At the same moment, a surge of dark energy erupted from the pit. It was as if a colossal waterfall were flowing in reverse. Damien and Theta, along with Iota Quilky, turned to look at the pit in astonishment. No way. The magic circle is malfunctioning. Mother's magic circle was supposed to be perfect. Theta muttered in disbelief. Damien frowned at her words just as he was about to demand an explanation. Cough, screams erupted from behind them. The elves Damien had brought with him were clutching their throats in agony. While the dark mages and dark knights were unharmed, only the elves were suffering. I can't breathe. The spirits are leaving. The elves collapsed to the ground and their cries filled the air. Damien hesitated at the sight of the suffering elves. If he continued fighting Theta and Iota, the elves would die. But if he saved the elves, he would lose Theta and Iota. Theta quickly read Damien's hesitation. Iota, open the door. Theta, why are you trying to escape? We should finish him with our own hands. Theta pointed her longsword at Iota's neck and repeated. Open it. Iota immediately shut his mouth and did as Theta said and opened the dimensional portal. Even seeing the portal, Damien couldn't pursue them. It was because of the elves. Damien Haksen, I'll be going now. Before the portal closed, Theta spoke to Damien. I look forward to seeing you again. With those words, the portal closed. Damien sighed and rushed to the elves. Hold on a little longer, everyone. To save the elves, he had to seal the energy pouring out of the pit. Damien jumped into the pit. No matter how deep he fell, he couldn't see the bottom. As he descended deeper, the energy grew stronger. Finally, Damien landed on the bottom. Upon landing, Damien looked around. Despite the lack of light, it wasn't a problem. Masterclass's heightened senses allowed him to see even in the dark. A large magic circle was drawn on the floor. It wasn't an ordinary one. It was made by drawing lines and pouring molten metal over them. Several large glass tubes were placed around the perimeter of the magic circle. Unfortunately, they were empty, so he couldn't tell what had been inside. Damien looked at the center of the magic circle. There was a giant root. The root had already burst through the wall and was embedded deep into the floor. The magic circle was drawn around it as its epicenter. Damien instantly recognized the root. It was a root of the World Tree, the central life force of Ulfheim. What were they trying to do to the World Tree's root? Damien examined the magic circle more closely and finally understood its purpose. They were trying to infuse something into the root. What were they trying to infuse, and why the World Tree's root of all things? Questions flooded his mind, but he had no time to ponder. Dark energy was still pouring out of the magic circle. To save the elves, he had to stop this. I have to destroy the magic circle. Damien raised the dawn high. In that moment, his hand glowed. The energy emitted by the magic circle was being absorbed by the symbol on his hand. He felt the authorities' powers grow stronger as he absorbed the energy, and even new authorities started to show signs of awakening. There was only one kind of energy that could strengthen the authorities and could awaken them. Demonic power, where did they get so much of it? It was nearly impossible to obtain such a vast amount of demonic power anywhere but Inferno. Dorugo, what in the world are you up to? As Damien muttered with a hardened expression, a new symbol on his hand began to glow. A new authority had been awakened after absorbing a great deal of demonic power. Pride. It was the authority to manipulate space. Chapter 294, Theta Part 3. The dimensional portal led Theta and Iota to a vast cavern. Theta started to walk deeper into the cave, but Iota quickly grabbed her wrist. Theta, where do you think you're going? I need an explanation. An explanation for what? Mother commanded us to capture or kill Damien Haksen at all costs, yet you just let him go. If Mother finds out, you'll face a terrible punishment. Theta shook off Yoda's hand and said, then say it. What? I don't care if you tell Mother or not. Are you counting on Mother's mercy? Even Mother won't be able to turn a blind eye to this. Do whatever you want. Now stop bothering me. I need to review the battle with Damien Haksen. Theta continued walking into the cave. Yota watched her back silently. Damn it, it's not like I would report you to the others. Not you, Yoda sighed in a troubled expression on his face. Theta, why are you so obsessed with that guy? You've never shown me. Crackle, Yoda gnashed his teeth unconsciously. Damien Haksen, this is all your fault. You're seducing Theta. He touched one side of his face. Whenever he thought of Damien Haksen, the pain he'd endured that day returned. "Damien Haksen, I'll kill you," Yoda muttered in a murderous tone and disappeared into the darkness. If Damien had been asked to name the most useful authority he'd possessed in his previous life, he would have answered without hesitation that it was the authority of pride. The authority of pride allowed him to manipulate space. He could distort space to deflect attacks or leap great distances. In his past life, Damien had traveled across the continent using this power. Of course, it wasn't his own decision. At that time, Damien was Darugo's slave. Whenever Darugo needed to travel, he would always give Damien an order. What an unusual authority has awoken. Damien couldn't be happy about the awakening of his authority of pride, but it was too tough to use. Unless you have the correct coordinates of place, you can't use it. In his previous life, Damien had only manifested the authority of pride when Darugo had prepared everything. So he didn't know how to use the authority of pride yet. "I need to practice a bit." Damien examined the magic circle. Fortunately, the demonic power was no longer flowing back from the magic circle. "Oh, my most handsome, elegant, and powerful lord, we were so worried about you." Bantati rushed over immediately. Damien ignored him and turned to check on the elves. It was fortunate that the elves were lying on the ground, looking much more relaxed. Where did the dark mages and dark knights guarding the fortress go? They all fled. They must have been terrified after seeing the battle between you and the demon kings. They should have been swept away as collateral damage. What a shame, Damien said regretfully. Suddenly, Bantati tried to slit his own throat with his longsword. "What are you doing? I failed to anticipate your deep intentions and let them go. I will atone for this sin with death. Stop acting and go rescue the elves trapped in the prison. You are so kind to forgive me for being such a worthless person." As expected, my tall, mighty, handsome, confident, smart, brave, extraordinary, unparalleled, unique, surpasses all those behind and after, wise, bold, accomplished, elegant, handsome, loved by all, talented, great scholar, heaven-shaking swordsman and amiable master is not only noble but also kind-hearted. Just shut up and get going, will you? Bantati immediately led his subordinates to the prison. Damien looked at Bantati with a disgusted expression. "I should just kill him right after using the authority of lust next time." Just as Damien was making up his mind, huff, huff, one of the elves struggled to get up. It was the elf woman who had asked Damien to save her companions. "You look exhausted, why don't you rest a little more?" "Resting? I can do that any time, even after death." Damien tilted his head at the elf woman's words. It was a line he had heard somewhere before, but "There's something I need to do first." The elf woman forced herself to stand up. Then she knelt on one knee with her fist to her chest. "Thank you for saving us. And our people, do you believe I'm on your side now?" Damien asked with a smirk, but the elf woman shook her head. "Not entirely. Are you joking with me? I can't completely trust you, but I will believe that you are an enemy of Pandemonium." Damien had not only attacked the fortress of Pandemonium, but had also drawn his sword against their greatest forces, the four great demon kings. No matter how racist the elves were, they had no choice but to respect Damien in this situation. "Damien Haksen, I would like to invite you to Ulfheim. My great-grandmother would welcome you too." "Great-grandmother?" Damien doubted his ears for a moment. A great-grandmother would be a grandmother's grandmother. No matter how long elves lived, it didn't make sense for a great-grandmother to still be alive. "You doubt my words, but if you hear the name of my great-grandmother, you will understand." "Who is it that you're so hesitant to tell me? You humans call my great-grandmother Mylene." Hearing those words, Damien was left in complete shock. Mylene of the Dreaming Flame, a member of the Salvation Squad and a hero of the past. Damien had met an avatar of Mylene at the harbor and had been told how to reach Ulfheim. "Wait, you're saying you're Mylene's great-granddaughter?" Damien knew that there was only one person alive who could be a descendant of Mylene. "What's your name?" you asked quickly. "My name is Cynthia." The name Cynthia left Damien speechless. There was only one elf who was Mylene's great-granddaughter and named Cynthia. The Queen of Ulfheim, who had fought against Darugo to the bitter end in her past life and died a horrible death. She was standing right in front of him. Cynthia was the first elf in history to contract with two spirit kings. The power that a single spirit king could wield far surpassed natural disasters. Cynthia could summon two such spirit kings. It goes without saying how powerful she was. She was the biggest obstacle when Darugo invaded Ulfheim. The undead that Darugo had prepared were all destroyed by the spirit kings. The dark mages and dark knights were also unable to perform properly. "Damien, kill her." "I told you to kill that damn bitch." As the battle dragged on, the damage increased. Darugo's hatred grew accordingly. After a long battle, Damien managed to annihilate the Spirit Kings and subdue Cynthia. "I won't let you die easily." Dorogon ordered Damien to cut off all of Cynthia's limbs. Then, in front of all the elves, he pulled out her heart and killed her. Her body was covered in blood as she died a horrible death. "You're Cynthia?" Damien looked at Cynthia suspiciously. In fact, Damien didn't remember Cynthia's face clearly. The Cynthia he had seen in his past life had severe burns on her face. But the Sincha that Damien knew could easily conquer a fortress like this. However, he didn't feel any such power from this elf woman. I guess you don't believe me. Well, my great-grandmother was such an amazing person, so I understand. Sincha took Damien's doubt in a different direction. You don't have to believe me right now. When you go to Ulfheim, your misunderstanding will be cleared up. That's right, then guide me there right away. Although he didn't show it, Damien was in a hurry. He had a lot to ask Mylene. He had to meet the Imperial Supreme Sword, he had to protect the elves from pandemonium, and above all, he had to kill Dorugo. I would like to, but there's actually one problem. Problem? Damien could only look puzzled. If she was Mylene's great-granddaughter, she should be able to bring Damien to Ulfheim. What kind of problem could there be? As Damien and Sincha traveled together, he learned the reason behind her problem. Kill them. There are elves inside. Undead ogres, where are they? Ram the gate immediately. Ulfheim's royal palace was under siege by an undead army. The undead army raised by pandemonium was enormous. Tens of thousands of undead densely surrounded the royal castle. Damien looked at Sincha. She avoided his gaze. So this is the problem you were talking about? Yes, to enter Ulfheim we must break through pandemonium's army. Only then did Damien understand why Sincha had tried to rescue the elves alone. Ulfheim was unable to send reinforcements because it was busy fending off pandemonium's invasion. You're a descendant of Mylene, yet why were you here instead of in the royal palace? Well, it's a long story to explain here. Damien glared at Sincha with dissatisfaction. It was ridiculous, but it wasn't the time to listen to her story. It's a bit troublesome, but it's not a big problem. There's a way to get into palace without going through that army. Avoiding it. What are you saying? Damien pointed to the main gate with his sword. I'm an invited guest, so I should enter the gate properly. Sincha turned her gaze to the main gate. To get to the gate from here, they would have to break through the undead army that filled the field. Are you serious? Sincha asked with a stiff face. Instead of answering her, Damien ordered Bantati. Bantati. From now on, you protect the elves and follow me. Yes, I will protect them with my life. Good, make sure you do. Your lives don't matter, but the lives of the elves are. Oh, thank you for your advice, my lord. I will definitely carry out this order. Damien ignored him again and charged towards the undead army. Chapter 295, Obstacles Part 1. The first to notice the uninvited guests was Narita, the giant evil of pandemonium. As a necromancer of the necromancy sect, she possessed an exceptional ability to control the undeads. Her skill was so recognized that she was given command of the undead army by Dorugo. Don't just attack the walls, shell the top of the wall, kill all the archers. She spotted a group of people emerging from the forest as she flew through the sky controlling the undead with dark magic. Where did those guys come from? A rather handsome man was leading the way, followed by elves and humans. Strangely, the humans were surrounding the elves as if they were protecting them. Humans. Why are there humans here? Narita stared at them with a dumbfounded expression. The only humans in Ulfheim were the dark mages and knights belonging to Pandemonium. If they belonged to Pandemonium, they should be capturing the elves. Yet they were protecting them. I have to capture them and interrogate them. Narita gave an order to the undead at the back of her troops. The undead turned around. Capture them. It's okay if half of them die. The undead, towering like houses, roared in response to Narita's command. Their roars were as massive as their bodies. The entire field resounded from their roars. Judging by their movements, they must be confident in their abilities. Narita muttered, looking at the man at the front. But what a pity my darlings are no ordinary creatures. As she said, the undeads that filled the field were no ordinary beings. They were created from the corpses of monsters that Dorugo, the master of all dark mages, had collected over nearly 1,000 years. They were of various kinds, from extinct species to mutants. What they had in common was that they were all terrifying monsters when they were alive. He had resurrected them as undead and enhanced them with dark magic. With such a force, even a master class. Light emanated from the sword that the man was holding. The moment she saw the light, Narita felt an instinctive aversion. It wasn't ordinary light, it was light made of divine power. A paladin. No, it feels different from those hypocrites. While Narita was confused, the man swung his sword. With a flash of light, a giant aura blade cut across the entire field. The densely packed undead were all cut in half. Narita opened her mouth unconsciously. Tens of thousands of undead had been annihilated by that single attack. Even though Narita had lived for over a century, she had never witnessed anything like this before. Follow me, everyone. The man commanded the elves and humans behind him. He walked towards the gate, stepping over the corpses of the undeads. The moment Narita saw this, she instinctively felt the need to stop them. If a knight as powerful as him joined the elves, the tide of the battle might turn in an unpredictable way. Stop them, kill them all. The field was still overflowing with undeads. They began to fill the empty space. Over 10,000 undeads tried to attack the intruders. He must be exhausted after using such a powerful attack. If we all attack him together. just as Narita said that the man moved again. Every time he swung his sword, the undead were cut to pieces. Narita's one-sprout army was utterly destroyed, failing to even approach the man. "What are you doing? Stop them. Hold them back." No matter how much Narita shouted, it was useless. The man and his group were getting closer and closer to the gate. "What's going on here?" Suddenly, a voice echoed in Narita's ear. Someone had cast a telepathic spell. Narita reflexively looked up at the sky, and there she saw a jellyfish-like undead floating in the air. 6 men stood on it, all exuding an overwhelming aura. Metrom, the head splitter. He was one of the most hated figures among the giant evils of Pandemonium. His personality was as nasty as his reputation. Despite his personality, he was still alive because he was so skilled. "You should have contacted me right away if something unusual happened. Why were you standing still? I thought I could handle it myself." Metrom sneered at her, causing her to bite her lip unconsciously. "Since I know how incompetent you are, retreat. I'll deal with that guy." Metrom and his subordinates jumped off the undead jellyfish, and they blocked the man's path. "Stop, you shall go no further." Metrom spoke in a murderous tone. "You seem confident in your abilities, but your confidence is misplaced. To think you would try to break through here alone." Metrom held an axe in his hand. "Right now I will." First wheel. As if pouring oil on a fire, the man's aura intensified in an instant. Simultaneously, the man disappeared. In an instant, Narita could only helplessly watch as the scene unfolded before her. The head of the foremost subordinate was severed in an instant. The upper and lower bodies of the subordinates behind him were separated. The subordinate next to him was split diagonally in half. The subordinates died faster than she could blink. They probably didn't even realize they were dead. Only Metrom was able to respond to the man's speed by swinging his axe horizontally in an attempt to sever the man's waist. The man swung his sword down to split Metrom's body. The sword and the axe collided. And the axe was cut in half. The axe was cut smoothly as if a hot knife were cutting through tofu. This can't be." The sword that had cut the axe also cut Metrom's head and body in half. Metrom, the head splitter, was killed by being split in half. Narita could only tremble in fear. Although Metrom's personality was nasty, she couldn't underestimate his skills. He was a man who had earned the position of giant evil with only an axe and had no teacher to guide him. Yet, such a man had died without even being able to land a proper hit. Moreover, he wasn't defeated by skill. He was overwhelmed by the sheer power. I have to run. If I stay here, At that moment, Narita met the man's eyes. She felt her heart harden in fear of death. Uggs, the man swung his sword. A flash of light released from the sword and severed the Narita's neck. Her head and body separated and fell to the ground. With the death of the dark mage in the sky, the undead began to rampage out of control. Thanks to this, Damien no longer needed to waste his strength. "Why are you all just standing there? Move." Elves, who had been staring blankly at his performance, hurriedly followed him. However, Damien had to stop before he could go far. A sudden burst of flames erupted right in front of him. The rising flames formed a wall, blocking Damien and his companions. It wasn't ordinary fire. The flames were so intense that they could melt iron instantly. It was a type of flame he had seen in his past life, one of the pillars of Pandemonium. SLA, the weapons master, and the other pillars of Pandemonium. It was the flame used by the Lord of Eternal Flame. "A big shot appeared at the last minute," Damien said as if he was bored. Then someone descended gracefully from the sky. The moment Damien saw the man's face, he couldn't believe his eyes. In his past life, the Lord of Eternal Flame had always worn a mask. A smooth mask without any patterns. But now, the Lord of Eternal Flame was not wearing any mask. What was even more shocking was his face. The face of the Lord of Eternal Flame, which Damien was seeing for the first time in both his past and present lives, was exactly the same as the face he knew. The Imperial Supreme Sword. The Lord of Eternal Flame's face was exactly the same as the Imperial Supreme Sword. The only difference was his ears. Unlike the Imperial Supreme Sword, his ears were pointed and long like an elf's. "Damien, that man is not the Imperial Supreme Sword," Cynthia said urgently. She glared at the Lord of Eternal Flame with a face full of hatred. "That man is the Lord of Eternal Flame, a dark mage of Pandemonium." At Cynthia's shout, the Lord of Eternal Flame looked around and said, "I came here because I felt something strange in the Eastern Army. And something incredible was happening." The Lord of Eternal Flame snapped his fingers. A peacock made of fire appeared behind him. As soon as the peacock appeared, all the moisture around it dried up. The weeds in the field turned yellow and crumbled. It wasn't an ordinary spirit, it was a high-level fire spirit. "Shesh, turn them into ashes." The peacock's tail spread out like a fan. Flames erupted from the eye-like patterns. A blazing inferno engulfed Damien and his companions. The field was completely engulfed in flames. The Lord of Eternal Flame stared at the flames with cold eyes. Soon, he frowned slightly. What? The flames were gathering towards the center. The speed increased and all the flames emitted by the fire spirit were sucked in. Then he could clearly see it. The elves and humans were standing unharmed. And there was Damien holding a ball of fire. What did you do? The Lord of Eternal Flame asked with a hardened face. Damien shook his hands and said, "You wouldn't understand even if I explained. In his past life, there was a knight named the Knight of Red Lotus among the knights Damien had fought. He was one of the Empire's heroes during the War of Destruction, and, as his nickname implies, he was very proficient in wielding fire. Damien had encountered him on a battlefield and had won after a 2-day battle. Damien could manipulate fire thanks to the realm he had copied from the Knight of Red Lotus. Looks like you don't like talking. Well, neither do I. The Lord of Eternal Flame spread his arms. A giant magic circle appeared beneath his feet. You seem quite familiar with fire, but I wonder if you can get along with this flame. A massive flame soared up from the magic circle. Strangely, the flame was pitch black. And mixed with it was a blood-red color. The dark red flames merged, forming a muscular male figure. Nail-shaped gray stakes were embedded in various parts of the male's body. The liquid was constantly flowing from the places where the nails were embedded. Cynthia exclaimed in shock after witnessing such scene. "Karma, you devil, what have you done to him?" Karma, it was a name Damien knew. It was one of the 2 spirit kings Cynthia had contracted with in his past life. The Fire Spirit King. He was a transcendent being known for his ability to burn the entire world. "Karma, destroy them all." The Lord of Eternal Flame pointed at Damien and the elves, but Karma just stood there. "You're not listening again." The Lord of Eternal Flame stroked his bracelet. The nails embedded in Karma's body burrowed into his flesh more deeply. The Fire Spirit King let out a painful scream. The Lord of Eternal Flame gave another order. "I won't say it twice. Kill them." The Fire Spirit King opened his mouth so wide that his skin tore and flames erupted from it. The pitch-black flames that could burn the heavens descended upon them. Chapter 296, Obstacles Part 2. The Fire Spirit King's flames swept through the area like a river of fire, generating such intense heat that birds in the sky were reduced to ash and fell to the ground. Damien extended his hands and started to control the flames using the realm he had copied from the Knight of Red Lotus. The flames that were racing across the field split apart. He made them flow to the left and right, avoiding Damien and his companions. Next, he absorbed the flames into his body. He inhaled and exhaled, drawing the flames into every pore of his body. Damien continued to absorb the flames without stopping. Fire hell well. It was the name of the realm that the Knight of Red Lotus had mastered. He stored flames in his body and used them in battle. Because of this realm, the Knight of Red Lotus was like a walking volcano. The battlefields where he appeared would instantly become lands filled with lava. Not only can you control the Spirit King's flames, but you can also absorb them. The Lord of Eternal Flame looked at Damien with an incredulous expression. "You're a dangerous fellow, I can't let you live." The Lord of Eternal Flame raised his fist. The Fire Spirit King closed its mouth. The flames that had been burning the field stopped. Karma increased the density of the fire. Prevent him from controlling or absorbing the flames. Karma raised his hands, and flames erupted from the void. Fire serpents emerged from within, intertwining with each other and soaring high into the sky. "Let's see how you deal with this." The fire serpents that had soared high into the sky fell towards Damien. It was as if dozens of pillars of fire were falling. Damien looked back and forth between the fire serpents and the elves. This is going to be a troublesome battle. He had to fight the Lord of Eternal Flame while protecting the elves. Even for Damien, it was a difficult situation, but there was no other choice. He couldn't let the elves die. The moment Damien made up his mind, the fire serpents attacked him. As the Lord of Eternal Flame had said, he couldn't control them like before. Damien immediately cut the fire serpent with Dawn. The serpent's long body split open and flames poured out. Because it had lost its center of gravity, Damien could control these flames. Damien immediately absorbed the flames using fire hell well. It was to prevent the elves from getting hurt. The fire serpents continued to attack Damien. Damien cut them down with Dawn as they approached. "It seems you can't move properly because you're busy protecting the elves. How about this?" The Lord of Eternal Flame gestured, and fire serpents appeared behind the elves. "The so-called Pillar of Pandemonium is resorting to such a cowardly tactic." Damien scoffed, and the Lord of Eternal Flame chuckled in response. "I can show such cruelty as a Pillar of Pandemonium, can't I?" The Lord of Eternal Flame dismissed Damien's taunt casually and commanded, "Karma, burn them." The fire serpents lunged towards the elves, causing the elves to scream and shield their faces with their arms. Damien took a deep breath and drew on his internal mana. Second wheel. 2 wheels formed within Damien's body. At that moment, a piercing blue light emanated from both of his eyes. He gripped the hilt of Dawn with both hands, twisted his waist, and swung it with all his might. The aura blade spread out like ripples in water. The fire serpents that were about to engulf the elves were all cut down. Massive flames erupted from them and burnt the entire field. The Lord of Eternal Flame stared at Damien with a dumbfounded expression. A spirit king was the pinnacle of spirits, a transcendent being whose very existence was akin to a disaster. How could such a transcendent being's technique be so easily countered? He couldn't believe what he was seeing, even though he was witnessing it with his own eyes. Hey! At that moment Damien spoke. The Lord of Eternal Flame finally snapped out of his shock. Even a piece of trash like you should have some manners. Targeting those people was too cowardly. Though his tone was calm, the Lord of Eternal Flame could sense it. The man in front of him was quite angry. I'll end your life right now so you can't pull any more tricks. The flames that had been burning the field began to be absorbed into Damien's body, but the range and speed were unusual. All the flames in the entire field were instantly sucked in. The Lord of Eternal Flame doubted his own eyes for a moment. The range and speed at which he was controlling the flames had increased significantly compared to before. Are you telling me you were hiding your strength? I have to do some practice. At those words, the Lord of Eternal Flame frowned. Practice, what does that mean? Does that mean he's grown stronger in the middle of battle? You're quite a talker. To think you could confuse me like this. You're courting death, think whatever you want. With those words, Damien released the absorbed flames. The flames he had absorbed using Fire Hell Well could be used in various ways besides simply being released. The flames and mana intertwined, making the fire more fierce and even stronger. The aura emanating from Damien intensified. So you haven't shown your full potential yet, the Lord of Eternal Flame chuckled briefly. Excellent. I was looking for someone to push Karma to his limits. The Lord of Eternal Flame gave another order. Karma immediately conjured flames. Crimson flames engulfed the ground where the Lord of Eternal Flame stood. Let's see who is more beloved by the flames, you or I, the Lord of Eternal Flame shouted with excitement. Well, what do we have here? At that moment a strange voice echoed. Both the Lord of Eternal Flame and Damien looked at the center of the field in surprise. There a man was already standing. Pale skin, blood-red eyes. The moment he saw the man's face, the Lord of Eternal Flame shouted in rage. Eos, the Imperial Supreme Sword, humanity's strongest warrior, waved to the Lord of Eternal Flame. Leo, you've got a pretty cool hairstyle. You still have that habit of spouting nonsense. The Lord of Eternal Flame's voice was filled with hatred. Damien looked back and forth between the Lord of Eternal Flame and the Imperial Supreme Sword. When he looked at them like this, he could clearly see it. Their faces were identical, as if they were carved out from the same stone. The color of your hair is different. Did you dye it? Shut up. The Imperial Supreme Sword shrugged and turned to Damien. Damien, I didn't expect to see you here. It's been a long time. By the way, you don't need an umbrella today. It's going to be sunny for a while, I just have a feeling. He continued to spout nonsense. Damien looked at the Imperial Supreme Sword with an incredulous expression. He knew this guy was like this, but he still couldn't get used to it. You found Ulfheim, did you get seasick? We can talk about that later, deal with that guy over there first, he looks like he's about to attack. Damien pointed at the Lord of Eternal Flame. As Damien had said, a murderous aura was constantly emanating from the Lord of Eternal Flame. Leo, let's retreat for now. It's almost dinner time, isn't it? The Lord of Eternal Flame nearly coughed a mouthful of blood after hearing that, but somehow managed to control his temper and said, You talking about retreat, are you scared? The Lord of Eternal Flame said with a smug expression. The Imperial Supreme Sword stared at the Fire Spirit King and asked, That must hurt having those stakes in you. Answer my question. Oh right, did you ask if I was scared? Not really. The Imperial Supreme Sword pointed somewhere. Damien looked in that direction, then a familiar energy was sensed. He could see the leader of Pandemonium standing far away. She was exuding a fierce aura as if she was about to pounce. The Imperial Supreme Sword waved at her. Leo, if you don't retreat, you and I will have to fight. So what? We're confident. You wouldn't want that. The Lord of Eternal Flame hesitated at those words. I have a feeling about this. You don't want to fight me now, and I don't want to fight you either. There are too many people here that I need to protect. The Imperial Supreme Sword glanced at the elves behind Damien. Decide, will you retreat here, or will we settle this? The Lord of Eternal Flame pondered for a moment. Then he gritted his teeth and dispelled the summoning of the Spirit King. Next time I see you, I'll be sure to kill you. I understand. Oh, one last thing. What is it? Eat less for dinner. That way you'll digest quickly and sleep well. I told you to stop talking nonsense. The Lord of Eternal Flame shouted angrily and turned into flames and disappeared. The Imperial Supreme Sword stared at the spot where the Lord of Eternal Flame had disappeared for a long time. Then he turned back to Damien. Damien, welcome to Ulfheim. You came at a tough times. You're not going to ask how I found it. Lady Mylene already told me. She said you would visit. That was probably why the Imperial Supreme Sword wasn't surprised to see Damien. I have one question. Can you explain to me why your faces and the Lord of Eternal Flames are identical? Were you curious? It's nothing special. The Imperial Supreme Sword said as if it were nothing. The Lord of Eternal Flame is my brother. Damien doubted his ears. Your brother, but the Lord of Eternal Flame has pointed ears while yours are round. We are both half-elves. Damien was speechless. I inherited the human characteristics more strongly, while my brother inherited the elven characteristics. Chapter 297, Obstacles Part 3. So you're going to retreat, are you? Hela muttered under her breath, eavesdropping on the conversation between the Imperial Supreme Sword and the Lord of Eternal Flame. Despite the vast distance between them, she could hear their words with perfect clarity. That was one of the benefits of being Grandmaster. With a hostage by his side, he will not fight. Ia still have a weak heart. Unfathomable. Why the weak heart? It's not the behavior of the strong. The man standing beside Hela spoke. His head was as round as a balloon. It was as if he were carrying a solid mass of muscle on his shoulders. Lambda, it's no wonder you don't understand. You were born perfect. Then what about that man, imperfect? Yes, imperfect. He was born strong but has the heart of a weakling, but don't underestimate him. Even I couldn't surpass his skills. Though Hela appeared youthful, she was much older than the Imperial Supreme Sword. However, he quickly caught up to her skills and was now much stronger than her. Truly befitting the title of Heavenly Genius. That was why Hela envied the Imperial Supreme Sword. At the same time, she felt a possessive desire. She wanted to get her hands on his head and toy with it. I can't wait to get my hands on that head. Hela muttered as she gazed at the Imperial Supreme Sword. Her eyes gleamed with greed. Suddenly, a flame erupted from the void and a man emerged from it. You're back, sweetheart. Hela greeted him warmly, but the Lord of Eternal Flame responded with displeasure. I told you to stop calling me that. I respect you as the head of Pandemonium, but I won't tolerate that. My dear, were you upset? I'm sorry. The Lord of Eternal Flame glared at Hela with a terrifying expression. Then he sighed and waved his hand dismissively. Enough, dealing with you only gives me a headache. My dear, you're so wise. You did well to hold back earlier. If you had fought there, our plans would have been severely disrupted. Plans, 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 I'm sick of hearing it. Why are you so afraid of my elder brother? You're both Grandmasters. At the Lord of Eternal Flame's question, Hela smiled and replied, My dear, the Imperial Supreme Sword is very powerful, even I can't fathom it. To capture such a monster, one must plan thoroughly. Are you intimidated by my brother? The Lord of Eternal Flames said with a hint of sarcasm, but Hela wasn't particularly angry. She was too old to be offended by such childish provocations. My dear, have you forgotten? This is Ulfheim. If we fight the Imperial Supreme Sword here, the World Tree will do everything in its power to help him. Are you confident that you can defeat the World Tree's blessing? At Hela's question, the Lord of Eternal Flame fell silent. As his head cooled, he realized how ridiculous he sounded. Let's go back for now. That guy is calling for us. Don't call him so casually. That's up to me. Lambda, could you open the door? Lambda formed a triangle with both hands. A light emanating from the triangle created a rift in the dimension. Among the 4 great demon kings created by Darugo, only Lambda and Yoda could move between dimensions. Because of that, Lambda always had to be with Hela. After all, Hela was Darugo's most powerful ally. Then let's go in. As the 3 of them passed through the dimensional portal, a vast and enormous cave appeared. Inside the cave, countless dark mages were bustling. They were carving magic circles into the stone floor with hammers and chisels. The 3 of them headed towards the center of the magic circle. There, a large altar was placed. On top of the altar, someone covered in a black robe was overseeing the work. Darugo, I'm here. At Hela's greeting, the person in the robe turned their gaze. Then a skull-like head appeared. Hela, Leo, where have you 2 been? There was a small conflict. I almost ended up fighting the Imperial Supreme Sword. At those words, Darugo's eyes flickered. The Imperial Supreme Sword, I've emphasized several times that it's not the right time yet. Don't worry, we didn't fight. Your plan won't be disrupted. Hela, are you going to brush that off again? All I asked of you was to prevent any variables until the appointed day, and you couldn't even keep that small condition. Darugo, you should think before you speak. The smile disappeared from Hela's face. The atmosphere changed completely. Didn't I tell you, I'm not your lackey, I'm only cooperating because I want something. Her gentleness disappeared and a chilling killing intent swept through the air. The Lord of Eternal Flame standing beside her trembled in fear. You insolent woman, how dare you be so presumptuous? However, Darugo was undeterred by Hela's killing intent and spat out his anger. You're the one who keeps breaking your promises. If you continue like this, I might have to cancel our contract. At Darugo's threat, Hela's eyes narrowed. An uncomfortable silence followed. I'll be more careful from now on. Surprisingly, it was Hela who backed down first. Hela withdrew her killing intent and suppressed her aura. I hope you keep that promise this time. I'll keep it in mind. So is the plan progressing well? In response to Hela's question, Darugo looked at the magic circle being drawn on the floor and said, "Don't worry needlessly, everything is going smoothly. The demonic power has been absorbed into the roots of the world tree in sufficient quantities. Once the magic circle to activate the power is complete, everything will be over." Hela stood beside Darugo and looked at the magic circle. As a Dark Knight, she only had a basic understanding of dark magic. Therefore, even looking at the magic circle, she couldn't understand what it was or how it worked. But there was one thing she knew for certain: that this magic circle would fulfill her long-held desire. The Imperial Supreme Sword, finally his head will be in my hands. Just imagining it made her heart race. A smile crept up her face. Hela stretched her lips wide. When Darugo saw her, he made a disgusted face. "You're such a pervert, don't smile like that. Actually, I've always been curious about something." "What is it?" "Well, I've wanted the Imperial Supreme Sword's head for a long time." "Why are you so obsessed with him?" Darugo summoned the demons, invaded Ulfheim, and created this large-scale facility underground. It was all to kill the Imperial Supreme Sword. Hela couldn't understand why. Even though the Imperial Supreme Sword was the Empire's most powerful force, why go to such lengths? "I don't know, what do you mean? You won't understand even if I tell you. You won't understand how I've been feeling lately." Darugo tapped his temple with his bony finger. "Someone inside me is shouting, saying that if we stay like this it will be dangerous, that everything will go wrong. But I don't know what to do." Hela looked at Darugo with an expression of incomprehension. Sometimes, dark mages suffered from nightmares and hallucinations, but that usually happened when novice dark mages couldn't withstand the resentment of their victims. It was hard to believe that a dark mage of Darugo's level would be afflicted by such a trivial curse. "Anyway, I see that your desire to kill the Imperial Supreme Sword is genuine." Hela stared at the magic circle for a while. Then she suddenly remembered something she had forgotten. "Damien Haksen is on this island." At those words, Darugo reflexively turned his head. "Damien Haksen is here, how?" "I don't know about that either. I think he was bought by the Imperial Supreme Sword." Darugo fell into thought. He rested his chin on his hand and repeated Damien's name. "Damien, Damien, why does my heart race every time I hear that name? What is that guy's name?" Darugo groaned and grabbed his head with both hands. My head hurts. It hurts so much I'm going crazy." Damien Haksen. "Who is that guy anyway? You're not mad because he keeps interrupting you?" Darugo paused and looked at Hela. You've been interrupted by him countless times, haven't you? That unpleasant feeling doesn't disappear easily." "You have a point, that's why his name is giving me headaches so much." Darugo removed his hands from his head. His expression was much more relaxed, as if his headache had disappeared. "It seems your problem has been solved. Well then, I shall be off." Hela said that and left. "Your Highness, I will take my leave as well." The Lord of Eternal Flame bowed to Darugo and spoke. Darugo asked him casually, "Is the stake I gave you working well?" "Perfectly. Thanks to it, I can now control the Spirit King like my own limbs." The Lord of Eternal Flame smiled brightly and said. Darugo smiled contentedly as well. The stake embedded in the Spirit King's body was made by Darugo. It was originally just a roughly conceived object, but he was able to complete it thanks to the occasional inspiration. "There are more of those stakes, we subjugate the other Spirit Kings." "Leave it to me, good attitude, I'll be counting on you." The Lord of Eternal Flame thanked him repeatedly before leaving. Damien Haksen. "Damien," Darugo kept muttering Damien Haksen's name even after the Lord of Eternal Flame left. "Mother, I'm back." At that moment, a noisy voice was heard. Iota and Theta were approaching where Darugo was. "Why are you two away from your posts until now? I told you to always be on standby," Darugo said with an angry face, but Iota grinned and began to massage Darugo's shoulders. "Mother, why are you so angry? We just went to look around the island, and we also found some elves and had a snack." Darugo's expression softened slightly at Yoda's massage. Darugo said helplessly, "Next time be sure to tell me where you're going." "I'll keep that in mind." The 4 great demon kings were created using fragments of Darugo's soul. In a way, the 4 great demon kings were like children to Darugo. Therefore, Darugo could only be weak to the 4 great demon kings, unlike his other subordinates. "Theta, you should also keep that in mind. Your clothes are different from this morning." Theta flinched at Darugo's question. "I changed because my clothes were torn during swordsmanship training." "Is that so? Don't obsess over it too much, that's not your real strength." "Why aren't you answering?" "No, I will follow your words, Mother," Theta replied briefly. Her 2 eyes were filled with a rebellious light. "Did you just say half-elf?" Damien was so shocked that he instinctively asked for confirmation. During his time as a Death Knight, Damien had frequently clashed with the Imperial Supreme Sword. Because of this, he knew a lot about him, but hearing that the Imperial Supreme Sword was a half-elf was completely new to him. It was something he had never heard before. "It's understandable that you wouldn't believe it. I didn't inherit many of the traits typical of an elf. At best, my vision is a bit sharper, my senses are a little keener, and I recover quickly in the forest. Those seem like pretty important traits to have inherited. When knights talk about elves, those three traits are the ones they envy the most. Compared to human swordsmen, elves have superior vision, sharper senses, and are practically invincible in the forest. You could see it that way, but I didn't inherit the most important trait. Are you talking about spirit magic? You've guessed correctly. For elves, spirits are an inseparable part of their lives. They're companions in life, the most trustworthy friends, and the most powerful weapons. The ways in which spirits can be utilized are countless, even outside of battle. And that's true for my younger brother as well. Now that he thought about it, the Lord of Eternal Flame had always been particularly obsessed with spirits. In his past life, he even suffered a severe injury and lost half of his body while trying to forcibly subdue a spirit king. It was likely that he was tormented by a sense of inferiority, unable to control spirits as a half-elf. Is that why, as a half-elf, you came to help Ulfheim? And why is your brother in Pandemonium? Why does he harbor such hostility toward you? He began to speak but then looked over at Ulfheim. It's about time we head back. What? But before that, could you answer? We should hurry back. I have a bad feeling that something terrible will happen if we don't. The Imperial Supreme Sword strode toward Ulfheim without another word. Damien clicked his tongue briefly. Let's follow him, Damien spoke to the elves. Then Cynthia turned to Damien and asked, what do you plan to do with those humans? She gestured toward the Dark Knights and Dark Mages, including Bantati. Damien pointed a finger at Bantati. Bantati. Oh. Lord called my name, now I can die without regrets. Shut up, I'm giving you an order. Stay around here and wait for further instructions. Even though he had arrived at the royal castle, his work wasn't finished. He still needed to kill Darugo and drive out Pandemonium. These people would be quite useful in the fight against Pandemonium. It would be a waste to kill them now. We will follow your orders, Bantati responded loudly. After hearing his response, Damien entered the royal castle of Ulfheim with the elves. Damien Haksen this way. Following the Imperial Supreme Sword, Damien headed toward the most important place in Ulfheim, the heart of the World Tree. When they arrived, he saw a familiar face. Damien Haksen, we meet again. It was the elf he had met at the harbor. Chapter 298, Attack Plan Part 1, Mylene's condition didn't look good. She was a wrinkled old woman instead of the youthful apparition she had once been. There was no vitality in her skin or eyes. She looked like a corpse that had been forcibly revived. Please forgive me for greeting you in such a state. Mylene was lying on a small bed and branches of the world tree surrounded it. Damien observed the tree's trunk. Life force was flowing from the trunk and being absorbed by Mylene. You're connected to the world tree. Were you perhaps a guardian? Yes, that's right. I've been with this tree for a long time. Mylene replied and looked towards the world tree with affection. A guardian was someone who connected the world tree and the elves. They conveyed the will of the world tree to the elves and, in return, received a portion of the tree's power. Therefore, the throne of the Elven Kingdom was not passed down through bloodlines. The guardian was recognized as the leader. In other words, Mylene was both the guardian of the world tree and the queen of Ulfheim. So that's why you've been able to live so long. There was no suitable candidate, so I had no choice but to continue. But my time is almost up, Mylene said with a weak smile. Damien realized that her life was nearing its end. That's why I didn't see Mylene in my previous life. Mylene had probably passed away before the War of Destruction began. The person who had succeeded her as guardian was probably Cynthia. In his previous life, Cynthia had fought against Darugo as the Elven Queen. I'd like to continue the conversation we started at the harbor, Damien said, revealing the symbols on the back of his hand. You said these authorities could take me back in time. How is that possible? Do you know how? And who was the person who first discovered this fact? You have many questions. I'm sorry, but I don't know much. I haven't studied the authorities you possess. Mylene looked at Damien's hand and said, but what I can tell you is, the 7 authorities you possess were originally 1. When used individually, they were less effective than when all 7 were combined. She demonstrated quite a few things. After speaking for a while, Mylene stopped to catch her breath. After taking a few deep breaths, she continued, opening long-distance dimensional gates or instantly. What was most astonishing was restoration. Restoration? Yes, whether it was a human who had lost a limb, a destroyed object, a collapsed building, or a spell that had started to scatter. She used her power to return everything to its original state. So you mean she fixed them? No, fixing implies adding something to what's already there. She actually turned broken things back to how they were before they were damaged. But what if the damaged parts were completely lost? That didn't matter. Even the missing parts were recreated. Damien stared at Mylene with a face full of disbelief. If what she said was true, it was far beyond human capabilities. Now that I think about it, it wasn't like restoration. It was like, yes, she was rewinding time. Mylene muttered to herself as if struck by a revelation. That's why I mentioned it. With those authorities, we might be able to turn back time. It could be insurance in case we failed. What was her name? Who was she exactly? You wouldn't know her, it's a name you've never heard before, Mylene said, looking up at the sky. Her name was Darugo, she added as Damien rubbed his ears in disbelief. The one who led Pandemonium and attacked Ulfheim. When the name Darugo escaped Mylene's lips, Damien had to question his own hearing. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, a case of mistaken identity. The name Darugo wasn't common, but the world is full of strange things and coincidences. The one who led Pandemonium and attacked Ulfheim. But when he heard the following words, he couldn't deny it anymore. Darugo Mylene was talking about was the same Darugo he was searching for. Darugo was one of the Salvation Squad like you. But why hasn't the name Darugo been known until now? The legend of the Salvation Squad was widely known throughout the continent, yet Damien had never heard that Darugo was one of them. Well, a look of reluctance crossed Mylene's face. She seemed hesitant to speak. Tell me, why hasn't the name Darugo been known? Damien had no time to consider Mylene's feelings. Then it happened. Mylene's head suddenly slumped forward. She quickly lifted it, only to let it fall again. I'm sorry, I can't. Today, I'm at my limit. Extreme fatigue was evident in her voice and face. The rest, later, I'll leave the rest to you. With those words, Mylene fell into a deep sleep. Damien, was your audience satisfactory? The Imperial Supreme Sword greeted Damien as soon as he stepped outside. Not at all, Damien was clearly displeased. That's unfortunate, but I'm sure another opportunity will arise, so don't be too disheartened. The Imperial Supreme Sword spoke with an impassive expression, hardly sounding like someone offering consolation. Were you waiting for me? Yes, I had something to ask you, that's why I waited. The Imperial Supreme Sword turned to Damien. Damien, Ulfheim is currently under attack by Pandemonium. Can you lend us your strength? As long as it doesn't interfere with my goals, I'm willing to help. Good, then follow me. The Imperial Supreme Sword turned abruptly and began walking down the corridor. Damien followed after him. Ulfheim is in a dire situation. The island is on the verge of falling to Pandemonium's attack. I've heard about it. They suffered heavy losses from Pandemonium's surprise attack. And their overall forces are far weaker. The Imperial Supreme Sword nodded. You're exactly right. I joined the fight quickly, but it was not enough to turn the tide. Defending this place is very tiresome work. If the Imperial Supreme Sword left, the royal palace would soon fall to Pandemonium, and then the world tree would be in danger. That was why the Imperial Supreme Sword was forced to stay in the palace. Now that you're here, the situation has changed. It's time to put into action the plan I've been putting off. Do you have a way to turn the tide? The Imperial Supreme Sword nodded to Damien's question. We've found the enemy's main base where their leader is. If we destroy it, the war will be ours. Damien's eyes widened at the mention of the leader. By leader, do you mean Darugo? It seems you've heard from Mylene. Yes, we've found Darugo. It's thanks to the sacrifice of many elves. Damien involuntarily clutched his chest. His heart began to race. As his pulse quickened, so did his emotions. Finally, he could finally meet Darugo. He could finally destroy that damned skeleton. He could finally achieve the peace that he had longed for. Whoa, control your killing intent, the Imperial Supreme Sword said with a playful expression. Damien covered his face with his hands. I absolutely must participate in this. That's a good attitude, but that's not up to me to decide. What? You need the Commander-in-Chief's permission. Damien looked bewildered. There's another Commander-in-Chief. Damien had assumed that the Imperial Supreme Sword would be commanding the elves. There couldn't possibly be a warrior who surpassed the Imperial Supreme Sword in terms of skill or experience. Damien found it hard to believe. Could it be that even someone as powerful as the Imperial Supreme Sword had so little authority? Ulfheim is a kingdom too. They have their own ranks, rules, and systems. So we're going to the Commander-in-Chief now? That's right. Be prepared though. What do you mean? The elves aren't very fond of us. Us, Damien was human and the Imperial Supreme Sword was a half-elf. Strictly speaking, they were of different races, yet the Imperial Supreme Sword had used the word us. Damien found this odd. This is it. The council chamber was located within the world tree. As they entered, Damien saw elves sitting around a large wooden table. They all appeared to be young, and it was impossible to guess their ages based on their appearance alone. Eos, is this the human you were talking about? A white-haired elf asked. The Imperial Supreme Sword immediately replied. Yes, that is Damien Haksen. Damien stared at the Imperial Supreme Sword in surprise. The Imperial Supreme Sword was using formal language. Damn it, bringing a human into Ulfheim, this is going to stir things up. This man is not an enemy of elves. You never know. Humans are unpredictable creatures. You can trust Damien Haksen, I guarantee it. Eos, don't overstep your bounds. The white-haired elf's voice turned cold. We've only accepted you because of the urgent situation. But Ulfheim is not a place for half-elves like you. Even Damien, who was just listening from the side, felt offended, but the Imperial Supreme Sword's expression remained impassive. Human, come closer. The white-haired elf beckoned to Damien. Damien approached the elf. "I am Esrinder, the commander-in-chief of Ulfheim. I will allow you to join our plans." As he spoke, Esrinder gave Damien a hostile look. It was clear that he didn't like Damien at all. For someone asking for help, he's awfully arrogant. Ulfheim's counterattack depended on Damien's participation. Given the circumstances, Damien found Esrinder's obstruction highly irritating. "We plan to attack the enemy's main base. While Eos and I assault the base, you'll stay here and guard the palace." But when Damien heard the following words, he immediately dismissed his concerns. "I can't agree to that. What? There's someone I need to kill. Please include me in the assault team." Esrinder's eyebrows shot up. "If I include you, Eos will have to stay here." "What makes you think I can trust you enough to take you in an assault team?" Damien turned to the Imperial Supreme Sword and asked, "Are you willing to stay here in my place?" "That wouldn't be a bad idea," the Imperial Supreme Sword replied without hesitation. He knew Damien's true abilities and could easily make such a decision, but Esrinder was not so easily convinced. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Eos, are you crazy? I guarantee Damien Haksen's abilities." The Imperial Supreme Sword replied, "Don't be ridiculous. Damien Haksen, stop being stubborn and guard the palace. If you dare to argue with me again, I'll kick you out of this plan. You're a real pain in the ass," Damien said in an irritated voice. Esrinder's expression momentarily froze. "What did you say? If you deny my request, I will leave the palace and attack their base alone." A look of shock crossed Esrinder's face. "Don't say things you don't mean." His voice had suddenly dropped as if his previous outburst had been a lie. Damien couldn't help but chuckle. "What's so funny? It's just funny that you're trying to pick a fight with me, a human, when your kingdom is in danger." As a human, Damien was unwelcome in Ulfheim. But the elves desperately needed the help of that very human. That's why they had resorted to bullying Damien to save face. But it was Damien, not the elves, who held the upper hand. "I have only one request. Include me in the assault team. If you don't, I'll leave the palace." "Go ahead and try. The enemy's main base is hidden underground. Only we elves here know its location," Esrinder said with his expression sour. Damien was carefully examining the elves in the council chamber. "What are you looking at?" "I was thinking about who to kidnap." What did you say? Even elves become talkative if you break their limbs." Esrinder's jaw dropped at Damien's words. Chapter 299, Attack Plan Part 2. "Hey Eos, are you just going to stand there and watch? Stop him right now," Esrinder urgently shouted at the Imperial Supreme Sword. However, the Imperial Supreme Sword responded with indifference. "Commander, you're asking an impossible thing. What did you say?" "Damien Haksen is not my subordinate. He isn't even a knight of the Empire. I'm not in a position to give him orders." "Still, stop him. Didn't you hear him say he's going to kidnap elves to find the location of Pandemonium Base?" The Imperial Supreme Sword then asked back as if he couldn't understand. "Damien Haksen is as skilled as I am. Are you saying we should turn such a strong warrior into an enemy when we're already at war?" "Didn't you hear him just now? Damien Haksen is going to—" "Damien, kidnapping is a bit much, don't you think?" "That's something I can't overlook," Damien shrugged and replied. "I'll let it slide this time because I respect you, but please don't stop me from leaving the palace. That's your choice to make." At their conversation, Esrinder slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Eos, are you mocking me right now?" "Commander, I came here to repay a debt my mother owed. I'm not your subordinate either." The tone of the Imperial Supreme Sword turned cold, causing Esrinder to shudder. "So decide. Will you agree to Damien's demands or just let him leave?" At the threat from the Imperial Supreme Sword, beads of cold sweat formed on Esrinder's forehead. A moment later, Damien and the Imperial Supreme Sword stepped out of the meeting room. "Damien, congratulations on joining the assault team." As soon as they were outside, the Imperial Supreme Sword spoke to Damien. In the end, the commander had decided to give in to Damien's demands. It was the inevitable outcome. Without Damien, it was Ulfheim that would be in trouble. "By the way, you really went all out. Honestly, I was shocked." Despite saying that, his expression hardly changed. "Why are you so determined to help Ulfheim, even with the way they treat you?" Damien couldn't understand. The Imperial Supreme Sword was a person with both skill and status. There was no need for him to be tied to Ulfheim. "They accepted my mother's remains." At that, Damien tilted his head in confusion. How could that be a reason? Elves despise humans. They see us as inferior species. That's why any type of relationship between elves and humans is seen as a felony in elves. Damien already knew this much. Elves had many abilities that humans lacked. They were beautiful, strong, and knew how to control spirits. For that reason, the elves considered humans inferior and racist towards them. But in reality, they were just defeated losers who had fled to an island because they couldn't compete with humans. If such a thing happens, that elf would be banished from the island, and they would never be able to return. The Imperial Supreme Sword turned his gaze out the window as he spoke. "My mother left the island to broaden her horizons, and that's when she met my father. She became pregnant with me and my sibling. She must have been very determined. At Damien's words, the Imperial Supreme Sword gave a bitter smile. Damien couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was the first time he had seen the Imperial Supreme Sword smile so sadly. I think it was just a youthful mistake. After being banished from Ulfheim for the sin of carrying us, she longed for her home every day. She passed away the year we became adults. For an elf, a race known for their long lifespans, living such a short life implied she had faced significant emotional turmoil. It was likely a combination of an unfamiliar environment and the longing for her homeland. My father wanted to bury her on our family's land, but my sibling and I felt differently. We wanted to fulfill our mother's final wish. So we went to Ulfheim. He spoke calmly, but it must have been incredibly difficult. Ulfheim was protected by the World Tree. Ulfheim stated that they could never accept my mother's remains because of their laws. However, Lady Mylene was kind to us. So the debt you mentioned is, the Imperial Supreme Sword nodded. Thanks to Lady Mylene, my sibling and I were able to bury our mother's remains in Ulfheim. I consider it a debt, but my sibling sees it differently. The Imperial Supreme Sword paused and looked up at the sky, but Damien could see his eyes becoming moist. I've rambled on with this boring story for too long. Come follow me. There are some elves I need to introduce to you. Are there more elves I need to meet? They're the ones who will attack Pandemonium's main base with you. The operation starts tomorrow, so it's best you get acquainted with them now. What are you doing? The Imperial Supreme Sword asked, as Damien suddenly started loosening up his body. Those elves are not going to trust me, so I'll need to prove my skills, won't I? Oh, you don't need to worry about that. These ones are different. Damien looked at the Imperial Supreme Sword with a puzzled expression. For now, just follow me. The Imperial Supreme Sword led Damien to the royal training grounds. About 10 elves were sparring, clashing their weapons against each other. As soon as the two entered the training grounds, the elves' attention shifted to them. Oh, it's Lord Eos. Is that really Lord Eos? The elves threw down their weapons and rushed towards the two. Their reaction was quite different from the commanders, and Damien couldn't help but blink in surprise. Eos, why are you only coming now? We've been waiting for you this whole time. There were two female elves clinging to the Imperial Supreme Sword with joyous faces. I heard earlier we are counterattacking Pandemonium base tomorrow, right? We're counting on you, Eos. Despite being closely flanked by two beautiful women, the expression of the Imperial Supreme Sword remained unchanged. Mata Hada, how many times have I told you not to do this? Oh, come on, it's not like we're doing anything wrong. Give us a break, especially with such a big mission ahead. No, the Imperial Supreme Sword firmly shook them off, leaving Mata and Hada with disappointed expressions. You're more popular than I expected, Damien whispered in the Imperial Supreme Sword's ear. The Imperial Supreme Sword responded nonchalantly. They see me as their mentor, probably because I taught them a few weapon techniques. Damien tilted his head with a puzzled expression. It wasn't just trust or respect. Mata and Hada's reactions seemed to go beyond that. Hey Eos, who's this human? Are you stupid? How could another human be in Ulfheim? Then could it be? Is this man Damien Haksen? Yes, your guess is correct. This is the very Damien Haksen who rescued Cynthia and fought against the Lord of Eternal Flame. Mata, Hada, and the other elves present all looked at Damien with curiosity and amazement. Damien, let me introduce you. These are Mata and Hada, the only two in Ulfheim currently able to summon a Spirit King. There used to be 3 of us, but that bastard, the Lord of Eternal Flame, killed our sister and stole her Spirit King. A bitter smile spread across Mata's face. And these elves here, they are spirit summoners capable of calling forth the highest-ranking spirits. All of them have joined the assault team. Damien looked at the elves with astonishment. It was no exaggeration to say that a spirit summoner capable of summoning a Spirit King was far more powerful than most master-class warriors. 2 spirit summoners who could call forth a Spirit King. 8 spirit summoners who could summon high-ranking spirits. This was essentially the full combat strength of Ulfheim gathered in one place. For tomorrow's operation, Damien will lead you instead of me. Huh. Wasn't he supposed to stay behind? He requested to join the assault team, so we decided to switch. The Imperial Supreme Sword spoke as if it were no big deal, but the elves' reactions were less than enthusiastic. Eos isn't going. I know that human is strong, but even so, with Eos not going, as the elves murmured among themselves, the Imperial Supreme Sword shouted, I can vouch for Damien Haksen's skills. This man is my equal in strength. It was similar to what he had told the commander, but this time the reaction was different. If Eos guarantees it, then I suppose we can trust him. Yeah, I heard he didn't back down an inch against the Lord of Eternal Flame, and not a single hostage was harmed. Just as the Imperial Supreme Sword had assured, the elves here trusted his word. Didn't I tell you, these ones are different? They really are, Damien replied with a wry smile. He hadn't expected the young elves to be so level-headed. The operation will take place tomorrow. I'll head outside the fortress to cause a disturbance and draw Pandemonium's main forces away. Meanwhile, you'll lead the elves in an assault on their headquarters. Are you sure you can handle this on your own? Damien asked, his voice laced with concern. Pandemonium currently had the Lord of Eternal Flame, who controlled the Spirit King, the four great demon kings, and even the leader of Pandemonium herself. It was possible that the Imperial Supreme Sword would have to face all of them alone. In response, the Imperial Supreme Sword tilted his head slightly and asked, "Are you joking right now? If so, I apologize for not laughing." That night, Damien left his chamber and ascended to the top of the fortress wall. No matter how long he lay with his eyes closed, he couldn't sleep. Just thinking about Darugo made his entire body heat up. The blood boiling in his veins made it impossible to find rest. Finally, tomorrow it all ends. Since his return, Damien had only one goal: to kill Darugo. As long as Darugo lived, Damien could never find true peace. He couldn't shake the fear that Darugo might appear at any moment to drag him and his family back into hellish moments. Damn bastard. Damien clutched the stone tightly and crushed it to powder. Memories of what Darugo had done to him slowly crept up from the depths of his mind. The despair he felt when Darugo massacred the mercenary group during their first encounter. The excruciating pain he endured when Darugo transformed him into a death knight. The feel of the blade in his hands as he slit his family's throats and drove the sword into their bellies. The screams, curses, and resentful cries of those he killed as a death knight. "I will kill you with my own hands." Damien tried to calm himself, but his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 300. Diversion Tactic Part 1. As dawn broke, the Imperial Supreme Sword donned his armor and went to the city walls. The Imperial Supreme Sword rested his chin on his hands and gazed down at the scene below the walls. Undead monsters reeking of decay clawed at the walls, letting out horrible howls. "Eos, switch roles with Damien Haksen, we still have time," Esrinder said with frustration. The Imperial Supreme Sword asked him a question in response. "Doesn't it look like it's going to rain?" Esrinder's face became red with anger and he howled back. "What are you talking about? The sky is totally clear. What rain could you possibly mean? It looks like a torrential downpour is coming today, so we should hurry with the operation." The Imperial Supreme Sword pulled out a plum-sized fruit from his pocket. Fruit was shimmering with a silver glow. This silver fruit was a rare treasure because this fruit was from the branches of the World Tree. Although incredibly precious, it had been given to him by Mylene specifically for this day. "Commander, the undeads might attack the castle while I'm gone. Please hold them off." "You don't pay attention to anything I say, do you?" Esrinder let out a deep sigh but quickly composed himself. "There's no choice since things have already unfolded this way. Leave this to me and do as you please." The Imperial Supreme Sword gave a slight nod before taking a bite of the World Tree's fruit. It wasn't sweet but had a refreshing taste. He chewed it thoroughly and swallowed it. Soon after, he expanded his senses. Then he looked eastward and murmured quietly, "Leo, so you're there." The Imperial Supreme Sword leaped from the city wall, landing in the midst of the undead horde. Kiek Kraak. The moment the Imperial Supreme Sword appeared, the undeads immediately charged at him. Even though they had rotting bodies, they couldn't be underestimated. They were all resurrected corpses, the monsters who once dominated the continent. Despite the undeads rushing towards him, the Imperial Supreme Sword did not draw his sword. He simply closed his eyes. Even with his eyes closed, the landscape around him vividly appeared in his mind. The royal castle of Ulfheim was behind him, the clear blue sky, and the undeads charging toward him. The Imperial Supreme Sword added a touch of imagination to this scene. He pictured the undeads rushing at him being sliced into pieces. As his mental image became crystal clear, lines appeared across the bodies of the undeads. The pieces of the undeads crumbled away, creating a wide clearing around the Imperial Supreme Sword. Heart Sword, this was the name of the realm the Imperial Supreme Sword had attained. Since mastering the Heart Sword, the Imperial Supreme Sword had gained the ability to manifest his mental images into reality. "Well then, shall I go see my brother?" With a strong push off the ground, the Imperial Supreme Sword moved along the newly cleared path. The remaining undeads tried to block his way, but it was futile. They all turned into mere chunks of meat. After a long walk, the Imperial Supreme Sword came to a stop. He spoke with a welcoming expression. "Leo, did you have a good dream last night?" The Lord of Eternal Flame was standing midst of several tents and frowned fiercely at the Imperial Supreme Sword. "So you've finally decided to kill me?" No, how could an elder brother kill his younger sibling?" Imperial Supreme Sword said as he raised his fist. "I just plan to give you a good beating. Then I'll make sure you serve your sentence in the Empire's prison." "Enough of your nonsense," the Lord of Eternal Flame said loudly, his eyes bulging with rage. "I can't understand you, brother. How can you side with those damned elves? Do you remember what they did to our mother, how they insulted us both?" The Lord of Eternal Flame couldn't calm himself. Instead, his rage only grew louder. "They called us filthy bastards born from a beast. They treated us like disgusting freaks, so why are you protecting those elves?" Say something. Our mother loved Ulfheim. The Imperial Supreme Sword's tightly closed lips finally opened. That's why I'm trying to protect Ulfheim, because that's what Mother would have wanted. I see there's no reasoning with you. From beneath the Lord of Eternal Flame's feet, dark red flames erupted. The flames soon took the form of a giant. The massive figure, impaled with stakes all over its body, looked at the Imperial Supreme Sword with half-dead eyes. Even though you are my brother, I will not forgive you if you stand in my way. It's a pity. I was planning to forgive you. Ridiculous, this isn't the time for you to be so smug. The Lord of Eternal Flame pointed upward, something dropped from the clouds drifting above. A beautiful woman with long jet-black hair descended from the sky. She was Hela, the leader of Pandemonium. Eos, it's been a while. Hela, you look just as you always have. Oh my, do you think I'm pleased by such compliments? Despite her words, Hela couldn't hide her delight. Seeing you face to face like this brings back memories of that night. You were stunning that night too. Oh my, if you keep saying things like that, you'll make me blush. You were quite dashing as well. Hela spoke with a flushed face, and the Imperial Supreme Sword also averted his gaze slightly, as if he was embarrassed. Only the Lord of Eternal Flame watched the two with a displeased expression. If someone saw this, they might think you are a couple, not an enemy. My, it seems the little one is quite upset, Hela said with a displeased expression. We should have been more considerate of my brother. Apologies, added the Imperial Supreme Sword. The two of them nodded in understanding while the Lord of Eternal Flame scowled deeply. Hela, you haven't changed your mind at this point, have you? As if I would. The more I reminisce, the stronger my desire grows to have Eos's head. Hela gazed at the Imperial Supreme Sword with eyes full of longing. Eos, do you think you can take on both of us? She asked with a smile. The Imperial Supreme Sword drew his sword and responded. Of course, that's been my plan from the start. A green light glimmered on the Imperial Supreme Sword's forehead, and a gust of wind suddenly enveloped his body. Before coming here, I ate the fruit of the World Tree. Consuming the fruit of the World Tree granted immense mana and enhanced physical abilities, but that wasn't why the Imperial Supreme Sword had consumed the fruit. Let me ask you instead, do you really think the two of you can take on someone empowered by the World Tree? As soon as the Imperial Supreme Sword moved, Damien advanced with the elves. Thanks to the undead army being drawn to the Imperial Supreme Sword, they were able to reach Pandemonium's hideout with relatively little trouble. This is where Pandemonium's main camp is hidden, Mata said, pointing toward the forest. To the naked eye, it appeared to be just a dense green forest. Wait here. Hada then pulled out a large leaf from his pocket. The leaf had an unusual silver hue, though no one explained, Damien recognized it immediately. A leaf of the World Tree. It had the power to dispel magic spells by restoring the natural flow of mana. Hada rubbed the leaf between her hands, causing it to crumble into silver dust and scattered it into the air. As the silver dust dispersed, the illusion magic concealing the forest began to dissolve. The lush forest scenery vanished completely. Instead of it, there was a barren plain. All the trees had been uprooted and left strewn. An enormous crater covered the empty plain, its size comparable to a lake. The hole was so deep it seemed as if the ground itself had been carved out entirely. How dare they do this to our island? Mata trembled with rage. The other elves stared at the crater with eyes filled with resentment. At that moment, Krayak, the undead, sensed that something was amiss and began charging toward the group. At a glance, it was clear these were no ordinary undead. They were flesh golems, and many grotesque creations were stitched together from various monsters. Damien drew his sword to deal with them, but the elves stopped him. Damien, we don't know what might be lurking down there. Save your strength for it. We'll handle these creatures, summon the spirits, everyone. Mata and Hada commanded the rest of the group. The elves immediately called forth their spirits. Various spirits, each unique in size and form, appeared, ranging from fiery bears to nimble rabbits. Despite their differences, they all shared one thing in common: they were all highest-ranking spirits. Creak. The flesh golems charged at the elves, but the spirit mages quickly ordered their spirits into action. The undeads were burnt by blazing flames, water droplets transformed into bullets that pierced their bodies, and razor-sharp winds shredded them to shreds. In the blink of an eye, the flesh golems were utterly destroyed. No matter how many times I see it, it is still impressive. Damien was once again amazed by the power of the spirits. Spirits were inherently powerful beings, often compared to natural disasters in their destructive potential. When combined with the guidance of a spirit mage, they were nearly unstoppable. It's over. Let's move on, Mata said, brushing off ash from her shoulder. Where do you think you're going? A chilling voice echoed from somewhere. In that instant, a black projectile shot toward Hada. It moved so fast that Hada didn't even have time to react. The projectile was aimed directly at her head. Damien caught it with his hand just before it struck. There was a dull sound as something exploded in his palm. Thank you. What was that? Hada said with a trembling voice because she realized just how close she had come to death. Damien, are you all right? Mata asked with a concerning voice. Damien casually dusted off his hand, showing that he was unharmed. The black projectile he had blocked was a chunk of aura blade. If Damien hadn't intervened, Hada would have been killed instantly. You blocked that. Your reflexes are impressive. A man emerged from behind one of the tents near the crater. There was something strange about his appearance. Where his arm should have been, there was instead a cylindrical weapon of some kind. And that wasn't all. One of his eyes was abnormally large, like a glass orb implanted into his face. Come on out, everyone. I thought this would be boring with just elves, but it seems we have an interesting guest. As the man raised his voice, others began to emerge from various spots. They too had grotesque appearances. Some had 4 arms, others had 6 eyes, and some even had the limbs of beasts. Each of them had a horrifying appearance. Human. Why is there a human here? You fool, that's him, Damien Haksen. Haven't you heard? Damien Haksen has come to the Ulfheim. The human that he wanted so badly, Damien Haksen. Kehe, that one's mine. I'm going to present his corpse to him. A figure screamed, cried, and then raged, looking like a madman. Despite their absurd behavior, the elves weren't laughing. Instead, their faces grew tense. Damien, those creatures are called Covenanters. They may look strange, but don't underestimate them. They're monsters among monsters, Mata warned him. They're said to be modified master-class warriors. Many renowned spirit mages have died at their hands. Hada also added with worrisome face. Seeing no way out, the 2 sisters summoned their spirit kings without any hesitation. A serpent made of water and a sparrow wreathed in lightning appeared before them. A spirit king? It's been a while since we've seen one. Yeah, not since we killed that spirit mage who wielded the fire spirit king, right? Even in the presence of the spirit kings, the Covenanters showed no fear. They seemed to regard them as minor obstacles. The spirit king is a bit troublesome. Don't overthink it. In the end, all we need to do is kill the spirit mage. Just like we did with that fire spirit king user. We just need to distract them and let the fastest one of us get close enough to slit their throat. When a spirit mage dies, their spirits lose their power and become weak. Thus, the fundamental strategy when fighting a spirit mage is to target the mage themselves. Not long ago, Hada hadn't even been able to react to a Covenanter's attack, boosting their confidence to the utmost level. A mere monster dares to look down on us. I'll turn you all to ash before you can even approach us, Mata and Hada shouted with burning resolve. Just then Damien stepped forward, pushing past the sisters. They looked at him in surprise. Damien, we told you to conserve your strength. I've found it. Damien's eyes locked onto the Covenanters. The traces left on your bodies, it's definitely Dorugo's work. There was no mistaking it. Damien had experienced it firsthand when he was transformed into a Death Knight, and after that he had seen Dorugo modify countless others. He had grown sick of that sight. So this is it. This is where Dorugo, that fucking bastard. That piece of trash is here. His emotions surged. Joy and exhilaration vied for dominance within him. A monster held out one arm toward Damien. The cylindrical weapon where his hand should have been began to gather mana and fired a black bullet. The bullet grazed Damien's cheek, then slammed into the ground and caused a massive explosion. Scarlet flames shot up to the sky and the elves looked with terror in their eyes. How dare you insult Lord Dorugo, the man said with displeased expression. Lord Dorugo is a being far beyond your comprehension. Even in his absence you should show respect, otherwise. Suddenly Damien's body vanished. What? The man's face filled with confusion and the other Covenanters frantically searched their surroundings. At that moment a shadow loomed over the man's face. Descending from the sky, Damien stomped down on the man's face with all his might. The impact immediately crushed the man's head into the ground, shattering the land around him. The man's body trembled violently with his head buried in the ground, then went still like a puppet with its strings cut. What was that about showing respect? To Dorugo? Damien asked as he turned to the other grotesque figures. His voice was calm, but his eyes were full of killing intent. I'm asking you right now. What did you just tell me to do? There was no response, only a heavy silence hung in the air. Chapter 301, Diversion Tactic Part 2. The Covenanters stared at Damien with trembling eyes. They already knew Damien was powerful. After all, he had single-handedly slain SLA, one of the pillars of Pandemonium. Because of this, they believed they had been cautious enough of him. But the power Damien possessed far exceeded their expectations. Why is no one answering? Damien asked again. The Covenanters shuddered involuntarily. If you won't answer, then there's no need to keep you alive. Damien slowly drew his sword. The chilling sound of the blade scraping against the scabbard echoed in the air. The Covenanters only come to their senses after that. They immediately summoned all their dark mana. Damien Haksen. Do you dare look down on us? For Lord Dorugo, we will kill you here and now. They knew that half-hearted effort would only lead to their deaths. They had to give it their all from the start. Almost simultaneously, all the Covenanters launched their attacks at Damien. Various deadly assaults erupted from the altered bodies that Darugo had reshaped. Every single attack was full-packed with tremendous destructive power. Just before the attacks reached him, Damien murmured quietly, "Second wheel." Damien's presence surged in an instant, overwhelming the force of the Covenanters. The sword in Damien's grip accelerated. It moved so quickly that it seemed to multiply into dozens of blades. The sword sliced through the Covenanters' bodies in various places. A vicious shaking began to occur throughout the Covenanters' bodies as they froze mid-attack. Click. Damien Haksen sheathed his sword. Only then did blood burst forth from every part of the Covenanters' bodies. Their joints and tendons were all severed and their vital organs were torn apart. Most importantly, their necks were completely severed from the rest of their bodies. The heads of the Covenanters fell to the ground one after another, and then their bodies collapsed lifelessly. Not a single Covenanter remained alive. They had all been turned into corpses. The elves standing behind watching Damien with shocked expressions. It is said that the Covenanters were so feared that they were called the nightmares of spirit mages because they were such terrifying monsters. Yet in the blink of an eye they had lost their lives. They hadn't even had time to resist, let alone react. In this moment, the elves realized why the Imperial Supreme Sword had said they could trust Damien. "Now let's move." Damien turned to the elves and spoke. The elves silently nodded in agreement. In a dark room, Darugo sat at her throne, clutching her head. "It hurts. It feels like my head is going to explode." Recently, Darugo had been suffering from relentless headaches that came at any time. Neither medicine nor dark magic could help. The headaches followed her like a curse. "What are you doing? Why are you just sitting there?" "Kill him," I said, "kill him. If he's around, everything will fail." A strange voice kept echoing in her head, and with every second that went by, her headache grew more intense. "You fool. How can you not remember the most important thing? What good are eyes if you can't see the greatest danger?" Darugo grabbed her head with both hands. Today the pain was worse than ever. Darugo banged her head against the wall, unable to endure the unbearable pain. At that point someone knocked and a colossal figure entered. It was Epsilon, the oldest of the four great demon kings. "Mother, we have an intruder." Darugo looked at Epsilon. "An intruder? Has the Imperial Supreme Sword finally found this place?" Darugo showed none of the signs of worry despite the news of an intruder. "All that tedious effort to leak information has paid off. I've finally lured him out of the castle. Now it's all coming together. Now it's done." Epsilon shook his head and said, "No, it's Damien Haksen." "Damien Haksen. What about the Imperial Supreme Sword?" "I was just about to explain that." Epsilon approached a large mirror on one side of the room. As he infused dark mana into the mirror, it reflected a scene from somewhere else. In the scene, the Imperial Supreme Sword was fighting Hela and the Lord of Eternal Flame. Darugo stared at the Imperial Supreme Sword for a moment before murmuring, "A diversion tactic, huh?" The Imperial Supreme Sword is the bait, and meanwhile Damien Haksen was sent to attack this place. Darugo laughed so hard her whole body started shaking. "Fools. They still haven't figured out my true goal. The fall of Ulfheim was only a secondary objective. The true goal of Darugo was to kill the Imperial Supreme Sword." Darugo thought the Imperial Supreme Sword was the threat that a mysterious voice had warned her about. After all, there was no knight on the continent superior to the Imperial Supreme Sword. In other words, once the Imperial Supreme Sword was dead, she could finally be free of these unbearable headaches. Those preparations have become useless, but it doesn't matter. That monstrous man has come out of hiding, and that's the main thing. The thought of killing the Imperial Supreme Sword filled Darugo with excitement. A bright smile spread across her face. "Then let's go take the life of the Imperial Supreme Sword." She rose from her chair and grabbed her staff, then began walking. "Oh, but before that we need to deal with Damien Haksen. Inform the others to take care of him." But there was no response. Darugo couldn't help but feel puzzled. "What's the matter? We have a problem. Damien is approaching this place far too quickly." "What do you mean?" "The Covenanters are guarding the way, aren't they?" The Covenanters were warriors that Darugo had carefully selected. Recognizing their talents early on, Darugo had invested heavily in them since their youth. After they grew strong, he modified them, making them even more powerful. 2 Covenanters could kill an ordinary giant evil, and 5 could take on the pillars of Pandemonium. In fact, they had proven their worth by killing a spirit mage who commanded the Fire Spirit King. The Covenanters were all killed without lasting a single exchange. Darugo stared at Epsilon with a bewildered expression. "The Covenanters couldn't hold out for even a moment." "That's correct. If it had been anyone other than Epsilon reporting this, Darugo would have scolded them for spouting nonsense. But Epsilon wasn't the type to lie, unlike the other demon kings. At present, Damien Haksen's strength is beyond measure. While it's true that if we unleash our true forms, we could kill him without much trouble, the issue was time. If Damien is stronger than we anticipated, the battle could drag on. We might miss the chance to confront the Imperial Supreme Sword. Crackle. Darugo clenched her teeth without realizing it. The headache began to worsen again. Damien Haksen, that fucking brat, constantly getting in my way. Darugo's face was filled with fierce anger. Damien had always been like that, disrupting and ruining Darugo's plans. At first, Darugo had been interested in him, thinking he might make a useful undead, but now all she felt was endless hatred. "Mother, what do you wish to do?" Epsilon asked calmly. In deep thought, Darugo bit the bone on the tip of her thumb before making a decision. "We'll avoid confronting Damien Haksen, activate the dimensional portal and head to where the Imperial Supreme Sword is." Understood. "I'll have preparations made immediately, but it would be a shame to just let Damien Haksen go." A strange smile formed on Darugo's lips. "Prepare to activate that trap. It was designed for the Imperial Supreme Sword, so it should work on him too." Elves made a mistake. Although they had discovered Pandemonium's stronghold, they were missing a critical detail. But what awaited them here wasn't victory, only a gruesome death. "Damien Haksen, I'll show you true despair." Darugo muttered with a twisted smile as she stepped out of her laboratory. Damien descended into the hole with the elves. The cave spread out from the large central pit like an anthill. Kayak, creak, undead creatures leaped out trying to stop the group, but it was pointless. Annoying pests. With a single swing of Damien's sword, they all reverted to lifeless corpses. "Aren't we the ones who should be fighting? Damien needs to conserve his strength, right?" Mata asked Hada. Hada looked troubled. "You're right, but it's not the right time to say anything." Though Damien's face was expressionless, the elves instinctively sensed it. Damien was deeply enraged. Even though he was their ally, Damien exuded such a murderous aura that no one dared to speak to him. Besides, it doesn't look like he's wasting any strength. To the two elves, Damien's movements appeared exceptionally precise and controlled. Yet they were powerful. No matter how many undead there were, he cut them down with a single strike. Just then Damien muttered something under his breath. "We've reached the bottom. Prepare yourselves." At those words, Mata and Hada stopped talking. The other elves also became serious. When Damien emerged from the cave, a vast space appeared before them. There was no ceiling, only the sky above. They had finally reached the bottom of the pit. A giant magic circle was etched into the ground. It was identical to the one they had seen before at the Pandemonium Fortress. But Damien didn't have time to focus on the magic circle. A dimensional portal was open in the distance. Through the gate, the four great demon kings were visible. However, Damien's attention wasn't on them. Instead, he fixated on a smaller figure clad in a gray robe. The moment Damien saw that gray robe, he shouted, "Darugo!" The gray-robed figure turned its gaze toward Damien. Two red lights glowed from inside the skull and locked onto Damien. Chapter 302. Diversion Tactic Part 3. Damien Haksen lived a pitiful life. Have you completely lost your mind, causing trouble in a tavern and getting thrown out? Do you have any idea how much disgrace you've brought upon our family because of you? He squandered the family's wealth and wounded those closest to him. In the end, even his family cast him aside. "Leave, never come back. If you dare to return, I'll kill you with my own hands." Wandering the back alleys, the only place that accepted Damien Haksen was Juan's mercenary group. "Hey young man, let's see what you've got." "Well, you have as sharp a skill as a knight despite how you look. Welcome to our mercenary group." Juan wasn't particularly strong, but he was a good person. The other members were the same. "Damien, you rascal, I never thought you'd actually beat a knight." "Brother, I'll follow you wherever you go. I trust only in you." Those were truly happy days. For the first time in his life, Damien felt a sense of belonging. That was until he met Darugo. "Fresh corpses have walked right into my domain." It was supposed to be a simple task, hunt down monsters terrorizing a village. But in the forest where they went to complete that task, Juan's mercenary group encountered the lick Darugo. "Arg, my arm is rotting away." "Brother, run, we can't defeat that monster." "Damien, go, you have to escape." Darugo slaughtered the entire mercenary group. She left only one person alive, Damien. A human with such immense talent, even my evil eye cannot fully comprehend it. Damien's talent piqued Darugo's interest. "But your talent is tragically underdeveloped. Your natural laziness has stunted it." "Don't worry. From now on, I'll make sure your talent fully blossoms." His nightmarish life began at that moment. Darugo dissected Damien alive and injected strange concoctions into him. Each time the drugs were injected, Damien felt an overwhelming sense of foreignness and excruciating pain. "Please, stop, please, I'm begging you." Unable to endure it any longer, Damien desperately pleaded with Darugo. But Darugo ignored Damien's words entirely. "Your bones are too weak. Should I replace them with alloy? Are you even listening to me? What about your muscles? Should I enhance them naturally or replace them with artificial ones? It hurts so much. Please, I'm begging you. Let's start by replacing your organs. You'll need them to survive the upcoming experiments." Stop. Stop it, you fucking monster. Contrary to his pleas, the horrific torment continued. How much time had passed, Damien eventually became the undead creation Dorugo desired. Finally, it's complete. Damien couldn't help but feel relieved, thinking that it was over, but the real hell was just about to begin. Where am I? Before he realized it, Damien found himself trapped in a dark space. What is this? Why can't I move? His arms and legs were bound to a chair, making it impossible to move even an inch. Even his head was fixed in place. He couldn't turn it or move it up and down. Is anyone there? Please help me. After shouting for what seemed like ages, a window appeared in front of Damien. To his shock, Dorugo's face appeared on the other side. She examined Damien through the window and spoke. Just as I hoped, your consciousness has been completely eradicated. You were getting quite noisy, but now I'm pleased. From now on, you are my knight, Death Knight Damien Haksen. During the process of turning him into a Death Knight, Dorugo had wiped away Damien's consciousness. However, Damien hadn't truly disappeared. Instead, he found himself trapped in this dark space. With his entire body immobilized, there was nothing Damien could do. The only freedom he had left was to stare through the small window in front of him. Damien, my knight, now let's show the world your true power. Dorugo soon began her war of destruction. While the giant evils of Pandemonium wreaked havoc across the lands, she led Damien to the neighboring territories. Go. Kill everything you see. Damien's body faithfully carried out Dorugo's orders. He cleaved a farmer in half as he was plowing the field. He tore the head off a passing shepherd. He crushed a fleeing mother and daughter underfoot. Stop, please. Stop. Damien was still bound to the chair and could only watch helplessly as these horrors unfolded before him. He wanted to look away, but he couldn't. His head was fixed and he couldn't turn his gaze. Mama. Maramea, God will never forgive such atrocities. Even when he closed his eyes, the screams echoed in his ears. But it wasn't just the screams. He could hear the sound of flesh being sliced, torn, and crushed. All kinds of horrible noises assaulted his eardrums and burrowed into his mind. What are you doing to my people? Cease this madness at once. Before long, a knight appeared, leading a group of soldiers. I am August, a high-class knight. Death Knight, despite your size, your skills are nothing special. Wait, no, how did you see through my technique? At first, Damien was overwhelmed by the knight. He was barely able to defend against the attacks, but soon the tide turned. Damien perfectly anticipated the knight's moves and drove a sword through his chest. After killing the knight, Damien slaughtered the remaining soldiers. Over 1,000 men were reduced to corpses in an instant. Blood flowed like rivers. The field was covered with bodies. In the middle of it all, Damien stood, drenched in blood. Uwug, unable to bear it, Damien dry-heaved over and over again. From that point on, Damien continued to kill under Dorugo's command. Before long, the number of people Damien had killed surpassed millions. Stop it. This is my body, stop, I said stop. Damien desperately tried to regain control of his body, but all efforts were in vain. Someone please kill me, please. Stop me. Eventually, Damien gave up trying to regain control. Instead, he wished for someone to kill him. But that hope was futile. When he met opponents of equal strength, he always won. When he faced stronger enemies, he still emerged victorious. With each battle, Damien grew even stronger. By the time he reached the point where he could perfectly mimic a technique after seeing it just once, there was no one left who could stand against him. Around that time, Damien gave up on everything. He sat in the chair, spending his days in despair. That is, until the moment he drove a sword into his father's heart. What? Why is my father? No, stop. Please stop. Damien realized too late what had happened and screamed in agony, but it was pointless. Brother, why are you doing this? Please stop. I'm begging you, stop. The same was true when he severed his younger brother's head. You're still alive, but in that form. He couldn't stop himself from killing his mother either. Damien, you must have been unhappy. In the end, Damien could only watch helplessly as his elder sister died. Dorugo. Dorugo, in the darkness, Damien wept tears of blood and screamed. Dorugo was laughing gleefully and spoke to him. How did it feel to kill the family that cast you out? I prepared that just for you. Dorugo didn't have any grand reason for making Damien kill his own family. It was purely for her amusement, simple entertainment. She gave those horrific commands just for her own pleasure. Haha, of course you probably didn't feel anything, but I thoroughly enjoyed it. Watching you killing your family was truly a good spectacle. On that day, Damien made a vow. He would kill that damned skeleton with his own hands. He would avenge his family even if it cost him everything. Dorugo. In the present moment, Damien screamed and his voice filled with fury. The voice echoed through the entire cavern. Stay right where you are. I'm going to kill you right now. The pent-up rage exploded with an enormous amount of killing intent. Even the elves were affected by his killing intent. Cuts appeared on their bodies as if they'd been grazed by invisible blades. Damien Haksen, calm down, Mata shouted, but it was no use. All of Damien's focus was on Dorugo. At that moment, the dimensional portal began to slowly close. The thought that Dorugo might escape caused Damien's eyes to burn with fury. Where do you think you're going? Stop right there, Damien sprinted toward the closing gate, channeling his mana into dawn. From the moment he'd learned that the four great demon kings could open dimensional portals, Damien had been preparing for this. He knew exactly how to prevent their escape. Damien's swordsmanship had reached a level where he could cut through the very fabric of dimensions, so reopening the closing gate with a slash was easy. I told you to stop, just a few more steps. If he could just reach it, he could slash the gate and stop Darugo. He could finally kill her. His heart raced with anticipation, his mind burned with feverish excitement. But then it happened. Suddenly the magic circle on the ground lit up and demonic energy surged from it. At the same time, an earthquake shook the island. It wasn't a normal tremor, the entire island was trembling. And that wasn't the only anomaly. Gawk, aha, elves screamed as they collapsed. Their cries made Damien hesitate for a moment. I can't breathe, cough, cough. Their once vibrant skin was rapidly withering. Their hair became brittle and dry. But what shocked Damien the most was the waning power of the spirits within the elves. Damien found himself torn between the elves and Darugo. In his heart, he wanted nothing more than to chase after Darugo and kill her, but doing so would surely mean the elves' deaths. He had no personal connection to them. Damien didn't even know their names. But the cries and curses of the elves he had slaughtered in his past life held him back. Damn it! Damien clenched his eyes shut and turned away, running toward the elves. In the meantime, the dimensional gate fully closed and Darugo's presence vanished completely. Damien Haksen, yes, I'm here. Damien quickly opened his subspace and pulled out potions for the elves. He also used the divine power of dawn to try and heal them. Cough. However, the elves showed no signs of improvement. They were still dying moment by moment. What is this? Damien channeled his mana into their bodies to assess their condition. The connection to the world tree is severed. Elves derive their life force and spirit energy from the world tree. That connection had suddenly been severed, and now the elves were dying as a result. No way. Damien extended his senses further. It was only then that he realized it. The energy of the world tree, which had once surrounded the entire island, had vanished. Something catastrophic had occurred. He examined the magic circle on the ground. Earlier, in his rage, he hadn't noticed. This magic circle was similar to the one he had seen in the fortress, but not totally identical. The magic circle in the fortress was designed to inject the demon's energy into the roots of the world tree, but this magic circle, this one is activating a demonic energy inside it. Finally, Damien understood what Darugo had done to the island. She had injected demonic energy into the roots of the world tree and then activated a powerful demonic ability. If it's a power strong enough to affect the world tree, it would require at least the power of a Marquis-class demon. And recently, Damien had encountered a demon even stronger than that, Vahel, a Duke-class demon who wielded the power of isolation. So that's why she summoned the demon. To kill the world tree. At that moment, an explosion suddenly erupted from the walls. The explosions happened all at once, causing the entire cavern to collapse. Tons of dirt and rubble buried Damien and the elves underneath. Why did you close the dimensional portal so quickly? Darugo asked in a displeased tone. Lambda calmly explained. Damien Haksen, capable of crossing the portal. Risk of gate intrusion. You could have just stopped him. There is always the possibility. Despite the explanation, Darugo's mood didn't improve. The mention of Damien somehow continued to bother her. I didn't even get a good look at his face. Darugo sighed with a hint of regret and turned around. Imperial Supreme Sword, how are you? Darugo's gaze now focused on the scene where the Imperial Supreme Sword was locked in battle with Hela and the Lord of Eternal Flame. Surprisingly, the battle seemed totally one-sided. Hela and the Lord of Eternal Flame bore numerous injuries, while the Imperial Supreme Sword remained unscathed. There was no expression on the Imperial Supreme Sword's face. He was staring blankly at something far in the distance. The world tree is dying. At the center of the island, the world tree was darkening, falling to dust as its branches crumbled. What have you done? The Imperial Supreme Sword's face flared with anger for a moment, but then it returned to its calm demeanor. Answer me, I'm asking you what you've. Why are you so calm? I can't understand it at all. Darugo spread her arms and the four great demon kings stepped forward. You no longer have the support of the world tree. Meanwhile, I've arrived with reinforcements. The leader of Pandemonium, the Lord of Eternal Flame, and now the four great demon kings stood against him. Was that supposed to be a joke? Even in the face of such odds, the Imperial Supreme Sword didn't falter. Sorry, I realized it too late. I couldn't laugh with you. On the contrary, his aura grew even stronger. The Imperial Supreme Sword still hadn't shown his true power. So, it's you, you're the one, the greatest threat that must be eliminated. If I kill you, I'll finally be free. Darugo spoke to the Lord of Eternal Flame. Leo, use it. Leo immediately pulled something from his cloak, a pitch-black dagger. The sight of it made the Imperial Supreme Sword furrow his brow. A dagger infused with demonic energy. Leo, why do you have that? Leo didn't respond. Instead, he smiled and stabbed the dagger into his own heart. Leo, in that moment, the Imperial Supreme Sword felt a violent shock. Gah, his mana flow stilled. His blood stopped circulating. Even as he breathed, no air filled his lungs. It wasn't poison, it wasn't a curse, this was. He used blood as a medium, manifested the power of a Duke-class demon into your body. Darugo laughed as she explained. No matter how hard you try, you are unable to deal with this. Chapter 303, Memory Part 1. The mention of a Duke-class demon made the Imperial Supreme Sword recall the demon that had recently fought against the Church Vahel. Duke-class demon with the power of isolation. His favorite tactic was to attack his enemies with a solid square pillar that he created by isolating a certain area of space. His abilities also allowed him to isolate the 5 senses of his targets. As the Imperial Supreme Sword pieced it all together, he realized what had happened to his body. You've isolated every flow within my body. Smart. Nothing changes even though you are aware of the nature of the curse. Darugo sneered. The powers of demons are on a different level than mere curses. A human body like yours can't possibly undo it. Darugo glanced over at the Lord of Eternal Flame and added, Leo, you did well. Without you, we couldn't have cornered the Imperial Supreme Sword. The Lord of Eternal Flame said nothing and silently endured his own suffering from the demonic power. His eyes were filled with nothing but hatred for the Imperial Supreme Sword. Leo, you must have resented me so much, but I can't grant your wish. The Imperial Supreme Sword calmly assessed his own condition. Although the flow within him was isolated, he could still breathe, even if just slightly. While his blood flowed weakly, he could still move a faint amount of mana. Vahel's power of isolation wasn't perfect. The fact that the Imperial Supreme Sword was still alive was proof of that. He began to resist the power, pushing it back and attempting to regain control over his own body. I can hardly believe it, even though I'm seeing it with my own eyes, Hela remarked with surprise. She had already noticed the changes happening in the Imperial Supreme Sword's body, resisting a demon's power with sheer will. I guess I can't afford to hold back anymore. She channeled a vast amount of dark mana into her legs, lowering her body like a sprinter about to take off. With a deafening boom, Hela kicked off the ground and moved at lightning speed. A streak of light shot toward the Imperial Supreme Sword. Hela was a master of quick sword. Her movements and sword techniques had already reached the speed of light. As she became a flash of light, she swung her sword, intending to decapitate the Imperial Supreme Sword in a single slash. In that moment, the Imperial Supreme Sword envisioned a single image in his mind, a sword that could strike down light. As that image solidified, a sharp sound echoed through the air and Hela's sword was deflected. But the Imperial Supreme Sword's vision didn't end there. He envisioned a counterattack, a strike chasing after Hela as she retreated. Invisible slashes rained down on her and she was forced to parry each one as she backed away. Eos, you monster, Hela shouted while laughing gleefully. Despite her attacks being neutralized, she seemed thrilled. Your heart sword still stands strong, does it? Just as I expected from the man I acknowledge. Even though he was dying from the demon's power, the Imperial Supreme Sword's heart sword remained formidable. But how many times can you use your heart sword with that body of yours? The Imperial Supreme Sword was dying from the effects of isolation. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to keep using his heart sword in his current state. And I'm not alone. The 4 great demon kings had by now assembled behind Hela. Though the Lord of Eternal Flame was out of the fight, 4 even stronger beings had taken his place. The Imperial Supreme Sword, on the other hand, had lost the support of the World Tree and was slowly being killed by the demonic energy. The Imperial Supreme Weapon raised his sword, ready to take on Hela and the 4 great demon kings despite the grave circumstances. Eos, just give up, at least die peacefully. I can't do that. Why are you so stubborn? Those elves never recognize you as their own. At Hela's question, the Imperial Supreme Sword forced a bitter smile. A young elf who had ventured outside the island to broaden her horizons had fallen in love with an imperial noble. On the surface, it seemed like a beautiful romance straight out of a melodramatic novel. But the reality was far from that. His mother was expelled from Ulfheim after becoming pregnant. She couldn't receive the World Tree's vitality and grew emaciated with each passing day. His father no longer loved her, having lost interest in her once beautiful appearance. From the beginning, he had another wife and an heir to continue his lineage. He disregarded his 2 half-elf sons as well as the elf, giving them no attention at all. Not only was she abandoned by her hometown, but she was betrayed by the man she loved. How much suffering and pain must she have endured? Even the young Imperial Supreme Sword felt pity for his mother. He felt she was unjustly pitied and was deeply sorry for the pain brought upon her life because of them. Eos, what would you like to eat for dinner tonight? Yet the mother held no resentment towards her sons. Leo, you've grown up now. Eos, didn't I tell you not to fight with your brother? Just wait a little longer, I'll make you a beautiful garment from this yarn. In fact, she gave him all the love his father never gave him. Thanks to her, Eos felt the absence of his father less keenly, but the mother did not live long. She collapsed the year her sons came of age. Ulfheim, I want to run through its forests. Until her death, the mother longed for Ulfheim, unable to forget her homeland even after being cast out. That's why the Imperial Supreme Sword had come here, to repay his mother's love and to protect the homeland she cherished until the end. Hela, your rambling is unnecessary, or are you afraid of me? At the Imperial Supreme Sword's provocation, Hela snickered and launched herself forward. A flash of light came hurtling towards him. Following that, the four great demon kings charged. With an explosion, chunks of debris began to rain down. Damien could have easily escaped through the debris on his own. But the problem was the elves. He had no time to save them and escape simultaneously. Darugo, you bastard! It was clearly a trap. Damien roared in anger and swung his sword. The aura blade released from Dawn pierced through the falling debris. For a moment the ceiling was cleared, but it was only for an instant. The gap was quickly filled as the falling debris continued to pour in. Damien desperately tried to think, searching for a way to save the elves and escape. Damien Haksen. At that moment Hada, who had collapsed on the ground, managed to speak with great effort. Leave us and escape, at least you should run. Damien's body stiffened at those words. Unpleasant memories resurfaced. Brother, run away, you can't defeat them. His teeth clenched. His head felt like it was going to burst from the intense fury. He was deeply disturbed. The thought of being toyed with by Darugo, of having to sacrifice something because of Darugo, the irritation and frustration were overwhelming, almost unbearable. At that moment a crushing headache overwhelmed him. It wasn't ordinary pain, it felt like his head was going to explode. Damien clutched his head with both hands, struggling to endure the pain. Suddenly Damien's vision went dark and a familiar scene appeared before him. A burning and destroyed castle, undead creatures massacring people. Damien stood atop a high tower overlooking the scene. Could this be? Damien recognized the place from both his past and present lives. It was the Imperial Palace. As this realization hit him, a familiar voice came from behind. Save me, please. The headless body of Darugo was pleading desperately. In front of Darugo stood a knight in black armor. Damien's eyes widened at the sight. That knight was his past self, a Damien Haksen who transformed into a Death Knight. At that moment, Damien understood what the memory he was witnessing was about. He was seeing the moments right before his regression. Go to hell! The past Damien ruthlessly crushed Darugo's head until it turned to dust. Who are you? A middle-aged man standing a little further away asked in confusion. It was Emperor Howard Adelard of the Empire. But the past Damien didn't even glance at the Emperor. There is still work to be done. The past Damien held Erebos upside down and brought the sword's tip to his chest. I apologize, I'm sorry. Without hesitation, the past Damien drove Erebos into his chest. Erebos pierced through his chest and protruded out the back, leading to the past Damien's death. This much was familiar to Damien, but the memory didn't end there. Suddenly, a strange power began to flow from the wound in his chest. It wasn't mana, dark mana, divine power, or even the demonic energy. Why was this power stored in my body? The past Damien looked down at his chest in bewilderment. Then a magic circle suddenly appeared on Damien's skin. The circle was densely engraved all over his body. The past Damien examined the circle and anger filled his eyes. Darugo, was this your doing? What were you planning to do with my body? The past Damien tried to erase the magic circle, but it was futile. The circle only glowed brighter. Eventually, even the 7 symbols embedded on the back of his hand began to shine. The power erupting from Damien's body flowed into the 7 symbols, causing all 7 authorities to manifest simultaneously. Unable to endure the manifestation of all authorities, Damien's body began to collapse. Soon, a black hole formed in the air. The black hole sucked in Damien, then continued to pull in Darugo's lifeless body, and finally Emperor Howard Adelard. The black hole closed after absorbing them. At that moment, Damien came to his senses, returning from the memory to reality. If Damien wasn't mistaken, what he had seen was a memory from the past. A memory he had even forgotten, unaware of its existence. Mylene was right. The reason Damien could reverse time was due to these authorities. It was simply that he had failed to realize it because the memory had been erased. Darugo, you intended to offer me as a sacrifice. Damien's body was destroyed by the activation of the ritual. Clearly, Darugo had planned to destroy the Empire and then sacrifice Damien to return to the past. Even tearing you to shreds 1,000 times wouldn't be enough for you, you fucking bitch. The thought of being used by Darugo until the very end fueled Damien's rage. However, he had to set aside his emotions for now. Debris from the ceiling began to pile up on the floor. At this rate, the elves would be buried under the rubble and die. Suddenly, Damien recalled Mylene's words. Darugo had combined authorities to restore things. The way the missing parts were perfectly restored seemed like rewinding time, and Damien had seen how Darugo had tried to rewind time in his past memories. If I've seen it, I should be able to do it. That's the kind of person I am. But there weren't enough authorities. Damien had only unlocked 5 authorities. He needed the demonic energy to unlock more authorities. Damien knelt and placed his hands on the magic circle on the floor. If it was Darugo's magic circle, Damien could handle it too. As he infused it with dark mana, the magic circle on the floor began to glow. If I can activate the magic circle, I can also stop it. Damien first halted the demonic energy seeping into the world tree. Be breath, I can breathe. The elves gasped for breath, their connection to the world tree restored. Next, Damien extracted the demonic energy through the magic circle. Demonic energy was released from the magic circle and Damien absorbed all of it. Then one of the dormant authorities awakened, the authority of sloth. It was the power to manipulate time. In his past life, Damien had used this power to accelerate or slow down an enemy's movements. Or at least, that was all he had been able to do, but now it was different. Damien used the authority of envy on his own mana. He transformed it using the mysterious energy he had seen in his memories. He amplified the energy with the authority of wrath. With this amplified energy, he activated both the authority of pride and sloth simultaneously. The authorities connected and unleashed a new ability. The falling debris gradually slowed down until it completely stopped in midair. M moved. W, what's happening? The elves looked up in astonishment at the suspended debris. Damien intensified the ability. The debris began to rise back up into the sky. The destroyed space began to revert to its original state. It returned to exactly how it had been before. The elves stared at Damien in dazed silence. The power Damien displayed was something even magic and spirits couldn't achieve. The elves looked at him as if they were facing a deity. Ha ha, Damien exhaled heavily. Despite just a brief use of this power, both his stamina and mana were completely depleted. Is everyone all right? Damien asked the elves. They nodded slowly. That's good. You all stay here and recover your strength. Though it felt like he was going to collapse from the strain of using many authorities, there was still more to be done. Damien headed toward the spot where the dimensional portal had opened. The dimensional portal was already closed, leaving nothing behind. But with the authority of pride, Damien could still see it. He could see the traces left by the opening and closing of the dimensional gate. The authority of pride dealt with space. Thus, reopening a closed dimensional portal was possible. Damien squeezed out the remaining mana and activated the authority of pride. The closed dimensional portal was reopened again. Without hesitation, Damien threw himself through the dimensional portal. It was as if a storm had swept through. The entire field was utterly destroyed. It looked as if an earthquake had struck. The ground was split open and exposing its depths. Kof, the Imperial Supreme Sword, was at the center of the devastation. His body was covered in wounds. He was bleeding from his mouth, possibly from internal injuries. How can you still be alive? Hela asked in disbelief. The head of Pandemonium and the 4 great demon kings had coordinated their attack. Despite that, the Imperial Supreme Sword had held his ground. Though the 4 great demon kings hadn't revealed their true forms, it was clearly an extraordinary situation. I'm curious too, why haven't you managed to kill me yet? Hela wryly smiled at those words. Impressive, Eos, impressive, but do you think I don't know that you've truly reached your limit? To prove Hela's words true, the Imperial Supreme Sword knelt on the ground. Hela approached him closely. Despite the enemy being right in front of him, the Imperial Supreme Sword couldn't lift his sword. Ha! The Imperial Supreme Sword looked up at the sky. He had been able to read the flow of fate since his birth. Even now, he was peering into his destiny. The tumultuous flow of fate was illuminating a single path, death. The fate that had been foretold long ago was coming for him. Eos, your head will become my greatest treasure. I hope you'll clean it daily. Hela raised his sword high. The Imperial Supreme Sword did not close his eyes. He kept them open to witness his destiny until the very end. But something strange appeared in Eos's eyes. What? The flow of fate had become chaotic again. The inevitable death that had approached was beginning to scatter. Could it be? A dimensional portal opened above the Imperial Supreme Sword. From it, Damien Haksen emerged. As soon as Damien appeared, he swung his sword at Hela. Hela Fallen dodged the attack, retreating and staring at Damien with disbelief. How did you get here? Daddy's home. You motherfuckers! Having said that, Damien ignored Hela and turned his attention towards a nearby standing skeleton and yelled again. Darugo! He focused solely on the one person, shouting with all the hatred he had, stay right there. I'm going to send you straight to hell right now. Chapter 304, Memory Part 2, you reopened a dimensional portal. Darugo murmured in shock at Damien's sudden appearance. How did a knight open a dimensional portal? Did he have helpers, or did he use an artifact? Either way, it's amazing. It was unexpected that Damien had followed them here, but it wasn't a major problem. Even with the Imperial Supreme Sword in a near-death state, Damien Haksen alone wouldn't be able to change the outcome of the battle. You should have stayed buried there and died quietly, to come after me. You'll regret this. Suddenly an intense headache struck Darugo. It was the worst pain she had ever experienced. Ahgrr, ag. Darugo grabbed her head with both hands, desperately hoping for the pain to pass. With the headache, strange memories began to surface. Darugo began to read the memories in a daze. What are these memories? The memories gradually increased. Eventually, Darugo recalled everything from her previous life. Damien Haksen, Death Knight, the Seven Authorities, I remember now. Finally, I remember. Why on earth did I forget such crucial things until now? Slowly, Darugo fixed her gaze on Damien. Damien Haksen, my loyal knight. I never imagined we'd meet again like this. Did you regain your memories? Damien asked suspiciously. Darugo nodded. Yes, I remember everything now, who we were. What we did together. Darugo's eyes began to change as she looked at Damien. Her once calm eyes started to tremble, rising like a fire caught in the wind. How dare an undead like you kill your master? Darugo screamed in anger. Do you know what you've done? The grand plan that I painstakingly prepared for over 1,000 years was all destroyed because of you. Darugo's eyes flared red as she raged uncontrollably. That ritual. The time reversal was never meant to be used now. Someone like you shouldn't have used it. Ag. After a while of raging, Darugo forced herself to calm down. No, the ritual can be prepared again. As long as I take control of this world, preparing the ritual again will be easy. Darugo glared at Damien once more. Damien Haksen, this time I'll turn you into the perfect slave. I'll break you so thoroughly that you'll never even think of defying me. Ha ha ha. Darugo's words were suddenly interrupted by laughter. Darugo looked at Damien with a face full of confusion. Don't tell me. You're laughing, ha 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 ha. Damien threw his head back and burst into laughter. Darugo remembers she has also regressed like me. Darugo couldn't understand why Damien was laughing so joyfully. Haha. Meanwhile, Damien's laughter gradually died down. As he lowered his head and stared at Darugo, his eyes overflowed with both delight and bloodlust. I've been regretting it all this time. I killed you far too easily. Killing intent radiated from Damien. The sinister aura sent a chill down Darugo's spine. Epsilon, unable to withstand the murderous aura, Darugo instinctively cried out. Stop Damien Haksen, don't let him get close to me. The four great demon kings immediately stood in front of Darugo and formed a barrier to protect her. When Damien saw what they were doing, his lips curled into a sneer. You think you cheap knockoffs can stop me? Good, I've been wanting to crush you all for a while now. Damien took a stance as if he was about to lunge forward and muttered, Third wheel. In an instant, Damien's body vanished. A blue flash engulfed the four great demon kings. Damien Haksen, the first to react, was Yoda. Yoda stood in Damien's way as he unleashed his dragon form. This time I will have my revenge. His dragon-scaled fist tore through the air toward Damien. But Damien didn't dodge. Instead, he threw his own punch. The two fists collided. Yoda's fist was like a boulder, while Damien's seemed as small and fragile as an egg, but the result was different. The egg shattered the boulder. Yoda's fist crumbled. The muscles in his arm burst apart and black blood splattered everywhere. Erg, Yoda screamed in agony, but Damien showed no mercy. He kicked the ground and flew into the air. He stomped on Yoda's head. Yoda's head slammed into the ground. The ground was crushed under the impact. Damien Haksen, next came Epsilon. He swung a massive iron ball down at Damien. Damien swung his sword upwards. The rising sword met the descending iron ball. With a thunderous crash, the iron ball shattered. Shards of metal embedded themselves into Epsilon's skin. Impossible. Damien swung his sword again, cleanly severing Epsilon's head, causing blood to rush out. Damien prepared to charge at Darugo again when suddenly a massive magic circle appeared in the sky above. Danger, Damien Haksen must kill here. Lambda cast dark magic. Red lightning poured from the circle like a torrential downpour. Damien read the flow of the lightning completely, dodging the downpour with the precision of a hair's breadth as he pushed forward. Is he even human? He slashed at the panicked Lambda. Lambda's body was sliced in a straight line from head to groin. With 3 down, there was only one great demon king was left. No matter who you are, I can't stand by and let you harm my mother. Theta swung her sword with great force. The sound waves expanded, trying to engulf Damien. In response, Damien raised his foot and stomped the ground hard. The shockwave in his aura dispersed the sound waves effortlessly. You blocked it. So easily, Theta was greatly alarmed, and Damien didn't miss the opportunity and charged at her. A long gash was left in Theta's abdomen after Damien brushed past her at lightning speed. A massive amount of blood gushed out from the wound, causing her to knelt on the ground. In the blink of an eye, all 4 great demon kings were defeated. Darugo was speechless and murmured in disbelief. Defeated. They're stronger than they were in the past. I invested all the resources meant for you into them. Damien began walking toward Darugo. She regained her senses after realizing the danger. How dare you? Once again raise your sword against me, fury spread across Dorugo's face as she clenched her teeth and screamed. You're an undead that I created. Without me, you could never have become this strong. And yet you're so ungrateful. With one swift motion, Damien appeared in front of Dorugo and swung his sword, cutting her shoulder. The skeletal shoulder was cut off easily, revealing the marrow inside. Dorugo didn't immediately realize her shoulder had been cut off. Ag, she screamed in agony while clutching the severed area. Why does it hurt? This body shouldn't feel pain. Her skeletal form had no nerves, so she shouldn't have been able to feel any pain. But Damien's swordsmanship was special. During his time as a Death Knight, Damien created a new style of swordsmanship specifically to kill Dorugo, a technique that could sever the soul along with the physical body. The reason Dorugo was feeling pain now was because her soul had been severed. It seems you're in quite a lot of pain, Damien said calmly. Now that he was standing before Dorugo, his mind felt cold and clear. You'd better get used to it quickly. You'll die slowly and painfully as I torture you. Damien raised his sword once more. As Dorugo saw her death flash before her eyes, she screamed for help. Do you think you'll be safe after this? In the end, you'll submit to me, and when that time comes, you and your family will all be dead. Intense killing intent exploded in Damien's eyes. The plan to kill her slowly and meticulously vanished from his mind. Damien swung Dawn at Dorugo's neck, but his blade couldn't cut through her. Suddenly, a longsword appeared and blocked Dawn's strike. Damien followed the blade with his eyes, and there stood Hela. My dear, I'm sorry. I don't particularly like this creature either, but I can't just let her die. Hela said calmly. When I saw you last time, I should have killed you then. That was my mistake. Damien's voice rumbled low like a ferocious beast. Hela smiled and replied, You wish to kill me, don't you, dear? But before that, there's something that needs to be finished. Those ones aren't dead yet. As soon as she finished speaking, an enormous pressure erupted from somewhere. The four great demon kings rose to their feet. Their bodies started growing larger. Their human forms quickly vanished and were replaced by monstrous figures. They had finally revealed their true selves. Behind Damien were the four great demon kings, and in front of him, the leader of Pandemonium. Even though he was surrounded by such powerful enemies, Damien chuckled. So I can't kill Dorugo until I've dealt with all of you, is that it? Exactly, my dear, but I wonder if you can face us in your current condition. She wasn't wrong. Damien had nearly depleted his stamina and mana from overusing the authorities. The small amount of mana he had left had been consumed when he used Third Wheel. What a horrible feeling to be pitied by a trash like you, Damien said with a sharp tone. But don't worry, I have plenty of ways to kill you. With that, Damien removed the bracelet from his wrist. The dark mana sealed within it was unleashed. Dark mana, Hela murmured in confusion. Why would a knight possess dark mana? When you can't use it, can you? Stop him, Dorugo suddenly screamed in panic. Hela tilted her head in confusion. Stop him from what? Stop Damien Haksen from absorbing that dark man, Dorugo shouted desperately. But it was already too late. Damien gathered all the dark mana dispersed in the air and absorbed it into his body. He stopped using the five-wheel harmonious art. Dark mana and regular mana were different forces. To control dark mana, he needed to use a different mana cultivation technique. It was a technique Damien hadn't used in a long time, but one that was all too familiar to him. A technique not born of his desires but created during his time as Dorugo's slave, slaughtering countless people. Nameless mana art. The power that once wiped humanity from existence, the power of the Death Knight now reawakened. Chapter 305, The Power of the Past Part 1. If pure mana was like clear water, then dark mana was like blood. It was much thicker and stickier, so whenever dark mana coursed through his body, Damien felt a sense of unease. He despised that feeling. No matter how much time passed, he couldn't get used to it. In fact, the higher his power grew, the more intensely he felt it. Eventually, Damien began to sense something else in the dark mana, something more than just discomfort. My child is waiting at home. Without me, they'll starve to death. Mother, please spare my mother, I beg you. You demon-like fiends, you're not human. God will never let you get away with this. He could now feel the lingering resentments of those who had been sacrificed to gain dark mana. That was why Damien hated it. He didn't want to absorb this power into his body unless absolutely necessary, but now was not the time for stubbornness. To defeat a formidable enemy, he needed to rely on the power he so loathed. So Damien didn't stop cultivating his nameless mana art. He didn't block the flow of dark mana. As he continued, his once flesh-colored skin began to turn gray like ash. The blue glow in his eyes shifted to a deep red. Soon, darkness rushed out from Damien and engulfed the surrounding ground, and then it began to burn like fire. Zeeing. At that moment, he heard Dawn's faint sound when Damien looked down and saw Dawn weeping weakly. Dawn was the holy sword, so dark mana was like poison for it. Damien quickly stored it back into his subspace. Then he spoke, stretching his hand into the air. Erebos, come forth. Dormant Erebos materialized from the tattoo. Damien grasped Erebos' handle firmly. Hela looked at Damien with a hardened expression. She had been shivering for a while, sensing his ominous presence. Darugo, it's best if we leave this place now. Hela fled the scene at lightning speed, carrying Darugo on her back. Damien immediately attempted to pursue her. Stop right there. Just then, a massive shadow loomed over Damien and the ground. A giant as large as a mountain had appeared behind him. The giant's body was composed of all sorts of metals. As long as I'm here, you won't lay a finger on my mother. The giant no, Epsilon roared with a thunderous voice. Even seeing Epsilon's transformation, Damien wasn't particularly surprised. He already knew her true nature. Long ago, there were giants on the continent who could create metal from their bodies. Epsilon had been created using the body of one such giant. Naturally, he had inherited the giant's abilities. Epsilon's true form was created from the body of an extinct race of giants. I'll crush you right here and now. Metal began to sprout from Epsilon's hands. The metal fused together, forming a colossal hammer. Epsilon swung the hammer down toward Damien. Its size was so immense that it was like a mountain peak crashing down. However, Damien did not dodge. He didn't even try to block. The hammer struck Damien with full force, causing a massive explosion. The invisible shockwave blew everything around it away, but Damien remained unscathed. In fact, he hadn't even budged from his original position. It wasn't Damien who had been destroyed, it was the hammer. It lay in bits on the ground, fractured beyond recognition like shattered glass. Why is he unharmed? Epsilon muttered in disbelief. His face showed clear confusion. He had no idea what kind of life Damien had lived in his previous life. During Damien's time as a Death Knight, Darugo altered his body to make it nearly indestructible, but with every gain there is always a loss. Damien's modified body became exceedingly heavy. As a result, he had no choice but to fight with defense in mind rather than evasion. Damien focused on a technique to protect his body with an aura. The result was an invincible defense so solid that it earned him the title of the Impenetrable Shield. If that's the case, I'll keep swinging until I break you. Epsilon made another hammer, this time even larger than the one before. Just before he could swing the hammer, Damien extended his hand. The darkness that had spread across the ground responded to his will. It surged up and wrapped around Epsilon's limbs. Kaya! Epsilon screamed as he struggled, but no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't shake off the darkness. Damien opened his palm and gathered dark mana into it. The dark mana coalesced and formed a black sphere. Damien launched the sphere straight at Epsilon. The sphere flew through the air and struck his torso. His stomach evaporated in an instant. A gaping hole appeared in Epsilon's body. The size of the hole was massive, completely obliterating his abdomen and part of his chest. The metal that encased his body offered no protection at all. Epsilon's body collapsed shortly thereafter. He couldn't even scream. Damien Haksen, a thunderous voice erupted from above. Damien looked up and saw a black dragon, its massive form blocking out the sky. He recognized the dragon's identity immediately. It was Yoda. His body had been created using the corpse of Bahamut, the evil dragon who once ruled part of the continent. This was why Yoda could wield the power of a dragon. You dare harm Epsilon. I will see to it that you die here and now. Yoda opened his massive jaws and a blue flame began to gather in his throat. The blue flames engulfed the ground where Damien stood. Anything the flames touched was reduced to ashes without a trace, but Damien was the exception. The darkness beneath Damien's feet blocked the flames, preventing them from reaching him. The flames were stopped cold by the dark barrier. A look of shock flashed across Yoda's face, but soon his gaze sharpened. Too lukewarm for you, let me turn up the heat until you can't withstand it. Yoda drew on even more of his draconic power. The blue flames intensified and continually grew fiercer. Damien calmly raised Erebos. The darkness on the ground began to converge around Erebos. As the darkness gathered, it easily pushed back the flames. The disastrous dragon's flames, which reputedly had burned half the continent, seemed weak during this time. Yoda witnessed this and shouted in horror. You monster! Damien swung Erebos and the slash cleaved the sky. With a swift motion, the aura blade pierced Yoda's body and rose upward. It was as if a black wall had sliced through the heavens. Gah! Yoda's body was split from his left shoulder down to his right side. He couldn't even let out a final cry as he plummeted to the ground. Damien watched Yoda fall and picked up Erebos. Then suddenly the ground beneath him began to glow red. There it was, a red circle carved into the ground, accompanied by red lightning and a terrifying sound. Damien turned his head and saw a giant jellyfish-like creature floating in the distance. Damien Haksen, dangerous. Must kill, it was Lambda. His body had been created using the flesh of a Marquis class demon. This particular demon was known for possessing exceptional intelligence, even among demons. Thus, the dark magic Lambda wielded was in a league far superior to that of ordinary dark mages, both in speed and power. This is the Annihilation spell Circle. Damien Haksen, I will disintegrate your body. The magic circle glowed even brighter, and the amount of crimson lightning surging from it increased dramatically. At that moment, Damien pointed his finger at the magic circle. His dark mana began seeping into the circle. Lambda saw this and sneered. Trying to dispel the circle, foolish, my dark magic is flawless, there's no way you can penetrate it. Before Lambda could finish his sentence, the magic circle shattered. Damien's dark mana had caused an overload within it. Although Lambda's face had shifted into a more amorphous form, Damien could still sense his shock. Damien then pointed at Lambda. In that instant, countless black spikes burst through Lambda's body. Gah! Lambda's form crumpled to the ground, violet blood oozing from the holes in his body as he muttered to himself. A curse? How did he curse my body? Impossible! Damien raised Erebos to finish him off. But before he could strike, a translucent sphere suddenly appeared and blocked his path. Damien looked around and saw that he was now surrounded by hundreds of similar spheres. Please don't harm my brothers any further. Damien spotted Theta among the spheres. Her lower half had transformed into that of a serpent, while her upper body resembled a blend of human and reptilian features. Like Epsilon, Theta had been created using an ancient race, Elder Naga, a species that once ruled the seas. They were known for stirring the ocean into violent storms with their voices. I know I can't defeat you. But Theta clapped her hands. The spheres exploded simultaneously, releasing trapped sound waves that pulverized everything in their vicinity. Yet these attacks could not penetrate Damien's defensive aura. Damien cut through the storm of sound and stood before Theta. She looked at him with a resigned expression. Damien Haksen, Damien swung Erebos, aiming to sever her neck, but at that moment, a flash of light flickered in the distance and a beam struck Damien. He blocked it with Erebos, but the force of the impact sent him sliding back with a deafening sound. Theta, I'm sorry for being late. Hela spoke as she lowered the sword she had just swung. I had to get Darugo to safety first, but Hela glanced at the fallen four great demon kings with disbelief on her face. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I never imagined you would defeat them all in such a short time. She spoke with a bitter tone. But it's fine now, I'm here and pathetic. A cold and emotionless voice cut her off. I don't know where your confidence comes from, but you should have fled instead. Dear, I know you're strong. But you shouldn't underestimate me. Hela unleashed her dark mana. A powerful aura that rivaled Damien's emanated in every direction. I am the ruler of all giant evils under the heavens, a knight who has reached the rank of Grandmaster. I am a swordmaster who has mastered the light. Her sword became engulfed in an aura blade. If you let your guard down, you might just lose your head. With that, Hela launched herself forward, aiming a lightning-fast slash at Damien's neck. A longsword intercepted her attack at that moment. Hela was startled as her strike was blocked and also pushed back by its immense force. As she was forced backward, she looked ahead in disbelief. Standing where she had been was none other than Damien Haksen. It was he who had just unleashed that powerful slash. You, Hela's voice trembled as she spoke. How can you wield a sword of light, have you mastered the same realm as mine? Chapter 306, The Power of the Past Part 2. A moment ago, Hela had carried Darugo over her shoulder. Her lightning speed allowed her to reach the edge of the island in the blink of an eye. Darugo, where did that monster come from? Hela asked in a panicked voice as she set Darugo down on the ground. Darugo clutched her severed shoulder. He is the best and strongest of the undead I've ever created. Thanks to him, I was able to wipe out all the humans. I don't understand what you're talking about, Hela said with an incredulous look. Damien Haksen may have used dark magic, but he was human, not undead. Besides, what was the point of destroying humans when the Empire and all kingdoms were still standing? You stay here and recover, and I will go and stop Damien Haksen. Though surprised by Damien Haksen's strength, Hela was one of only a handful of grandmasters on the continent, and her pride wouldn't allow her to back down. No matter how strong Damien Haksen was, he didn't know how he would fare in a real battle. Hela, take me with you. Hela stared at Darugo in bewilderment. What do you mean, take you with me? Right now, Damien Haksen is in a human body. He's not a Death Knight and he's much weaker than he was in his previous life, so this is your chance. Explain that to me so I can understand. I mean, now is the only chance while Damien Haksen is still weak, and I must capture him alive so I can fulfill my great plan, Darugo shouted with a bright gleam in her eyes. No matter what, it's too dangerous to take you with me. Don't argue with me, take me now, Darugo shouted with a look of obsession and madness in her eyes. Hela sighed. Her behavior made no sense to her. But the Darugo she knew was not the kind of person who would make such an unrealistic claim. Are you sure you can defeat Damien Haksen if I take you with me? Yes. Trust me, good, then I'll take you. Hela picked up Darugo and returned to the scene, and she and Damien Haksen clashed swords. Projection sword, Damien spoke to the shocked Hela. Your realm allows you to manifest your mental image into your physical body, doesn't it? It was a realm similar to that of the Imperial Supreme Sword. However, While the Imperial Supreme Sword could project their mental image into a sword strike, Hela could project her mental image directly into her body. In other words, she could move as fast as she could imagine. How do you know my realm in such detail? I copied your trifling realm. During his time as a Death Knight, Damien's talents had rapidly evolved with each battle. At first, he could only spot the weaknesses of his enemies, but then he began to decipher their techniques. Eventually, he reached a point where he could copy their techniques and realms just by observing them. Any knight who displayed their skills in front of Damien, even once, would have everything they possessed taken from them. And this was no exception for the Dark Knights of Pandemonium. During the War of Destruction, Damien had fought alongside numerous Dark Knights. He observed closely how they fought. Among the Dark Knights he had seen was Hela. As a Grandmaster, her techniques were not easy for even Damien to analyze. But it was only a matter of time. Damien was progressing in real time, and he had plenty of opportunities to observe Hela. In the end, Damien successfully copied even her realm. What nonsense are you spouting? Anger slowly began to surface on Hela's face. You claim to have copied my realm? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think this is some street performer's trick? Realm is the culmination of a knight's lifelong dedication to honing their skills. It is a knight's pride and everything they stand for. To say it was copied left Hela baffled. No, it was beyond that. She was infuriated. My dear, I don't know what kind of trick you pulled, but don't get cocky just because you've clumsily imitated me once. Hela's eyes gleamed coldly. Theta, stand back. If you get caught up in our fight, I'm afraid you might even die. Theta immediately stepped away. Only after she disappeared did Hela ready herself. Damien, you'd better stay sharp. If not, your head and body will already be separated. Hela's body vanished. Instantly, a flurry of slashes poured down, neck, heart, forearm, hamstring. A total of 6 strikes targeted Damien's vital points. Even though they were consecutive strikes, there was no gap between them. It was as if she had swung her sword all at once. Even for Damien, this was a dangerous situation. No matter how solid his defensive aura was, it couldn't fully block a Grandmaster's aura blade. He knew this well from his past life experiences. That's why Damien conjured a mental image, visualizing how his body should move and how he should deflect the slashes. The moment Damien's mental image took form, Erebos moved at the same time. The slashes that had flown at him at the speed of light were deflected at the same speed. The sound of the strikes being repelled only echoed afterward. You, Hela was so startled that her tone changed. You deflected my slashes? I told you, Damien replied nonchalantly. I copied it. Hela's eyes flared with rage. She immediately scraped the ground and charged toward Damien. Her lightning-fast cuts went after every inch of Damien's body, but not a single strike reached him. Each one was blocked by an identical slash coming at the same speed. This can't be. How are you able to? How could you copy my swordsmanship, my realm? The more her attacks were blocked, the more Hela's fury grew. But nothing changed. Her attacks didn't even graze Damien. Ah, Hela screamed in frustration. Just then Damien spoke. Moving too fast is also a problem. You've been slashed by me so many times. Yet you're still moving. What nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly, blood spurted from various parts of Hela's body. What? Hela looked down at her body in disbelief. Her entire body was covered in wounds. Blood flowed from the deep, razor-sharp cuts. All the tendons in her body had been severed. She could barely stand, let alone lift her arms. When did this happen? Hela hadn't noticed her condition at all, despite the numerous slashes she had endured. Dorugo, how could you call this weaker? Hela struggled to turn her head, looking at the Imperial Supreme Sword who stood some distance away. The Imperial Supreme Sword always had a cold, emotionless expression like a puppet. But now it was different. He was looking at her with eyes filled with sorrow. Fool, I was trying to kill you. Before she could finish her sentence, Hela's neck was split open and her head rolled to the ground. Damien brushed the blood off his Erebos and turned his head. Dorugo, did you think you could escape my grasp? Damien expended his senses. A feral grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. You were closer than I thought. Dorugo returned to the battlefield and immediately approached the 4 great demon kings. Kids, I'm back. Are you all okay? But as she saw their condition, she froze on the spot. They were far more devastated than she had anticipated. Mother, a voice called out from behind. It was Theta and she was rushing toward Dorugo. Why did you come back? You should have fled. Is this the time to argue? Hurry, help me. We need to restore them. Dorugo hurried over to Epsilon first. Epsilon lay on the ground with a massive hole in his body. Mother. Yes, Epsilon, I'm here. I remember now. Epsilon muttered weakly, looking like he was dying. What do you mean? It wasn't the first time you created us. Dorugo's hand hesitated for a moment. Could it be you remember too? It wasn't impossible. The 4 great demon kings were created using Dorugo's soul. As a result, they were closely linked to her. I'm glad we've met again. So am I now. Focus on healing. I never imagined I'd end up fighting Damien Haksen and him. Epsilon stared blankly up at the sky when we fought together. It was like being with a god. There was nothing to fear, but as an enemy, there's no one more terrifying. Now I understand what his enemies must have felt. I get it, but stay focused. I'll heal you all right away. Darugo's hands moved swiftly. She needed the four great demon kings if they had any chance of facing Damien. While Hela was buying time, she had to restore them quickly. Darugo, the voice from behind froze her in place. Then Darugo turned around slowly and Damien was standing there menacingly, cloaked in darkness. Hela, what happened to her? She's dead. Damien's reply was short, as if questioning why she'd even asked something so obvious. That can't be. Hela was a grandmaster. There's no way a human like you, not even a Death Knight, could defeat her. I didn't come here to explain Hela's death. Heaven-shaking killing intent radiated from Damien. This caused Darugo's face to go rigid. Mother, run, I'll handle this. Theta stepped in front of Darugo, trying to shield her, but it was futile. Damien closed the distance in a blink of an eye and kicked Theta in the abdomen. She spat blood and was flung aside. Theta, Damien advanced toward Darugo and thrust Erebos forward. The tip of Erebos pierced through Darugo's armor, bursting out through her back. Chapter 307. The Power of the Past Part 3. Darugo let out a blood-curdling scream, her voice echoing through the battlefield. Damien coldly sneered at her agony. Does it hurt? This is just the beginning. Damien infused dark mana into Darugo's body via Erebos. She was consumed completely as the dark mana burst into flames. Darugo tried desperately to pull Erebos out, but her strength was no match of Damien. Damien, no, Lord Damien. Epsilon cried out urgently, her expression pleading, but his body was too broken to move. Please, spare our mother, I beg you. Damien frowned at the plea. Why are you addressing me so formally? I've remembered everything. I remember who you were in your past life. For a brief moment, surprise flickered across Damien's face, but only for a moment. You remember, and yet you're asking me to stop. His voice trembled with rising anger. I know what she did to you, but shut up. Damien glared at Epsilon with killing intent in his eyes. The sheer terror of his gaze silenced him. Stop spouting nonsense and watch from over there. After I finish killing this one, you're next. Damien had no intention of leaving anything tied to Darugo alive. Whether it was undead, human, or even knowledge, he didn't care. Anything connected to Darugo will be wiped from this world. I'll leave nothing behind. With fury in his voice, Damien shoved Erebos even deeper into Darugo's body. The pain distorted Darugo's body, causing her head and vertebrae to arch backward in anguish. Licks used to be dark mages who turned their own mortal body into an undead form. The undead body could withstand even the most severe wounds and was nearly immortal, but that wasn't the full extent of their power. A lick could hide their soul in a magical object called a life vessel. The lick wouldn't die even if their body were totally destroyed as long as the life vessel was still there. For this reason, Darugo had lived for hundreds of years, free of death and dread. She couldn't even remember feeling pain because it had been so long since she had last felt it. But right now, Darugo felt the excruciating pain she thought she had forgotten, yet it wasn't the pain itself that was the true danger. The true danger was the utter collapse of her soul, which had been kept in the life vessel. This was dangerous. If her soul were to be completely annihilated, Darugo would face true death. Maybe because death was so close, memories from her life began to go backwards and forwards in her mind like a reel of film. Darugo's mind was overwhelmed by memories, her past and present colliding in a whirlwind of emotions. The sound of a waterfall filled the air in the clear memory of a bright forest. A man with beautiful blue eyes stood in front of her, his expression filled with sadness and gratitude. Darugo, thank you for choosing me, he said. His voice trembled as he continued. And I'm sorry, because of me you became a traitor to your own kind. He knelt before her and took her hands in his hand. Back then, Darugo wasn't the skeletal figure she was now. She had been human, alive, and full of life. I swear, from this moment on, I'll do everything to make you happy. As a memento of his promise, he put a wooden ring with carvings on her finger, but the memory shattered as reality came crashing back, dragging Darugo into the unbearable agony of the present. Ruin, Darugo screamed through the pain and her eyes regained their fierce determination. I can't die like this. She clenched her teeth and grabbed Erebos with both hands, attempting to draw it out. I haven't avenged Ruin yet. I haven't even seen him again. Feeling wronged, are you? Damien's voice dripped with cold satisfaction. Good, now you understand a fraction of the pain I endured. He twisted Erebos deeper into Darugo's body, causing her bones to crack and the pain to intensify. Darugo's entire body convulsed, and her eyes, which had been filled with resolve, began to cloud with despair. Then she heard something. What an awfully dangerous situation you found yourself in. An unwelcome voice whispered in her ear, causing her eyes to wide open with surprise. Vahel, how? Don't be so shocked. It's nothing special. I'm just speaking to your soul. Impossible. You're trapped in the inferno. How could you? Sending a voice through isn't that hard. How else do you think we gather followers? Vahel's voice was as smooth and smug as ever. But this isn't the time for idle chatter, is it? You might actually die if we don't act soon. He chuckled mockingly before continuing. Darugo, use the key. Break the oath that binds us. I'll help you and your children. Shut up. Do you know how much we sacrificed to banish you? And now you're asking me to free you. Ha ha ha, will you say? Vahel's laugh was dripping with condescension. After being betrayed by the Salvation Squad, you still talk like that. That's because of them you lost your lover. And not only that, you were grievously wounded as well. Stop talking. So you abandoned your body and became a lick. Why? To take revenge on the Salvation Squad, wasn't it? Vahel's words stirred emotions Darugo had long buried. The day she was betrayed by her comrades and lost her lover, Ruin. The despair and rage she felt in that moment surged back to the surface, as fresh as if it had happened yesterday. Darugo, if you die here, who will avenge Ruin? No one will even remember you. Your name, your sacrifice, it will all be forgotten. The demon's whisper was insidious, seeping into the cracks of her weakening resolve. Humans will continue to praise the Salvation Squad, forever ignorant of the true heroes who died in vain. People will continue to praise the Salvation Squad, unaware of the true hero who lost his life. Darugo had completely forgotten about the pain because of Vahel's words, so break the oath, set us free, you know how to do it. And yet she hesitated. Breaking the oath would be easy, just as Vahel said, but doing so would unleash unimaginable horrors upon the continent once again. Vahel sensed her hesitation and continued to press on and deliver the final blow. Ruin, forgive us. It wasn't Vahel's own voice, he was acting now. We don't want to be buried in your halo, we want to go down in history as the heroes. He repeated that moment. The moment when Ruin was betrayed by his own people. The moment when the Ruin lost his life. So disappear already. Ruin's death replayed in Darugo's mind, a nightmare that had haunted her for centuries. Her eyes flared with anger as she unknowingly opened subspace and grasped the key within it. Click, the key entered something unseen and Darugo twisted the key. In that moment, everything changed. Damien instinctively looked up at the sky. What? Something had happened just now. Something that had covered the world had vanished. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Darugo burst into laughter. Damien frowned and stared down at her. It's over. It's all over now, you, me, the humans. Everyone's finished. His instincts screamed of danger. Damien moved quickly to destroy Darugo's soul completely with Erebos, but before he could, something shot up from beneath Darugo. Damien quickly channeled his mana and formed a barrier to block the attack. Despite his defenses, the impact sent him reeling backward and Erebos was pulled from Darugo's body. Damien stared in shock at what had struck him, a transparent, rectangular pillar. His mind raced to comprehend what he was seeing when, suddenly, a dimensional portal opened beside Darugo. A man stepped out of it. He looked human except for the horn protruding from his forehead. The moment Damien saw the man's face, he cried out in horror. Vahel. As he stepped outside, the first thing he saw was Darugo. She lay on the ground, gasping heavily. Darugo, you've suffered greatly. But fear not, you can rest easy now, I've come. Vahel smiled warmly at her, but Darugo glared at him and asked, You'll keep your promise, right? My promise? Ah yes, I'll keep it, but it's a bit unpleasant. Bam. Vahel stomped on Darugo's head without any prior warning. Darugo's head slammed into the ground. Learn your place, will you, now that the oath is broken and I don't need you anymore. Vahel's smile disappeared, replaced by the cold, ruthless demonic nature he had always been. Because of you, we were trapped in Inferno. Consider it a mercy that I'm not killing you right here, you traitor. Darugo's expression twisted with humiliation as Vahel finally lifted his foot off her head. Damien, it's been a while, hasn't it? Vahel turned to Damien, his tone as if he were greeting an old friend he hadn't seen in years. I've missed you more than you know. I've never met anyone quite as entertaining as you. While Vahel seemed delighted, Damien was thrown into a whirlwind of confusion. Summoning a Duke-class demon like Vahel should have required an immense sacrifice. Yet Vahel had descended to the mortal realm as casually as if he were out for a leisurely stroll. And this wasn't just an avatar, it was Vahel's true form. The overwhelming pressure radiating from him was proof of that, and it was enough to make even Damien feel cautious. But the real shock was yet to come. Oh, I almost forgot, I should introduce my subordinates as well. With a clap of his hands, Vahel opened a massive dimensional portal. From it, a horde of demons poured out, each one radiating an overwhelming aura. My lord, as per your orders, I have gathered all the demons from the rank of Earl to Marquis. A demon with a bull's head knelt before Vahel and spoke. Vahel looked pleased. Asthar, you've done well. I am honored to have been of service, my lord. Asthar rose to his feet. As he did, he noticed Damien standing nearby. How dare a mere human direct killing intent at our lord? Such arrogance, Asthar, it's best if you don't provoke him. Vahel advised Asthar. No, my lord, I will bring that insolent human before you at once. Asthar stepped toward Damien. The difference in their sizes was so vast that it looked like an adult facing a child. Asthar opened his palm and a massive, long-handled mace materialized. Damien, Vahel called out with a teasing tone. That one's a Marquis-class demon, so don't underestimate him. Asthar lifted the mace high above his head and then swung it down with tremendous force. The mace hurtled toward Damien's head and a loud voice rang out like someone slammed onto the ground. Oh, impressive. Vahel remarked in admiration as he observed the scene. Asthar, I told you not to let your guard down, didn't I? The figure embedded in the ground was not Damien. It was Asthar who had been slammed into the earth. Just moments before, Damien had not only deflected the mace but also leaped over Asthar's head and struck him down with Erebos. Why are there so many nuisances getting in my way? Damien walked past the fallen Asthar and faced Vahel directly. I have no business with you, get lost. You want to kill Darugo, that won't do, Vahel replied calmly. Then I'll just have to deal with you first. Damien began channeling his nameless mana art. The darkness that had been lying dormant on the ground began to ignite once more. Chapter 308, The Power of the Past Part 4. You dare say you'll get rid of me first? Vahel suppressed a surge of laughter. How dare a mere human speak to a demon like him with such arrogance? What was more amusing was that this didn't feel like empty bravado. The aura emanating from Damien was so formidable that even a Duke-class demon like himself found it difficult to dismiss. That was why his subordinates were silent. They were all wary of Damien Haksen, even if they didn't show it. You're quite an interesting fellow. Over the long years, Vahel had ruled Inferno and spied on the mortal realm. He had encountered countless demons and humans, but never had he met someone as intriguing as Damien. Asthar, I told you not to underestimate him. Vahel shook his head. Now be a good boy and come back. But there was no reply. Asthar was still face down on the ground. Asthar, even when called again, Asthar did not respond. It was only then that Vahel realized Asthar had fainted. A Marquis-class demon knocked out in a single blow, Vahel felt a chill run through his entire body. He, a Duke-class demon, had underestimated Damien Haksen's abilities. I had no idea you were this strong. The smile faded from Vahel's face, but his eyes were twinkling like a child's. What would happen if he fought Damien Haksen now? Vahel weighed the odds in his mind. Qualitatively and quantitatively, Vahel was in a superior position, but the unexpectedness of Damien's actions gave Vahel pause. Moreover, the demons needed time to adapt to the mortal realm. The oath had been broken, but Inferno and the mortal realm were vastly different worlds. Damien, I concede this round, Vahel shrugged. So let's call it a day. We'll meet again someday, you all take care of those lying here, as Vahel was about to leave with his subordinates. That won't do, Damien said firmly. Leave Darugo here and get lost. Don't be so stubborn. You're exhausted too, aren't you? So let's just part ways for today. Damien's killing intent exploded. The ground was crisscrossed with deep sword marks as if a tangible killing intent had sliced through solid objects. I won't say it again, hand over Darugo. Damien spoke as he was trying to suppress his rage. Vahel was annoyed by Damien's attitude. Demons weren't the kind to listen to others in the first place. Or what? Then I'll take Darugo by force. I don't want to fight, what a dilemma. A mischievous smile crept across Vahel's lips. Migmag, open a dimensional portal. We're getting out of here. The demon beside Vahel slammed his iron staff into the ground. A dimensional portal opened up where Asthar and the four great demon kings lay. Damien instinctively swung Erebos down, aiming to behead Asthar. But Asthar had already been sucked into the dimensional portal, and it wasn't just Asthar. The four great demon kings were gone too. A dimensional portal opened behind Vahel as well. His subordinates rushed into it. Well then, Darugo, shall we go? Grabbing Darugo by the scruff of the neck, Vahel stepped through the dimensional portal. I told you to leave her. Damien roared in fury and lunged towards the gate. At that moment, Vahel flicked his fingers. An invisible wall created by the power of isolation blocked Damien's path. Vahel, Damien swung Erebos to shatter the wall, but he had wasted a few seconds. By then, the dimensional portal was almost closed. See you later, then. Vahel waved through the remaining gap in the gate. With those words, the gate closed completely. Hugh, that was a close one, wasn't it? Vahel turned to his demons. Migmag, you did a great job just now. That was incredibly fast. Thanks, my lord, you are the one who stopped him, the hunched-over demon replied in a frail voice. Aw, don't be so modest. At that speed, at that moment, his instincts warned him. Vahel reflexively turned around. In that instant, a sword strike cleaved through the air. Vahel instinctively raised his forearm to block the attack, but his forearm did nothing to stop the blade. After cutting through Vahel's forearm, the sword proceeded to slice his neck. Blood gushed out as his neck was split open. Damien ran his hands over the spot where the dimensional portal had been. He was trying to reopen it by using the authority of pride. Unlike the gate created by the four great demon kings, he couldn't find the coordinates. The demon must have scattered the coordinates as soon as he closed the gate. It was proof that the demon's skills were far superior to the four great demon kings. Vahel, you son of a bitch! His vision turned bloodshot from extreme anger. Veins bulged all over his body. He had been interrupted again. And he had failed to kill Darugo once more. He felt like he was going insane from the intensity of his emotions. But Damien suppressed all those emotions. Now was not the time to give in to them. You think you can just get away with this? Damien concentrated his dark mana into Erebos. A pitch-black aura blade coated the blade of Erebos. At the end of the War of Destruction, Damien had created a new realm with the sole purpose of killing Darugo. Since Darugo was a Lich, he had placed his soul in a sphere called a life vessel and stored it elsewhere. However, Damien, who was controlled by Darugo, had no way of finding that sphere. So Damien had combined all the realms he had copied and created a new one, Sword God. The ability of the Sword God was quite simple compared to other realms, to cut, no matter what it was. Even if it had no form, even if it wasn't there, he would cut it. The Sword God was a realm created solely with the intention of killing Darugo. Damien gripped the hilt of Erebos with both hands. The aura blade on Erebos vibrated menacingly. He swung Erebos towards the void. The blade of Erebos dug into the fabric of the dimension. Blood gushed out as his neck was deeply cut. Despite the clearly fatal injury, Vahel didn't cover his wound. It was because of Damien, whose face was visible through the widening gap. Damien was glaring at him with a look that seemed like he was about to go insane. The gap closed immediately, but Vahel couldn't take his eyes off the empty space. "Lord Vahel, your wound is deep. I'll treat it right away." His subordinates rushed over, but Vahel raised his hand to stop them. "Ha ha ha," he laughed loudly as he touched his wound. "I can't remember the last time I was injured." Damien had severed his forearm and nearly beheaded him. If the wound had been a little deeper, he would have certainly died. It had been a truly threatening attack. "This is fun, it's really fun." Vahel lifted Darugo up to eye level. "Darugo, what is it that amuses me so much?" "I don't know." "Oh, you won't tell me willingly." "Then I'll have to use harsher methods." Vahel gestured. A demon with a long mosquito-like proboscis approached. Darugo's eyes widened at the sight of the demon. "Vahel, you madman." Laria, extract all of Darugo's memories. "It doesn't matter if she becomes a crippled." "Understood." "Oh, but don't kill her, we'll need her as bait to lure Damien Haksen out." Vahel threw Darugo to the demon. The demon grabbed Darugo with its 4 arms. "No, no. Stop it, not him," Darugo screamed in terror, but Vahel turned away coldly. "Vahel, I'll tell you everything." Cack, the demon plunged its proboscis into Darugo's head. A long, agonizing scream echoed through the air. Bang. Damien slammed his fist into the ground. One punch wasn't enough to vent his anger. He continued to pound the ground with his fists. Damn it. In the last second, his grip went sloppy on Erebos. Because of it, he completely failed to sever Vahel's neck. His eyes were bloodshot as he thought about losing Darugo. That fact enraged Damien. "Damien," a low voice reached his ears. He turned his head and saw the Imperial Supreme Sword lying on the ground. Due to his severe injuries, the Imperial Supreme Sword looked as if he could die at any moment. Damien suppressed his anger. He couldn't let his emotions get the better of him, even when looking at someone who was dying. "I'll treat your wounds right away." Damien pulled a potion and dawned from his subspace, but the Imperial Supreme Sword shook his head. "No, there's something more important." The Imperial Supreme Sword pointed his finger towards the sky. Damien looked up. The branches of the world tree that covered the sky were turning gray. It wasn't just the branches. The trunk, which could be seen far away, was also turning black. The energy of the world tree that filled the island was rapidly weakening. Damien stared at the sight in shock. The world tree was dying. "Why? I thought I had stopped the demonic energy." "As expected, it was you who stopped the demonic energy." The Imperial Supreme Sword looked at the world tree with a sorrowful expression. "It's not your fault. When the demonic energy was first activated, the world tree suffered too much damage. That's why it's dying without being able to recover." The Imperial Supreme Sword struggled to get up and said, "Damien, please. Take me to the world tree." Chapter 309, The World Tree Part 1. "Are you going to leave your brother alone?" Damien asked, turning his gaze to where the Lord of Eternal Flame lay dead. He had been killed in the battle between Damien and the 4 great demon kings. It was like a shrimp lantern in a whale fight. A shabby death, unworthy of a pillar of pandemonium. Perhaps it was the dagger in his chest. The dagger was imbued with the demon's power. By plunging it into his chest, the Lord of Eternal Flame may have used its power to both himself and his brother. With his knowledge as a dark mage, Damien was quickly able to recognize the cause of death. A fitting end for him. Despite his words, the Imperial Supreme Sword looked at his brother with bitterness in his eyes. "We can take care of his body later. Right now, we need to focus on the world tree." The Imperial Supreme Sword rose to his feet. However, he stumbled, not able to stand up straight. Damien picked him up onto his back and headed towards the royal palace. Damien returned to Ulfheim's royal palace with the Imperial Supreme Sword. "The world tree is collapsing." "Ugh, what are we going to do about it?" "Everyone's going to die." Inside the castle was chaos. The elves could do nothing but watch as the world tree crumbled. Go to the royal palace. The Imperial Supreme Sword urged Damien. Damien followed her into the palace. You've come, Mylene greeted them, but she didn't look too well either. Like the world tree, her body was slowly turning to dust. Like the world tree, she was also dying. I watched you two fight through magic. It was so hard. Mylene praised the two of them in a soft voice. On the other hand, the Imperial Supreme Sword asked in a concerned voice, "Is there no way to save the world tree?" Mylene only smiled bitterly. This behavior made the Imperial Supreme Sword sigh. It's impossible. It is impossible to bring back the dead. It was a truth that no one could change. Many mages and dark mages had tried to overcome this truth, but all had failed. You are a good man, for you despise the elves, and yet you genuinely wish for Ulfheim to survive. I am only following my mother's will. That's goo. Mylene suddenly paused, finding it hard to speak. You asked if there was a way to save the world tree, and there is only one. And what is that? If Damien Haksen can help us. Mylene looked back at Damien. Damien Haksen, I watched you with my magic. I saw you in the hole using those authorities. Damien realized immediately what she was talking about. You knew how to reverse time, didn't you? You could use it to save the world tree. No, it's impossible. Damien shook his head. I'd have to use all my mana and stamina to reverse the hole that was dug. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much mana it would take to revive the world tree. No, you can do it. Mylene pointed to Damien's wrist. You have Erebos. You knew about Erebos, Damien was surprised. The Erebos was an object about which there was no information left in the world. Even the demons didn't really know what it was. Yes, I do, and I know who made it. Who? It was created by a man named Ruin. Ruin, I'd heard the name before. It was the name Dorugo had shouted. Dorugo said the name, too. Who is this human named Ruin? Mylene's eyes flickered for a moment. She hesitated, then turned to Damien. He's a real hero who drove demons and monsters from the continent. You mean he's part of the Salvation Squad, but I've never heard that name before. Of course you have, because we killed them and erased his name from history. Mylene told the shocking story nonchalantly. Most of the feats the Salvation Squad are said to have done were done by Ruin. We just passed them off as our own. Damien couldn't help but be shocked. Damien had grown up hearing stories about the Salvation Squad from a young age. People extolled the virtues and power of the Salvation Squad in fairy tales, plays, and songs. But was it all a lie? Why did you guys do that? Some did it for honor, some out of jealousy, and I did it for the future. Race, the future, because if a being like Ruin continues to be around humans, he will be a danger to the elves. At this point, Damien was curious about Ruin. What kind of human could he be that he created Erebos, and yet Mylene was so wary of him? What kind of human was Ruin, and how did he create Erebos? Ruin was... Mylene's eyes suddenly widened. She bent over and coughed. Kalak, Kalak, she coughed the dust from her mouth. It meant her organs were crumbling. Damien, I'd love to explain everything, but we really don't have time now. Mylene clutched her chest and spoke with difficulty. Erebos was a weapon that could transform everything into a mysterious power and absorb it. Dorugo's plan was to use that mysterious power stored in Erebos to travel back in time. Damien looked puzzled. He'd been using Erebos for a long time, but he'd never felt the power stored within. After we killed Ruin, we all wanted to become the master of Erebos, but Erebos chose no one. It chose to destroy itself. As Mylene made the hand gesture and opened a subspace, a large blade protruded from it. This is the piece I took with me then. Damien, I trust you with it. With those words, Mylene's body turned to dust and collapsed. Damien stared at the dust that Mylene had left behind when she died for a long time. So much information was flooding into his head that he felt very confused, but he didn't have long to dwell on it. From the moment she died, the collapse of the world tree began to accelerate. The branches began to crumble, and even the trunk started to fall apart. Damien, I beg you, the Imperial Supreme Sword said in a pleading tone. Damien relented and pulled out the Erebos. The piece that Mylene had pulled out was very large. In his previous life, Dorugo had found this shard and fused it with Erebos after the destruction of Ulfheim. I was unable to complete Erebos then, but now... This time Damien even found a fragment that even Dorugo hadn't found and absorbed it into Erebos. Erebos, absorb. The shard turned to liquid and clung to Erebos. Erebos' deficiencies began to fill in. The broken parts began to fill in. Unfortunately, this time Erebos was not complete. Erebos was still broken, but there was a significant change. Longer than before. Erebos' restoration rate exceeded the Erebos of his previous lifetime, and judging by the state of the sword, it was nearing completion. Damien grabbed Erebos. He could feel the power building inside, perhaps because it had been restored more than in his previous life. Is this power? It was the power Damien had unleashed when he'd driven the Erebos into his body to kill himself. So it's not my body, but the power stored in Erebos. Damien drew the power from Erebos and infused it into the authorities. The 6 authorities began to glow. Damien placed his glowing hand on the world tree. Nothing's happening. Damien tried everything as Mylene had instructed. He used the authorities to channel energy into the world tree, but no matter how much he infused, he couldn't reverse its time. What's wrong? Damien searched his memories and did everything the same. The only difference was that there was an authority he hadn't yet awakened. But that authority wasn't used back then, was it? Greed. The seventh authority was the ability to detect over a wide range. An authority Damien hadn't needed to use in his previous life when the other authorities were activated. Is that necessary? Damien infused the seventh symbol with mysterious power, and the authority of greed was awakened. 7 authorities became one. In an instant, the world before Damien's eyes turned dark. Where am I? Damien was floating in the darkness. He tried to move his limbs, but he couldn't move forward. Then something unfolded before his eyes. A large seed had fallen into the ocean where it sprouted and grew tall. It was the life of a world tree. The life of the world tree, from its first sprout to the present, was laid out like a map. These are coordinates. Damien realized instinctively that these were the coordinates to return to the past. The farther you go, the more power you need. The world tree was several millenniums old. Needless to say, it would take all of Erebos' power to travel back that much time. A day ago should be enough. Damien set the coordinates and was about to launch. Another map appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but be surprised. That's me. Damien's life unfolded before him. It was Damien's own life, from his days as a reckless young noble to his boyhood and even his infancy. But the map was split in two in the middle. The moment he saw the other side, he felt goosebumps rise. Death Knight. Damien's life was split in two, this life and his past life, the person he was now and the person he was as Death Knight. Staring at the map, Damien had an eerie thought. Could it be possible that can recreate my time as a Death Knight? Just thinking about it made him feel sick, it made him feel nauseous. But despite his feelings, Damien couldn't take his eyes off the map. His time as a Death Knight was the ugliest time of his life, but that didn't change the fact that he was the strongest he'd ever been. No, but that's not going to happen. Damien cleared his mind and turned his attention back to the map. I rewind the world tree to one day ago. The power he had drawn from Erebos dissipated quickly, and then a tremendous change occurred. Chapter 310, The World Tree Part 2, The world tree was dying. Its once mighty branches were falling like rain, and its trunk was crumbling like a sandcastle. Oh, world tree! The elves watched in despair as their beloved tree withered away. For the elves, the world tree was life itself. Its demise was equivalent to the end of the world. As their connection to the tree severed, the elves' mana began to fade. The effects were immediate. I can't breathe. I can't feel the spirits. The elves clutched their throats and chests in agony. They wept and tried to hold on to the fading mana. But there was nothing they could do. All they could do was wait for death. One by one, the elves gave up hope. Just when it seemed like all hope was lost, something extraordinary happened. A brilliant light erupted from the top of the world tree where the guardian resided. The light spread out like ripples, washing over the tree. And then something incredible happened. The branches that had fallen to the ground began to rise back into the sky. They reconnected and new leaves unfurled, vibrant and green. But that was not all. A crumbling trunk began to mend itself. Gaps as large as those made by a gnawing mouse were now seamlessly closed. Life flowed through the tree once more. The elves' connection to the tree was restored. They could feel the mana coursing through them. I can breathe again. I can feel the spirits. The elves were overjoyed but also bewildered. The world tree was dead, there was no doubt about that. Everyone had felt it, so how could it have come back to life? Even a being as powerful as the world tree should not be able to overcome death. We have to find out what happened. I'll go with you. The elves rushed to the guardian's chamber. When they arrived, they were met with an even more astonishing sight. The chamber was filled with flowers, but these were no ordinary flowers. They were the world tree's flowers, said to bloom only once every 100 years. What in the world? Elves were confused and saw Damien surrounded by the flowers. Flowers bloomed around Damien as if to honor him. It was then that the elves realized it was Damien who had revived the world tree. The world tree's gift didn't end there. A branch extended towards Damien and something opened at its tip. About the size of a walnut, it was far smaller than the world tree's usual fruits. Yet when the seed opened, the elves felt a far more intense presence. Damien, take this, Imperial Supreme Sword said in an encouraging voice. Damien pointed at it and asked, "What is this?" "It's a seed from the world tree." Imperial Supreme Sword replied with awe-filled voice. "I've only heard tales of it, but I'm certain. That is undoubtedly a seed from the world tree." As the Empire's leading figure, the Imperial Supreme Sword had handled countless treasures. But this time he was astonished by this sight. The world tree can produce the seed from its vitality. If you accept it, a sapling of the world tree will take root within you. You'll then be able to wield its power. Damien reached out and took the seed. Instantly, it was absorbed into his body. In that moment, Damien could feel the world tree's seed taking root in his soul. Damien communed with the sapling. It whispered to him about the things he could do. As a test, Damien manifested one of the sapling's powers. His senses expanded dramatically and enveloped the entire island. His heightened senses revealed everything about the island. Damien was overwhelmed by such a marvel and said, "I can even feel ants crawling on the ground." While Damien could already perform wide area scans, he had never been able to sense things in such detail. Now he felt like an omnipotent god looking down upon the world, but the world tree's power didn't end there. "Answer my call." Fire ignited, wind gathered, and water condensed. Soon, animal shapes appeared. Rabbits, cats, and dogs looked up at him. Spirits, beings forbidden to humans, had answered Damien's call, or rather they had been drawn by the sapling. But it didn't matter, the sapling was his power. "Congratulations, Damien," Imperial Supreme Sword said sincerely. "Even if it's just a sapling, the world tree is the world tree. You now possess its power." The elves exchanged glances. Their emotions and expressions varied, but their meaning was clear. The elves knelt and bowed their heads to Damien. It was an unbelievable sight to see because of the elves, who were known for their disdain for humans. "We give thanks to the savior of Ulfheim," someone shouted, and the elves all joined in. "We thank the savior of Ulfheim, so you're leaving," Imperial Supreme Sword said as if he had expected it. Damien was preparing to leave Ulfheim. "You're right, you probably figured I would leave now that Darugo is gone. There's no reason for me to stay in Ulfheim." Imperial Supreme Sword nodded, and Damien added, "There is still plenty force of pandemonium left. Do you need my help?" "Are you joking?" Imperial Supreme Sword tilted his head, questioning whether Damien was joking. The remaining forces of pandemonium were mere remnants. With the elves and the Imperial Supreme Sword here, eliminating them would be a piece of cake. "I was just being polite. What are your plans now?" "I'm going to hunt them down and kill them." Damien's voice turned cold. "I'll pursue the demons and kill them all, including Darugo and the others who have wronged me." A chilling aura emanated from Damien's voice and eyes. "You've grown stronger," Imperial Supreme Sword murmured. Unlike other knights, the Imperial Supreme Sword could clearly sense Damien's transformation. "Yes, I've made a little progress," Damien replied. When he had drawn upon the power of the Death Knight, he had gained a profound understanding. It was ironic that he had gained something from the very power he despised. "A little progress? You're on the verge of becoming a Grandmaster." Imperial Supreme Sword stared at Damien with astonishment in his eyes. When he had first met Damien, the latter had merely been a master class. Yet in such a short time, he was on the cusp of becoming a Grandmaster. A genius. Could such a term even begin to describe him? A shiver ran down the Imperial Supreme Sword's spine. "Damien, I owe you a great debt for this. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask." "Then may I make a request now?" "Of course. When you return to the Empire, please send some knights to protect my family." The Imperial Supreme Sword quickly understood why Damien had made such a request. "It's because of the demons," he said. Demons were unpredictable creatures. If such a dangerous being had taken an interest in Damien, it was only natural that he would worry most about his family. "I'll send you some of my best knights," Imperial Supreme Sword promised. "Thank you," Damien replied briefly, boarding a small boat. Despite its small size, the boat was made from a branch of the world tree and could travel across continents. "I'll be off then," Damien raised the sail. Suddenly, a tempest raged above them. A fierce wind swept over the spot where they stood, and soon a dark shadow covered the ground. Damien and the Imperial Supreme Sword looked up. It was a dragon. A red dragon was descending towards them. The sudden storm had been caused by the dragon's flapping wings. "A dragon?" Damien muttered in surprise. Dragons were a species thought to have vanished from the continent long ago. Even in his past life, Damien had never seen a living dragon. The red dragon landed and roared at them. "Which one of you is Damien Haksen?" Though it didn't seem to be shouting, its voice echoed thunderously. "I'm asking you. Which one of you is Damien Haksen?" Damien and the Imperial Supreme Sword exchanged bewildered glances. "I am Damien Haksen." "Good, the Elder Council wants to speak with you about recent events." The red dragon glared at Damien. "You'd better come quietly or you'll regret it." The red dragon spread its wings. A scorching hot wind swept through the area. Its imposing figure was like a natural disaster. "Oh," Damien muttered. The problem was that Damien wasn't the kind of person who would be intimidated by such threats. In fact, he was starting to feel anger. "What if I refuse to go with you?" "That's a foolish question. I'll simply carry you there." "You wouldn't want to be digested alive by my stomach acid before we reach the Elder Council, would you?" Damien opened a subspace and pulled out a wooden club. Damien pulled out his club and the red dragon narrowed its eyes. "Human, what do you think you're doing? Are you daring to defy me?" Before the dragon could finish its sentence, Damien leaped into the air and brought his club down on the dragon's head with a thunderous crash. The dragon's head slammed into the ground. "Gah!" The dragon roared in pain as its skull throbbed. "You brainless lizard," Damien sneered, resting his mace on his shoulder. "Do you think I'm crazy enough to follow a suspicious creature like you?" Damien stood over the dragon and tapped his mace against its head. You're going to answer my questions first. Tell me everything about why dragons have reappeared and why the Elder Council wants to see me. How dare a mere human lay a hand on a member of noble race? The dragon roared and reared its head. Damien rushed forward, swinging his mace and striking the dragon's underbelly. Huff! The massive body of the red dragon soared into the sky and then fell. At this point, even the red dragon realized that something was wrong. Just when I was already in a bad mood, this happens, Damien said, tapping his mace against his palm. At that sound, the red dragon's face turned pale and froze. Wait a moment, Damien swung the club at the red dragon's snout. The dragon's teeth shattered with a loud crash.